Chapter 241 Give them some color CC. Due to the helpful behavior of the players, the reputation of the slime family in Jinsha City has improved a lot instantly. These slimes are not as bad as the rumors say. They don't look cruel. On the contrary, they are very kind. Yes. Our house caught fire a few days ago, and it was these slimes who came to put out the fire. The conversation started, and the residents of Jinsha City talked about the help they receive from slimes these days. As they chatted, someone sighed. I don't know why the host of the new news wanted to discredit slimes like this. Maybe it's because the city lord can't stand slimes? Didn't he recruit strongmen everywhere in the city before? I heard that it was to deal with the slime family. As a result, somehow, the slimes got ahead of him. Speaking of the day when the slimes attacked Jinsha City, the residents are still scared. I was really scared at that time. I thought those slimes would massacre the city after entering. Really? People were not allowed to go out at that time. And the noise outside made people's heads buzz. It was scary. In the end, nothing happened. Except for the seemingly threatening words that Lord Andrew said on the radio. However, everyone still did what they had to do afterwards, and their daily lives were not affected at all. Not only that, the city became more peaceful. The nobles who oppressed the common people and their lackeys disappeared, and the people in the city could live and work in peace. In my opinion, it is a good thing to let the slime chief become the new lord of Jinsha City. Anyway, our original lord didn't do anything good. Agree. And the name of the slime chief is also very consistent with Jinsha City. One is called Golden Slime, and the other is called Jinsha City. These names are so appropriate. The slime chief should be the new lord of Jinsha City. Probably because the original city owner has died. The nobles have not appeared in the city for a long time. So these residents speak much more boldly than before. Yuku was buying desert potatoes at the market, and suddenly heard the stall owners nearby chatting like this. And a faint smile suddenly appeared on his face that had always lacked a smile. His younger brother Yushue couldn't help but be curious when he saw this. Brother, what are you laughing at? Yuku shook his head. I just suddenly thought of the broadcast I heard these days. Socialism? Yushue was puzzled. What's so funny about that? I think what they said is very good. Although he only knew a little. He had a lot of interest in the content broadcast on the radio recently. Everyone is equal. Everyone helps each other. And everyone can live a happy and prosperous life. It would be great if such a beautiful society could really exist on the desert planet. It is rumored that the residents of those planets in the future alliance live such a life. Although they don't seem to be a socialist society, they can ensure that everyone has food to eat, clothes to wear, and houses to live in. I heard that they have built a sky rail and a space elevator that can connect the 7 planets at the core of the future alliance. People travel by airships instead of walking, riding bikes or driving cars. I heard that they even have flying motorcycles in their urban areas. Compared with the desolate planet, it is much more advanced. However, the future alliance is too far away from them. Not everyone has the opportunity to leave the desolate planet and take a look. If you want to travel in the interstellar, you must have money or power. And they don't have these. They can only learn about other planets outside the desolate planet from limited channels and make associations with them. I'm not laughing at this. Seeing his brother's misunderstanding, Yuka explained, I also think what they said is very good. Originally I thought it was just a fantasy. But after seeing what these slimes have done recently, I suddenly felt that maybe there is not no hope at all. Yushue is young and can't understand the connection between the two things. Hearing this, he asked, what do you mean? Yuka touched his brother's head, meaning that the city we live in may be changing because of these slimes. And it is getting better and better. Yushue nodded as if he understood. Indeed, since these slimes came here, Jinsha City has changed a lot. Those arrogant nobles in the past seem to have never appeared in people's sight again. In addition, those slimes seem to have brought many strange and interesting things. For example, steamed buns and dumplings, red star fruit candied haws, fireworks and lanterns. They had never seen these things in Jinsha City before. Thinking of the fragrant fried dumplings and the sour and sweet candied haws, Yushue couldn't help swallowing his saliva. These things are delicious, but a little expensive. It would be better if they could be sold cheaper. Touching his almost empty trouser pocket, Yushue sighed. Let's find a way to make more money. In this way, he can buy more for his brother to try. The change in the attitude of Jinsha City residents toward slime players is obvious. From avoiding them to welcoming them with smiles now. People no longer seem to be afraid of these slimes that are as smart as humans, and only regard them as an extremely common part of life. The players naturally noticed this change. They attributed all this to the fact that the daily tasks they did on a daily basis increased the favorability of the NPCs, and thus increased the reputation of the Slime clan in the area. Realizing this, the players worked harder to complete the tasks, strive to improve the regional reputation, and maybe in the future you can trigger the special tasks issued by these NPCs. Such a result is naturally what Xiaoming likes to see. Now the relationship between players and residents of Jinsha City has reached a state of virtuous cycle. Coupled with the socialist core values that are played on the radio every day, I believe that it will not take long for Jinsha City to undergo earth-shaking changes. And what he has to do is to maintain the current state and move forward, leading these people and his slime players to a better world. Ideals are beautiful, but accidents always appear unexpectedly. The peaceful life lasted for only a few days, and the nobles of Jinsha City, who had been silent for several days, finally made a mess. And the cause of all this came from the food made by the players. On this day, a noble lord named Bader began to have a stomachache after tasting the food made by the players. A doctor was invited to see him, and the result was that he had food poisoning. Master Bader claimed that he had not eaten anything except the steamed buns and fried dumplings made by the players that day. The source of the food poisoning must be these slimes. So, the angry noble master immediately had people smash the stalls of those little players. Then he began to criticize the slimes, saying that they had bad intentions and wanted to poison him to death. After their stalls were smashed, the little players felt that they were slandered and provoked. They were all businessmen with consciences. How could they poison the food? What's more, it was not only Master Bader who ate steamed buns and fried dumplings that day. Even if the other party really had a stomachache, it had nothing to do with them. These people were obviously looking for trouble. So, these people who smashed the stalls were quickly identified by the players as hostile forces. How do players treat hostile forces? The answer is of course as cold as ice and snow. So, these noble lackeys were severely beaten by the players. Of course, it is impossible to just let it go when the subordinates were beaten. Food poisoning incident. Adding to the slime beating, Master Bader was like a shark that smelled blood and bit the slime clan. The other nobles also saw this opportunity and followed him to denounce the slime. You have all been deceived by these slimes. They have no good intentions at all. That's right. Our Master Bader was almost killed by these slimes. They dare to treat Master Bader like this. What are you ordinary civilians? If you believe them now, you will definitely not have a good end in the future. These nobles' lackeys spread rumors in the city, saying that the slime clan has evil intentions. On the surface, they are helping the residents in the city, but in fact they just want those people to let down their guard and eat the poisonous food they made. After being discovered, they beat people because they were angry. After hearing this logical and touching speech, Xiaoming was not angry but wanted to laugh. Angry? Who is the real angry person? It's obviously you idiots who want to throw dirty water but get taught a lesson instead. Right? Are the people who say these things brainless? Even if you want to throw dirty water, you should at least choose a more reliable excuse. Right? Everyone knows that the slime clan is brave, good at fighting, barbaric and cruel. If they really want to attack the humans in the city, they can just do it directly. Is there any need to use such an efficient means? Besides, even if they really use poison, wouldn't it be better to use the poison of the Western Golden Scorpion? Why do they have to use food poisoning? Which guy with a missing brain stem came up with this propaganda war? This is too low level. Is it from the beautiful Chinese school? Although the methods of these nobles are so low level that Xiaoming is too lazy to even complain. He can't just ignore the situation in front of him. In any case, the people are the creatures that are most easily brainwashed and led astray. Otherwise, there would be no term. Internet Water Army. If these disgusting bugs really destroyed the trust he had worked so hard to build between the players and the residents of Sand City, he would definitely have a headache. However, what Xiaoming didn't expect was that before he could take action, someone in Sand City had already spoken up for slime. I also ate fried dumplings and steamed buns that day. So why didn't I get food poisoning? The person who spoke was a boy of about 11 or 12 years old, with shabby clothes on his body, and he seemed to be just a civilian. Seeing this, the noble lackeys who were fighting against the slimes drove him away angrily. Where did you come from? Little kid, get out of the way. Being pushed and shoved by someone, the boy fell to the ground, and his originally smooth skin was immediately scratched. This made the onlookers on the side feel dissatisfied. Everyone has seen how the slimes treat the residents in the city these days, and everyone can tell whether it is good or bad. On the other hand, those nobles and their subordinates have been doing bad things since the time of the previous or even the previous city lord. After the slime clan entered Jinsha City, these people rarely stayed quiet for a few days, but now they have revived and started to bully others. Not to mention whether the food poisoning is true or false. At least with the warm and friendly slime clan as a control group, the scale in everyone's heart has unconsciously tilted towards the slime clan and the bullied boy in front of them. In addition, the idea of people being the masters of their own country, which is often preached on the radio these days, made the residents of Jinsha City increasingly dislike these nobles. Why bully people like this? He is just a child. Is it necessary to do this? That's right. Do you still think this is the old Jinsha City? Things have changed a long time ago. Some brave people spoke first, and then more and more people joined the verbal battle. These nobles and their men could never imagine that the lowly people who could not be beaten with a few sticks in the past now dared to go against them, and even dared to curse in front of them. Where did these people get the courage? In anger and shock, these old-time nobles and their vassals took out their guns and shot at these civilians mercilessly. Some players were keenly aware of the intentions of these people, and in just a moment, they activated their defensive skills to cover these innocent people. As for those players with powerful attack skills, they were all ready to fight. Finally, I have been waiting for it. I knew there would be a second wave of battle. If the tiger doesn't show its might, you think I'm Hello Kitty? Come on, brothers. Show them some color. Amid the shouts of battle, the players unleashed their ultimate moves and rushed towards these arrogant old-time termites. In an instant, people and horses fell to the ground, looking at the group of ferocious slimes in front of them. These evil guys were terrified. Oh my god of the universe. Where on earth did these slimes come from? Chapter 242 New Code of Jinsha City. Squeak. In the damp and dark cell, several sleek black-haired rats crawled in through the cracks in the cell wall. Seeing this, the nobles shrank to the corners of the wall for fear of encountering these dirty rodents. After being severely punished by the players, these people have lost their previous arrogance. With their swollen pig heads, they even look a little weak, helpless and pitiful. Fortunately, the rats didn't seem to notice them. After drilling out of the hole in the wall, they squeaked a few times and rushed directly towards the people on the other side of the wall. Seeing the big rats rushing towards them, Balder and his men on the opposite side were shocked. Damn it! Get out of here! With the same pig head as the others, this fat noble lord kept screaming and retreating, as if these rats would eat people. Although these rats do eat people, especially rotten corpses. In the past, this dungeon was full of death row prisoners, and the city lord never wasted food on death row prisoners. Therefore, countless death row prisoners starved to death here. Since these rats make their nests here, it goes without saying what their food is. Seeing this, the nobles in the corners huddled together in fear. These nobles, who are now innocent, never thought that one day they would be locked up in this dark death row. They didn't expect that things would develop completely differently from their plans. Originally, Balder wanted to take this opportunity to drive all these slimes out of Jinsha City, but he never thought that he would lose more than he gained. Not only did they fail to get rid of the slimes, but they also fell into such a situation. Thinking of this, they couldn't help but feel regretful. Why did they provoke those slimes? Wouldn't it be better to stay comfortably at home? When the nobles felt regretful, Xiao Ming was very happy. Because of the stupid actions of this group of people, the attitude of the common people in Jinsha City towards the noble class is becoming more and more dissatisfied. The past grievances boiled up like boiling water. A knife to punish the nobles was handed to him. In order to calm the people's grievances, the Golden Slime Lord imitated the ancient Qintian De Yi and gave these people the opportunity to sue and appeal, seeing that the slime chief was willing to give them justice. For a time, the people who were oppressed by the nobles in the past came to the door one after another. Dear Lord of the Golden Slime City, please do me justice. I saw an old man crying and complaining 3 years ago. My daughter worked as a maid in Bader's mansion, but I never thought that the old beast fell in love with my daughter and wanted to rape her. My poor daughter was only 15 years old, and she hit the wall and committed suicide because she couldn't bear the humiliation. When it came to the sad part, the old man burst into tears. Influenced by the old man, the other people in the court couldn't help but become depressed. In Jinsha City, the old man's family was not the only one whose daughters were bullied by nobles. However, in the past, everyone just swallowed their anger. After all, they were just ants. How could they go head-on with those big shots? Now that the old man has set a precedent, Many people who have suffered the same fate have come to the city lord's mansion to report the case. Of course, in addition to such bad behavior as raping other people's wives and daughters, those nobles have done many other bad things. Things like intimidation and threats are trivial. Beating people to death and encroaching on people's property are everywhere. Xiaoming hired several young players to record the case, and recorded dozens of thick notes. With so much evidence in hand, Xiaoming had a legitimate reason to take action against these nobles. So the wise Qingtian Lord, the chief of the Golden Slime clan, issued an order to confiscate the property of these nobles, and divide a part of their property as mental damages for these victims. Those nobles imprisoned in the dungeon had no idea that the money accumulated by their family for centuries had all turned into phantoms. On the contrary, Xiaoming and the Slime clan instantly established a high enough prestige among the residents of Jinsha City through this incident. Long live the slime! Long live the Golden Slime City Lord! Outside the city lord's mansion, countless citizens shouted the name of Slime. As loyal believers of the Golden Slime and the Slime God, the Mi sisters and Jijuer who witnessed all this were uncontrollably excited. After a long time, the gods finally brought freedom and happiness to Jinsha City. From now on, all oppressed civilians can live with dignity. No longer have to face the beatings and scoldings of those landlords and nobles in fear. Thinking of this, Mina couldn't help but clench her fists, and an indescribable passion instantly surged into her heart. After this, more and more people in Jinsha City will worship and trust the Golden Slime Lord and the gods. Perhaps she can record the deeds of the Golden Slime Lord and the gods, and then compile them into a book to spread to other farther places. In this way, even in places where the gods have not yet arrived, everyone can understand their great achievements. Like the NPCs, the little players also feel excited. Is this the state of the full reputation value of the Jinsha City area? It's so awesome! The brick-carrying boy sighed, looking at this scene. Who would have thought that not long ago, the residents in the city still avoided them? But now, everyone is shouting the name of the Golden Slime, and shouting long live the Slime clan. Da Pengzhanqi analyzed thoughtfully, after completely overthrowing the unscrupulous rule of the landlords and the old nobles. The next step should be to reform the system. Right? As Da Pengzhanqi guessed, Xiaoming is indeed working on promoting the reform of the Jinsha City system. There is no rule without rules. In order to make Jinsha City develop in a better direction, it is very necessary to draft a new code to establish a new system. However, since the cultural level of most residents in the city is not high, all the provisions of the law must be written in a simple and easy to understand way. As for the details, they can be standardized and supplemented later. As the Minister of Internal Affairs of Jinsha City, Bo Xios has a certain understanding of Jinsha City. So with the help of him and Andrew, a new code of Jinsha City was born. The new code deleted the unreasonable parts of the old laws, such as the fact that bureaucrats and nobles had a higher status than commoners and had the power to dispose of their lives. In addition, many new contents have been added. For example, the abolition of the hierarchy of nobles, commoners and slaves. All people are born equal. For example, intentional homicide will be sentenced to death, and provoking fights will be sentenced to imprisonment and labor. The length of imprisonment depends on the severity of the case, ranging from 1 month to 5 years. In addition, theft and malicious damage to other people's property will be sentenced to imprisonment and labor according to the specific amount involved. In the past, most of the murders in Jinsha City occurred when nobles persecuted civilians. Ordinary people naturally did not dare to say anything to those noble masters. So basically nothing happened. Although there were fights, they were basically just minor disputes. And the guards in the city would not care about such trivial matters. No one cared about murder and fighting. And naturally no one cared about stealing. So this new code of Jinsha City shocked the whole Jinsha City as soon as it was launched. These slime masters actually care about these trivial matters? It's unbelievable. Of course, compared to these administrative and security regulations that seem normal to the players. What shocked the people of Jinsha City more was the land issue, including the former city lord. Most of the nobles in Jinsha City own a huge amount of land. It can be said that they are the largest landlords on the deserted planet. Now that the nobles have been imprisoned, these huge amounts of land have naturally been taken over by the Slime clan. Originally, everyone thought that the Slimes would take the land for themselves after taking it over. But they never thought that the Golden Slime City Lord actually distributed the land to the long-term workers who originally worked for the nobles, giving them the right to use the land, in addition to paying a certain proportion of grain to the Slime clan every year. They can choose to keep or sell the rest of the land output. When the long-term workers heard this clause, they looked unbelievable, as if they were afraid of hearing it wrong. They asked in a trembling voice, Are you telling the truth? Of course. Xiao Ming smiled at the honest farmers in front of him. These are the laws written in black and white in the new code of Jinsha City. You can rest assured. Hearing this, the farmhands burst into tears of joy. They worked hard to farm for the nobles all their lives, but their annual income was very small. They thought that this life would just pass like this. Who would have thought that one day the land of those nobles could be used completely by them? And they only had to pay a small part of the tax? Such a good thing they didn't even dare to dream of before. It's thanks to the Slime clan that they took over Jinsha City. And it's thanks to the new city lord being the Golden Slime. They can have the opportunity to change their destiny. However, the changes in this land are far more than that. Under Xiao Ming's proposal, Jinsha City will establish the first welfare school. The school will be divided into 3 parts: primary school, junior high school, and high school. The primary school teaches arithmetic and wild star characters, and all children over 6 years old and under 12 years old can attend. Children over 12 years old and under 15 years old can attend the junior high school. In addition to basic mathematics and the wild planet language, you need to learn 6 other courses: biology, physics, chemistry, politics, history, geography. As for the remaining high school departments, they are just like the real world, divided into arts and sciences. Nothing special. You ask why they don't teach Chinese? Joke. What if these NPCs learn Chinese, and the game is exposed in the future? Xiao Ming will not do such a thing that will only hurt himself. Back to the point. Although the school is currently structured like this, considering the illiteracy rate in Jinsha City, Xiao Ming decided to arrange a mixed preschool class before the 3 branches are officially put into use. Wait until the education is on track in the future before officially investing in this system. In addition to the welfare school specially run for children, the city will also open a night school, namely the Adult Education College. Adults who are illiterate but want to learn can sign up for night school to study. Of course, both welfare schools and night schools are free of tuition and miscellaneous fees. Although the vast majority of residents are not very interested in schools, there are still some people who send their children to welfare schools to study with the mentality that it is free anyway, although the purpose is not correct. This is a very good start for literacy work. After all, reading can enlighten people and help them get rid of ignorant thoughts. Only when a person's thoughts change can he have a chance to embrace a better future. The only problem is the teacher. Xiao Ming narrowed his eyes. Who should be asked to do this thankless job? Chapter 243 Western Industrial Park. Players? Language communication is a big problem. Although players have translators who can roughly understand what the natives of the wasteland are saying, the residents of Jinsha City cannot understand Chinese. Although he has included the residents in the city into the tribe of the Slime Village, the translation function given to these new villagers by the summoner has a great flaw. Except for the Slime Chief, they cannot understand what any other players say. The reason for all this is that the soul and body of the Slime Chief are both in the wasteland, while the player only has a body in the wasteland, and the soul and consciousness are on Earth. Therefore, the translator cannot be synchronized. For this point, Xiao Ming seriously suspects that this may be a safety deliberately set by the summoner to prevent players from having in-depth exchanges with NPCs. Otherwise, according to the intelligence of these players, the game will most likely not be concealed. Back to the point. Although some players do have the qualifications to become teachers, but objective conditions do not allow it. After all, how can students learn if they don't even understand what the teacher is saying? What's more, there are characters in the Wild Star language in the primary education curriculum, which players definitely can't do. The remaining mathematics. Just teach simple addition, subtraction, multiplication and division. And there should be people in the city. Otherwise, how did the children of the nobles and bureaucrats learn characters and arithmetic? They must have hired a tutor. Xiao Ming's guess was soon verified by Andrew. The old nobles of Jinsha City did have the habit of hiring tutors to teach their children. In addition to characters and arithmetic, they also let their children learn art courses such as musical instruments and painting, so as to ensure that their offspring have the so-called elegant aristocratic temperament. Seeing Xiao Ming asking about tutors, Andrew quickly guessed his intention. Sir, do you want to ask those tutors to teach those children? Yes. Seeing Andrew hesitate to speak, Xiao Ming asked, what's wrong? This matter is probably not that easy. Andrew frowned. Many of those tutors were hereditary. They taught aristocratic families for generations. According to the current situation, I am afraid. Although he didn't say all the words, it was not difficult for Xiao Ming to hear the hidden meaning. These people might not want to. Such a mentality is not difficult to understand. In fact, it is the same as the sales assistants of luxury goods such as Hermes. Because they serve high-end customers every day and are used to seeing rich people, they feel good about themselves. So they have the illusion that they are also people of this class and can spend freely in the store. For these tutors who go in and out of the aristocratic mansions all year round, they probably have already regarded themselves as one of the aristocratic class. Although the aristocracy is gone now, it does not prevent them from continuing to dream. It is very simple to face such people. Just let him see the reality. Thinking of this, Xiao Ming gave Andrew a reassuring look and said, Jinsha City has changed a long time ago. And these vassals of the old aristocracy should also recognize the reality earlier. If you continue to live with false fantasies, you will starve to death sooner or later. If they are smart, believe me, they will not turn down this job offer. Hearing this, Andrew lowered his head. You are right. I will contact him right away. Watching Andrew's back as he left, Xiao Ming narrowed his eyes. It doesn't matter if he really refuses. He actually has 2 suitable candidates under his command. For example, Elpis, who is known as the top artificial intelligence and biological scientist in Gulba. Another example is Dr. Dyke from the Omega Star of the Future Alliance. They are all high-level intellectuals, and it is obviously not a problem to teach courses of elementary school difficulty. They can even cover junior high and high school courses. Of course, why use a butcher knife to kill a chicken? Xiao Ming doesn't want to waste talents like this unless it's a last resort. Compared to teaching in school, he hopes that they can make a difference in scientific research. Thinking of this, Xiao Ming suddenly paused. Remember that the 2 little players on Zukum Star reported to him 2 days ago that the recovery potion was sold out and they needed to purchase another batch of goods. Calculating the time, the second batch of recovery potions should be almost made. Right? Maybe he should go to Elpis to purchase goods. While Xiao Ming was busy going to the laboratory to purchase goods, the players on the other side were also busy. In the past 2 days, Cinnabar and Stibnite shipped from Zukum Star have arrived at the barren planet one after another. Since Xiao Ming had previously instructed the industrial players in the game, the raw materials can be extracted and processed after the ore arrives. So, the players dragged the newly arrived ore to the industrial park in the west. Considering the problem of industrial pollution, the heavy industry of the Slime Clan has now begun to move to the west. Anyway, the west is vast and sparsely populated, and no matter how much trouble it makes, it will not affect the local residents. On the other hand, the NPCs and players in the 2 western strongholds can still help his industrial park. Apart from anything else, so many prisoners in prison number 9 are a good labor force. What's even better is that you don't need to pay them wages to work. You just need to provide them with earth delicacies made by players. After all, people in prison have no other entertainment and pastime. Just like that. Very satisfied. Western Steel Plant. The forging and production of steel is in full swing. Looking around, countless prisoners in striped prison uniforms shuttled through workshops of all sizes to carry out assembly line operations. Today, the deserted planet has fully entered winter. Although there is no snowfall in the west, the temperature still drops to around 0 degrees. Fortunately, there is a furnace burning in the factory, so it is not cold at all in the factory. After this period of training, they have changed from being ignorant to assembly line workers who are proficient in production skills. Some prisoners with good performance and strong learning ability have even been promoted to workshop directors to be in charge of the production work of a workshop. At the beginning, Brad, the new warden of prison number 9, who had just taken office not long ago, was quite dissatisfied and felt that prisoners should not be given such great power. But Xiao Ming disagreed with this. In his opinion, if you doubt someone, don't use him. And if you use someone, don't doubt him. A qualified boss must not only be good at using people, but also dare to use them. In order to make such a group of prisoners work harder, the reward mechanism is very important. Ordinary workers value money and dignity the most. As long as these 2 points are met, employees will be very conscious and devote themselves to work. For these prisoners who have lost their freedom, power is equivalent to money and dignity as a worker. Everyone needs motivation. Even prisoners. Just a little power can make them feel their importance, and thus be motivated to work harder. Why not? As for whether they will rebel after getting power, there is no need to worry about that. There are so many players in the entire Western stronghold. If there is any trouble, are they afraid that they can't handle it? Facts have proved that Xiaoming's inference is very correct. Under the management of the players, the entire Western Industrial Park is very peaceful, even calmer than most prisons on the deserted planet. These prisoners have never made any trouble. This also surprised Brad. How did they do it? Fortunately, the prisoners were unaware of this. If they knew, they would definitely roll their eyes to the sky. What a joke. These slimes are so fierce. Who dares to make trouble? Do they want to be punched in the head? Or do they want to be blown to pieces by explosives? No matter how cruel they are just bodies after all. And they can't compare with these slimes that have mastered extraordinary power. No one wants to test the law if they can live well. Besides, it's not cold to work here. And the warm factory is much more comfortable than the cold cell. The most important thing is that the food cooked by slime is delicious. The players are not as meticulous as these NPCs. After all, there are too many things in the game that need them to create. At this moment, in the number 6 factory of the Western Industrial Park, a machine gun with a length of 3.405 meters and a weight of 154.6 kilograms is quietly displayed in the center. This is a machine gun that imitates the M-Country Mk-44 Bushmaster 2 chain gun, which can fire 30 mm x 173 mm machine gun SH/LS. In addition, it can also change the caliber of the machine gun like Mk-44, and the method only needs to replace the barrel and several key parts. After changing the caliber, it can fire 40 mm x 180 mm machine gun SH/LS. Its effective range is 2,000 meters, and the maximum range is 4,000 meters. It can fire powerful SH/LS such as, in addition to being installed on tanks and airplanes, this thing is also used by the Americans on warships. In short, it is a very brutal weapon. Of course, the one made by the players is just an A-grade product. The genuine operating system also has a forward-looking infrared sensor, a low-light TV camera, and a laser rangefinder equipped with a closed-loop tracking system. Due to the limitations of conditions, these things cannot be made at present. So this imitation Mk-44 is still just a semi-finished product with only a SH/L. But even so, its creator is very excited. Ha! I finally made it. I saw Gotham Iron Man said excitedly, as long as this thing is installed on the plane I made. My Iron Man #1 glider can be upgraded to the 2nd generation of Death Iron Man. The little apprentice standing by couldn't help asking, why not Iron Man #2? Without waiting for Gotham Brother to answer, Fei Kayley took over the conversation, because the master disliked that the name was not imposing enough. Those who know me are also happy. Gotham gave his apprentice a teachable look, and then said, the American combat transport aircraft equipped with Mk-44 has the nickname Angel of Death. My masterpiece is called Iron Man of Death. There is nothing wrong with that. Hearing Gotham's boasting, Su Chen-jin, a weapon manufacturing expert in the distance, couldn't help but twitch his skin. He admitted that this player named Gotham was indeed quite capable. But high-end weapons were not the kind that could be made with just some chemicals. In addition to its own powerful power, it also required precision and concealment. If he, an outsider, could make it so easily, then the ATK company in the United States wouldn't have to hire a large number of scientific researchers to conduct research. Thinking of this, Professor Su shook his head. Although it was true, he still didn't say such offensive words. Anyway, this was just a game. And now everyone was working in an industrial park. And they would see each other every day. So there was no need to make the relationship rigid. Thinking of this, he lowered his head and continued to draw the weapon structure diagram. Fools have their own luck. So let him continue to be happy. Chapter 244 New Year's Eve Event. City Lord's Mansion. Looking at the data report automatically summarized by the background of the summoner, Xiaoming's mouth curled up with a satisfied arc. In the past 20 days, the welfare school in Jinsha City has accommodated nearly 100 students. And more than 70 people have signed up for the night school. Although most of the night school students are long-term workers from the slime farm. This is a good start, because someone took the lead. The number of students in both the welfare school and the night school has been increasing day by day, since the first batch of admitted students are of different ages, and most of them have never been to school. The welfare school also adopts a mixed class system like the night school. The teachers who taught in the welfare school and the night school were once the tutors of the children of the nobles in Jinsha City. After those nobles were confiscated and imprisoned, these tutors lost their jobs. Later, Andrew came to the door with the task given by Xiaoming. Although there are still some tutors who are too arrogant and unwilling to teach the so-called inferior people, some smart people have recognized the reality and accepted Andrew's invitation. Although the newly established school does have some problems in terms of standardization, it does not hinder the overall teaching results. Whether it is a 6-year-old child, a farmhand, or some vendors in the city, the number of people who can read and write in the entire Jinsha city and slime farm is now greatly increasing. Xiaoming decided to implement such a learning system in the western base after the educational results in the east had shown certain results. You should know that on Earth, in addition to letting prisoners operate sewing machines, some prisons will also organize prisoners to learn various knowledge in class to avoid being out of touch with society after being released from prison. Although the prisoners in prison number 9 are gradually understanding some industrial operation processes in the factory labor, it is always better to have more skills. It is not bad to let them read more and learn more. Moreover, this is also a great opportunity for these prisoners to reform themselves and become a new person. When any society develops to a certain extent, the basic labor force will gradually develop towards advanced labor. After all, if everyone is screwing screws, who will be responsible for creation in the future? In addition to knowing words, you must also learn to read and draw engineering drawings. Only in this way can you be promoted to a higher position. As the position becomes higher, the salary will also increase accordingly. For example, senior employees will have one more dish and dessert for each meal. I believe that the prisoners who have been conquered by the player's skills should not be able to resist this temptation. Of course, you have to eat one bite at a time, and you can't rush this kind of thing. In addition to the smooth progress of the literacy campaign, what makes Xiaoming most gratified is the development of the industrial zone. Because there are certain raw materials, players are more and more willing to let go of their hands and feet in today's industrial production. Although it is still a long way from the most ideal state in his mind, it is indeed on the right track. Thinking of this, Xiaoming looked out the window. It is now late December, and more than half of the winter on the barren planet has passed. In another month, the weather will almost start to warm up. By then, you can start preparing for spring plowing. But before that, Xiaoming's eyes stayed on the hottest red post on the forum in front of him. New Year's Eve is coming soon. How are you going to spend it? The post was posted by a player with the ID Big Eye Cute Girl. Xiaoming had some impression of this player, who entered the game during the reconstruction of prison number 9 in version 1.16. Because she didn't like to move bricks, she basically did life-related professional tasks on weekdays. Recently, she and her good sister who she met in the game set up a stall in Jinsha City to sell handmade candied haws and even sugar paintings. This surprised Xiaoming a little. Candied haws are not difficult to make, but traditional handicrafts such as sugar paintings require special learning and practice to make. This also made him sigh again that there are many hidden talents in the game. I thought they were all a group of ordinary otakus, but it turned out that everyone had skills. As for how to spend New Year's Eve, the players' responses in the post were different. Some said they spent it with family and friends. Some said they spent it with their girlfriends. The latter naturally attracted a group of single dogs. Of course, there are more people who have said that it's not good to lie at home and play games on New Year's Eve. Even if you don't play games, you can still lie on the sofa and watch a New Year's Eve concert or something. Seeing this, Xiaoming's thoughts gradually drifted away. He remembered that he came to this world because he died suddenly while working overtime in May. Is it the end of the year so soon now? Thinking of this, he suddenly showed some emotion in his eyes. His parents died 2 years ago. Because he is an only child, he has no other brothers and sisters in the family. Although there are relatives in his hometown, they have not been in contact for many years. It can be said that he was a lonely person before crossing. Because he was a lonely person, he didn't think about finding a way to return to Earth after crossing and rebirth. After all, his body on Earth has died and cremated. The funeral was still organized by colleagues and friends in the company. Although there is no one on Earth that he cares about, it has to be said that after this, he sometimes misses the days when he lived on Earth. And this New Year's Eve seems to be one of them. Although he had never taken it seriously before, he would have almost forgotten about it if it weren't for the post by the player. Perhaps he could take this opportunity to hold an event in the game? New Year's Eve is the end of the year and the beginning of the new year, which has special significance for both the residents of Jinsha City and the slime clan represented by Xiaoming. And as far as he knows, there are almost no festivals to celebrate in Jinsha City and other places on the deserted planet. After all, The situation on the entire planet is so bad. What can be celebrated? Even if there is, this festival is not for ordinary people. It is already very difficult for ordinary people to fill their stomachs. So how can they have the leisure to celebrate the festival? When the Bordeaux farm and Jinsha City were captured before, the players held celebration banquets in both places. Let's not talk about the farm, because the farmhands have received invitations to attend the meeting. On the Jinsha City side, the residents at that time were secretly peeping, their eyes full of curiosity and envy. It can be seen that they are extremely eager for the celebration. If a proper festival celebration can be held, it will not only make the players happy, but also make the residents of Jinsha City more supportive of the slime clan and identify with the slime culture. Anyway, after New Year's Eve is New Year's Day, and some small activities with New Year's Day characteristics can be held at that time. The more Xiaoming thought about it, the more he felt that this was a good idea. However, considering the problem of food and budget, this celebration event must not be too extravagant. It would be great if there was a celebration plan that was both cost-effective and interesting. Although he once worked in the planning department of a game company, Xiaoming had never done offline event planning. In order to improve this plan, based on the principle of brainstorming, Xiaoming opened the search function of the summoner and Baidu how the New Year's Eve activities were arranged in various places. You don't know if you don't search, and you'll be shocked when you search. What kind of New Year's Eve in a bar, camping, game hall, and even in a cat cafe? After reading the cases on the internet, Xiaoming couldn't help but sigh. City people really know how to have fun. It's a pity that some of the ways to play provided by netizens cannot be fully tried out in Sand City. In the end, Xiaoming decided to adopt the two most traditional options: market and concert. Eating, drinking, and having fun at the market is the traditional way of celebrating the festival of the Chinese nation. Let's talk about the concert. How can New Year's Eve be without a New Year's Eve concert? Although the New Year's Eve concert in the game cannot invite celebrities to sing and perform like several major TV stations, he still has 400 players. He doesn't believe that there are no talent shows among these small players. Dancing. It seems not very convenient after turning into a slime. The local natives can't understand language arts such as crosstalk and sketches. As for musical instrument performances, there are no instruments familiar to the earth in the game. If players really want to perform, they may have to do it now, but they don't know if they can catch up. After excluding this, there are only singing, magic shows, and juggling. It doesn't matter if you don't understand the words of singing. Anyway, music has no borders, and people just listen to the melody and rhythm. Haven't you seen a group of people who failed English in real life always listening to English songs? As for magic shows and juggling, although this does not require language communication, it may not be suitable for the theme of the concert. It may work well to put it in the market. Thinking of this, Xiaoming silently crossed out these two items. With an idea in mind, Xiaoming began to type the update announcement of the New Year's Eve plus New Year's Day activities in the background. The first New Year celebration event of Wild Star World is about to be launched, and the double celebration of New Year's Eve plus New Year's Day is hot. Golden Slime Chief, in the past year, we have expanded the slime tribe and also expanded the tribe's base. In order to comfort all the tribesmen for their efforts this year, we will hold a 2-day celebration. Event time, 10 a.m. on December 31 ST 18:00 p.m. on January 1st, New Year's Eve market. 1900 hours p.m. on December 31 ST 24:00, New Year's Eve concert. Event location, Sand City Center Plaza. Participation method, New Year's Eve market. Players can click this link to fill out the registration form between the day the update announcement is issued and before 1800 hours on December 29th to participate. The types of stalls include, but are not limited to, catering and handicrafts. P.S. The New Year's Eve market is prohibited from selling dangerous goods, such as firearms, ammunition, and controlled knives. New Year's Eve concert. The participation method is the same as above. Players can voluntarily sign up to participate in the concert performance. The performance content is limited to singing. It should be noted that all programs need to participate in the evaluation. The final winner can get the title of Slime King. Players who rank in the top 10 can get the title of Slime Top 10 Singers. For all tribesmen who participate in the event, the Slime Chief will also prepare a mysterious gift. It is better to act than to be moved. So hurry up and sign up. After checking the entire update announcement from beginning to end to make sure there is no problem, Xiaoming posted it on the official website. Don't you think the activities in the game are too liver and boring? Now the official is doing something. Let's go and play. When the event announcement was issued, It happened to coincide with the peak period when players were offline, and the activity on the forum was at its highest level of the day. After seeing the official event announcement, the players were immediately excited. Gotham Iron Man, why is there no dance option on the program of the party? I want to go up and do a breakdance. Fried Kidney Flower, squinting smile, oh, you can also breakdance? Gotham Iron Man, my university was a breakdance club. Okay. Picking nose. Big IQ girl, although. But, wasn't breakdance popular in my dad's era? Brick-carrying boy, +1. I want to be famous. I feel that Gotham has exposed its age, squinting smile. Gotham Iron Man, picking nose, picking nose, picking nose. I am your father, although. It seems that the slime's body can't dance. Right? Could it be a trampoline performance on the stage? Fried Kidney Flower, Poochie. They Kaylee, why is there no crosstalk skit in the party? The lily of my hometown bloomed. Maybe it's because the NPC doesn't know Chinese? After all, people can't understand language arts. Hey Gulong Dongqiang, it's decided. I want to participate in the New Year's Eve concert competition. I want to be the Slime King. Fried Kidney Flower, Lao Hei sings so well. Maybe he can really win the title of Singer King. Gotham Iron Man, the Singer King is mine, sunglasses. Hey Gulong Dongqiang, okay. Let's compete on the day of the concert. Fried Kidney Flower at Gotham Iron Man. Aren't you a breakdancer? Can you sing too? Gotham Iron Man, I'm good at both singing and dancing, picking my nose. Fried Kidney Flower, 6. By Wuchang, the bets are placed. The century showdown between Gotham and Lao Hei. Who will win the title of Slime Singer King? Let's see the analysis of the New Year's Eve concert. Fried Kidney Flower at Bai Wucheng. How much is one bet? I'll buy 100 bets for Lao Hei. Ultraman of Light, and me. I'm your father, and me. Pork stewed with vermicelli, count me in. Fried Kidney Flower, damn it. Hashtag UNR and UN. Chapter 245 New Year's Eve. Desolate Star World. Jinsha City. 11:30 a.m. The welfare school rang the bell on time, and the students walked out of the classroom in a crowd to prepare for lunch. Those who lived close to home went home to eat directly, and those who lived far away brought their own dry food. Yushue did not choose to go home. His home was far from the school, and because the lunch break was short, in order to avoid going back and forth, he also learned to bring his own lunch like other students who lived far away. The staple food for lunch was desert potatoes. There was no complicated cooking technique. Just boiled it in water and sprinkled a little coarse salt as seasoning. To be honest, this thing was not delicious at all. At least it was far worse than the food called buns and dumplings made by the slime adults. But he had no choice at the moment. After all, no matter how delicious the buns and dumplings were, they could not stand eating every day, especially when he quit his job as a newspaper boy. The financial burden of the family fell on his brother's shoulders alone. In fact, according to his age, his brother Yuka could also go to welfare school, but because he still had an electrician job and could not take care of his studies during the day, he chose to go to night school. Anyway, his brother will be 18 in a few months, and he also meets the age for night school enrollment. The young boy ate a piece of wasteland potato, opened the old notebook in his hand, and read the text on it carefully. These were all copied in class, for the convenience of review after class. After all, there are too many people in a class, and even if the teacher is willing to answer, he can't take care of everyone. Sand City. Yushue whispered and gestured with his fingers on the cover of the notebook to show the writing method of the text in front of him. Teacher Jasmine, who taught the characters of the Wasteland Star, told them that they should read and write more often so that they can progress faster. In the past month, he has learned many characters, including his own and his brother's names, the names of neighbors and classmates, and the writing methods of many words. What's more proud is that in addition to characters, he also learned addition, subtraction, multiplication and division. By the way, his multiplication was actually taught by the Lord of the Golden Slime City. It is hard to imagine that such a big man who is in charge of a city can be so close to the people. Since the establishment of the school, he would appear outside the classroom from time to time to listen to Teacher Jasmine's Wild Star language class. I don't know if it is because of the presence of the Lord of the Slime City, but every time when Teacher Jasmine is in class, she is more nervous than usual. Of course, the kind Lord of the city said that he was just passing by and listened casually, so she shouldn't be too nervous. Although such persuasion did not have much effect when it came to the math class. Mr. Peter, who taught math, suffered a greater blow. Because in the teaching of multiplication, the Lord of the Golden Slime City actually proposed a more convenient algorithm. At first, Mr. Peter did not believe it, until he witnessed the teaching demonstration of the Lord of the Golden Slime City with his own eyes. He was shocked and speechless. I have to say that this thing called the multiplication table is really amazing. With it, all the multiplications of numbers from 1 to 9 can be easily concluded, and the answer to the division can be deduced from it. Compared to these students, Mr. Pete was obviously much more shocked. He asked the Golden Slime City Lord with excitement how he came up with such an algorithm. At that time, the Slime City Lord paused. He seemed a little hesitant. But soon, he gave the answer. Everything was the guidance given by the God of the universe. Hearing this, not only Mr. Pete, but all the students including him were shocked at the time. The legend that the Slime Clan is the messenger of the God of the universe has been circulating in Jinsha City. These rumors first came from the long-term workers of the slime farm. But those slimes never expressed their opinions in person. Therefore, everyone just listened to it as a rumor, and no one took it as true. But now, hearing the Golden Slime City Lord's answer, it is obvious that his attitude is clear. Yes, only the God of the universe can come up with such a magical multiplication algorithm. And the Golden Slime City Lord, who taught them the multiplication formula, is obviously the messenger of the God of the universe. No wonder the Slime Clan will enter Jinsha City and overthrow the rule of the old city lord and those noble lords. Even welfare schools and night schools were established in the city. All this is the will of the God of the universe. For a moment, Yuka couldn't help but feel his blood boiling. Must study hard. While the learning atmosphere of the welfare school became more and more intense, the enthusiasm of the players on the other side for the New Year's Eve activities was unprecedentedly high. In order to win the Singing King competition in the New Year's Eve concert, the microphone masters took out their hidden skills in their daily lives. From time to time, the sound of practice can be heard from the open space and the grove. The vast horizon is my love, and the flowers are blooming at the foot of the rolling green mountains. Yalasu. That is the Qing Tibet High. Cough cough cough. Rakshasa country is 26,000 miles to the east. Even the most beautiful singing voice will become as unpleasant as noise after mixing with the voices of countless people. However, even so, this cannot dampen the enthusiasm of the microphone masters. They immerse themselves in their own affectionate singing, and even competed with each other for high notes. The best among them are Gotham Iron Man and Black Gu Long Dong Chong. Xiaoming had heard about the competition between the two singers, but he thought it was just a joke between players. It was not until he heard the two singing in the bushes that he realized he was completely wrong. These two can sing too well. The pitch was so high that it almost deafened his ears. Thinking of this, Xiaoming's face wrinkled into a bun, and he sighed and left this place of right and wrong. Of course, in addition to the solo singers, some players also formed bands or groups, providing a new way to play the Concert King PK. After all, the registration form did not say that groups were not allowed to participate. In short, there were rock singers, folk singers, and idol group songs. There were all kinds of music styles. Some even sang Peking opera directly. Looking at the full range of performances in front of him, Xiaoming couldn't help but secretly marvel. It seems that there is nothing that players can't do except what he can't think of. These little players really have special skills. The players who participated in the concert were busy, and the players who signed up for the New Year's Eve market were also busy. After all, this is a great opportunity to promote your own store in Jinsha City. And you can also make money. So why not? Those who prepare goods, set up stalls, and make signs are all busy. The residents of Jinsha City also noticed the unusual behavior of the slimes. Although these slimes were also so busy every day in the past, they were not as happy as they were recently. What's going on? Yuka, who was about to go home after get off work, saw the scene in front of him and asked curiously. On the side, the owner of the bakery said, I heard from the city lord that there seems to be a celebration in 2 days. Those slimes seem to be preparing for the celebration. Celebration? Yuka was a little surprised. Why is there a celebration for no reason? In fact, it is not strictly called a celebration. The Golden Slime City Lord said it was called New Year's Eve event. New Year's Eve event? Yuka couldn't help but be curious when he suddenly heard a new word. Because the new year is coming soon. Holding a New Year's Eve event is also to bid farewell to the last day of this year, and also to pray for a better next year. As he said, the bakery owner paused and said, but I have never heard of any New Year's Eve event in my life. Maybe this is a festival for slimes. Looking at them like this, This celebration should be very important. Yuka had no doubts about this answer. After all, these slimes can always do many incredible things. Thinking about it this way, it doesn't seem strange that they would celebrate the transition between the old and the new year. Seeing Yuka retract his gaze, the bakery owner smiled and said, "If you have time in 2 days, you can bring your brother to see the excitement. It is said that the slime market will be open until the evening of the next day, and there will be many performances that night." The boss's words moved Yuka's faith and asked, "When will this New Year's Eve event start? Where will it be held?" "It seems to be in the square in the center of the city, on the last day of this month." The bakery owner smiled and said, "I plan to close the shop for a day and take my family there to join in the fun." Just like the Golden Slime City Lord said, after a year of hard work, it's time to take a break and relax. Although many players on the forum said that they would spend New Year's Eve with their family, friends and lovers. When the event started, slimes were everywhere. On New Year's Eve, the square in the center of Sand City was even more lively. Players participating in the New Year's Eve market had already set up stalls around the square. There were stalls selling hot dry noodles, hot and sour noodles, steamed dumplings, steamed buns, barbecue and hot milk tea. In addition to food, there were also many handicraft stalls, folding fans, lanterns, sachets, oil paper umbrellas, straw backpacks, all of which were dazzling. Since the next day was New Year's Day, the style of these stalls was antique. Players living in the flower-growing home may have been accustomed to it, but this was an extremely novel experience for the residents of Sand City. Many residents of Jinsha City who passed by stopped to watch. "What is that? It's so beautiful. Is this an umbrella? It looks like it's made of paper. Can paper umbrellas also protect against rain? I like this thing called a sachet, which is beautiful and smells good." Art knows no borders. Although everyone has a pair of eyes that appreciate beauty, the most popular stalls in the market are still catering. The steamed buns and dumpling stalls that I want to be popular have formed a long queue early. And on the other side, the lizard meat steamed buns made by Chef Wang, the chef god, are also loved by the residents of Jinsha City. Standing next to his brother, Yushua looked at the lively scene in front of him curiously. The strange aroma that came from the air from time to time made him swallow his saliva involuntarily. It smells so good. Noticing his brother's eager look, Yuka patted his shoulder and gestured, "Go buy whatever you want to eat." But Yushua shook his head. "The food made by Lord Slime is delicious, but expensive. Now that my brother is the only one in the family who makes money, how can he afford to spend it lavishly?" Yuka naturally knew his brother's concerns. But this was a rare celebration after all, and he wanted to make his family happy. Besides, he just got his salary recently, so just buying some food won't make him broke. After thinking about it, Yuka changed his words. "Didn't you say that the fried dumplings and candied haws were delicious and wanted me to try them? Now that I'm here, it seems unreasonable not to buy some to try." Hearing this, Yushua's eyes suddenly lit up. He looked around, then pulled his brother's sleeve and walked towards the stall in the distance. The market was very lively, and the square not far away was no less lively. A 20-meter-long stage was built on the open space. The stage was covered with a red carpet, and the gantry pillars above were also lit with colorful lights. Behind it was a bilingual background curtain in Chinese, and the language of the Wild Star. Slime New Year's Eve concert. Although the stage design was as simple as a campus art performance, it did not hinder the enthusiasm of the players. Finally, as everyone was looking forward to it, night fell. 7 p.m. in the desolate planet world. Accompanied by a pure white holy light, the leader, the golden slime, appeared on the stage. Amid the cheers of the players, it raised the microphone. The first Slime New Year's Eve concert officially began. Chapter 246 Slime King Battle. What is going on there? Why is it so lively? Looking at the brilliant lights from the central square in the distance, some passers-by looked over curiously. Should they be holding a New Year's Eve concert? I heard 2 days ago that the Lord of Slime City was going to hold a concert at the New Year's Eve event. A passerby who knew the situation explained enthusiastically. People in the city have heard about the New Year's Eve event these days. That is, this New Year's Eve concert. What is that? Did you see the stage in the square? The concert is to sing and perform on that stage. Who will sing? Who else? Of course, those slimes. I heard that they are going to compete. As he said that, the insider pointed to the tent set up opposite the stage and said, "Those are the judges' seats. I heard that Lord Andrew and Lord Perseus are also in the seats." The slimes are actually going to hold a singing competition? Ignoring the insignificant second half of the sentence, passers-by only paid attention to the first half. Hearing this, they immediately became interested. Let's go! Let's go and have a look. Looking at the crowds gathering around the central square, Mia nervously leaned towards her sister. This was her first time to take on such an important task. Although the work she was responsible for in the slime village was important, she didn't need to judge the gods' messengers. But now she has to score the performance of the gods' messengers in front of so many people, which really makes people feel psychologically stressed. The other 5 NPCs, who also sat on the judges' seats, also felt stressed. Mina, Jijur, Batu, Andrew and Boxius, because of the New Year's Eve concert singing King evaluation. These people were all invited by Xiaoming to serve as judges here. Of course, in addition to them, other players, and Xiaoming himself also have the right to vote. But as the patriarch, he has a larger proportion of votes. In addition to the title of King of Singers and Top 10 Singers, players who participate in the concert and set up stalls at the New Year's Eve market can also receive New Year's Eve event points. Activity points can be used for lottery. Prizes may be slime coins, food, or decorations that are useless except for being good-looking. Of course, if you are lucky, you can also draw small props from the advanced reward pool of the summoner. In order to draw enough slime evolution balls, Xiaoming spent a lot of points in the advanced reward pool. In addition to evolution balls and guns and ammunition, the advanced reward pool occasionally produces some strange props. For example, the powerful pill that can temporarily increase the strength of slimes by 20% after eating, and the amphibious skateboard. If you say it is useless, it seems to be a little useful. But if you say it is useful, it doesn't seem to be very useful. It is always some tasteless and useless. It is precisely because of this that Xiaoming will not put these things on the game warehouse. After all, players are not stupid. So how could they spend money to buy a bunch of useless things? So these props piled up more and more in Xiaoming's secret base. Fortunately, there was a lucky draw, so Xiaoming was able to clear the inventory. Let's get back to the point. Regardless of the event rewards, this New Year's Eve event itself is quite attractive. The festival itself is an atmosphere, and the purpose is to have fun. Besides, the concert, being able to perform on stage is a great opportunity that many players in the game dream of. Add to that the title of King of Singers. These are enough to make those players crazy. Even those players who don't participate in the competition can still watch the excitement. Right? After all, not everyone has the opportunity to be present at the slime version of I Am a Singer. Thinking of this, Xiaoming swept across the pairs of burning eyes in the audience and said, "Now, let us invite the first performer and contestant Sheep Village Fiangyang." The song he brought is. After glancing at the program list, Xiaoming couldn't help but twitch his skin. Love Until Death. How brave this little player is, challenging the high difficulty right from the start. I thought the person who practiced Qinghai Plateau before was already a tough guy, but I didn't expect this one to be a werewolf. Qinghai Plateau is just the last high note that is difficult to hold. But the climax of Love Until Death can make people faint. However, since the song was chosen by the player himself, it means that he has full confidence in his own ability. In this case, there is no need for him to worry about others. So, under the relieved eyes of the clan leader and the expectant eyes of the audience, the first player with the eye bag came on stage. The player with the ID name of Yongsuan Fiangyang came on stage with a wooden guitar and a long black wig. Xiaoming didn't know where this little player got so many props from, but judging from the style alone, it is indeed very suitable for this song. Crazy enough, rock style. The player Fiangyang stood in the center of the stage. According to the normal routine, he wanted to tap the microphone before singing and warm up his voice. However, in front of him was a standing microphone about 1.5 meters high, and his height at this time was only as high as the calf of an ordinary person. This was very embarrassing. Looking at the standing microphone in front of him, the player Fiangyang was silent. Height is not enough when it is needed. Who would have thought that in real life, he, who is 1.8 meters tall, would one day look up at the microphone? Just when he was thinking about whether to ask someone to help adjust the microphone, a figure suddenly appeared in the corner of the stage. The other party quickly adjusted the microphone to the lowest position, then moved a chair for him to the stage, and then quietly left. Andrew was relieved when he saw this. Then, he looked at Perxus unhappily. Perxus touched his beard awkwardly. He borrowed these microphones from the radio station in Sand City. because they were like this when he got them. He didn't think about adjusting them. So the scene just now appeared. Fortunately, the matter was finally resolved smoothly. After a small episode, Yang finally started his performance, lightly playing the pick of the wooden guitar. A familiar melody came through the microphone. I want to love you even if I die. I won't be happy unless I express it thoroughly. The moment he opened his voice, everyone present was shocked. It's not because he sings so well, but because... No way. He's off tune in the first sentence? Damn. This is too bad. What kind of singing is this? You dare to perform on stage after singing like this? I think I can do it too. For a while, the players booed one after another. Stop singing. Get off. However, Yang on the stage seemed to have seen nothing, and was still immersed in his rock world and screaming at the top of his lungs. Love until death. I won't be happy unless I cry until I smile. I still have the heart to destroy the universe. Hearing this, the players below complained very unceremoniously. Don't destroy the universe. If you keep singing, we will all be destroyed. Don't speak. We are all family members. Master, stop reading. Seeing the slimes around who were responding enthusiastically, the audience of the desolate planet, who could not understand Chinese at all, and were not familiar with this song, were confused. They didn't understand anything, but they felt very shocked. On the judge's seat, Mina whispered to her sister, it seems that the gods seem to like this song very much. Yeah. Mia nodded and looked at the god's messenger, who was shaking his wig and playing the electric guitar on the stage. She hesitated and said, although the tune of this song is a bit strange, it sounds quite impressive. She paused and said, how about we give this song a higher score? Anyway, the god's messengers like it. Mina agreed with this, although the golden slime asked them to score by themselves. This was the god's messengers' competition after all, and they couldn't deviate too much from the god's messengers' preferences. Since the god's messengers like such a weird song, it shouldn't be wrong to give a higher score. Right? Xiaoming didn't know that the two sisters had such a big misunderstanding of the players' reactions. Out of politeness, he endured until the little player finished singing the whole song before he kicked him off the stage. Rubbing his swollen head, he couldn't help but sigh. Who would have thought? The player who signed up for the New Year's Eve concert and wanted to compete for the title of King of Singers turned out to be a tone-deaf. Not to mention that guy put on such a big show before he went on stage. Xiaoming thought he was such a powerful master. Unexpectedly, Xiaoming couldn't help but hold his forehead. He was careless. Next time, he must screen all the contestants before letting them go on stage. After being PTSD'd by the magic sound of the first performer at the beginning, Xiaoming couldn't help but worry that the next player on stage would be of the same level. But fortunately, there are still a few people like Yang who are tone-deaf but still inexplicably confident. Most players have some idea of their real singing level. The following performances were all very normal. Of course, it was precisely because of the normal performances that the players' reactions would not be as excited and outgoing as before. This also inadvertently gave the human judges in the audience a more and more wrong perception, especially when a player sang a lyrical and sad love song affectionately, causing the audience to choke and cry. Seeing such a scene, these judges were more and more convinced of one thing. Slime's preferences are completely different from humans. The music that humans find beautiful and pleasant to the ears of slimes is dull, and even makes them feel uncomfortable and want to cry. They like the music that is weird and unpleasant to the ears. So, with this wrong perception, the judges gave low scores to the contestants who followed. The concert soon turned to the much-anticipated duel battle, the Singing King competition between Gotham Iron Man and He Gulong Dongqiang. Although the name of this duel was self-proclaimed by the two, the young players had already started betting on the forum before the game started, with the mentality of watching the fun and not minding the big things. Who will be the Singing King? Is it He Gulong Dongqiang who punched the Star Thief to tears? Or Gotham Iron Man who conquered the purple giant spider with artillery fire? No one knows the result before the end of the game. However, it is certain that He Gulong Dongqiang has a good popularity in the game, and Gotham has offended many people in the game. After all, Gotham speaks harshly, loves to grab heads, and once caused the entire group to go offline. OB. With all these crimes accumulated, it would be strange if he has a good popularity. It is precisely because of this that the number of people who bet on Lao He to win is nearly 40 times more than Gotham. What is the concept of 40 times? This is equivalent to 97.5% of the people in the game voting for Lao He. As for the remaining 2.5%, apart from Gotham himself, There are only his apprentice and a few close friends. Although Gotham was not convinced by this result, he had no other choice. Just wait and see. A group of people without vision. I will definitely speak with strength. These guys are just waiting to lose everything. Thinking of this, he angrily said to his apprentice, "Give me another 1,000 bets." The apprentice was embarrassed when he heard this. "Master, we have no money anymore. In order to make that MK44 some time ago, all the money was used to buy materials." Gotham. Damn. Forget it. Anyway, no matter what, I will win. As he said this, Gotham jumped off the chair in the backstage lounge and jumped towards a group of girls wearing blue bohemian-style dance costumes not far away. It is obvious that they are his dancers for this performance. Although they are dancers. In fact, these girls were temporarily found by Gotham in the slime farm. They had never learned dancing before, so Gotham had to draw a few simple moves on paper for them to practice. In fact, Gotham originally wanted to perform a cool and explosive break dance. But considering that the dance was too difficult, these people couldn't learn it, so they had to change to a surprising strategy. However, the rehearsal time was still too short, and I didn't know if it would work. Thinking about it, the mature and steady voice of the slime chief came from the stage. "Now let's invite Gotham Iron Man to bring us Dash, Dancing Girl. Xiao Ming." All players. Chapter 247. Although the winter of the deserted planet has not ended, the spring of the Sand City seems to be coming. Just like the feeling that Gotham usually gives people. The songs he performed this time are also very explosive. When they heard the title of the song, everyone was shocked. Could this dancing girl be the dancing girl they know? The famous representative work of a certain queen of the singing world. The gay bar happy song? However, when the familiar music prelude sounded, their guess was instantly verified. It was the dancing girl. In just a moment, including Xiao Ming, everyone's mind only had one sentence. "Gotham, you are wrong." However, before the players had time to complain about Gotham's song selection, they were attracted by the scene in front of them. They saw a group of girls with their faces covered and wearing blue bohemian-style dance costumes walking onto the stage and dancing. Although the dance movements have been simplified and adapted, the shadow of the original can still be seen. Good guy. He actually invited so many girls to dance with him. This guy is really scheming. Although, I love to watch hee. Where are the people from Gotham? When the players heard this question, they noticed that the Gotham Iron Man, who was supposed to be the protagonist of this performance, had not appeared yet. Not only that, the song has been in the prelude. The girls have been dancing on the stage for a long time, but they didn't hear a single word of lyrics. What's going on? Could it be that Gotham wants these girls to replace him? Damn! Is it true? I was wondering why he changed the performance song to dancers. It turns out that he had such an idea. This guy is really cunning. It shouldn't be. Isn't he going to win the title of King of Singers? How can he win the title of King of Singers without singing a single word? Just as the players were discussing it, the group of dancers in the center of the stage suddenly split into two. Then a white ribbon was dropped from the top of the stage. And then a slime with a white headscarf on his head swung into the audience's field of vision like Tarzan. No one expected that Gotham would appear in this way. Unlike the dancers around him, who were dressed like Persian dancers, Gotham actually cosplayed as an Arab tycoon. I saw Gotham holding a hand microphone and singing in the air. The moonlight was unbridled by the dyed window. And in a blink of an eye, all the visions were magical. Although it was a bit fancy, I have to say that Gotham's singing skills are still good, and he can handle even such a charming song normally. Of course, this is also related to the adaptation of the song. In order to make this song more suitable for his own singing, Gotham even added a long section of rap in the song. This also surprised the players. Good guy. Usually, Gotham looked like a hated person, but I didn't expect him to have such a talent. I feel like he can even be on China Has Hip Hop. It's too much. This rap is just SOSO. If he really goes on China Has Hip Hop, he will probably be eliminated in the first round. What a pity. I thought I could see Gotham belly dancing. Wake up. We are now slimes. Without a belly. Even without a belly button. The players complained one after another. The human audience in the audience was a little confused about the performance in front of them. As a planet whose civilization progress has been dragged down by interstellar wars for hundreds of years, they really can't appreciate this trendy and unique performance form in front of them. Of course, this performance fell into the eyes of the Me sisters, who had opened an 800-fold filter for slimes and had a new understanding. Mia, I didn't expect that this slime master would not forget to pray to the god of the universe on such an occasion. Mina nodded. And the way it sang was exactly the same as the way Grandma recited the prayer to the god of the universe. At this point, the two sisters made a prayer gesture on their chests. Seeing this scene, Xiaoming, who was not far away, couldn't help but twitch his skin. Sometimes it seems that it is not a good thing for NPCs to have too strong brain filters. On the stage, the song quickly entered the interlude. When singing the word spin, Gotham grabbed the ribbon and spun in the air above the stage. After a few big circles, the song entered the climax of the last section. Then I heard boom. With a bang, 2 clusters of orange fireworks burst out on both sides of the stage. At the same time, many colorful fireworks fell on the stage, and the double superimposed stage effect instantly pushed the atmosphere of the entire performance to a climax. There were bursts of cheers and screams from the crowd. Some came from players, and some came from NPCs watching. Of course, not everyone bought into this. Some players, who usually don't like Gotham, complained in the audience. There are so many fancy things. If you have the ability, you can seriously compete in singing. It's because you can't compete that you have to resort to this last resort. After all, there are so many people who sing well in the game. How can he be the king of singing? Don't worry. Hey Lao will definitely beat him. We will definitely win. The performance on the stage came to an end. Next, it was the time for Gotham's opponent He Gu Long Dong Chong, who was known for his good singing. Unlike the fancy stage design of Gotham Iron Man, He Gu Long Dong Chong's outfit was very simple. He just went on stage without any props or dancers, accompanied by a heavy electronic music opening. The familiar tune and lyrics fell into everyone's ears. The shaking red wine glass. The lips seemed to be stained with blood. That unusual beauty. The unforgivable sin. The master knows whether it is good or not as soon as he makes a move. The moment he opened his voice, Xiaoming was shocked. This voice is too textured. Is this little player really not a professional singer? After listening to so many players singing, Xiaoming can say with certainty that He Gulong Dongqiang is the best singer tonight. The deep and magnetic rock smoky voice combined with the rhythmic music immediately ignited the passion of the audience. For a while, the players waved their things in their hands as cheering items and had fun there. Infected by the surrounding atmosphere, the human audience in the square also shook their bodies. Music has no borders. When a performance is good to a certain extent, even if they are not of the same race, even if they don't understand the meaning of the lyrics, the audience will still buy it. Even the Toomey sisters, who had no artistic talent, could not help but immerse themselves in the singing of the slime in front of them. Xiaoming silently observed the performance of the people around him, and gradually made up his mind about this singing king competition. Just when the atmosphere of the concert was reaching its climax, a flash of lightning suddenly flashed in the sky. Then, a dull thunder sounded. Seeing this, the players who were still having fun were stunned. What's going on? Is it going to rain? Don't. The concert hasn't even finished yet. Why is it going to rain? It was cloudless during the day. Could it be because of this song? No way. The rain-seeking song of the rain god can also work on the desolate planet. This is not military training. How is it possible? This is a game. I guess either there is a bug in the weather system, or the official is playing a joke. Damn. Playing a joke at this time? Is the official sick? The official at this time. Xiaoming, no. I didn't. Don't talk nonsense. Who would have thought that this day would change so suddenly? If it weren't for the fact that his voice was really different, he would have suspected that He Gu Long Dong Chong was the rain god himself. Sure enough, there is a reason why Princess is called the rain god's song. Just as the players were complaining, cold raindrops fell from the sky. At first, there were 1 or 2 drops, and then the raindrops became more and more, gradually turning into a downpour. For a while, the players and residents watching in the square scattered to avoid the rain. The sudden heavy rain forced the New Year's Eve concert to be suspended. But fortunately, He Gu Long Dong Chong had finished singing the whole song, and all the players had finished their performances. Under the tent, the Mi sisters looked at the crackling raindrops outside and couldn't help but open their eyes wide. Compared with snow, it doesn't rain often in the winter of the desolate planet. In their memory, they haven't seen such heavy rain in winter for nearly 10 years. Recalling the strange performances of some of the gods on the stage before, the two couldn't help but speculate, could this New Year's Eve concert be a prayer for rain from the gods to the god of the universe? Thinking of what the golden slime said before, the New Year's Eve concert was held to welcome a better year. Mina felt that the heavy rain in front of her was born for this reason. Because the God of the universe heard the voice of the gods. He would send down the blessing rain for the believers of the wasteland planet. And the purpose of this heavy rain is to wish a good harvest in the spring plowing next year. Thinking of this, the two people's mood became uncontrollably excited. However, there are still a few natives of the wasteland planet with such wild imaginations as the sisters. Most of the residents of Jinsha City only wanted to find a place to shelter from the rain after being rained on, and complain about the untimely weather. Fortunately, the heavy rain did not last long. A minute later, the rain stopped. People gathered again in the square. At this time, all the performances have ended, and the next step is the much-anticipated voting and awarding session. After summarizing the opinions of the judges and the audience, Xiaoming quickly selected the top 10 singers and singers of this New Year's Eve concert. The first slime singer is undoubtedly a good singer, and is as strong as the rain god-possessed Black Gurungdong. As for Gotham, who performed a fancy version of Dancing Divas, he also made it into the top 10, but his ranking was not as high as that of Lao Hei. This result was naturally protested by Brother Gotham. It's a pity that Xiaoming, as the patriarch, ignored it. Since the title award is virtual, he doesn't have to present it personally. Instead, all players who have participated in the event can get a mysterious gift package prepared by the Patriarch Golden Slime, from the secret collection of the original Lord of Jinsha City. From gold ornaments to rare red wine, from famous paintings to custom suits. The main feature is an expensive, but useless effect that can only be used to show off. But even so, the players are still very happy. After all, isn't playing games just for showing off? Standing on the stage in the center of the square, Xiaoming loudly announced everyone's ranking, and then raised his glass to the players. After a long drought, let's raise our glasses to celebrate this beautiful night, and welcome a more fruitful year. Happy New Year! As soon as the voice fell, cheers broke out in the square. Happy New Year! Long live the Patriarch! Oh yeah! Infected by the atmosphere of the players, the residents of Jinsha City, who came to watch the ceremony, couldn't help but smile. Although they didn't understand what the slimes were saying, they just felt inexplicably happy. This feeling is like the new leaves growing on the land and branches in spring, exuding a pleasant vitality. Looking at the lively crowd in front of him, Yuka couldn't help but think of a poem that his night school teacher had taught him. Winter is here. Can spring be far behind? Although the winter of the deserted planet has not ended, the spring of Jinsha City seems to be coming. Chapter 248. When did this kind of thing appear in Sand City? The New Year's Eve concert is over. Normally, the players should go back to their own homes. However, these players are so energetic that they even want to have a second round of fun, for example, setting off fireworks in the game all night. Fortunately, the anti-addiction system was launched in time, which prevented the players from disturbing others. Therefore, the players who had nowhere to vent their energy had to turn to the forum. After all, not all of the 400 players who participated in the closed beta test had time to participate in this event. In addition, there are many cloud players who have not obtained the closed beta test qualification on the forum, waiting for videos and pictures of the New Year's Eve event. As participants, they must bring this first-hand information. As a result, photos, screenshots, and short videos of the concert instantly flooded the forum. However, these are nothing. A small player even threw out a 4.5-hour concert recording video, which made netizens call the boss awesome. Of course, what is even more amazing than this video posting boss is the performance of the players participating in the concert, especially the performances of those who showed their eye bags outstandingly, which were very comedic. For a while, a group of netizens laughed. What is this? Arab tycoon? It should be an Arab tycoon possessed by Tarzan. Didn't you see that he came out swinging on a rope? To be more precise, it was white silk cloth. By the way, will slime really not trip when performing dressed like this? Gotham's headscarf is also okay. Fiangyang's dress is even more explosive. That wig is so thick on his face that you can't see it. Laughing with squinting eyes, I suspect he is imitating teacher Lu Huan. Ha ha ha, goddamn Lu Huan. It's obviously Gao Xiaosong. Although Gao Xiaosong doesn't sing rock, Lu Huan doesn't sing either. Oh my god. You are still watching slime? Are those dancing girls not good enough? Who said that? My focus has always been on the dancers. Squinting smile. +1. I have to say, she has a great figure, nosebleed. What dancers? Those girls who dance for Gotham. They danced Dancing Divas. What? There are dancers? I was just busy watching The Rich Man. I want to go back and watch it again. The above is just like when I watched Journey to the West. Back then, I was just busy watching the monkeys. How could I notice that there were so many beautiful fairy sisters in it? That's it. I only discovered it when I grew up. Fairy sisters are much prettier than monkeys, squinting smile. Seeing the ridicule of netizens. Gotham brother who was lurking in the forum and peeking at the screen suddenly couldn't sit still. You are the monkey. I am the #1 weapon master in the whole server. And the slime singing king. Hey Gulong Dongqiang at Gotham Iron Man. Stop dreaming. Wake up. I am the slime singing king. Gotham Iron Man, picking nose, picking nose, picking nose. Stir-fried kidney flour, face reality. Brother. Even if you are among the top 10 singers, you only got the 8th place. Which is not enough for the title of the king of singers. Gotham Iron Man, smiley face, I'll kill you. JPG. At 2 o'clock in the morning. The activity on the forum is still very high. Because the next day is New Year's Day. The company and school are on holiday. So no one is in a hurry to go to bed. Compared to the players, Xiaoming's energy is not that good. After finishing the concert's tail work, he lay back on the soft big bed in the city lord's mansion and fell into a deep sleep. When he woke up the next day, it was almost noon. When he heard his empty stomach start to rumble, Xiaoming decisively got up and prepared to go out to find food. Although they stayed up late yesterday, the hardworking little players still went online early. The square was full of red lanterns. Against the backdrop of red, the festive atmosphere became more and more intense. The pedestrian snack street composed of dozens of stalls was even more lively. Next to the barbecue stall, the aroma of charcoal grilled meat wafted from time to time, making people hungry. There was a long queue at the milk tea stall not far away. Not only the players, but also some residents of Jinsha City, who were attracted by the fragrance joined the team. At the end of the slime pedestrian street, there are several shops opened by the nomads of the Wasteland tribe, specializing in selling furs, leather goods, and dried bacon. A few days ago, because he learned that the slimes were going to set up stalls in Jinsha City, the chief of the Wasteland tribe, Gula, took the initiative to find Xiaoming and hoped to set up a stall with the slimes to sell things. Thinking that the things sold by the nomads did not conflict with the players' industries, Xiaoming also allowed it. Compared with the slimes' food stalls, the nomads' leather goods stalls were a little deserted. But they were not completely without business. At least some fur materials were still patronized by many people. Xiaoming glanced at the busy nomads from a distance and continued to visit other stalls. Tangyuan, ramen, rice rolls, wontons, braised meat. Everything is available. If it weren't for the fact that the stall owners were all slimes, Xiaoming would even have the illusion that he had returned to Earth. The aroma of various foods permeated and intertwined in the air. The shouts of the stall owners spread from the square to the streets not far away, adding a bit of warm fireworks to the cold winter. Looking at the peaceful scene in front of him, Xiaoming couldn't help but sigh with satisfaction. It would be great if such a peaceful life could continue forever. But it shouldn't be so easy according to the current situation. After going through so many things, he would not think that it was just a coincidence that he came to this planet after his death and became a slime and picked up the summoner. From beginning to end, he was pushed by some kind of force. And what is the real purpose behind that force? He has not figured it out yet. But what is certain is that since the summoner allows him to expand the slime tribe, the future must be an expansion route. And he seems to have already walked on this path. As the power of the slime tribe grows, some disputes are naturally inevitable. Thinking of this, Xiaoming couldn't help but sigh. I don't know how long such a peaceful day can last. This damn weather. In the birch forest north of Jinsha City, a man cursed softly and shivered as he leaned against a tree trunk, rubbing his cold hands vigorously. He had a gun on his back, and at his feet were 3 hounds that had lost their former vitality, perhaps because of the cold weather, and only put their heads together to keep each other warm. Although the man and the dog were wrapped in thick cotton coats, the clothes could only provide little warmth in the cold and wet outdoors. The man exhaled a breath of white air and stood up to look at the prosperous town in the distance. His gray-blue eyes slightly narrowed. Jinsha City has not paid tribute to them for a long time. The mountain was closed due to heavy snow a few days ago, and they had not gone down the mountain. And the people of Jinsha City did not go up the mountain, so they knew nothing about what happened in the outside world. Recently, because the snow on the mountain road melted, the boss sent him down to check the situation. After all, the food on the mountain has been eaten up, and the brothers in the group have not seen meat for a week. If this continues, there will be trouble. The man in front of him is called Dick, a spy of the Black Panther Bandit Group. The Black Panther Bandit Group, as the name suggests, is a bandit organization. Their base is in the mountains north of Jinsha City. Unlike most of the scattered thieves in the deserted planet, although they also do robbing, they mainly rely on the support of Jinsha City to make a living. If you want to ask why, it's a long story. Once upon a time, they were just a group of ordinary robbers, because they often robbed nearby farms. The farm owners couldn't stand this kind of frightening life, so they wanted to move to a safer place. And Jinsha City is undoubtedly a good choice. But this city is not a place where anyone can enter if they want to. If you want to move into the inner city, you have to pay a certain price, either huge wealth or fertile land. With the help of these thieves, the lord of Jinsha City and the nobles in the city made a lot of money. Later, those nobles seemed to find that the source of the whole thing was on their group of thieves. So they took the initiative to come to them for cooperation. The Black Panther Thieves group was responsible for going out to rob and scare the landlords, prompting them to move to Jinsha City. And the nobles in the city could be merciful and let people into the city. Of course, in the process of letting people in, they also did not forget to collect huge profits from it. But the bandits did not cooperate in vain. If they wanted to help those nobles act, they had to pay tribute every month. I have to say that the boss who made this request was quite smart. After all, you may not always get valuable things when you go out to rob. But if it were Jinsha City that paid tribute, the treatment would be different. Besides, isn't it more comfortable to stay in your own territory with food and drink than to go out in the wind and rain? However, since last month, no one from Jinsha City has sent food and money, and not even a message has been sent. Therefore, Dick fully suspected that the guys in Jinsha City just wanted to cross the river and destroy the bridge. Thinking of this, he angrily hit the tree trunk. Hearing the noise, the three hounds looked up at their owner. Seeing three pairs of puzzled eyes, Dick rubbed the heads of the three dogs in turn, and then pulled the leash. "Let's go and take a look." The dogs seemed to be used to the investigation work. Seeing this, he got up from the ground and quietly followed his footsteps. This was not the first time Dick came to the vicinity of Jinsha City to inquire about the situation. He was very familiar with the surrounding environment. Soon, he found a safe and hidden route. It can avoid the guards and see the situation in the city clearly. Coming out of the bushes, the man crouched and approached the wall with a small hole in front of him. Looking up at the hole, Dick suddenly paused. "What's going on? Why is the city so lively? I don't know what day it is today, but there are red decorations everywhere in Jinsha City." Dick has never seen such a scene before. Although I don't know what these red things are called. They do look pretty. In addition to the unusual decorations, there are all kinds of pleasant aromas in the air. It's like meat and sweets. In short, it makes people swallow their saliva. Is this a celebration? Thinking of this, Dick's face suddenly sank. These old termites are interested in holding a celebration in the city, but they don't want to pay tribute to them. It's really good. Cursing silently, Dick was about to retreat and report what he saw to the boss. But he never expected that he saw a group of slimes from the corner of his eye. A group of colorful ones. Slimes with patterns. One of them was even leopard print. Dick was stunned. When did this kind of thing appear in Jinsha City? Chapter 249 New Year's Day Market. However, what shocked Dick more than the strange colors and patterns on these slimes was their behavior. At the market, these slimes of different colors and patterns were either making food, or carrying goods, or repairing items. Everything they did was the same as humans. If it weren't for the fact that their appearance was indeed slime, and there was no possibility of impersonation, Dick would even suspect that they were humans pretending to be. What made him even more incomprehensible was that the residents of Jinsha City seemed to have become accustomed to the existence of these slimes. They would even line up to buy the things sold by these slimes. This made Dick even more confused. It's only been a month, right? Why has there been such a big change in the city? Is this still the Jinsha City in his memory? At this moment, Dick was shocked beyond words. But soon, he gradually calmed down. Everything was very wrong. There was such a big change in Jinsha City, and the city lord and those nobles couldn't have been unaware of it. But according to the arrogant and annoying character of these people, they would never allow such a group of slugs to do business so ostentatiously in the city. You know, they don't even allow the farmhands outside the city to enter the city. But now, these impossible things have happened. This also made Dick alert. There must be something wrong when things are abnormal. There must be some secrets hidden behind this matter that they don't know. As a spy, he must dig out this secret and report it to the boss. Thinking of this, Dick lowered his head and gestured to the three-headed dog beside him to signal it to be quiet. Then took off the gun behind him and hid it in the bushes behind him. Then he went around to the other side of the city wall. Walking to the root of the wall covered by weeds, he squatted down and pulled away the grass leaves and fumbled on the wall for a while. Then pulled out a brick from the wall. And then another brick. When the hole was big enough, Dick got in. It was lunchtime, and the patrolling guards were changing shifts. So it was one of the most lax guards in the city during the day. Dick looked around to make sure no one noticed him before he carefully got out of the hole in the corner. Of course, he did not forget to cover the hole in the future after he came out. After dusting off his body and tidying up his clothes, and making sure that his image would not arouse suspicion from others, Dick walked towards the slime market in the distance. In the tent, Chef Wang was seasoning the broth in the pot. Today is New Year's Day. Because there were guests at home in the morning, he logged into the game later than usual. Therefore, it delayed the time to set up the stall. Fortunately, the soup for the braised pork noodles is not difficult to make, especially after he customized a brand new large pressure cooker from an industrial player. The speed of braising the meat was much faster than before. Pour 2 large spoons of homemade fruit wine to remove the fishy smell. Sprinkle a handful of salt and soy sauce bought from the game warehouse for seasoning. Then add several spices produced on the planet Zukum. And finally a spoonful of sugar to enhance the flavor. Then close the lid and simmer. The process of making the braised pork soup ends here. Next is making noodles. Take out the noodles that have been proofed in advance. Put the dough into the noodle machine. And then the machine performs a series of processes such as flattening and cutting. In just a moment, the machine turns a whole piece of dough into thin and long noodles. Just as the braised meat is cooked, release the valve and open the lid. And a strong meaty aroma hits you. It smells so good. What is this? For a moment, the aroma of braised meat immediately attracted passers-by to stop and stay. Master Wang has long been accustomed to the exaggerated reactions of these NPCs. I saw him silently put a ball of noodles into a boiling pot and boiled it. Then used a colander to scoop the noodles out and put them into a bowl. Then scooped a spoonful of braised meat as a topping. And then poured a spoonful of braised meat sauce and noodle soup. A bowl of fragrant braised meat noodles is ready. This bowl of noodles was quickly taken away by a foodie player. Seeing this, the passers-by NPCs, who were watching before, gathered around. As soon as Dick came out of the alley, he saw a sea of people in front of him. Smelling the strange aroma of meat in the air, Dick's stomach couldn't help but growl. Touching his empty stomach, he couldn't help but clench his back teeth. He hadn't eaten meat for more than a week, and it was really terrible to suddenly smell such a delicious smell. These slime-made foods are too delicious. Looking at the crowds in the distance, Dick touched the silver coins in his coat pocket, struggled for a while, and finally gritted his teeth and walked forward. He was definitely not betraying the boss and brothers. As a qualified spy, he had to find out everything in the city. Even the food he had never tasted was no exception. Of course, in order to avoid exposing his true identity, he could only reluctantly pay for food out of his own pocket. Thinking of this, Dick rubbed the change in his pocket with some pain. Since becoming a member of the Black Panther bandit group, he seemed to have never used money to buy things again. After all, when being a robber, why do you need to pay out money? It's almost the same if others take the initiative to give them money. If it weren't for finding out where these slimes came from, he wouldn't have paid this money. I must ask the boss to reimburse me when I go back. With an abacus in his mind, the team in front of him kept moving forward. And soon it was his turn. 10 coins per bowl. Master Wang, who was busy in the kitchen, said without raising his eyes, considering that the guests on the other side might not understand. He added the number 10 in the language of the deserted star, because his language talent was not strong. This word was said with a slightly awkward accent. But even so, Dick still understood the word. 10? 10 copper coins per bowl? The food made of these slimes seemed to be cheaper than he thought. Thinking of this, Dick took out a silver coin from his pocket and threw it over. Clang! Hearing the sound of the silver coin, Master Wang's attention was drawn to it. Seeing the silver coin in front of him, his face wrinkled into a bun. It was 10 silver coins, not 1 silver coin. Seeing that the big man in front of him was indifferent, he immediately picked up the silver coin and repeated the number 10 in the language of the wild star again. Now, Dick finally understood. But after understanding, he was very shocked. 10 silver coins a bowl? So expensive? Could it be that this slime uses gold to cook meat? just as Dick was shocked by the high price of the food in front of him. The chef Wang, the god of cooking opposite him, was also looking at the unshaven man in front of him. His cotton coat was gray, and his face didn't look good. He probably didn't have a good life with such vicissitudes of life. And he probably didn't have much money in his pocket. After some observation, Master Wang decisively determined that this NPC was just a poor guy and not his potential customer. So he immediately lost the intention to entertain guests, and just urged him impatiently, "If you don't want to buy, leave quickly, and don't block the people behind you." At the end of the words, he seemed to have thought of something and asked the player at the next stall, "How do you say, 'go quickly', in the language of the Desert Star?" However, before the player next to him could speak, the big man in front of him took out a handful of silver coins from his pocket with a dark face. Master Wang counted them, and with the one just now, there were just 10 silver coins in total. "It turns out that you have money. You should have said so earlier." As he said that, he neatly served a bowl of noodles and placed it on the table. Dick was still feeling the pain of the 10 silver coins he spent on gathering intelligence. But when he saw the hot and fragrant braised pork noodles in front of him, his original complaints immediately solidified on his lips. Without caring about anything else, the man immediately picked up the bowl in front of him and ate it hurriedly. The salty and mellow braised pork with a rich sauce soup base, plus the chewy noodles. It was so delicious. Outside Jinsha City, Julian and his caravan's men looked at the tall city wall in front of them in surprise. It was only more than a month since they left the deserted planet. Why did such a big change happen? Originally, they had rushed to the slime farm a few days ago. As a result, the long-term workers there told them that the Golden Slime Master and the gods had gone to Jinsha City, and even brought him an even more incredible news. Jinsha City is already the territory of the Slime Clan. Such an incredible thing would definitely not be believed by myself before I had to deal with the Slime Clan. But now, he had no doubt about the truth of this matter. After all, there was no need for those farmhands to lie to him. So they had to turn around and head to Jinsha City. However, facing the well-equipped city gate guards in front of him, he couldn't help but be scared. The guards of Jinsha City were not easy to deal with, and he knew it very well. In the past, he had to pay to bribe these people if he wanted to enter the city smoothly. Over time, he became more or less familiar with the guards at the city gate. But these people in front of him always felt a little unfamiliar. Not only were they unfamiliar, but they didn't even look easy to mess with. When familiar people and things become unfamiliar, people will feel uneasy. For a while, Julian didn't know whether he should step forward to tell the other party his identity and purpose. Just when the caravan was deadlocked outside the city gate, a familiar figure suddenly walked out of the city gate. There. Seeing the old farmhand, the eyes of the people in Julian's caravan suddenly lit up. Boss who was about to go up and say low to this old friend. But he saw the guards in the distance suddenly became respectful and obedient like thawing ice and snow after seeing Jijuer. After witnessing all this, the caravan members truly felt that Jinsha City had become the territory of the Slime Clan. What does it mean? In the past, these city gate guards always looked down upon outsiders. It was impossible for them to treat an old farmhand with such respect as they do now. But now their attitude is so flattering. You can imagine how great the influence of slime is. At this time, Jijuer also noticed Mr. Hu and his group outside the city. Without caring about dealing with those guards, Jijuer hurried to greet them. "Mr. Hu, you are back." Julian slowly closed his surprised chin and nodded. I have been to the farm and heard from them that you are here. So I came here." Jijuer nodded slightly to show that he understood. "I will take you to see Mr. Golden Slime. He should be celebrating the festival with the gods at the market now." Celebrating the festival? Julian was stunned when he heard this, and subconsciously asked, "What festival is today?" "New Year's Day is said to be the festival of the gods." Jijuer explained, "I heard from the Golden Slime that they celebrate this festival on the first day of every year. The market celebrating the festival will end at 6 p.m. today. You came just in time." Just in time. Upon hearing this, Julian immediately became interested. Since it is a celebration of the festival, there should be a lot of delicious food at the market. "Right?" Jijuer smiled and said, "Of course. Yesterday's New Year's Eve. The gods also held a concert." "New Year's Eve? Concert?" Suddenly hearing two unfamiliar words, Julian became more and more confused. "What are they?" Seeing this, Jijuer continued to explain, "It is an event held to welcome the New Year's Day. The gods will go on stage to sing, in order to pray to the God of the universe for good weather in the coming year. Don't say it. Although the tune is a bit strange, it is still very nice. What a pity. If you came a day earlier, you can see it. Hearing this, Julian couldn't help but reveal a little regretful look on his face. Although he didn't hear the gods singing, he at least caught up with the celebration market. In this way, he was still lucky. Let's go, Mr. Hu. Jijur smiled and said, I believe that Mr. Golden Slime must be very happy to meet old friends on the first day of the new year. Chapter 250 The Box of God. Under the leadership of Jidare, the members of the Julian caravan finally successfully entered the Golden Sand City. Along the way, they clearly felt the difference in the atmosphere in the city. The shadows of the nobles and their servants who bullied others were no longer seen on the streets. Everyone's mental outlook has been greatly improved. People are no longer as timid as before, and there are more smiles on their faces. These are things he has never seen in the Golden Sand City before. Looking at the joyful faces of the long-term workers in the slime farm, Julian truly realized the fact that the Golden Sand City has changed dynasties. Looking at the various red decorations in front of him, Julian couldn't help but be curious. Are these decorations hung to celebrate the New Year's Day? Yes. Why are they red? The Golden Slime Master said that it looks lively and festive. Lively and festive? Hearing this, Julian looked around and saw the bright red and golden decorations around him, and was silent. It seemed that he had such a feeling, although he had never seen anyone use such colors to decorate festivals, whether in the deserted planet or the future alliance. The former was because there was no need to celebrate, and the latter was because they preferred pure white and silver. After all, in the eyes of the people in the future alliance, these two colors were more advanced. As for the remaining Space Corps, they advocated pragmatism and would not organize these fancy celebrations. Moreover, in their cognition, red was an ominous color, because red represents blood and war. The funny thing is that the Space Corps itself was also part of the war. The decline of the Gulba planet was also their contribution. Shaking off irrelevant thoughts, Julian smiled silently, and then immersed himself in this unusual but inexplicably attractive festival market. Although noisy, it was full of vitality and fireworks. Although it was his first time here, he already liked it here. It was not only Julian who had such thoughts, but also other people in the caravan. Although they were left on an uninhabited asteroid by these slimes for several days, this did not prevent them from admiring this race. They could endure more hardships than the slaves in the mines of the planet Zidar. They were braver and more fearless of life and death than the well-trained soldiers of the Space Legion. In addition, they also had extraordinary wisdom and creativity. It can be said that, except for their seemingly weak appearance, the God of the universe has given all the advantages that can be given to these slimes. This also makes people sigh. What else in this world can't they do? You know, it's only been more than a month since they left the deserted planet, but the slimes have already taken over the most core and prosperous Jinsha city in the east, and they have managed it in an orderly manner. Faced with such high efficiency, they don't seem to find it strange if one day the deserted planet will be included in the rule of this group of slimes. Xiaoming did not know how much shock the slime clan's occupation of Jinsha City had brought to the hearts of these interstellar merchants. At this time, he was roasting a fire in the tent and eating hot sugar cakes. When Xiaoming heard the news from the little player that boss, who was coming, he reluctantly put down the half-eaten fried sugar cake and asked someone to prepare tea and snacks to entertain the guests. Walking into the warm tent, Hulian was stunned by the dazzling array of food in front of him. He was a little hungry after a long journey, and now smelling the hot aroma, his stomach couldn't help but become even hungrier for a while. It's specially prepared for you. Try it. On the opposite side, the golden slime grinned and looked at him. Compared with the last time I saw it, the slime leader seemed to have become a lot fatter. But don't say anything short in front of a dwarf. Especially the golden slime chief is still so warm and hospitable. Hulian thought for a moment, and finally decided not to expose its shortcomings. Maybe he just grew up? Thinking of this, Hulian smiled and thanked Xiaoming and sat down. After having a good meal and a good drink, both sides began to get down to business. The anti-radiation medicine you provided is of very good quality. Even in the future alliance, medicine with such a high anti-radiation ratio is not common. The customers are very satisfied. As he said that, Julian stood up and walked outside the tent and said a few words to his men. And then two people came in carrying a huge black box. These are your rewards. Seeing Julian's mysterious smile, Xiaoming couldn't help but feel strange. In doubt, he opened the suitcase. However, unexpectedly, there was nothing in the box. There were only 3 buttons of different colors, and scales around the buttons, whose meanings could not be understood. In addition, there was only a handle on the outside of the box. Xiaoming tried it, and the handle could be pulled open. But the drawer was still empty. Having known Boss Hu for so long, Xiaoming would not think that all this was just a prank of the other party. What's more, the box in front of him was more like a device than a device for holding things. What is this? Xiaoming asked. Technology black box. You can also call it the God's box. Julian explained. That's what the Future Alliance calls it. This thing is produced by the central laboratory of Omega Star. As long as enough energy and the required raw materials are given, various things can be automatically generated. For example, electrical appliances, weapons, and some can even generate plants or animals. However, the God's box that can generate organisms is too expensive and generally not available on the market. As he said, Julian's beard curled up at the corner of his mouth. In fact, the one in your hand is not bad. It can produce unpowered exoskeletons. Once upon a time, Julian got a power armor for the golden slime. Although I don't know if the other party used it later. It is certain that the slime in front of him is very interested in human technological products. This is why he chose to use this God's box that produces unpowered exoskeletons as a reward for transaction settlement this time. You only need to put a certain amount of carbon, silicon, and aluminum in this drawer, and then mix the metal substances listed in the manual, and you can get an unpowered exoskeleton. Of course, the characteristics of the unpowered exoskeleton will also change with different metal ratios, and you can adjust them according to your needs. By the way, the size of the exoskeleton can also be set and adjusted. After listening to Julian's long explanation, Xiaoming was pleasantly surprised. But instead of being happy, his focus was on another thing. You said, this technological black box was produced by the central laboratory of Omega Star? Yes. Sensing Xiaoming's subtle attitude, Julian asked, what's wrong? Xiaoming laughed, nothing. I just suddenly thought of something. So I was a little curious. He had heard about this organization from Dike before. It is said that on Omega Star, all residents were born in the central laboratory. People there do not need natural childbirth. And the embryo culture room of the central laboratory can complete the embryo gestation and production work for people. It was because of hearing this that he felt strange. In his impression, the central laboratory should be doing work related to life science or biological genetic research. In this case, why would it produce this so-called God's box? After learning about Xiaoming's doubts, Julian explained, in fact, the Central Laboratory is a large scientific research institution on Omega Star. They are not only responsible for the birth of the population of this planet, but also undertake all scientific research tasks of the Future Alliance. And the God's box is one of their scientific research results. After listening to Julian's explanation, Xiaoming immediately understood. So the Central Laboratory is not just run by the Family Planning Department. It is actually a comprehensive scientific research center. Stroking the black box in front of him, Xiaoming asked, it must have cost a lot of money to buy this God's box, right? Julian smiled when he heard it. It's okay. The price is lower than expected. In fact, this technological black box is provided by customers who bought anti-radiation drugs. Although it is not free, it is much cheaper than the regular channels in the world. He was lucky to get a bargain this time. Otherwise, he would not be able to get a God's box at such a low price. However, the other party did not let him get a bargain for nothing. For a moment, Julian could not help but think of the words that the client had specifically told him before he left. After hesitating for a moment, he said, actually, the client also asked me to bring a message. Xiaoming subconsciously asked, what message? He hopes you can. Will? Julian seemed to have forgotten something, and lowered his head to look through the notebook he carried with him, and then said, give him the interdimensional information sensor. In exchange, he can give you a certain reward. Hearing this, Xiaoming paused. Did the client say this himself? Seeing Julian nod, Xiaoming narrowed his eyes. This is the second person besides Dike who came to ask for this thing. There is no doubt that they should all be in the same group. But what is unexpected is that the other party only appeared after such a long time since Dike was captured. He thought they had given up this thing long ago. But he did not expect that this organization would appear in such an unexpected form, since the other party can provide the God's box. To Julian, this means that the other party has connections in the Central Laboratory. Or maybe he was originally from the Central Laboratory. Looking at the silent slime in front of him, Julian couldn't help but breathe a little lighter for some reason. Although he didn't know what this interdimensional information sensor was. Seeing that the golden slime chieftain was so serious, he thought that this thing must be quite important. Right? Thinking of this, Julian silently curled up in his chair, trying his best to reduce his presence. Don't get involved in things that have nothing to do with you. This is the professional quality he should have as a business partner. In this world, even the best partners may break up because of a small matter. He didn't want to part ways with this golden thigh in front of him just because he brought a word to the client. That would be too uneconomical. Fortunately, the slime chieftain was not such a stingy person. It only lasted for a moment. What if I don't agree? Did he say what the consequences would be? Hearing the question unexpectedly, Julian suddenly paused and then shook his head and said, he didn't say. Then ignore him. Xiaoming made a decision very straightforwardly. Just a technology black box that produces unpowered exoskeletons wants to buy his interdimensional information sensor? These people are too beautiful. Moreover, whether it was Dyke or the mysterious client this time, the way this organization did things was so circuitous from beginning to end. This showed that the other parties seemed to be taking something into consideration. So they did not dare to make a big fuss. In this case, he did not need to worry even more. Thinking of this, Xiaoming changed his previous serious expression, raised his head and smiled. Are you interested in seeing new investment projects? Boss who? It is no worse than anti-radiation medicine. Chapter 251. Are you a devil? As night fell, the market in the central square had begun to close. The caravan members patted their full stomachs and burped as they walked out of the tent. Looking at the brilliant starry sky above their heads, they couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It's really nice here. I'm about to fall in love with this place. Although it was not the first time they came to Jinsha City, it was the first time they ate and drank leisurely in the city like now. In the past, the guards of Jinsha City were very unfriendly to these foreign caravans, always thinking of making money from these passers-by. So every time boss who came here to do business, he would not stay too long. It was precisely because of this that they had no chance to stroll around the city like now. On the side, Julian's assistant nodded in agreement. He had followed his boss to many planets in this interstellar field and had seen a lot of local customs and practices. But even so, every time he came to the territory of the barren planet Slime, he could still see many new things he had never seen before. Whether it was food, production tools, or other things, the creativity of these slimes seemed to have no bottleneck. They always gave people unexpected surprises. It was a pity that the market closed so early. I wanted to buy a cup of milk tea to try. Me too. During the day, I heard from nearby residents that the pearl potato milk tea was quite delicious. Alas, I don't know if they will open the stall tomorrow. The caravan sighed and walked towards the hotel arranged by Jijuer. However, as soon as they entered the door, they saw their boss Julian. You came at the right time. I just have something to arrange for you to do. Julian said to several people. I just got another batch of goods from the chief of the Golden Slime. 1,000 boxes of recovery potions. By the way, I have already paid the payment in advance this time. A total of 1 million gold coins. Recovery potion? What is that? The faces of the caravan members suddenly showed puzzled expressions. 1,000 boxes of recovery potions are worth 1 million gold coins, which means one box is 1,000 gold coins. This purchase price is too expensive. Thinking of this, the assistant reminded with a serious expression, Boss, didn't you originally plan to buy another batch of anti-radiation potions and send them to the Omega Star of the Future Alliance for sale? After all, some laboratories on Omega Star often need to do radioactive experiments, and their demand for anti-radiation potions is still relatively large. It is precisely because of this that the high-intensity anti-radiation potions provided by the slimes are quite popular there. I don't know what this recovery potion is for, and it can make the boss give up the anti-radiation potion and spend so much money to buy it. Could it be that it is better than the anti-radiation potion? Julian explained after hearing this. Anti-radiation potions must be imported, but they can be delayed for a while. Omega Star just received the stock not long ago, so it is impossible to use up the potion so quickly. We can use this time to do other business. As for the recovery potion, believe me, its market will definitely not be worse than the anti-radiation potion. As he said that, Julian took out a bottle of potion spray and then waved to a guard, roll up your sleeves. Hearing this, the guard did as he was told. There was a fresh scar on his arm that was about to scab over. It was left after fighting with the robbers on the way back. Because the wound was large, It was not completely healed even after many days. Julian raised the spray and sprayed it on the scar. The light spray of the medicine covered the scar. And soon the damaged skin and flesh near the scar began to heal slowly. Spray it again. And the scab on the wound healed. Seeing this scene in front of them, everyone couldn't help but widen their eyes. This is too amazing. If the wound is fresh, the effect will be even more obvious. As he said, a smug look flashed across Julian's face. Do you know why I bought these recovery potions now? Such good things may not be made even by the future alliance. Of course, the more important point is that it has a certain market demand, and it is still very large. The essence of doing business is to meet the supply and demand relationship. The assistant touched the injured arm of the guard and confirmed that the wound was completely healed. Then he nodded and said, I think the Space Corps must need such an efficient recovery potion. Not only the Space Corps. Mercenaries also need it. Of course, the mercenaries who can afford such expensive recovery potions are definitely not those self-employed, but those large mercenary groups in the Interstellar. And most of those mercenary groups are not short of money. For a while, only one sentence flashed through the minds of the caravan people. We are going to get rich. We are going to get rich. Looking at the growing balance on the bank card, Xiaoming was so happy that his teeth were not visible. Although he had looted a lot of money from Siegel Piamo before, there are always more places to spend money than places to make money. To engage in industry, you need to import a large amount of equipment and metal or raw materials. And you have to ask professional engineers for technical guidance. In addition, the LS and food consumed in the war. Which one is not expensive? Even if the ammunition is produced by yourself, you don't have to calculate the labor cost, but you have to add the raw material cost. There is no need to mention food. I don't know if it's because the players' levels have increased or because all their skills have been activated, but the speed of food consumption is several times faster than before. Fortunately, we took over Jinsha City in time. Otherwise we don't know if we can hold on until the spring. It is precisely because of this that Xiaoming will never complain about having too much money. After all, money is also a resource. Thinking of this, Xiaoming restrained his smile. It seems that the task of spring plowing must be put on the agenda as soon as possible. It takes time for crops to grow. Even the improved crop seeds produced by the summoner cannot grow to the point where they can be harvested overnight. Therefore, the faster they can be planted, the better. In the future, there will be more and more players in the game. If there is not enough food reserves, it is likely that players and local NPCs will compete for food in the future. Although you can choose to buy, it also means that you are being caught by others, which is very unfavorable to the development of the slime clan in the long run. After a while, when the weather warms up a little, you may be able to arrange spring plowing. Chief, we just caught a suspicious person near the market. The excited report of the players interrupted Xiaoming's thoughts. Suspicious person? We found it when we were closing the stall. There was such a big hole in the city wall. The little player made a big circle with his hand and said, when we found the guy, he was crawling out with his butt sticking out. Another player added, that guy was sneaky and didn't look like a good person. We followed him and pulled him out in no time. Guess what? We actually found a gun and a three-headed dog outside the city wall. The city gate is so big. This guy has to drill through the wall instead of taking the main road. And he has a gun on him. He must be suspicious. Xiaoming was slightly stunned when he heard this, and then asked seriously, where is that person? He is locked in the cell waiting for you to interrogate him. As he said that, the players looked at him with burning eyes. Even if they didn't say anything, the intention to follow them in their eyes was obvious. What a joke. This is the hidden plot they triggered. How can we get the plot rewards if we don't follow them? Xiaoming, lead the way. Upon hearing this, the player saluted with shining eyes. Yes. Curled in the dark, damp and cold cell, Dick shivered and wrapped his cotton coat tightly. Who would have thought that his luck was so bad? He wandered around the city for an afternoon and nothing happened. But he was caught when he retreated at night. It would have been fine if he was just caught. But what people didn't expect was that the gun he hid in the bushes was discovered by these slimes. Then he was beaten. If he had known this, he shouldn't have coveted the food made by these slimes, but should have left the city after getting the information. It's all because of that cup of milk tea. Why is it so fragrant? The emotional excitement inevitably affected the wound on his face, and Dick grimaced in pain for a while. Under the stimulation of pain, he gradually calmed down. Since it has already happened, there is no point in regretting it. What we need to consider now is how to escape from here. Just as Dick was lost in thought, He heard a strange sound of duong duong coming from outside the cell. This is the sound of slimes walking. They are coming to deal with him. Realizing this, Dick sat up straight with a tense expression. A yellow slime surrounded by a group of slimes slightly smaller than it came to the front of the cell. The clan leader. That's him. In the player's identification, Xiao Ming saw a man who looked embarrassed. The man was dirty and seemed to have been beaten before, with bruises on his face. He was curled up in the corner and looked at them vigilantly. He motioned the player to open the cell door, and Xiao Ming then walked in. Who are you? Hearing the fluent desert language spoken by the slime in front of him, Dick was stunned. Don't these slimes speak human language? How could? Xiao Ming has long been accustomed to the first reaction of strangers when they see him. Seeing that the other party did not respond, he did not get angry, but continued, You did not go through the city gate, but chose to sneak into the city through the wall. Are you here to get information? Dick. Unexpectedly, this slime that spoke human language could see through his true purpose. Dick's face, which was not very good to begin with, became even paler. Then Xiao Ming said calmly, The reason why I left the gun outside the city was because I was afraid that someone would discover my identity. Without the gun, no one would notice you even if you sneak into the city with your ordinary appearance and dress. Tell me, who are you? Dick remained silent, because he knew that once his true identity was exposed, his fate would not be good. The Black Panther bandit group did not allow traitors to exist. These slimes in front of him would definitely not let him go. Anyway, it was better to say nothing since he was going to die anyway, so that he might still have a chance to survive. Anyway, these slimes would just lock him up in a cell if they caught him. Apart from losing his freedom, his loss was not that great. Just when Dick was about to remain silent, he saw the yellow slime in front of him suddenly turn around and said a few words to his subordinates in the slime language. Then, these slimes left here with excitement and strange laughter. Faced with the sudden change, Dick was a little confused. What happened? These slimes shouldn't give up so quickly. Right? Facts prove that his idea was indeed correct. Because not long after, these slimes used a cart to carry a huge fish tank into the cell. The weather was so cold, but strangely, the fish tank was not frozen, and there were even more than a dozen black fish swimming around in it. Dick was a little confused. What on earth do these slimes want to do? Pushing a fish tank over to let him see the fish when he can't get a word out? However, when he saw the appearance of these fish clearly, he was immediately shocked. Isn't this a lake catfish? The slime's half-smile came to my ear. I heard that pain can enhance human memory. Since you can't remember, let these cute little fish help you recall. Dick. Hack. Are you a devil? Chapter 252. This is a very important task. Dick never expected that these seemingly harmless slimes in front of him would be so vicious. He was shocked and frightened for a moment. Subconsciously, he wanted to escape. However, the cell in front of him was only this small. Where could he escape to? So the next second, he was like a duck caught by the neck by fate, tied up and hung upside down by the slimes. Looking at the fish tank below his head, Dick was trembling all over. However, compared to the rope on his feet that didn't look very strong, Dick was more afraid of the lake catfish below. At this time, the lake catfish under the water were like jackals that smelled the scent of prey, floating up one after another. They showed off their sharp and ugly teeth to the man above the water. It seemed that they would tear a large piece of meat from his body in the next second. In an instant, the man's face turned pale. No! Don't! He struggled violently to get rid of the dangerous situation in front of him. But the current situation made it impossible for him to escape the threat of death. He could only lie on the chopping board like a fish and be slaughtered. On the side, the players who controlled the ropes couldn't help but muttered, Are we being a little cruel? What's cruel? This method is not what we thought of. But what the tribe leader asked us to do. It's obviously the plot setting. Well, it makes sense. After recognizing the essence, the players immediately lost their psychological burden and continued to lower the rope. Seeing that he was getting closer and closer to the water surface, those lake catfish were about to jump out of the water and bite his nose. Dick, who was sweating profusely, finally shouted out the words that everyone wanted to hear the most in panic. I said. Hearing this, Xiao Ming's eyes flashed with a smile of success. He knew that it was impossible for normal people to not have the desire to survive. Once their lives are threatened, the knife of death hangs over their heads, and few people can withstand this fear, unless the other party has received professional quality training. However, the man in front of him is obviously not like that kind of well-trained professionals. Stop first. Hearing the order of the tribe leader, Several small players looked at each other. It is indeed a plot setting. After stopping the lowering of the rope, the players retreated to the side and waited quietly for the next plot development. Dick, who escaped temporarily, did not even dare to breathe, for fear that the lake catfish under the water would bite him in the next second. After sensing that the fish below gradually calmed down, he whispered, "My name is Dick, and I am a scout of the Black Panther Bandit Group. That is, a spy responsible for going out to investigate and gather information." Xiaoming nodded slightly. "Which means, you are a bandit." Noticing that the voice of the slime leader opposite was gradually getting colder, Dick hurriedly said, "I am not responsible for robbery. I just provide information to the group." As he said that, he seemed to feel that his voice was too loud and might disturb the piranhas below. So he closed his mouth nervously again. Xiaoming ignored his explanation and only said, "So you came to the city to get information?" Seeing the man nod, Xiaoming fell into deep thought. The reason why Jinsha City can become the most prosperous central city in the East is not only because there are many rich people here, but also because the public security here can be said to be the best in the East. After entering Jinsha City, he found that there was no shortage of guns and bullets in the city's arsenal. But on the day of the siege, the original city lord did not let his men shoot at them. Maybe the other party had long known that bullet attacks were ineffective against slimes, so they did not do anything unnecessary. However, although bullets are ineffective against slimes, they are effective against humans. Perhaps this is also the fundamental reason why the nobles of Jinsha City are obviously rich. But those thieves did not enter the city to rob, because they can't beat them. Of course, there is another possibility. They are already colluding with each other. Use the food and wealth of other farms outside the city as a condition of exchange to ensure the safety of Jinsha City itself. It is precisely because of this that these Baron Star bandits have always maintained a delicate balance with Jinsha City. They robbed farms outside Jinsha City, but never stepped into Jinsha City. And Jinsha City turned a blind eye to this. But now, this delicate balance seems to have been broken. Perhaps, these bandits have already known the fact that Jinsha City has changed dynasties. So they came to find out if they can get a share of it? Just as Xiaoming was thinking, he heard the man named Dick suddenly speak, "As long as you are willing to let me go, I will never tell anyone what I saw here." Hearing this, Xiaoming looked up at him. "Really? I promise." The man's voice was a little louder due to his excitement, which instantly attracted the attention of the lake catfish in the water tank. In just a moment, the piranhas began to get restless again. Seeing this, Dick tried his best to lift his upper body up. On the side, the players who were watching the plot couldn't help but marvel at it. Sure enough, the potential that people burst out in critical moments is still very powerful. Isn't it? Look at this, core strength is really 6. I may not be able to achieve this level even when I practice aerial yoga. I guess when we put him down, he will have abdominal muscles. Ha ha ha. Hacking abdominal muscles. Listening to the inappropriate discussions of the little players, Xiaoming couldn't help but twitch his skin. Fortunately, this person doesn't understand Chinese. Otherwise he would be so angry that he would vomit blood. Shaking off the irrelevant thoughts in his mind, Xiaoming said in a calm voice, "Your guarantee has no gold content. Why should I believe you?" Dick's attitude softened after hearing this. "So what do you want?" The arc of Xiaoming's mouth slightly curled up, and he didn't answer his question directly, but just said, "Tell me about your Black Panther Bandit group. If I am satisfied with what you said, I may consider letting you go." Dick gritted his teeth, and finally betrayed his old master under the desire to survive. So next, Xiaoming heard about a bandit organization and the selfish, dark and cruel history of the rulers of Jinsha City. Everything was just as he had guessed before. In order to maintain its own safety, Jinsha City fed all the nearby farms to this group of jackals as bait. In their opinion, as long as they didn't kill everyone, it wouldn't be a big deal to just steal some food. Since the farm no longer produces food after winter, Jinsha City was worried that the bandits, who couldn't steal anything, would riot. So they had to pay out of their own pockets to feed these people. But all this ended when the ruler of Jinsha City was overthrown by the slime, because they had not received tribute from Jinsha City for more than a month. The bandits were a little anxious, but because of the heavy snow at that time, they could not go down the mountain to find out. It was not until the snow melted recently that they sent people down the mountain to investigate. But who would have thought that this scout would be caught by the players? Thinking of this, even Xiaoming couldn't help but sigh at the guy's bad luck. But even so, he would not sympathize with him. After all, they are bandits. And they are bandits who bully the good and fear the evil and do evil. Not the kind of chivalrous thieves in water margin, who rob the rich and help the poor. Although this man named Dick claimed that he had never done anything bad. Who would believe it? This guy just wanted to save himself. But these things are no longer important. Dick looked at the silent slime leader below nervously and fearfully. After this, he had completely given up the idea of escaping from here by his own strength. Because it was impossible. Although these slimes looked like a group of harmless slugs, they were actually very scary. Not only were they brave enough to fight, but they were also well organized and disciplined. More importantly, they were just like humans. No, they might even be smarter than humans. In front of such a terrifying creature, Dick had no confidence in being able to fight against it, because he felt that no matter what kind of ideas he had, they would be seen through by the other party. In this case, he could only keep his tail between his legs and pray that the other party would give him a way out. Thinking about it, Dick said softly, "I have said everything I should say. You see?" However, the slime below did not respond, but just looked at him steadily. Being stared at by these non-human eyes for a long time, Dick couldn't help but feel creepy. This slime did not have sharp teeth like the lake catfish, nor did it have a strong physique and strangling ability like the red flame anaconda. But he still felt a chill down his spine. Under such an oppressive gaze, the man finally couldn't resist. You can't do any good even if you kill me. I just sneaked into the city to take a look, and didn't do anything. I won't tell you anything about the city. If you are worried, you can go up the mountain with me to be a witness." The man's voice became softer and softer, and he seemed to feel that his words were pale and powerless, and couldn't move the slime in front of him. "This is a good idea. It can be considered." Hearing this, Dick's breathing suddenly stagnated. You want to go up the mountain? Didn't you say so? If you are worried, I can go up the mountain with you to be a witness." Dick was stunned. He was just a casual courtesy, but he didn't expect the other party to take it seriously. This suddenly made him feel like he was riding a tiger, and it was difficult to get off. But at this point, he had to bite the bullet and continue. Of course. Looking at Dick with a bitter face in front of him, Xiaoming squinted and smiled. "Relax. We are not devils. As long as you can do as I say, and report everything here truthfully to your boss, I will not continue to pursue the matter of you opening a hole in the wall of Jinsha City." Dick? Wait. So these slimes are asking him to dig a hole in the wall? No. That's not the point. The other party actually asked him to report truthfully. Shouldn't he keep his mouth shut? Dick couldn't figure out what was going on. But the slime leader in front of him no longer explained. Xiaoming turned his head and looked at the little players, who were watching the show silently on the side. "Now, I have a task for you to complete." Hearing this, the players suddenly came back to their senses and looked at him with shining eyes. They have been waiting for this moment for a long time. After sending the task text message that had just been edited to the players panel, Xiaoming said in a calm voice, "This is a very important task. If we are lucky, we can get another batch of free labor in the spring." Chapter 253. Don't you want to be the new lord of Jinsha City? On the way back to the mountain, Dick's legs were still shaking. Now thinking back, the day in Jinsha City was still like a dream. After coming out of the prison, under the order of the slime leader, the slimes treated his wounds. They used a magical spray. After spraying the wound scabbed in just a few moments. This also made Dick more frightened. The good things in the hands of this group of slimes were more than he expected. After that, the slimes arranged a place for him to stay. After sleeping for a night, he set off this morning. Of course, before leaving, the slime leader also treated him to a breakfast. It was an incredibly rich breakfast. There were steamed buns, fried dumplings, soy milk and fried dough sticks. Unlike the fried dumplings and steamed buns he had eaten at the market yesterday, the stuffings he had this morning were obviously different, and the meat inside felt more delicate. At that time, he couldn't help but ask the slime leader what the stuffing was made of. However, the other party did not answer his question directly, but only smiled mysteriously. "You don't want to know." The slime leader's attitude also made him feel more uneasy. Xiaoming of course deliberately didn't tell Dick. This is also for his own good. If he knew that the stuffing in the dumplings was the meat of the lake catfish that almost bit him to death yesterday, wouldn't he lose his appetite? As a considerate slime, he couldn't do such a wicked thing. Thanks to Xiaoming, Dick had a good breakfast, until he left the city and saw a group of slimes dragging a hibernating red flame anaconda out of a cave outside the city. He felt unwell for a while. Even the hibernating red flame anaconda is a very scary monster. But these slimes are not afraid at all. Thinking about the lake catfish they used to scare him yesterday, Dick suddenly felt hair all over his body. These slimes are definitely not ordinary. It is not unfair that the nobles in Jinsha City lost to them. At this time, Dick has completely given up the idea of telling the boss. Not to mention whether the Black Panther thieves can defeat these slimes in the case of such a huge disparity in strength between the two sides. There is a group of guards behind him. Looking at the slimes behind him, who are talking in a language he can't understand at all, Dick sighed silently. These are all sent by the slime leader to monitor him. Although the other party did not go up the mountain with him in person, he sent a bunch of spies. Thinking of this, Dick silently said sorry to the brothers in the group in his heart. He tried hard, but still couldn't resist the threat of the other party. In this case, he could only choose to sacrifice them. It is better to die than to die alone. For these bandits, there is no morality. If there is profit, everyone is a brother. If there is no profit, it is only a matter of time before they break up. Since he can escape the disaster by doing what the slime leader said, why not do it? Anyway, the so-called losses are within the acceptable range for him. As for whether he would be retaliated by other people in the group after the rebellion, this was no longer within his consideration. Because by the time they found out that he had rebelled, he had already fled far away. No matter what these slimes wanted to do, whether the Black Panther bandits won or lost in the end had nothing to do with him. Dick was thinking silently in his heart. The players behind him were not idle either. They followed the NPC all the way to the depths of the mountains, observing the surrounding situation all the way. Although this mission was given to them by the Patriarch himself, it did not mean that there would be no hidden dangers along the way, especially when they knew that this sneaky NPC was actually a scout of a certain bandit group. Their vigilance immediately reached its peak, because they were worried that this kid would play tricks. The players with high perception points in the team kept an eye on the movements in the forest at all times. Fortunately, they did not encounter any danger along the way. After leaving Jinsha City, they walked eastward, bypassing two mountains, until they finally arrived at their destination the next afternoon. The Black Panther bandits group was located between the cliffs of the two mountains, and they had to climb the plank road if they wanted to go up, compared with those ordinary deserted star thieves who set up camp directly in the cave for convenience. These robbers in front of them are much smarter. This place is hidden and the terrain is high and steep, which is a good place that is easy to defend and difficult to attack. The only inconvenience is the transportation of goods. Either carry it on your back to the plank road, or pull the goods up from the bottom of the mountain through the roller cableway. Since there are robbers on the plank road, the players sent Dick to the place, and then hid in the forest to observe in the dark. When the surroundings returned to the state of one person again, Dick took a deep breath, grasped the gun in his hand, and drove the three-headed dog onto the plank road. I am Dick. I have a major discovery to report to the boss. The sentries all recognized the man in front of them. Knowing that he was a spy sent out by the group a few days ago, they let him go. The journey was smooth. Seeing the fortress built of wood at the end of the plank road, Dick breathed a sigh of relief and walked forward calmly, leaving the three-headed dog behind and unloading the gun. Dick pushed open the creaking wooden door and walked into the house quickly. Without the help of his subordinates, he soon arrived in front of the captain's house. Boss, I'm back. Hearing Dick's voice, the bearded man who was drinking whiskey in the house looked over immediately. What's the situation? Dick lowered his head, and those nobles were gone. Bang! As if he was extremely surprised. The man put down the wine glass heavily. What's going on? What do you mean by gone? Glancing at the boss secretly, Dick replied in a deep voice, including the mayor of Jinsha City. All the nobles are dead. Now the owner of Jinsha City is a group of slimes. The bearded man named Wenu sat up straight, and his soybean-sized eyes were as big as copper bells in that instant. You mean, it was the slimes who killed the mayor and nobles, and then replaced them as the new owner of Jinsha City? Seeing Dick nod, Wenu was immediately furious. He snapped. He threw the crystal glass to the ground with a loud thud. Do you think I'm a fool? Even a 3-year-old child wouldn't believe this kind of story. This guy had been down the mountain for several days, and the first thing he did when he came back was to tell him that the owner of Jinsha City had changed, and the mayor and nobles were all dead. So what he meant was that they would no longer receive offerings from Jinsha City. Right? Wenu couldn't help but suspect that all this was just a scam. His scouts had been bought by the shameless guys in Jinsha City, and all this was to help the other party get rid of the offerings to the Black Panther bandits. Dick could naturally feel the boss's distrust of him, and everything he said. After all, this matter itself was incredible. If it were him, he wouldn't dare to believe it before he saw it with his own eyes. But this is the fact. Thinking of what the slime leader had told him before he set off, and thinking of the group of slimes hiding somewhere and secretly monitoring him, Dick gritted his teeth and choked and said, "Everything I said is true. If you don't believe it, you can go and see it yourself. Those slimes are very fierce. I saw them dragging the red flame anaconda out of its hibernation nest and roasting it for food. They found me peeping on the side, so they caught me and hung me on the water. I almost couldn't come back." As he spoke, his expression became more and more sad and angry, and he almost cried. Although this was half true and half false, Dick's mood was real. He almost thought he could not come back, seeing that he was excited and did not seem to be faking it. Huinu's doubts were slightly dispelled. But even so, he still couldn't believe this story that seemed like a fairy tale. "Assuming that what you said was true, where did these slimes come from?" "I don't know this either. They just suddenly appeared from the mountains and forests in the east. I heard that these slimes once helped the people in the western prison kill the Desert Lizard King. The Lord of Jinsha City had the idea of eradicating them after hearing about this. I never thought that before he could do anything. He was caught off guard by these slimes." Huinu looked at him steadily. "Since these slimes are so powerful, how did you escape from them?" "That's because I discovered a secret of theirs that is unknown to others." "Oh?" Huinu subconsciously asked, "What secret?" "They can't fight at night." Dick quickly blurted out the words he had prepared in advance. "Once night falls, their fighting ability will be greatly weakened. Even worse than a stink bug. So they don't allow any human to approach their base camp at night. For this reason, they even built a high protective wall. And it was because I discovered their weakness that I was able to cut the rope and escape from there in the dark." As he said that, a hint of excitement flashed across his face. "Boss, this is a good opportunity. The city lord and the nobles are gone, and Jinsha City is now a mess. Although those slimes have entered Jinsha City, they have no ability to control the city. Although the guards and civilians dare not disobey them openly, they don't regard them as the masters of this city in private. On the other hand, our Black Panther bandit group has weapons and has mastered the weaknesses of those slimes. If we don't attack now, when will we attack? Don't you want to be the new city lord of Jinsha City?" Just as a certain slime leader had taught him, Dick excitedly painted a rosy picture for the bandit boss in front of him, under the brainwashing of the man in front of him, who was almost like a pyramid scheme leader. Huinu, who was still questioning the truth of Dick's words, was immediately tempted. How could he not be tempted? That's Jinsha City. It is the most prosperous and wealthy city in the eastern part of the entire deserted planet. Compared with that place, their base is as shabby as a rat's nest in the gutter. What's more, even a group of slimes can become the masters there. Why can't he? Seeing that the boss was persuaded, Dick was relieved and continued to make up stories. Night is when those slimes are the weakest. The guards are all a bunch of idiots, and the residents in the city are greedy for life and afraid of death. Boss, we have a great chance of winning." Huinu narrowed his eyes and didn't respond. He just asked, "What about the ammunition reserves in the city?" "Jinsha City is so big that it is impossible that there is no ammunition reserves." "Right. You know, the homes of those nobles originally had a lot of guns and bullets. This is also the fundamental reason why he didn't dare to rashly make enemies with those guys before. It's gone long ago. I heard that the slimes had almost been used up when they attacked the city. They didn't expect that slimes were not afraid of bullets at all. So they wasted so much ammunition in vain." "They are not afraid of bullets?" Huinu was a little surprised. "They are indeed not afraid." Dick nodded. "So we can't waste weapons in such a place like that stupid city lord. There are only 200 or 300 slimes in the city. At night, this thing is like a grasshopper in autumn, and it can't jump a few times. It can be crushed with 1 foot. We just need to wait until dark and go straight to their base camp to catch them off guard, so that the whole Jinsha City will be in your pocket." Desire and ambition swelled at this moment. "Good." Overjoyed, Huinu immediately called his men and ordered, "Let everyone get ready and go down the mountain early tomorrow morning." Chapter 254. What is going on? When Dick successfully coaxed the bandit boss down the mountain, Xiaoming and Jinsha City also received a message from the players. Knowing that these guys were preparing to launch a night attack on Jinsha City as expected, Xiaoming posted the event copy prepared in advance on the official website announcement. The new event, Jinsha City Defense War, is about to be launched. Event background introduction. In the mountains and forests east of Jinsha City, There is a gang of bandits named Black Panther. They once had an inseparable cooperative relationship with the former city lord and nobles of Jinsha City. The nobles allowed these bandits to rob the farms outside Jinsha City, but on the condition that they would not infringe on the interests of Jinsha City. But with the fall of the former city lord and nobles, the delicate balance between the two sides was broken. These bandits finally set their sights on Jinsha City and planned to attack the city at night. Golden Slime, brave people, unite! Let these daring robbers see the bravery of slimes. Let them experience what it means to ask for trouble. This event has no limit on the number of participants, and no limit on the level. The event rewards are as follows. Brick moving boy, damn! The combat event came unexpectedly. Stir-fried kidney, last time it was a siege battle. Is it a siege battle this time? Hey Gulong Dongyong, not only that, but it's also a night attack. Gotham Iron Man, front row, rocket launcher. DD if you need it. By Wuchang at Gotham Iron Man. Are you selling your pirated MK44? If not, you can rent it. Gotham Iron Man, neither sell nor rent, roll eyes. Also, it's not called pirated MK44. It's called Death Iron Man. Fei Kele, although, isn't Death Iron Man the name of the improved version of the aircraft? Gotham Iron Man, ahem. A slip of the tongue. It's called Death Roar. Fei Kele. The first time is the last time. After experiencing countless versions, the players already know how to fight. Not to mention that this battle is an open book test planned by Xiao Ming. Back online, the players have set traps near the city gates under Xiao Ming's instructions, and built the so-called slime stronghold in the inner city. A building made of wood, gravel and bricks that looks like a tower, and a defensive wall. In order to make the robbers believe what Dick said, Xiao Ming asked the players to build this tower higher than the wall of Jinsha City. Make sure to make them believe that the slime does not want humans to get close to this stronghold, because there is indeed a secret that they do not want humans to know about it. Although the time is tight, and the task is heavy. Fortunately, today's players have already acquired skilled construction skills under the training of the game. After Xiao Ming issued the task, these players all turned into infrastructure maniacs. In just 2 days, a strange building with a vaguely post-apocalyptic style stood in Jinsha City. Looking at this eye-catching tower, the residents of Jinsha City couldn't help but talk about it. What is this tower used for? It should be built so high for reconnaissance. When spring comes, those bandits will probably come out to cause trouble again. What are you afraid of? Anyway, those guys dare not enter the city. We are very safe here. The construction speed of the Slime Masters is too fast. It has been completed in less than 2 days? I saw that only a base was built yesterday morning. Is this the power of the God of the universe? Oh my God. For a moment, the passers-by who were just watching the excitement stopped and prayed. Seeing these strange passers-by in the distance, the players couldn't help but stop their work and looked over in confusion. What are those NPCs doing? I don't know. It looks like they are praying. Does this thing we built look so much like a church? Why pray to it? I don't know. Sometimes I don't understand the brain circuits of these NPCs. Why bother so much? Maybe it's just an action setting made by the official when they have nothing to do. Players are still not very interested in those background NPCs. They just talked about it for a few words, and then focused on their own things. Although the tower was built, the traps were far more than that. They also had to bury explosives inside the building. Of course, in order to avoid accidentally injuring innocent people during the operation. The tower was originally built in an open space far away from the residential area in the city. Looking at the tall and magnificent building in front of him, Daon couldn't help but sigh. We finally built this thing. But now we have to blow it up. I have to say that the patriarch is really willful. On the side, Rim is my wife, and rolled her eyes disapprovingly. What do you know? This is called tactics. Besides, this thing was originally built to attract the attention of the enemy. Mighty and indomitable, stop talking nonsense. Bury the explosives quickly. We still have to go offline to eat. What's the hurry? Anyway, I'll eat instant noodles when I go offline. That's you. I'm going to eat braised chicken when I go offline. Braised chicken is great. I'll go order chicken pot tonight. 6. As dusk fell, the originally bustling Jinsha City gradually became quiet. The players who participated in the battle had already brought their own weapons, and divided into 2 groups to ambush near the city gate and the tower trap. The residents in the city had received a notice 2 days ago that they should lock their doors and windows at night and not go out. With this heavy insurance, the players can charge forward without worries. Xiaoming stood on the high platform beside the city wall and looked at the dark woods in the distance. His thoughts gradually drifting away. The scenes were set up. The actors were in place. And it was unknown when these bandits would appear. At this moment, Xiaoming received a message from the players. The target has arrived. Outside the city, nearly 100 people were ambushing in the lush woods. These bandits did not know that they had stepped into a trap. After 2 days of continuous travel, they finally arrived at their destination in the evening. Looking at the huge tower that was faintly visible in the twilight in the distance, Dick said excitedly, "That's right. That's it. That's the base of these slimes. They never let people get close on weekdays." As soon as he finished speaking, he got hit on the head. Wenwu gritted his teeth and yelled in a low voice, "Why are you shouting so loudly? I'm not deaf. Do you want to shout out all the guys in the city?" Hearing this, Dick immediately shut up. Wenwu ignored the idiot in front of him and just looked up at the sky. The sky was getting darker and darker. In a little while, night would fall completely. And by then, it would be the best time for them to attack. Thinking that this extremely prosperous city in front of him would soon be in his pocket, Wenwu's face showed extreme excitement. Wine, meat, wealth, and beauty. He couldn't wait to hold a celebration banquet in the extremely luxurious city lord's mansion. "Have you brought all the guys?" "All of them." "Very good. Pass the order down. Everyone act according to the plan." "Yes, boss." The messenger went down excitedly. Wenwu stared at the loosely guarded city wall in front of him with burning eyes, and his thick beard could not hide the arc of joy on his lips. Soon, he will become the new owner of Jinsha City. In the pitch-black darkness, a group of people quietly sneaked along the city wall. These people were either wearing rough cotton coats or thick leather coats. Everyone was holding a variety of weapons in their hands. Shovel, hoe, axe, iron rod. In addition to guns and bullets, they had brought all the cold weapons they could use. In addition, they even brought fuel oil. This was because Dick said that slimes were afraid of fire, and they could take advantage of their weakness at night to burn down the stronghold. Since the other party said it seriously, Wenwu did not doubt it. Carrying these incongruous equipment also made these robbers look like unreliable street urchins. Of course. In fact, they were not very smart. After all, when they robbed the farm in the past, they faced a group of honest farmhands and local rich people who were afraid of death. As long as they fired a few shots, these guys would naturally surrender. So there was no need to use any powerful means. Not to mention that under Dick's deliberate guidance, they now have an extremely wrong understanding of these slimes. In their eyes, this group of slimes is just a group of bluffing monsters, although they look terrible at first glance. In fact, as long as you know their weaknesses, it is as easy as crushing an ant to death. Holding a metal rod full of spikes, Wenwu squinted at the dog hole hidden in the weeds in front of him. "Is this the entrance you mentioned?" Dick nodded. "It is here." Hearing this, Wenwu's green bean eyes suddenly became the size of broad beans. "You want me to go through a dog hole?" I didn't expect that at this critical moment. The other party would still care about the fact that going through a dog hole is not impressive. Dick tried his best to control his expression and said in a serious voice, "Boss, this road is definitely the safest. I can guarantee it." Wenwu looked up and down at this small hole that was only about knee height, and said nothing, only motioning the person next to him to go in first. The man who was called immediately knelt on the ground and crawled towards the dog hole in front of him. Soon, he entered the city. Seeing his men enter smoothly, Wenwu was relieved and led everyone to go into the cave one by one. As Dick said, all the slimes hid at night, and even the humans in the city were not allowed to wander around. Looking at the tower not far away, Wenwu's face once again showed a wild smile. "Go, light that thing for me." The minions on the side heard this, and then dispersed. They poured fuel around the tower, and then took out lighters. "Let's warm you up, little ones." The flame streaked through the dark night sky like a meteor, and fell directly under the tower not far away. The flames ignited the fuel on the ground and the surface of the building, and the flame shot up into the sky in an instant. However, just when everyone thought that they would be able to witness the tragic situation of the slimes with their own eyes, something unexpected happened. Boom! Bang! The explosives buried inside the tower were ignited by the flames. The explosion swept the rubble, and wood blocks and rushed directly towards the minions who lit the fire. There was no time to react, and several people were killed on the spot. The sudden accident shocked Wenwu in the distance. After being stunned for a moment, he quickly realized that this was a scam. Damn it! We were deceived by Dick. That BXXXH. There is no slime in Sand City. All this was a conspiracy between Dick and the nobles of the city lord. They deceived us here to eliminate the trouble forever. The extremely angry bandits immediately wanted to settle accounts with the traitor. But the instigator had disappeared long ago. At the same time, a heart-shaking shout broke out in the darkness. Go! Don't kill them! Catch them alive! Long live slime! The players who have been ambushing in the dark for a long time finally waited for the opportunity to attack. They shouted excitedly and joined this one-sided battle of bullying like a carnival. Looking at the slimes rushing over from all directions with weapons raised high. Everyone was confused again. Slime? What is going on? Chapter 255 1.23 version update. Spring farming activity online. There was no time to react. The bandits were trapped by the players. Subconsciously, they wanted to fight back. However, the uneven weapons in their hands had no chance of winning against the well-equipped slime in front of them. In addition, all the players who participated in the battle had skills. And it was a piece of cake to deal with these bandits, who only knew how to use weapons to fight violently. So that night, these bandits deeply felt what it meant to be powerless and deeply feared. Until he was tied up like a hairy crab by the slime and locked in a cage. When New still couldn't figure out what was going on. After learning that he had been tricked, he thought that the slime was just a cover for Dick and the nobles of Jinsha City to deceive him. But he never thought that this cover actually appeared in front of him. And the culprit, he thought, did not appear from beginning to end. This is very abnormal. Could it be that he made a mistake in this? Looking at the countless slimes coming and going in the city, when New suddenly seemed to realize something, and his eyes widened in disbelief. Since slimes really exist, then maybe what Dick said before was not all lies. The city lord and the nobles are really dead. They were killed by these slimes. And the sand city in front of them has indeed become the world of slimes. So, Dick's partners are not the city lords and nobles he thought, but these slimes. Yes, this makes sense. What slimes are not afraid of bullets? What slimes will become weaker at night? All of this is false. These are all lies made up by Dick. The purpose is to help this group of slimes to deal with him. After thinking all this through, when New became even more angry. This damn traitor. If it was those local rich people, it would be fine. But he actually helped a group of slugs to deal with the brothers in the group. What is he looking for? This is also a question that all the bandits, including When New, want to know. Why did Dick go to so much trouble to help a group of slimes trick them down from the mountain? However, Dick, the protagonist of the problem, was also at a loss. Originally, everything he did was to survive, to protect himself, regain freedom, and escape from here smoothly. But now, he didn't get what he thought. Although he was still alive, this group of slimes who went back on their words actually locked him up. And he didn't even know why. Obviously, he had already done what the slime leader arranged. And there was no problem in his actions. But things didn't develop as he expected. At this time, Dick deeply realized one thing. He was deceived by the slime leader. From the beginning, it never thought of letting him go. The other party just wanted to use him to catch the Black Panther group in one fell swoop. Facing the dark walls in the cell, Dick couldn't help but feel regretful. He shouldn't have taken the initiative to go down the mountain at the beginning, so that he might not have encountered these things. However, it's too late to say anything now. Everyone in the regiment, including himself, was arrested. Thinking of the brothers who were killed by the explosion because of the fire, Dick couldn't help but feel a chill on his back. These slimes are so cruel and ruthless. No one knows what terrible things they will do next. Perhaps they will kill them like they killed the Lord of Jinsha City and those nobles. Thinking of this, Dick felt deep despair. Unlike these captured bandits, the slime players who just participated in a group battle felt their blood boiling. They haven't participated in the official combat activities for more than a month since they captured Jinsha City. Now how can people not be excited to step into the battlefield again after a long absence? However, although they are excited, players actually have some opinions about this event. The number of boss in this event is too small. Right? There are not enough heads to share. The small number is secondary. The key is that they are too weak. I haven't tried hard yet. And that guy fainted. It's too unsatisfying to fight. Isn't it? The boss was clearly here to attack. But he didn't even bring a gun. And just swung axes and iron bars to smash around. This bandit is too low. It's not as exciting as the liberation of Bordeaux Farm. I agree. It feels like the official planning level has declined. Actually, you can't say that the boss is bad. At least they know how to light a fire, squinting smile. Maybe they didn't bring guns because they knew that bullets are useless against slimes? The person who spoke was Lu Guang. As one of the first big players to enter the game, he obviously has his own unique insights. I think the abnormal behavior of these bosses may be a deliberate setting by the official. Slimes are growing. And these bosses are also growing. While we are crushing humans, they are also thinking of ways to deal with us. Although the means they are currently taking seem a bit stupid to us, this may just be a small attempt on their part. If one day, human bosses use weapons of mass destruction against slimes, the difficulty level of the battle will also be upgraded from easy to H.L. level. Lu Guang's words made sense. In just a moment, the players who had previously been clamoring that this event was too simple and not exciting began to think about the possibility of this matter. If this is true, it would be really terrible. After all, no matter how much the slime evolves, it is impossible to withstand the attack of nuclear bombs, unless the players will be given buffs and unreasonable cheats in the later stage. How can they just pass it when the server is opened in the future? If players want to pass this H.L. level battle event, they have to spend money to buy buffs and equipment. Thinking of this, everyone paused suddenly. Wait, the official can't be so stupid, right? Xiaoming didn't know that the players' thoughts had diverged from this event to what would happen after the server was opened. At this time, he was busy updating the announcement. After editing the last line of words in the summoner background and checking the content of the announcement from beginning to end, Xiaoming sent the things out. Desolate Star World 1.23 version update. 1. A new event, Spring Farming, is about to be launched. 2. A number of new crop seeds. The agricultural system has been fully upgraded. 3. Several new NPCs have been added. 4. Scene modeling has been optimized and a few bugs have been fixed. New event, Spring Farming, is about to be launched. Event introduction. The cold winter is coming to an end and the warm spring is coming soon. A year's plan starts in spring. Spring is the season when everything revives and is also a good season for sowing. With the increase in the number of tribesmen and the expansion of territory, food reserves will also become a major problem that the slime tribe needs to solve in its development. Golden slime, in order to ensure that all tribesmen can have enough food, and also to awaken more tribesmen in the future. Next, we need to grow enough food. Complete the planning task to get event points rewards for lottery. Exchange for special rewards such as limited titles. As usual, the official website has been updated again. Offline, players and cloud players who are chatting on the forum can't help but boil. Sheep village boiling sheep. The activities have been arranged so densely these 2 days. It feels like the new year. I am your father, finally. The spring farming has come. And the farming players are ecstatic. Pork stewed with vermicelli. So can we grow mushrooms this spring? I am your father. I think we can. There is no rule that we cannot grow mushrooms. Farming boss. No matter what you grow, I must be the MVP of this event. After all, I am professionally qualified. Sunglasses. By Wu Chang, that's not necessarily true. Who hasn't grown anything these days? Brick moving boy, that's right. My grandparents are farmers, and I was raised by them. Farming is a piece of cake, picking nose. The lilies in my hometown are blooming. Raise your hand to indicate that I have grown onions on the balcony even if I live in a high-rise building. Big IQ girl. Although I have never grown onions. Does it count if I have grown flowers? Stir-fried kidneys, count. Why not? If you grow onions until they bloom. Isn't that growing flowers? Squinting smile. Fei Kele, damn! Can it be like this? The enthusiasm of netizens on the forum for the new event exceeded Xiaoming's imagination. It has to be said that the farming gene of Chinese people is engraved in their bones. Spring plowing is a game for players. But it is not so interesting for the captured bandits. Underground prison cell in Jinsha City. The head of the prison, Sai, threw a basket of cooked wild potatoes on the floor of the prison cell. The wild potatoes rolled on the dirty ground for several rounds and were stained with black mud. But the bandits no longer cursed as before. The moment they saw the food, they eagerly picked it up from the ground. This group of people had not eaten for 3 days. They did not bother to wipe the mud off the surface of the wild potatoes. And they ate them in big mouthfuls. Looking at these people eating voraciously, Sai's eyes could not help but reveal a trace of disgust. Once upon a time, he was also a long-term worker in a farm outside the city. In the past, these bandits always ran into the farm to rob and kill people from time to time. When he was 10 years old, his parents died tragically under the guns of these bandits. He has always kept this account in mind. But in the past, he had no power, because he had no way to take revenge. He had to bury his hatred in his heart. But now everything has changed. Jinsha City has changed. Those nobles who skinned people died, and the land was distributed to the farmhands by the Golden Slime Lord. Everyone started to live a good life. He also learned to read and count through night school. Now he has changed his appearance and become a jailer in the Jinsha City prison. More importantly, the great city lord, Lord Goldslime, also arrested the hateful bandits who killed his parents. Although in his opinion, feeding these scums with wasteland potatoes is a pure waste of food. Such guys should be hanged immediately. But when he thought of the order of the Golden Slime City Lord, his resentment gradually subsided. It's too easy to let them die like this. Sometimes a life worse than death is a more terrible punishment. When he thought of what these guys will face next, a happy smile appeared on the face of the sickle. It's time to let these people taste the suffering they have suffered over the years. Chapter 256. The giant cocoon reappears. After being locked up in the dark dungeon for a week, the bandits finally saw the light of day again. However, what awaited them was not freedom, but even more arduous labor reform. They were wearing heavy shackles, and were driven by guards and slimes to the eastern valley. It is said that there is the slimes' base camp, and there is a vast land there that they need to plant. At this time, no matter how late they realized it, the bandits also understood the intention of this group of slimes. The reason why they haven't killed them yet is to use them as coolies. However, even if they realized this, they couldn't vent their anger. Now they have lost their weapons and freedom. Not to mention that there are people guarding everywhere around them. They can't beat them at all when they are outnumbered. In this way, they can only bite the bullet and obey the other party's arrangements. However, when Wenu and others saw that the traitor Dick was also in the escorted team, the suppressed anger instantly erupted like a volcano. This damn guy. After cursing, a group of people subconsciously rushed forward to teach the other party a lesson. But they were ruthlessly stopped by the guards around them. Then a bang was heard. The gunshot. The scene suddenly became silent. The city lord has ordered that fighting is prohibited. Violators will be executed on the spot. Looking at the smoking muzzle in front of him, the robbers gradually regained their sanity. Looking at Dick, who was cowering behind the guards not far away, Wenu glared at him fiercely, and then returned to the team with a group of men. In the distance, the players who were busy in the fields noticed the movement here and looked over curiously. What's going on? Aren't those people the robbers who attacked Jinsha City in the middle of the night some time ago? Why are they here? I heard that they seem to be sent to the mountains by the patriarch to do hard labor. Go to the mountains to do hard labor? What kind of hard labor? Chopping wood? It should be farming. Didn't some players circle an experimental field in the valley to plant improved early rice some time ago? These people should have gone there to help. So that's it. The players chatted casually for a few words, and then got back to work. As the weather warmed up, the snow on the mountain was gradually melting. The spring plowing activity was officially launched at this time of green sprouting. Near the slime village, there were farmlands being sown everywhere. In order to get the title of king of farming in this event, some players even put in all their efforts to take root in the farmland and work every day. And their diligence was comparable to that of old oxen. Of course, in addition to these hard-working players with extraordinary willpower, most of the participants in this event were casual players. However, they participated in this event not for the title, nor for points and lottery, but simply for fun. They may need to spend several days to cultivate an acre of land, and what they grow may not necessarily be staple food. Although he specifically noted in the activity requirements that planting staple food would earn more activity points, there were always some rebellious players who didn't follow the rules. Seeing the green onions on the ground in front of him, Xiao Ming suddenly fell silent. Fortunately, he didn't put all his hopes on the players. Most of the fields seized from the former city lord and the old nobles of Jinsha City were used by him to grow staple foods such as rye and wild potatoes. In addition, there were also those captured bandits. Under his arrangement, these people went to a player from the Academy of Agricultural Sciences to help grow improved early rice. So, with the full-scale actions of players and NPCs, spring came quietly. Along with spring came a new batch of leaks. Oh no! It was the players. After the 1.24 version was launched, 100 players who received the game helmet finally successfully logged into the long-awaited game after waiting for 48 hours. When they walked out of the dark cave, stepped on the soft soil, saw the mountains and farmland in the distance, and smelled the faint fragrance of grass and trees in the air, everyone's eyes were filled with extremely shocked emotions. Damn! This game is even more real than a 3D movie. No wonder it has attracted so much attention before it was officially launched. However, compared with the screenshots and videos circulating on the internet, the feeling in the game is definitely more shocking. After all, videos and screenshots cannot touch, smell or taste the things in the game. I finally got in, ha 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 ha. Thanks to the planner dad for picking me. The child is so excited that he is about to cry. I declare that this is definitely the most awesome game I have ever played. No one else. As before, the new players who entered the game were shocked by everything they saw. Just like a toddler who has just learned to walk. Looking at this, and that is also strange. Of course, what they are most interested in is their new body. Damn! It turns out that you can jump so high after becoming a slime. Not only that, you can also transform. Looking at the slime players who turned into gummy candies in front of him, Xiaoming couldn't help but twitch his skin. Sure enough, will humans experience this after becoming slimes? Fortunately, the subsequent cutscenes quickly drew the attention of these players back. When the NPC Golden Slime Chieftain on the holographic projection finished his second-year dialogue, the noisy newbies started their part-time jobs under the guidance of the system. Oh no! It was a mission career. Why is the novice mission farming? I was thinking about fighting the big spider. Looking at the novice mission of planting an acre of wasteland potatoes that popped up on the panel. A player with the ID Jedi Knight couldn't help but sigh. An old player not far away rolled his eyes when he heard it. What you said was something from several versions ago. The recent activities are all farming. If you want to fight, you'd better wait for the next wave of combat activities. But before that, you'd better do some tasks to earn some money. Otherwise you won't be able to afford the equipment at that time. The newbie looked naive. Is the equipment in this game expensive? Ordinary equipment is naturally not expensive. Good equipment is not cheap. I can pay for it. Overthinking. The old player rolled his eyes. There is no recharge option here. Good equipment requires not only money, but also luck. Some people can get a power armor by drawing a lottery at the end of an event, while some people work hard for a long time and only get a sniper rifle and have to buy bullets themselves. Of course, if you really find it troublesome to complete the task, you can also choose to trade slime coins with other players offline with RMB. With slime coins, you can still buy equipment in the game, but it is more expensive. Of course, if you are rich, you can ignore my last sentence. Hearing this, the newbie named Jedi Knight couldn't help asking, so how much money is it? According to the current exchange rate, one slime coin is about 40-50 RMB. An ordinary gun costs at least 1,000 slime coins, not including bullets. Jedi Knight. So expensive? It's just the normal price of the game. This is already cheap. The old player continued, not only equipment, but also account level. After all, some combat activities will limit the level of participating players. So if you want to be unrestricted, you should do more tasks and upgrade more. As he spoke, the old player stretched out a thin little hand from his soft and elastic jelly body and touched the bald head of the newbie in front of him, and said in a tone of an experienced person, "You still have a lot to learn. So that's it. Thank you, big brother." Looking at the shining eyes of the newbie in front of him, the old player's face couldn't help showing a look of joy. But even so, he still waved his little hand. "I'm not a big brother. There are so many powerful players in this game. This is not false modesty. After all, there are indeed many great people in this game. There are weapons masters like Gotham. There are also players whose professions are related to civil engineering. And there are even steelmaking and industrial production. Compared with those big guys, he is at best a little potato who loves farming." Just when these 100 new potatoes left the slime nest and devoted themselves to the great cause of spring plowing, Xiaoming, as a game planner, was not idle. Returning to the slime underground laboratory through the portal, Elpis has already completed the latest batch of recovery potions. This thing is far more popular than Xiaoming expected. Julian previously took 1,000 boxes of recovery potions to the planet in the Space Army domain to test the waters and sell them. But the supply was in short supply. After tasting the sweetness, Boss who immediately asked Xiaoming to add another 5,000 boxes of recovery potions. The sudden surge in orders instantly caused a shortage of manpower, so Elpis had to recruit more people to help. After this period of rushing and rushing, the goods were finally rushed out on time. The things are all here. You can do whatever you want. I'm going to recharge. After greeting Xiaoming, Elpis left the warehouse, looking at the mountain of recovery potions in front of him. Xiaoming silently clicked on the package transfer function of the summoner to collectively transfer these boxes to Julian's spaceship. After doing all this, Xiaoming was about to leave. But a little player suddenly ran outside. It's bad. Chief. Those spiders. Xiaoming was a little surprised to see the little player gasping for breath. What happened to the spiders? Those spiders suddenly grew up. And it has started to lay eggs. Hearing this, Xiaoming's face wrinkled into a bun. Take me there. A few kilometers away from the slime underground experimental base. There is a breeding base made of sand and soil. The purple giant spider seedlings brought by the players were all transferred here. This is also the production site of purple spider silk, the raw material of the recovery potion. When Xiaoming followed the players into this huge breeding base, he saw purple spider eggs all over the ground, and spiders crawling all over the ceiling. This scene shocked Xiaoming and all the players present. You know, these spiders have been the size of volleyballs since they came to the deserted planet, even until last night. But when they came to the breeding base to clean up this morning, everything changed. The little spiders not only became behemoths more than 1 meter tall, but also laid eggs all over the ground. However, more surprising things are still to come. I saw a huge purple-gray cocoon hanging in the middle of the breeding room. Countless thin and long dark purple silk threads grew under the cocoon, and these silk threads connected to the spider eggs below like blood vessels. It was like drawing blood, and it was like delivering nutrients. Seeing this scene in front of him, Xiaoming narrowed his eyes. What's going on? Chapter 257 Pattern. Damn! How could this thing appear here? Seeing the giant cocoon in front of them, the players opened their eyes wide in surprise. They also found such a cocoon in the lair of the giant purple spider. Later, the cocoon broke and a strange worm crawled out of it. The worm seemed to have the ability to tear space. After coming out, it directly opened a hole in the cave wall and then disappeared. At that time, everyone thought it was an active cutscene, so they didn't pay much attention to it. But now it seems that it is not just an ordinary cutscene, but an important continuous plot. Maybe this giant purple spider and the huge cocoon in front of them are related to the main plot. Realizing this, the players became more and more excited. I thought these spiders were just simple silk spinning machines. Who would have thought that there would be a follow-up plot? The planner is awesome. It seems that the giant purple spider and the strange worm are in a mutually dependent symbiotic relationship. I just don't know whether this spider caused the appearance of the strange worm, or the appearance of the strange worm allowed the spider eggs to be fed. Do you remember the scene where the strange insect in the cocoon appeared last time? That thing seems to be able to open a passage to another space. Maybe the other space is the next new map. So that's it. 6. It seems that the next main plot of Wild Star World is likely to be related to these strange insects. A little player analyzed seriously. This strange insect only appeared on asteroids before. After bringing the spider back to the wild planet, the strange insect now appears on the wild planet again. This also means that this strange insect may have the ability to cross space. Do you think this setting is a bit similar to the Zerg in StarCraft? Although the Zerg does not have the ability to cross space, they can survive in any environment, such as the vast space and the asteroid with nothing. And the concentrated residence of the Zerg is the hatchery. Except for the lack of fungal blankets, the breeding farm in front of us really has the meaning of that kind of hatchery. Hey, you know what? It does look a bit like it. Another player on the side seemed to have played StarCraft before, and he took over the conversation after hearing this. Now that I think about it, the strange insect in the cocoon is a bit like the queen. The queen has no physical attack ability, and can quickly escape when in danger. And the queen can also make other creatures lay eggs. After the voice fell, the players all paused. Then, they all showed a look of sudden enlightenment. I said that they were still babies. How could they suddenly grow bigger and lay eggs? They were still in the state of juveniles until yesterday. And even if they grew up, they couldn't grow so big overnight. Right? It turned out to be because of this thing. Damn. This plot feels more and more interesting. Unlike the players' excitement, Xiaoming's mood at this moment is a bit complicated. Something that shouldn't appear here actually appeared. This huge cocoon and the strange insect inside are like a gust of wind, always appearing without warning and then disappearing without warning. However, so far, he has not been able to figure out the true origin of the other party. And he doesn't know whether it has malicious intentions, because the search function of the summoner has never given him an answer. In addition to knowing that this creature may not exist in this space, he did not get any other more useful information. Thinking of this, Xiaoming couldn't help but sigh. It would be great if this was a real game. In this way, he can see the enemy camp and the enemy's health bar. Wait! Maybe there is a way to know whether this thing has malicious intentions. Turn on the skill. Feeling Xiaoming's thoughts. The skill bar in the background of the summoner turned immediately. Skill. Deterrence of the clan leader. When the skill is turned on, the tribe members must not disobey the tribe leader's orders. At the same time, the malice of external hostile forces can be sensed and have a 100% deterrent effect on them. Activation conditions. The tribe leader must have 3 or more tribe members under him to activate it. Trigger objects. Slime tribe. Members included in the tribe by the tribe leader, including but not limited to slimes, and creatures hostile to slimes. With the increase in level, the power of his passive and active skills has increased a lot compared to before, and the restrictions of some triggering conditions are also much smaller than before. Unfortunately, now that the player's strength has increased and the slime clan has become more powerful, he can no longer use these self-protection skills. If he hadn't suddenly remembered the Patriarch's deterrence just now, this skill itself has the function of sensing the malicious intent of hostile forces. He would not have remembered that he could use this method. It turns out that he has lived a comfortable life for too long, and even his brain has become dull. Thinking in his heart, Xiaoming looked at the huge purple-gray cocoon opposite. Under the effect of the skill, he can clearly see the green light spot representing harmony on the opposite side. Seeing this, Xiaoming's originally hanging heart suddenly relaxed. Because if this thing really has malicious intent, the color should be bright red, no matter what the origin of this strange insect is. At least from the current situation, it doesn't want to do anything to them. Although nothing happened when the players encountered the strange insect last time, everything must be verified in person before they can be assured. Fortunately, the result of the verification is good. Looking at the chaos in the farm, a player asked quietly, "Patriarch, what should we do now? Do we need to expand the breeding farm?" Xiaoming did not answer this question immediately because he was also struggling. Logically speaking, it should be expanded. After all, these spiders have grown up and laid so many eggs, and the little spiders need their own nursery when they are born. But the problem is that their reproduction speed is a bit too fast. It has only been about 2 or 3 months since the player brought them back from the iron mine on the asteroid, and the young spiders have grown into adults. And it only took 1 day to complete the entire process of adult reproduction. Although it is not ruled out that this situation is caused by this strange insect, the result is the same. I am afraid that he has just expanded the breeding farm, and this group of spiders will start to give birth to the second batch. At this reproduction rate, the West will probably be plagued by spiders instead of lizards. After all, no matter how much the demand for recovery potions is, it doesn't take so many spiders to spin silk. This is not a real Ponzi cave. Just when Xiaoming was struggling with what to do, the puzzled voice of the little player suddenly came to his ear. "Why are those spiders not moving?" Upon hearing this, everyone looked up. They saw countless adult spiders hanging upside down on the ceiling of the farm, just like Halloween decorations used to scare people. At this time, they noticed something was wrong. They had been chatting here for so long since they entered the door. It made no sense that these spiders would not react. In doubt, a player took out a long pole and boldly poked it above his head. Why is there no reaction at all? As soon as the voice fell, a huge shadow flashed above his head. Then there was a loud bang. The huge spider that was originally perched on the ceiling fell heavily to the ground. Then, it was the second one. The third one. Looking at the spider corpses all over the ground, the players couldn't help but open their mouths in surprise. Oh my! All dead? Isn't this just like moths and dragonflies? They only reproduce once in their lifetime, and they die after laying eggs. As he said this, the players seemed to have suddenly thought of something and exclaimed, "No wonder we won the last giant spider nest event so quickly. This is because those spiders were dying. So when we appeared in their territory, these spiders started to attack us, because they wanted to protect their eggs." Hearing this, the players all showed their expressions of, "I see. In this case, we don't need to expand the breeding farm. Right?" As he said this, the players all looked at Xiaoming, removing the surprise in his eyes. Xiaoming nodded seriously. "No. Clean up the remains of these spiders." After receiving the task from the clan leader, the player said nothing more and acted immediately. There was such a big commotion in the spider nest, and the huge cocoon in the center was still motionless. This also made Xiaoming more curious about the conditions for the creatures inside to break out of the cocoon. Last time, the players wanted to attack the spider eggs, and they threw bombs at the spider eggs and cocoons, which alarmed the things inside. Thinking of this, Xiaoming narrowed his eyes. Could it be because of a threat? Because he felt that his life was threatened. He came out of the cocoon. When he thought of this possibility, Xiaoming wanted to do something to verify the accuracy of this guess. Thinking of it, he immediately called a little player. Do you have bombs or something like that? Player? Although he didn't understand why the patriarch suddenly stopped him and asked him such a weird question, the little player still answered truthfully, no. There is no combat activity at the moment. So why would he buy bombs? What's more, he is a peace-loving life player. Not like Gotham Iron Man. A weapon madman who throws bombs for fun. Thinking of this, he added, if you need it, you can go to Gotham Iron Man. He must have it there. Xiaoming. Forget it. He just wants to do an experiment. There is no need to make such a big fuss. If Gotham really took action, not to mention the cocoon, he might overturn the entire farm. The risk was too great, and he couldn't afford it. A powerful weapon like Gotham should be kept for dealing with hostile forces. After thinking about it, Xiaoming finally chose to use a more conservative method to verify it. Let the player find a torch, light it, and then Xiaoming walked to the bottom of the giant cocoon. As the flames gradually approached, a surprising scene appeared. The dark purple filaments that were originally connected to the spider eggs under the giant cocoon became thinner and thinner, and even had a tendency to break and disappear. At the same time, the cocoon that was originally motionless began to shake slightly. But once Xiaoming took the torch away, the cocoon stopped moving again, and the thin filaments connected below returned to their original thickness. Seeing this, the answer is already obvious. The strange insect in this giant cocoon will only react when it feels threatened. In addition, it will only break out of the cocoon when the little spider matures and breaks out of the SHL. Looking at the purple-gray giant cocoon in front of him, Xiaoming fell into deep thought. Now that he knows this rule, can he use this to catch the strange insect inside? If he succeeds, he can use it to figure out the secrets of another dimensional world. Chapter 258 Brother Gotham's Clever Plan. Once an idea is born, it will grow like weeds. Although Xiaoming also knows that doing so is very risky. But as the saying goes, wealth and honor are sought in danger. Right now, he has just such an opportunity to explore the truth of the world in front of him. And he is reluctant to let this opportunity slip away no matter what. However, since this strange insect can tear the space to escape, it is not easy to catch it. He may not be able to achieve this goal alone. Perhaps, he can let the players complete this difficult task. Patriarch Mission. Catch the strange insect in the giant cocoon alive. Limited time. Golden Slime. A huge cocoon appeared in the breeding farm of the purple giant spider. On the day when the spider egg hatches, the strange insect in the giant cocoon will leave. I need you to catch the strange insect alive. It should be noted that when the strange insect feels that its life is threatened, it will tear open the space crack to escape. Task reward, 200 contribution points, 500 slime coins. P.S. After the mission fails, you cannot repeat the challenge. The mission disappears after failure, and the time for re-refreshing is uncertain. After dragging all the dead spider bodies away from the farm, the players received a message prompt. In just a moment, everyone exclaimed, Hack! 200 contribution points? 500 slime coins? Is the reward so high? What did I say? Sure enough, there is a follow-up. A player with the ID Wusong Fighting Tiger vowed, even if the strange insect is not related to the main storyline, it is related to the next event. It doesn't matter whether it is related to the plot. What's important is what to do next. A young player with the ID Bingchong Yimi Wu expressed concern. This mission says that the insect can tear open space cracks. How can we catch it with such an invincible ability? As soon as this was said, the players were silent. Many of them have participated in the activities of the giant spider nest, and have witnessed the ability of the insect with their own eyes. To be honest, if they really fight, that thing will definitely run away very fast, and they will definitely not be able to catch up. Although the difficulty coefficient of the task is a bit high, it is a bit reluctant to let them give up just like that. While some people are struggling with this, some players are optimistic about it. Isn't this thing just a cocoon now? We should be fine as long as we trap the cocoon. Right? Besides, this is a game. Even if that thing can tear open the space crack, there should be conditions for activation. Right? We just need to interrupt the reading of the bug. Right? A word awakened the dreamer. In just a moment, the players who were still worried about how to complete the task suddenly woke up, like a revelation. After hurriedly handling the cleaning task assigned by the clan leader, the group held a combat meeting. Last time, the strange bug disappeared only after it climbed up the stone wall. So I guess that the condition for this thing to activate its skills should be a complete plane. Wang Daxian, the player with the highest wisdom value in the group, made a deduction. How about we just build an iron cage to enclose the cocoon? Wu Song beats the tiger and suggests. An ordinary iron cage shouldn't be able to trap it. Right? The soldier, who is 1.5 meters tall, expressed doubt. The gap is so big. Then let's customize one with a smaller gap. Wu Song beat the tiger and didn't think so. If you feel uneasy about the holes, you can just cover it with an iron cover. But wouldn't it become a complete plane? The soldier, who is 1.5 meters tall, said just now. Wang Daxian said that the skill activation condition of that thing may require a complete plane. If we really use the iron cover, wouldn't we just give it to the opponent for nothing? Wu Song beat the tiger and was speechless. What should we do? As he said that, he scratched his smooth and soft head in annoyance. Then, his hand suddenly stopped. He glanced at other players furtively. And when he saw that no one was paying attention to him, he boldly rubbed his head. I have to say that it feels good to become a slime. The body can be pulled and deformed it will like a gummy candy, and it is not easy to get hurt. When you are upset, you can even rub your body to relieve stress. You know what? Rubbing slimes is really addictive. Or, let's ask for help. Bubble Man, who had been silent in the team, suddenly spoke. Ask for help? Who? Gotham Iron Man. Bubble Man explained seriously. Didn't he help the prison develop torture instruments and strengthen the security system before? I think he has a say in how to trap people. Although the strange insect is not a human, experience can also be applied. Players. It seems to make sense. Although Gotham Brother is notorious and seems to be unreliable, he is actually a genius in his professional field. If you only regard him as a big naughty kid who likes to throw bombs, you are wrong. In fact, his talent for invention is many times higher than his talent for making weapons and explosives. For example, his Pansadon 1.0 and 2.0. Although the raw materials are a bit disgusting, they are very useful. Nowadays, this thing has even become an important tool for some prisons to restrain individual dangerous prisoners to prevent them from escaping. Although for those prisoners, this thing is more like a torture device than the shackles that bind themselves. In addition, there is the smiling half-step madness he invented. With this thing, interrogating prisoners in the prison has become much more convenient and efficient. Although Gotham Iron Man himself does not agree with his achievements. But it is undeniable that this guy does have an unparalleled talent in torturing people. Of course, all this depends on his smart and flexible brain. This is not only reflected in inventions and creations, but also in making money. Some players will find him if they encounter difficult problems in the game, because he can generally think of ways to solve the trouble. Of course, all this is not free. If you want to ask him for help, you have to pay a certain service fee. The amount of the service fee depends on the difficulty of the matter. This is also another source of income for Gotham Brother besides selling weapons and doing tasks. Although asking Gotham for help may risk being ripped off. But this guy is really capable. This guy's brain circuit is different from that of ordinary people. So he can always find a unique solution in a different way. The players are open-minded. Anyway, doing business is about mutual consent. If you think the price is right, you can cooperate. If it is not, you cannot cooperate. It's no big deal. After reaching a consensus, the group headed towards the Western Industrial Zone. After lunch, Gotham Iron Man patted his round belly and crawled out of the slime underground experimental base. As usual, when it was time for lunch, he switched the login location through the summoning pool of the slime base and went to the east for dinner. After dinner, he went back to the weapon workshop in the west to continue working. Since the industrial zone was collectively moved to the western desert, he has been stationed here. So far, more than 3 months have passed. To be honest, there is nothing bad here except that it is a bit dry and the wind and sand are a bit strong. He can do weapons testing here as much as he wants without worrying about being reported for disturbing the public. More importantly, this is an industrial zone. Many supporting parts for weapons are produced here. This is very friendly to combat players and inventors like him, because he can get many parts. In addition, the prison occasionally assigns him some work to develop new torture instruments and upgrade security, which can make some extra money. Thinking of the extra money, Gotham couldn't help but sigh. The game has been too peaceful recently, and he hasn't been able to make extra money for a long time. Except for the early spring farming activity, when the tribe leader asked him to make some seed drills. There was no big project income. It would be great if there was another big order. If there is really no big order, a small order will do. I don't know if God heard his request. And the next second, he saw 4 players outside his own weapon workshop. Seeing this, he tilted his head. What's the matter? Seeing the main person appear, the player with the ID name Wusong beat the tiger, took the lead in explaining his purpose. Gotham was jealous when he learned that this group of people just cleaned the farm and received the task of the patriarch. What's wrong with the patriarch? He should be the one to do this kind of task. Why did they find such a bunch of idiots? After all, he is considered T0 combat power in the game. Is he not standing high enough? The indignant Gotham brother immediately lost his good face and said, I don't have time. Let's find someone else. We won't let you work for nothing. As long as you can help think of a solution. We can give you 100 slime coins as a reward. Gotham Iron Man rolled his eyes when he heard this. Do I look like someone who is so short of money? You want to buy his noble and intelligent brain for only 100 slime coins? You're dreaming. Just name the price. How much do you want to help? The 1.5 meter tall soldier paused and said, by the way, if it's more than 500 slime coins, just pretend I didn't ask. After all, each of them only gets 500 slime coins for completing the task. If he offered 500, it would cost 125 sure coins per person for 4 people, which was not worth it at all. Just when everyone was nervously waiting for Gotham to make an offer, he waved his hand and said, talking about money hurts feelings? How about this? You guys form a team and share this task with me. I can help you this time for free. After the last round of updates, the task function was upgraded. Players can choose to share the clan leader tasks and special tasks triggered by individuals with other players through team formation. Even if the other party is not at the task trigger point at the time. Even if it is a small order, Gotham now does not look down on the transaction of 100 sure coins. If he can get the biggest share, he will take the biggest share. Otherwise it will be a waste of his smart brain. Hearing this, they immediately understood. So this guy wants to get a piece of the pie. It's not impossible. Anyway, there is no limit on the number of people in this clan leader task. Even if Gotham joins the group, it will not affect the task rewards that everyone will get in the end. So the 4 people agreed after some discussion. After successfully joining the group, Gotham changed his previous unfriendly attitude and began to seriously discuss the battle plan with them. After learning that this group of people wanted to surround a large iron cage outside the giant cocoon, Gotham couldn't help rolling his eyes. Now the price of iron is so expensive. Do you know how much it costs to build such a large iron cage? The task rewards are not enough for you to pay. Hearing this, Wusong, who proposed this plan, choked up immediately. What do you think we should do? Of course, we should dig a big hole underneath. After filling it with water, we can take the cocoon down. I don't believe that the thing can still run away after falling into the water. Players. Damn. Is this possible? Chapter 259 Strange Bug. I have to say that Brother Gotham's method opened up a new way of thinking for several people. Before, the Patriarch said that he wanted to capture the strange bug alive. So they all fell into a misunderstanding. Although capturing alive means trapping the other party, it does not necessarily require an iron cage. Digging a pit is actually possible. Compared with an iron cage, digging a pit is not only economical but also convenient. As for why it is a puddle, remember the giant spider nest. During the activity period, players tried to use fire to attack the strange bug, but it didn't work. Considering the setting of the 5 elements of mutual generation and mutual restraint in traditional games, and then using reverse thinking to speculate, it is not impossible that this thing is afraid of water. If this game does not add any awesome settings to the strange bug. After figuring this out, the players looked at Brother Gotham with a bit of admiration. Seeing this, Gotham couldn't help but feel proud. But he still pretended to be humble, and said in a profound way, okay, now that the plan is ready, let's get started. After arranging the work of the western base, Xiaoming returned to the east early to check the progress of spring plowing. It must be said that even casual players have high work efficiency. It has only been a week since the spring plowing started, and half of the land has completed the sowing or planting tasks. Looking at the green seedlings that had just been planted in the large fields in front of him, Xiaoming left with satisfaction. In a few months, we will be able to experience the feeling of a good harvest. After inspecting the planting work in the slime village, Xiaoming returned to Jinsha City to deal with the affairs of the city. After working all afternoon and preparing to go out for dinner, he suddenly received a message from the summoner. Clicking it, it turned out that several players had died and logged off. I thought it was a big deal. It turned out that they were dead. Seeing this, Xiaoming muttered indifferently, "It's just 2 days of offline OB. Just hold on, and it will pass." Just as he was about to close the message box, he suddenly paused. Wait. There has been no combat activity in the game recently. So how come a player died? Nowadays, there are no creatures that can threaten the lives of players in the eastern and western strongholds. Even if players want to hunt, they have to go to remote mountains and forests to find prey. How did these players die in such a safe environment? This is really incomprehensible. However, when he saw the ID of the player on the death list, he suddenly seemed to understand something. Gotham Iron Man? It is probably this guy who made a fuss. This player always makes a big noise in the stronghold and attracts many players to complain. Of course, since his weapon workshop moved to the western desert with the slime industrial zone, it has become much quieter here. But the western stronghold is obviously not so peaceful. It is estimated that the other players on the list were affected by this guy's weapon experiment. However, just when Xiaoming thought he had guessed the truth, he was slapped in the face by the surveillance video pushed by the summoner. In the picture, several players were digging holes on the ground. A closer look revealed that they were surrounded by dark purple spider eggs, and there was a huge cocoon on their heads. Seeing this, Xiaoming remembered that these players were the ones he had sent to carry out the task of capturing the giant cocoon monster insect. Obviously, their deaths were related to the task he arranged. But how did Gotham Iron Man get involved? Seeing a certain eye bag appearing on the screen, Xiaoming immediately understood. These players were too bold to dare to bring such a dangerous person into the group. The players dug a large pit with a diameter of 3 meters and a depth of more than 2 meters just below the giant cocoon. The size of the pit was just enough to accommodate the cocoon, and there was still a certain amount of surplus. Because of the drought and lack of water sources in the west, the process of players getting water was not easy. When they went to the water storage to get water, they were all sneaky, for fear of being discovered by those NPCs. Fortunately, the pit was not big, and they didn't seem to plan to fill it up. When the water level was less than 2/3 of the depth, the players started to deal with the cocoon. The gun directly cut the cluster of silk threads connecting the huge cocoon, and with a splash, the purple-gray cocoon in front of him fell into the pit filled with water. The creature in the cocoon seemed to be startled by the sudden entry into the water and began to struggle violently. Here it comes! This thing is coming out! Everything is just as Gotham Iron Man expected. This thing is afraid of water. After being surrounded by water, it wants to break out of the cocoon frantically. The players stood in front of the pit and stared at the purple-gray cocoon in front of them. Everyone. Oh no! Every slime has a water gun in his hand. Once the thing comes out, spray it with water. In addition, they carry a lot of chili powder on their bodies. This is also a trick that Gotham came up with. In case the battle fails, this thing wants to tear through the space to escape. They can also sprinkle chili powder on its eyes. Of course, if it is eyes, the purple-gray silk thread on the cocoon is gradually soaked in the puddle, revealing the outline of the inside of the cocoon. The black tentacles look like beetles and LS of SH. Fish. Even if you haven't seen the whole picture, you can't help but lose your sanity. But at this time, the players don't care. The desire to succeed in the mission has surpassed everything. After fighting with the wet cocoon for a long time, the monster inside finally tore a hole and successfully broke out of the cocoon. Seeing this, Gotham shouted, "Hurry up! Spray it!" Hearing this, the players raised their water guns and sprayed water at the black tentacle monster. That thing seemed to hate water and kept dodging and escaping. However, it was trapped in the puddle and had no way to avoid it. I don't know if it was because of the surrounding water that it didn't tear the space to escape from here like last time. This also gave the players hope to deal with it, and they sprayed water on the monster more and more vigorously. Under the attack of the water flow, the speed of the monster's struggle began to slow down gradually. "It's done! This guy is dying." Wu Song beat the tiger and said in surprise, "Stop yelling. Be gentle. If we hit it too hard and kill it, all our efforts will be in vain." A soldier standing 1.5 meters tall reminded him, "How can this thing be killed so easily?" Although he said so, Wu Song's strength in hitting the tiger was obviously much weaker. But even so, the strange insect in front of him stopped moving. Seeing this, the players were immediately worried. Could this insect be dead? For a moment, everyone stopped attacking and went forward to check. But at this moment, an accident happened. The strange insect that was originally motionless in the puddle suddenly jumped up and pounced on the players. The players were caught off guard and were shocked. Subconsciously, they were about to spray it with a water gun. But at this moment, the strange insect turned around and dodged, and pounced in another direction. In just a moment, most of its body jumped out of the water and fell on the flat ground outside the pit. Seeing this, the players shouted that it was not good, and hurriedly continued to spray water at it. However, the capacity of the water gun was too small after all, and it ran out of ammunition soon. At this moment, Gotham shouted, "Stop spraying water. Hurry up and throw chili powder." After his reminder, the players reacted immediately, and quickly threw away the water gun and took out the chili powder to hit the head of the strange insect in front of them. This insect was really strange. They fought with it for a long time, but couldn't see where its mouth and eyes were, so they could only hit the head directly. Unfortunately, the chili powder had little effect. The strange insect dragged the lower half of its body out of the puddle without any care, and then crawled towards the dry ground in front. The moment he touched the dry ground, a lava hole appeared on the originally flat ground. First it was the size of a broad bean, then an apple, and then it gradually expanded from the size of a watermelon to a foot basin. No! Even as big as a bathtub. The other end of the hole was orange. It was like the surface of the earth collapsed, revealing the hot magma inside. The strange insect in front of them drilled into the lava hole fearlessly in the surprised eyes of everyone. Seeing that the strange insect was about to run away, Gotham Brother immediately ran towards the direction of the strange insect. He was seen riding on the back of the strange insect's SHL, tightly grabbing the long hair on its head. "Help pull it. If the mission fails, we will have worked in vain." Hearing the sound, the players immediately came to their senses and hurried forward to help drag the body of the insect. It's a pity that none of them are high-strength players, and none of them have skills related to strength. In the competition between the two, the giant insect is still better. I saw a flash of orange-red light in front of my eyes, and after the heat wave hit, several small players were dragged into the molten cave by the strange insect. As the last part of the body of the strange insect entered the cave, the big hole on the ground was like a healed wound, and it was flattened without a scar. Seeing this, Xiao Ming narrowed his eyes. So this is how the players died. It seems that the plan to explore another world has to be put on hold for the time being. He originally thought that the lava was just some kind of sleight of hand, but now it seems that things are not what he imagined. After turning off the video recording, Xiao Ming immediately opened the official website forum. As expected, the offline players had already posted complaints on the forum. Wu Song fights the tiger. Who would have thought that this clan leader mission is so dangerous, but only gives 500 slime coins? I feel like I lost a lot. Gotham Iron Man. Gotham Iron Man. I'm the one who lost a lot. Okay. Not only did I not make any extra money, but I also wasted so much time offline. 1.5 meter soldier. It was you who wanted to join. Wu Song beats the tiger. That's right. If you hadn't insisted on chasing and pulling the bug at the last moment, I wouldn't have died. For a moment, several players immediately started arguing about who was right and who was wrong. Some netizens who were not afraid of trouble watched the post for a long time and finally couldn't help asking the question that most players, and even Xiao Ming, were most concerned about. So what is on the other side of that hole? Nothing. It's all fire. Gotham Brother said unhappily. I was burned into a slime as soon as I went in. How could I notice what was in there? But soon, he replied, if a player with fireproof skills went in, he might know. Chapter 260. If they want food, let them pay for it themselves. Players were disappointed because their curiosity was not satisfied. After learning that giant cocoons appeared again in the purple giant spider's farm, they began to care about the origins of those spiders and the strange insects in the cocoons, speculating whether this was related to the main plot. Finally, they had the opportunity to learn the truth. But who would have thought that these players failed when they were performing the task? It was really a pity. However, Gotham Iron Man's words reminded Xiao Ming that if he could encounter this strange insect again next time, he must let those little players, who were not afraid of fire, go up. In this way, even if they were dragged to another world, they would not get nothing. On the forum, players continued to chat around the previous topic. Stir-fried kidney flour. I didn't expect that the hole made by the insect could be drilled through. I always thought it was a simple cutscene. By Wu Chang, it's useless to drill through. Wouldn't Gotham and his men be burned to death directly? Da Pengzhan Qi. Maybe this is a copy task specifically for a specific group of people. Just like what Gotham said just now. Those who are not afraid of fire can go in and try. But for those players who don't have fireproof skills, there is nothing they can do. Ultraman of Light, not necessarily. What if the official launches fireproof props in the future, so that fireproof skills are not needed? Wu Song fights the tiger. Now no matter what skills you say, it's useless. The mission failed, and all of us worked in vain. Captain Bingyam Wu, it's reasonable to suspect that the official is using us to test the new copy. Although the clan leader mission that was triggered before was difficult, it was not fatal. Wang Daxian, I agree. My perception value on the data panel is the highest. But this time, there was no red light to warn me of the danger over there. When I stupidly got in, I found that the red was actually magma. Wang Daxian, it's strange to say. That bug is not afraid of fire. This is too unreasonable. You said that it is not afraid of pesticides, which can be understood as the body's resistance to the medicine. But it is not afraid of fire. Isn't this a bit against the sky? By Wu Chang, it's just a game setting. Why care about these details? According to you, Sun Wukong is a monkey who is not afraid of being chopped by knives and axes. So isn't it more amazing to be burned by fire and struck by lightning? Seeing that the atmosphere was not right, Da Ping Zhanqi immediately tried to smooth things over. Didn't they say that it was afraid of water? In fact, the bug didn't look that amazing. Rather than this, let's think about how to deal with this task next time. Seeing Da Ping Zhanqi say this, the topic was brought back on track. Gotham Iron Man, it's not as difficult as you think. We lost this time because there were no players with high strength and high defense in the team. High defense is best to resist physical attacks such as fire. And it must be group defense, so that even if the bug drills through the space and tunnels, we are not afraid of fire. High strength is mainly responsible for dragging the bug out, and the level should be higher. Otherwise, it will be a tug of war. When the defense skill ends, the team will still be in danger. Brother Gotham opened the conversation, and then some other players joined the discussion. They believe that the key to victory lies in interrupting the monster skill pre-swing. It should be trapped before it tears open the space crack and escapes. Some players caught the characteristic of this strange insect being afraid of water, and said that they could dig a bigger pit next time and dig a swimming pool directly underneath, so that the insect could not escape even if it wanted to. Others said that they should freeze the cocoon with liquid nitrogen into a hard ice block and then take it out, regardless of whether these plans are feasible. The ideas are quite varied. At one time, it also opened up many new ideas for Xiaoming. It's a pity that the big insect ran away. Otherwise he could let the players experiment again. With a regretful sigh, Xiaoming closed the forum. You can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. Some things still have to be done slowly. Outside the slime village, countless slimes are silently working in the fields with hoes and shovels. In the farmland behind them, the seed drill is working noisily. That is the equipment exclusively for local tyrant players. Produced in Gotham Workshop. A machine costs 5,000 slime coins. Although this price is not high for old players, it is prohibitively high for newbies. But it is expensive for a reason. The seeder itself is still very useful. With it, work efficiency is instantly improved. Looking at the farmland behind them, that has been planted almost, the newbies can't help but show envy. With that machine, it's okay to earn as many activity points as you want. Right? The little player with the ID name Armor Warrior rolled his eyes when he heard this. How is it possible? There are only so many plots of land here. And even if you want to earn more points, there is still a limit. Hearing this, the players suddenly realized. That's right. But even so, it is still much more convenient to have a seeder. They can plant at least a dozen acres of land a day. There is still plenty of time to rest in between, which is much more comfortable than us. Alas, I don't know when we can afford this thing. Hearing the envious words of other players around him, the armored hero shook his head and sighed silently. If you have the time to envy others, you might as well work harder, earn more activity rewards and upgrade faster. While the newbies in the slime village were busy farming, Xiaoming was not idle either, opening the player list in the background of the summoner. More than 80% of the players have reached LV8 and above. Some powerful liver emperors have even broken through LV10. The remaining 20% are newbies, who entered the game in version 1.24. The novice tasks and spring farming activities during this period have made their growth rate very fast. Now most people have upgraded to LV3, and only a few players are still hovering at LV2. Relying on this group of hard-working little players, Xiaoming's account balance has increased again. Put the points into the advanced reward pool. Soon, a bunch of weapons, transparent, and slime evolution balls appeared in front of him. He picked up these evolution balls, counted them, and then threw them into the box behind him and sighed. There are still 18 to make 100. It seems that the newbies will not be able to activate their skills in the short term. But it is not a big problem. After all, so far, the base is still peaceful and stable. Since there is no rush to fight, there is no need to rush to activate the skills for the players. Anyway, the combat power is enough so far. Thinking of this, there was a knock on the door. Looking up, I saw Perksis standing at the door, hesitant to speak. Is there something? I saw Perksis's expression was tangled, and he walked in. There was indeed an important thing to report to you. Xiaoming nodded. Just say it if you have anything. That, in a few months, it will be the annual tax tribute, Perksis said and glanced at the Slime City Lord opposite. I came here just to ask what you are going to do this year. Tax tribute? Suddenly hearing an unfamiliar word, Xiaoming asked puzzledly, what is that? Do we have to pay taxes to someone? So Perksis had to explain everything in detail. With the start of the spring plowing activities, the barren planet officially entered the spring. In a few months, those debt collectors in the west will come again to ask for offerings. This also made Perksis, the Minister of the Interior, feel a headache. Although he worries about taxes every year, he has never been as worried as this year. In the past, when collecting grain, although the landlords would delay as much as possible, at least they never failed to pay. Unless they were robbed and killed by thieves. Otherwise, they could receive grain tributes on time every year. But now the situation has changed. After the fall of the nobles and landlords, the farms outside Jinsha City became the public property of Jinsha City. And the owner of the Golden Slime City also handed over the farms to the long-term workers to manage themselves. In addition to handing over a certain proportion of grain to Jinsha City every year, all the output belongs to them, and they don't have to pay additional taxes. This system is not only for farms near Jinsha City, but also for farms, and farms relatively far away from Jinsha City. The long-term workers turned over and became masters and began to live a prosperous life. For a time, the people in the east called for slimes more and more. This may be a good thing for farmhands and slimes, but it is not good for him as the Minister of Internal Affairs. Seeing that the annual tax tribute is coming again, who should he ask to collect the tribute? Ask farmhands? It doesn't seem to work. After all, with the order of the city lord, they have every reason not to pay, and he can't use coercive means to force the other party. In that case, he will definitely be in trouble. Ask the city lord? That's even more impossible. According to his understanding of the Golden Slime City Lord during this period, he will definitely not be willing to pay his food and wealth to the prison for nothing. In this case, the only option left for him is not to pay tribute to the West. But this is obviously not possible. Even if the relationship between the Slime Clan and the Western prison seems to be okay, the West will not exempt the tribute from the East because of such a small matter. If you really don't pay a penny, those prison guards may come to settle the account. This is not okay. And that is not okay. In a dilemma, Perksis finally found Xiaoming. However, the answer given by the other party shocked him. They are not the gods of the universe. What are they offering sacrifices to? Perksis blinked in surprise. What do you mean? Of course not. Has the East been a sucker for so many years? The opposite Slime City Lord said calmly, if they really want food, they can buy it with their own money. Don't even think about getting it for free. They spoiled them. Do they really think they are ancestors waiting for their descendants to burn offerings every day? Although he didn't quite understand the series of complaints from the Golden Slime, Perksis also understood the other party's attitude. It wants to tear up the tribute treaty between the East and the West. However, resistance comes at a price. Although he admired the courage of the Slime Clan, he couldn't help but worry about the reality. The East has been paying tribute to the West for many years, and it may not be so easy to change it suddenly. Thinking about it, Perksis couldn't help but look worried. But is this really okay? What if the West, when the enemy comes, the general will stop the water, and the earth will cover it? The slime in front of him stopped him very calmly. If it doesn't work, then fight. It's just right for his little players to relax their muscles. Chapter 261 Gulba Space Base Number 1. If it was when Xiaoming first arrived at the wasteland planet, he would definitely not dare to cause such a big trouble. But now is different from the past. Since he got in touch with the Western prison through the lizard disaster, he found that his previous imagination of the wasteland prison was too deified. Prison guards are also a group of ordinary people. They are also afraid of death and tiredness. It is not ruled out that some of them are well trained like soldiers. but most of them are just idling. Otherwise, prison number 9 would not have been taken down by players so quickly. Power and weapons gave this group of people an illusion that they were invincible. Just like Gray, the warden of prison number 4, and his adjutant. So Xiaoming didn't care much about the fact that the prison would cause trouble for not paying taxes. In his opinion, even if all the prisons in the West united, the players would not necessarily lose. Now the number of reservations on the official website has exceeded 200,000. If he is willing to release the closed beta quota, the slime clan will definitely flatten the West. Of course, he would not do this unless it was a last resort. After all, war costs money. Not only does it cost arms, but also food. It would be best to take peaceful means. After all, the food in the East has just been planted. If we fight now, the situation will not be good. However, Xiaoming felt that the people in the prison would not necessarily go to war with him because of this matter. After all, the slime can kill the Desert Lizard King. And those people would not do such stupid things as long as they have brains. This is also the fundamental reason why the prison committee has not made any moves since he occupied prison number 9. He does not think that all this is because he concealed it too well, and the prison committee did not find out at all. After all, Brad, the newly appointed warden of prison number 9, is the son of the chairman of the prison committee. Although he threatened him at the beginning, who can guarantee that he did not leak any information in private? However, it has been so long since the slime family occupied prison number 9, and even the Western Industrial Zone has been built. The prison committee did not come to question him as if they were unaware of it, which seems a bit abnormal. Not to mention that Brad, the second-generation official, later managed prison number 9 in accordance with his requirements, without any trouble. You know, even Dr. Dyke has his own little tricks in private. Although he pretended to be deeply in love with Elpis on the surface, Xiaoming knew in his heart that he still did not give up the cross-dimensional information sensor. Just like Dyke with ulterior motives, the prison was obviously playing dumb. They didn't dare to attack the slime, so they acquiesced to all this. After all, it's not completely without benefits for Brad to stay here. At least he can help the prison to find out the news about the slime and be a double agent. Regardless of whether his speculation is right or not, it is certain that the prison dare not confront the slime head-on. Otherwise, they would have attacked long ago. How could they tolerate him building an industrial zone and a spider farm near prison number 9? And according to his understanding of the West, even if the prison really wanted to unite, it would not be an easy task, because they were not harmonious internally. He saw it during the lizard disaster. If it weren't for the serious threat to everyone's survival, they would have to unite. But the situation of slimes is completely different. The Western Desert is so big. There are hundreds of prisons here, although there is a prison committee to coordinate management. But in fact, whether it is a high-level prison with a higher number or a small prison with a lower number, they are all independent. For some remote prisons, the existence of slimes has no effect on them. In this case, they don't have to wade into this muddy water. And the prison committee may be hesitant to act because they know this. They don't have an advantage in force. And they can't unite everyone to overwhelm everything with human sea tactics. Shouldn't the prison committee take a long-term view? In addition, now that even the Golden Sand City in the East has fallen into the hands of the Slime Clan, they dare not act rashly. Perxis has never been to the West, and doesn't know the situation there. Therefore, it is normal to be afraid of those prison guards. But once you understand the situation there, you will know that all your worries are unnecessary. The so-called Western prison is actually a paper tiger. It looks bluffing, but in fact, few people can fight with real swords and guns. Xiaoming was not afraid when there were only 200 players in the game before, and he is even less afraid now that there are 500 players. After comforting Bo Xiu's a few words to let him relax, Xiaoming began to think about the future development of the game. Nowadays, the Slime Clan is developing agriculture, industry, and commerce in parallel. In addition, literacy activities are also being carried out at the same time. The welfare school and adult night school established in Jinsha City have achieved initial results after a period of running in. Driven by some people, more and more people are now participating in the registration for learning. But this is far from enough. Just knowing the text and being able to perform simple mathematical calculations is nothing. Science and technology are the primary productive forces. Only with enough high-level talents can the base become more prosperous. Although there are already Elpis and Dr. Dyke from the Future Alliance Technology Center Omega Star in the Slime Underground Experimental Base, this is far from enough. Although he can get some high-level talents on Earth into the game through the game, Compared with the original level of this world, some of the technology on Earth is still not good enough. Recalling the discovery of the pre-war experimental base in the basement of prison number 9, Xiaoming couldn't help but fantasize. It would be great if he could find another pre-war experimental center. Just as the irrelevant idea flashed in his mind, the summoner popped up a message. Task: Unlock Gulba Space Base number 1. Reward: Slime Summoning Pool number 3, Customizable Drop Location. Xiaoming hasn't received a task issued by the summoner for a long time. It was a bit unexpected to receive the message suddenly. However, when he saw the task reward, Xiaoming's eyes still showed an uncontrollable excitement. This is really what you think. It seems that finding pre-war relics is the right way to improve the level of science and technology. However, although he was excited, Xiaoming's mind was still clear. This task is not easy to do. The summoner did not give any information about the number 1 space base. Not to mention the map. There is not even a direction. How can he find it? Could it be that the players were asked to travel around the deserted planet and search one place after another? This is simply unrealistic. Recalling the events before and after the discovery of the slime underground experimental base in prison number 9, Xiaoming suddenly paused. Could it be that the players have already found the number 1 space base? In the lush jungle, several slimes carrying hunting rifles dragged the deserted star wolf that had just been killed towards the mountain path. As combat players, they really have no interest in working in the fields for a long time. So after doing some tasks for the first 2 days of the event, they walked eastward along the mountains outside the slime village to look for prey in the deep mountains and forests. Since the slimes occupied that valley, the nearby deserted star wolf packs have moved to the deeper mountains and forests. Spring is a great time to reproduce. The wild animals that have been dormant in the mountains and forests for a whole winter are getting restless. And the wild wolves are no exception. If you are lucky enough to catch their mating season, you can hear the movement from a long distance. Although it is indeed a bit rude to shoot them when they are clapping for love. Who cares? Look there. Suddenly, the most sensitive fried kidney flower in the team pointed to the dense forest in the distance and exclaimed, looking in the direction of his finger. I saw a huge reinforced concrete ruin standing on the surface in the distance. Green vines and moss covered every facade of the building, making it look more like something that appeared in a magic movie. Although the ruins have been covered by vegetation, the general shape of the building can still be vaguely seen. The buildings here are basically flat-roofed, about 3 or 4 floors. The houses are connected in pieces, and occasionally there are a few single-family buildings, with large parking lots attached to the side. The exterior layout does not look like a residential area, but more like a unit. I just don't know whether it belongs to the government or a private person. But no matter who it belongs to, it's just a ruin now. On the slightly collapsed roof, weeds grow wantonly. The roots of the trees arrogantly break through the flat ground of the parking lot, showing their status as the owner. Da Peng asked, do you want to go over and take a look? The brick-carrying boy encouraged, go. What if it triggers a task? It makes sense. And several people decided to let one person stay there to guard the prey, and the others headed towards the ruins. Although the ruins look close, it's actually inconvenient to walk. About 20 minutes later, the players finally arrived at the huge building complex covered with vegetation. Under close observation, the ruins in front of them are even more shocking. In addition to the creepers covering the entire exterior wall, countless thick tree roots are spread around the building complex to form a unique natural sculpture. As soon as they stepped into this place, the players couldn't help but sigh at the ingenuity of nature. Da Peng stood at the entrance of the gate and stared at a dilapidated sign written in the language of the wild star for a long time. The panel finally translated the real content on a Gulba number 1 space base. This is actually a space base in the Gulba period? Seeing the content of the sign, the players all widened their eyes. Stir-fried kidneys were surprised. Could this be a base, like the biological laboratory under the number 9 prison? Hearing this, the players looked at each other in surprise. So did they find a new base that has not been unlocked yet? Chapter 262. It is a new base, and also a monster's lair. Xiaoming's guess was soon verified, because he saw a new post by Fried Kidney on the game forum. Suspected new base. Pre-war ruins buried in the jungle. Gubar number 1 space base. Seeing this title, Xiaoming clicked in without hesitation. Unlike professional players, like Ultraman of Light, who like to write strategy analysis posts, Brother Kidney always posts casually. There is no gorgeous rhetoric, only simple thoughts and experiences. Compared with a serious analysis post, this is more like a travel note. No one thought that we could find a Ghoul Bar period relic deep in the mountains and forests east of Slime Village. This place is simply too shocking. It is reasonable to suspect that this place is a new base, like the biological laboratory under prison number 9. As for whether it will be updated in the next version or the next version, it is unknown. The content of this post is very short, with only a few sentences. The rest are photos and screenshots. On the picture, a space base ruins covered with vegetation sits quietly in the mountains and forests. Even though it has been baptized for countless years, it still looks so spectacular. Brother Yelhua took photos from all sides of the ruins, which also gave Xiaoming a certain understanding of this new base that has not yet been opened. This post by Fried Big Kidney Flower immediately made netizens explode. 7 flowers on a vine. Damn! New base. How come you are so lucky? Commander Etio, it may not be a new base. Right? There is nothing here. It looks like an ordinary ruin. Probably just a background board in the game. Tuxedo Mask, maybe it's not time to unlock it yet? Just like the Slime Underground experimental base. There is no light inside before it is unlocked. I want to be read at Fried Big Kidney Flower found a suspected new base. Didn't you go in to take a look? I want to be read, huh? People? Brick Moving Boy, don't look for it. Brother Yahua is online. I want to be read? I want to be read. So fast. Pork stewed vermicelli at Brick Moving Boy. How did you know? Brick Moving Boy, he was right beside me just now. How could I not know? Speechless face, we found this place together, sunglasses. Pork stewed vermicelli, so he went offline just to post? Brick Moving Boy, you are right. I want to be read. You also went offline to post. Brick Moving Boy, how is that possible? I have something to do later. Brick Moving Boy, what a pity. I haven't been inside the ruins yet. Now I can only let them go in and have a sneak peek. Pork stewed vermicelli, you went offline. And your body was just left in the woods? Brick Moving Boy, what else? This place is so remote. I can't wait to get back to the base to save the file. I can only ask them to bring my body back to the village when they go back. I want to be read. I don't know what the ruins look like. The ruins of Ghoul Bar 1 Space Base. After passing through the parking lot covered with weeds and circling the base, the players finally found the entrance to the building. After tearing apart the vines blocking the gate, the slimes entered the building through the damaged part of the gate. Although it was a little dim, the inside of the building was much more decent than the outside. Many things were kept in their original state. If it weren't for the fact that I had witnessed the dilapidated outside, I would never have imagined that this place had been abandoned for so long. Through the miniature building model placed in the center of the hall, the players had a general understanding of the structure of this building complex. To enter the space base, you need to go through the door on the left. After that is a huge garden-style patio. Opposite the patio is a corridor. Turn right along the corridor, and there is a building at the end of the corridor. Take the elevator there to reach the inside of the base. Da Peng Zhanqi paused as he spoke. But after all, so many years have passed. The elevator here should have been broken long ago. Even if it is not broken, the elevator cannot operate without power. So let's look for stairs or safe passages around. After some discussion, the players took action. From the building model, the main building of the space base is located in the center of this building complex. In addition to the 3 floors above ground, there is another floor underground. That seems to be the core part here, because the underground area is as large as 3 football fields, which is 3 times the ground building, and there is a security door at the entrance. If you want to get in there, it seems that special means are needed. Although we don't know what it is now. It is probably a password lock or an access card. You can guess that this place is not simple, and its use is definitely not a parking lot. So the players did not waste time elsewhere, and went straight to the entrance of the underground passage. Like the outside, the patio garden is also overgrown with weeds, because no one has taken care of it for many years. Some of the weeds here have grown taller than Yao Ming. Once the players who turn into slimes get in here, they will be completely submerged in the grass, and can't see where the opposite road is. In desperation, they had to let Dalong, a player with special enhancement skills in the team, take medicine to go out. Skill, I'm not made of dough activated. When the skill is triggered, the player's body will expand to 10 times or more like fermented dough, while the ability to resist blows will be increased by 100%, and the attack power will be increased to 200% of the maximum strength value. This skill is a limited time skill, which can last for 5 minutes after the skill is activated. The moment the skill is activated, the slime, which was originally less than the height of an adult man's calf, suddenly enlarged to the height of a floor like a balloon. After becoming bigger, Dalong took the medicine and immediately picked up the other players in the same team and put them on his head. Using such a combination of skills, the players can easily see the scene on the other side of the weeds and go all the way to the end of the corridor without any obstruction. As the players expected, the elevator is no longer usable. Fortunately, there is a small safety door exit on the side of the building. After entering here, there is a straight staircase from the inside to the outside. The handrails of the stairs are already rusty, and there is a strange sound when stepping on them, which sounds not very safe. However, this is nothing for slime players who have built-in anti-fall skills. Going down the stairs, they soon found the safe door marked on the map. Unlike what the players expected, this door was not locked. On the contrary, the door was open, and there was even a lot of water on the ground. And slippery and wet moss was everywhere at the entrance. In addition, the surrounding environment was dim and dark, making the door in front of them look more like a huge mouth of the abyss, which made people feel scared. However, the harsh environment did not scare these adventurous players. Not only that, they were even aroused by the desire to challenge. A group of people lined up and carefully tried to step into the underground passage full of water, wading into the cold and turbid water. Fried Kidney narrowed his eyes in disgust. It would be great if Gotham was here at this time. With him, we don't even need a flashlight. Ping Shan Chi, but don't forget that if he is here, he may betray his teammates. Fried Kidney. This is really hard to refute. Fried Kidney Flour, forget it. Let's rely on ourselves. Gotham is still offline. With that, the group continued to move forward. Luckier than expected. Although there is water underground, it is not too deep. And with the current slime form of the players, they can float on the water and move around. After paddling for a long time in the water of the dark underground passage and passing through 3 gates, the players finally arrived at the center of the underground building. Compared with the outside, the air here is more damp and cold, and you can vaguely smell a strange and unpleasant smell. It's like the smell of plants rotting in water, and it's like the smell of dead rats. Although it's hard to say what it is, the battle-hardened players still instantly raised their vigilance. Dalong took medicine and muttered quietly, "Isn't this an unlocked base? There shouldn't be monsters hiding here." Fried Kidney Flour. It's hard to say. The main feature of this game is a sensory reality. Since the scene here has been built so dark and terrifying, it would be a waste if we don't do something here. If he were the official planner, he would definitely set up a boss copy here. If you want to unlock a new base, you must first defeat the boss. Don't talk nonsense. Wei Wubai said, what if a boss that jumps to the next level really appears and kills us here? As soon as the voice fell, the Fried Kidney with the highest perception point in the team suddenly paused. What's wrong? Ping looked at him with some vigilance. There seems to be something in front. Hearing this, the players who were still joking and chatting before paused. In just a moment, everyone was alert. Ping, in the water or on the wall of the passage? Fried Kidney did not answer immediately, but seriously mobilized his perception ability. In order to observe better, he even turned on his infrared thermal imaging skill for reconnaissance. Soon, he sensed something in this dark and deep space. Not in the water nor on the wall. In the room in the left passage ahead. It is some kind of long animal. There are many of them. More than one. Upon hearing this, the players looked at each other in bewilderment. Dalong took medicine. Could it be a red flame python? I don't know. Stir-Fried Kidneys did not give a definite answer, because he could not see clearly what it was. In fact, for them, if there really was a red flame python there, they did not have to worry too much. Although this place was not conducive to combat, most of the team had fought with the red flame python, had experience, and knew how to take advantage of the opponent's weaknesses. But the problem was, what if it was not? Is it reasonable for a novice monster to appear in a new map that has not been unlocked? Obviously not reasonable. Then, the only remaining answer is, this is a brand new monster, stronger than the red flame python. As if to verify his guess, there was a splashing sound in the dark room on the left. It seemed that something swam out of the house. In just a moment, the breathing of everyone present stopped. Everyone's eyes showed a high degree of vigilance. Ping spread his wings and gestured to his teammates behind him, indicating that everyone should be ready to meet the enemy. However, before the players could activate their skills and pull the trigger, a huge black shadow about 3 or 4 meters long emerged from the water. It was a huge slug, or a leech. No one could tell what species the monster in front of them belonged to. It only saw a circle of sharp serrated fangs in a vortex, and rushed straight towards the players. In just a moment, adrenaline surged. Tension and fear spread like a plague in the dark underground. Damn it! Fire now. Chapter 263. Damn. The monster recognized me as its ancestor. In just a moment, the bullets were fired at the monster in front of them like they were free. I don't know if it was too strong or the bullets didn't hit it because of the dark environment. Although the dense firepower blocked the monster's pace of advancement, it didn't leave any fatal injuries on it. Not only that, but it also angered the monster in front of him. The thing that looked like a leech and a slug opened its big mouth, revealing a circle of sharp circular serrations, like meat grinder blades, and attacked the slime. If it was bitten, it would instantly become a slime slag. Under the strong survival crisis, the players attacked the monster in front of them without hesitation. In an instant, the dark underground space was illuminated by the flashing fire from the muzzle. However, the dense shooting could only slow down its attack speed and could not eliminate the crisis. Seeing that the magazine was about to run out, Peng Zhanqi made a decision immediately. Retreat quickly. This guy can't be killed with a gun. The others also realized this, so they all called for retreat. As the saying goes, if you have a green mountain, you will not be afraid of a lack of firewood. After staying in desolate Star World for so long, everyone knows the difficulty of fighting monsters above their level. In such a harsh environment, it is not easy for a few people in their team to take down this monster. Rather than taking the risk of being called offline and dying by this thing, it is better to save strength and retreat offline to call for help. After firing a few more shots at the monster to force it back, the players immediately returned along the waterway they came from. However, at this moment, the sound of swimming came from the right passage again. The monster seemed to have noticed something and moved slightly, turning around and looking towards the right passage. Then the sharp ring-shaped mouthparts moved, colliding with a numbing sound. It was excited. As for what it was excited about, as the team's highest perception scout, the stir-fried kidney flower suddenly changed his expression. Hack! This thing actually called for help. There is another group over there. They are coming towards us now. Damn it! Hearing this, Wei Wubuki couldn't help but curse. Fried kidney flower grabbed the teammate who was still in a daze and said, "Stop it! Run away!" As soon as the voice fell, countless black slimy monsters emerged from the passage on the right. Like a large group of sharks that smelled blood, they chased and bit the players. One monster is enough to make people feel terrified, let alone a large group. Gone! Hack you! In an instant, screams and scoldings accompanied by the sound of fierce water splashing rang out in the dark underground passage. However, the monster behind him was like a thorn in the flesh, and he couldn't get rid of it no matter how he ran. Damn it! What on earth does this thing eat? Why does it run so fast when it has no legs? Who knows? This planter is too perverted. I didn't encounter this situation when I went to the lair of the red flame anaconda during my novice period. Don't sigh at this time. Let's go out first. Did it take us so long to walk in when we came in? After the voice fell, there was silence. I feel like we are lost, Daon said while taking medicine. Everyone. No need to feel. We are just lost. The players were not familiar with the underground environment. Now they were chased by the monsters, and could only run around like headless flies. They didn't even bother to look at the road? How could they notice whether they were going in the wrong direction? However, it was too late to worry about these things at this time. There was no road ahead. The players were forced into a dead end by the monsters. Seeing the dense black rushing towards them, Peng Zhanqi gritted his teeth and made a decision. I will lead them away later. Lao Wei, you use your skills to protect others from leaving here. Wei Wubuki immediately realized his intention when he heard the words. Brother Peng, are you going to set a fire? Peng Zhanqi did not answer because there was no time to explain. He took out a lighter and took out a small bottle of brewed rye from the backpack he carried with him. Then he turned on the skill of body splitting, and suddenly transformed into 5 clones, and then rushed to the opposite side without hesitation. With the help of alcohol, the flames instantly climbed up the monsters' bodies. The monsters leaned against each other, fueling each other's fire, and making the flames burn fiercely. In pain, they immediately fled into the cold water below to extinguish the flames on their bodies. However, Peng Zhanqi's 5 clones fought desperately to stop them, not daring to delay Peng's excellent opportunity to fight for his life. Wei Wubai immediately activated the skill. True gold is not afraid of fire. When the skill is activated, His body will be able to resist flames below 1000 degrees Celsius, stretching his body into a large barrier. Wei Wubai immediately protected the remaining few people and rushed towards the chaotic battlefield on the opposite side. Hearing the sound of his teammates gradually fading away, Peng Zhanqi felt relieved. They can't all die here. After all, there are prey and the body of the brick-moving boy outside. If the whole army is wiped out, then they have worked in vain these days. Death is nothing in the game. Under the condition of pain shielding, the price paid is just 2 days of offline OB time and a small amount of contribution points. All these were within his tolerance. Besides, it was not the first time he died. It would be over in a while. There was nothing to be afraid of. Thinking of this, Peng spread his wings and shouted to the monster in front of him with relief. Just wait for me. I will kill you sooner or later. On the other side, the players who had just escaped from danger found the correct exit by accident after a rampage and successfully escaped from the underground. After picking up the equipment left outside, Dalong took medicine and couldn't help looking back again and again. It was too late to go back now. Fried Kidney Flour said, "Let's take the things back to the base and save them. Then report this matter to the tribe leader and call more people over. This way it won't be a waste of his sacrifice." That's right. Wei Wubai agreed. Anyway, Brother Peng will be a hero again in 2 days, so we don't have to be too sad. At most, when we divide the rewards, we can give him some money to buy him new equipment. Seeing that his companion said so, Dalong took medicine and no longer insisted. However, recalling the fierce battle with the monster just now, the players still couldn't help but feel frightened. They fired hundreds of bullets at the monster. If it was a wild star wolf, it would have been shredded long ago. Even the red flame anaconda would have been injured. But the monster that looked neither like a leech nor a slug did not leave any wounds. Not to mention that they liked to attack in groups. This is much more awesome than the thick-skinned desert monitor lizard. With lingering fear, the players made a mark on the map on the panel, and then hurriedly left here with the prey and the body of the brick-carrying boy left in the game. Outside the slime village, standing outside the vast farmland, looking at the green sprouts all over the ground, Xiaoming was so happy that his teeth were not visible. Rye and wild potatoes have been planted for a long time. The first batch has already grown luxuriantly. The improved rice on the mountain is also good, although it has just been planted for a short time. Judging from the tender green and upright growth, there will definitely be a bumper harvest in the future. The staple food is growing well, and the vegetable seasoning ingredients are not much behind. The green onions and leeks planted by the players are growing one after another. Some time ago, some live players also made leek boxes with newly grown leeks, which tasted quite good. In addition, there is a small vegetable field for growing leafy vegetables and radishes. Today's slime village is no longer as barren as when he first came. Farmland is everywhere, and it looks extremely rich. With this large piece of land, plus the farms near Jinsha City, he doesn't have to worry about food shortages in the short term. After appreciating the fruits of the players' labor, Xiaoming was about to go to the village's slime market to solve dinner, but was suddenly stopped by several little players. Looking closely at the other party's ID, Xiaoming blinked in surprise. Oh, aren't these the little players who discovered the ruins of Gulba No. 1 space base? Are they here to report to him the news of the discovery of a new base? Thinking of this, Xiaoming immediately changed his expression to a serious one. What's the matter? Then Fried Kidney saluted him. Chief, we found the ruins of a space base in the deep mountains to the east. There, we were attacked by a group of strange monsters. In order to cover our safe departure, Peng Zhanqi sacrificed himself. When Xiaoming heard that a player died, his heart was calm. After all, when playing games, there are always deaths. The only thing that interested him was the monsters mentioned by the players. What does the monster look like? Hearing the chief's question, Fried Kidney immediately answered, black, 3 or 4 meters long. It looks like a leech or a slug, with a mouth full of sharp fangs. There are a large group of them underground in the space base. Xiaoming silently entered the characteristics mentioned by the player into the search bar of the summoner, and then a data box popped up in front of him. Sharp-toothed centipede, a rare creature living in the humid underground of the deserted planet. Carnivorous, feeds on fish and small mammals. It also eats insects when food is scarce. The maximum length of an adult can reach 4 meters. It likes a damp and dark environment and likes group activities. After being dried, it is an extremely rare medicinal material with extremely high medicinal value. Seeing the last item in the information, Xiaoming's eyes suddenly lit up. Good guy. It seems that his pharmaceutical business can expand the industrial chain again. After reporting the situation to the clan leader, Fried Kidney Flour and several others immediately went offline. After all, they still had to go to the forum to recruit people. Of course, they also had to tell Daping and Bonjuan offline. However, after going offline, they couldn't find Daping Zhanqi. It was okay not to see him on the forum, and there was no reply to the message sent on the chat software. Fried Kidney Flour, what's the situation? Why don't you reply to the message? Bonjuan boy, maybe he's busy. Fried Kidney Flour, but it's been a few hours. Mighty and unyielding, you think? He's not dead yet? Fried Kidney Flour. Delon takes medicine? No way. Daping Zhanqi is indeed still alive. Even he himself didn't expect this. Originally, he was ready to sacrifice himself. When his teammates successfully escaped, he stopped attacking the monster and lay there waiting to die. He watched his skills being released and his consciousness reunited in the same body. Then he saw a leech monster open its mouth and pick him up. Then, his eyes went dark and he lost consciousness. At that time, he thought he had died and logged off. But later he found that he was still in the game. But he couldn't move or speak. It was like a computer in standby mode. After a while, the darkness gradually dissipated. He found himself lying in a dim room. And there were many soft and elastic spherical objects around him. These spheres were about the same size as his body. And the color was the same eggplant purple as his skin. It can be said that from the appearance, they were very similar. Looking at the countless eggplant purple spheres piled up in the house. Suddenly, Daping had an incredible idea in his mind. Could these be the eggs of those monsters? Could he be brought back by these monsters as their own children? In other words, the reason why they were attacked by this monster just now was purely because they misunderstood that the player stole their eggs? This answer really made people laugh and cry. Whether he was mistaken for a monster cub or his teammates were mistaken for thieves. He had never encountered such a ridiculous situation in all his time playing games. Looking at the spherical objects that looked like monster offspring, Daping was silent. So what was his situation now? A captive? Or a monster cub that was forced to recognize its ancestry? Thinking of this, Daping Zhanqi couldn't help but twitch his skin. What a mess. Chapter 264 1.25 version update. Sharp-toothed centipede. Online. The speechless Daping Zhanqi hesitated for a moment and decided to log off and see the situation first. So, he took off his helmet and just picked up his phone when he received a large number of messages. Fried Kidney, the things have been brought back to Slime Village, and the discovery of the remains of the space base has been reported to the tribe leader. The tribe leader just ordered the players to go there to do surface cleaning work. It is estimated that it will not take long for the official website to refresh the activity announcement related to the underground monsters of the space base. Fried Kidney, brother. How are you? Fried Kidney, where are you? It's been 2 hours. Why haven't you said anything? In addition to Kidney, other people in the team also sent him messages. The content is similar. Daping Zhanqi immediately replied to the messages one by one. A few minutes later, his chat software exploded. Fried Kidney, damn! You finally showed up. Mighty and unyielding, Brother Peng. Where did you go just now? You didn't reply to my message. So we thought you were still in the game. Daping spreading wings. I am indeed in the game. I just went offline. Fried Kidney Flour. Mighty and unyielding? Dalong takes medicine. What happened? So Daping spreads wings had to tell everyone what happened later. Knowing that Daping was not dead, but was taken back to the nest by the slug leeches as offspring. The players felt speechless. Mighty and unyielding. Fried Kidney Flour. So you and us together made them misunderstand. Did they think we were thieves who stole children? Daping spreads wings. It seems so. Mighty and unyielding. These monsters think too highly of themselves. Who would steal their eggs when they look so disgusting? It's useless. Dalon takes medicine. It may not be useless. Don't forget that we also brought back the purple giant spider's eggs in the giant spider's nest before. Although it was only to complete the task of collecting samples at that time. But who would have thought that the silk spit by those spiders is actually an important raw material for recovery potions? In order to produce this, didn't the tribe leader build a breeding farm in the west? Daping Zhanqi, Dalong is right. From the beginning of the closed beta to now, every monster that appears in the game has its own role. The fur of the wild star wolf can keep out the cold, and the meat can be eaten. The same is true for the red flame anaconda and the desert giant lizard. Even the western golden scorpion is poisonous, but can be used to make anti-radiation potions. From this point of view, This monster should also be a useful material. Brick Moving Boy. You are really right. Brick Moving Boy. Screenshot.jpg. I saw the Brick Moving Boy sent a screenshot. Sharp-toothed centipede. A rare creature living in the wet ground of the wild star. Carnivorous. It has anticoagulation, anti-lipid, anesthesia, detoxification, anti-cancer and anti-cancer effects, and has extremely high medicinal value. At the end of the introduction, there is a picture of an ugly black giant soft-bodied creature that looks like a slug or a leech. Brick-carrying boy, this is what you encountered underground in the base. Right? Dalon taking medicine. Yes. 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 This is it. I didn't expect that this monster is actually a rare medicinal material that can cure so many diseases. Mighty and unyielding. Has the official website updated the setting collection so quickly? It seems that it has not been long since we reported to the clan leader. Stir-fried kidney flour. Not long. It has been 2 hours since we went offline. The fact that the information has been updated only now shows that the official has prepared the update package for the next activity. Dalon takes medicine, so the next activity is to catch this sharp-toothed centipede. Right? Dumping spreads wings, definitely. If the sharp-toothed centipede underground is not cleared, the new base cannot be used. However, these sharp-toothed centipedes cannot be killed. After all, they have high enough medicinal value. Stir-fried kidney flour. I agree with Dumping's idea. The clan leader should keep some alive. Transfer these sharp-toothed centipedes to other places for artificial breeding. Just like the purple giant spider, these sharp-toothed centipedes will also form a special industrial chain in the future. Brick Moving Boy, in this case. Do we have to find a way to invest in the breeding industry of sharp-toothed centipedes? We will definitely make a lot of money in the future. Dapping Zanky. This is possible. Compared with those professional life players, the income from combat activities and hunting is not stable. In the future, as the slime family progresses, the equipment in the game will become more and more advanced, and there will be many places to spend money. Suppose that flying props are launched in the future game, such as flying ships or flying motorcycles. Will you buy them or not? This is also the fundamental reason why he has not sold all his accumulated slime coins to cloud players after the official slime coin trading platform was opened. Smart players know that the resources in the game are more difficult to accumulate in the later stages, because the prices of many things have increased exponentially, just like the most basic food. When they first entered the game, a handful of wild vegetables could deal with a day, and they didn't need to spend money to buy them. But now everything is different. With the prosperity of the market, the types of food have also begun to increase. In addition to unprocessed natural ingredients such as wild vegetables and lake catfish, players have also made steamed buns, dumplings, barbecued ramen, stir-fried dishes, drinks and desserts, so that you can eat whatever you want even in a relatively backward wasteland. Of course, delicious food costs money. If you don't want to waste time doing tasks to cook, you can only buy it. And after living a good life, some players will not tolerate their poor cooking skills in order to save money like when they first enter the game. After all, people are always moving forward. In addition to food, there are also weapons. A combat activity can consume a lot of ammunition. Although most players have activated skills, not everyone's skills are suitable for combat. Even if they are suitable, skills are time limited. Therefore, combat players often prepare some guns and ammunition. These are consumables and are not cheap. As the number of places to spend money increases, even combat players need to run a sustainable and profitable industry. This is not only to make their lives better in the game, but also to be able to afford better equipment in the future. The sharp-toothed centipede in front of them seemed to be a good business. Dapping Zanky was not the only one who had the same idea. Most of the players could see the value of the new monster. Therefore, after the official website setting set was updated, they started discussing it online. This was the peak offline period, and it was also the most popular time period in the game forum in a day. Therefore, the topic about the sharp-toothed centipede quickly reached 99+. Wusong beats the tiger. I am still offline OB. And the game has a new monster? The soldier is 1.5 meters tall, and it is in a new map. Big IQ girl, what? The game has updated a new map? The lily of the hometown is blooming. It has not been officially updated yet. It's just that someone found the ruins of a space base in the Golba period on the mountain, and a new monster was spawned in the ruins. Big IQ girl, oh wow. Sheep Village Fiangyang. I really envy those people. Not only can they find new bases, but they can also fight monsters that have not yet been officially launched. Brick moving boy, there is nothing to envy. I heard from Yaohua that they almost died there. If it weren't for Da Ping's sacrifice, everyone would have been finished. Big-eyed cute girl, squatting details, blinking. The lilies of my hometown are blooming, squatting together, moving a bench. The brick moving boy, after they entered. They encountered a large group of sharp-toothed centipedes underground in the ruins. Seeing that they were blocked in a dead end, Da Ping set fire to the thing, and used the clone skill to hold them back, so that the others could escape from there. The lilies of my hometown are blooming. Wow! Sheep village Fiangyang, as expected of Da Ping. What a man! Awesome. Pork stewed with vermicelli. Thumbs up. JPG. Big-eyed cute girl. So Da Ping died just like that? So miserable, sympathetic face. I am your father. It is indeed miserable. Probably torn into pieces by the sharp-toothed centipedes. Luckily, the game can block the sense of pain. Otherwise it would be painful. Da Ping spreads his wings. I haven't died yet. Big-eyed cute girl. A big man appeared in the comment area, shocked face. I am your father? Pork stewed with vermicelli. What does it mean to not die? Are you still alive? Dapping Zanki. Well, the sharp-toothed centipedes thought I was their egg, so they didn't do anything to me. I am your father. They thought you were their egg? Pork stewed with vermicelli. Damn. It can be like this? Dapping Zanki. I didn't expect it. Shame. Their eggs look quite similar to me in color and size. Wu Song fights the tiger. 6. It seems that choosing the color for the slime when creating an account is also very particular. Bingjian 1.5 meters, isn't it? If the color is well chosen, you can also blend into the monster pile as a spy. Mighty but unyielding, picking nose, so I chose leopard print. Unlike Rim, that idiot, who actually uses anime avatar stickers. Whether in the desert or in the forest, you can see it at a glance. There is no concealment at all. Rem is my wife. Angry, angry, angry. Rim is my wife. That's not an ordinary anime avatar. That's my wife. The atmosphere on the forum was cheerful. Suddenly, someone asked, my fate is in my own hands, since the monsters have been refreshed. Why don't we go and kill them? Isn't it said that this thing is quite rare and has high medicinal value? Stir-fried kidneys. The game has not been updated yet, and the event reward mechanism has not been released. What's the hurry? My fate is in my own hands. What if you need to clear the monsters first before unlocking the event of the new map? The post was suddenly silent. A few seconds later, a series of WTFs were posted below. This seems to make sense. Why didn't they think of it? For a moment, the players were in no mood to continue browsing the forum. If they didn't have to go to work/school, they would have wanted to go back and wear helmets immediately. At this time, the official website refreshed a new game update announcement. Wild Star World, version 1.25 update. 1. A new event Sharp-Toothed Scorpionfish is about to be launched. 2. A new monster Sharp-Toothed Scorpionfish. 3. Unlock the new map Ghoul Bar number 1 Space Base Ruins. 4. Optimize the scene modeling. Fix a few bugs. Sharp-Toothed Scorpionfish. Activity introduction. In the mountains and forests east of Slime Village, there is a Ghoul Bar period aviation base ruins hidden. There are the crystallizations of Ghoul Bar period technology. But now, its underground has become the nest of sharp-toothed scorpionfish. In order to allow the site to be used by the Slime Clan, we need to clear out the sharp-toothed centipedes underground. Golden Slime. This carnivorous soft-bodied giant worm is ugly and terrifying. But it is a rare and precious medicinal material. Don't kill them all in a hurry. Activity rewards. 100 slime coins will be obtained for each adult sharp-toothed centipede cleared, and 50 slime coins will be obtained for each live insect egg harvested. At the end of the event, all players who participated in the task can get an additional 100 contribution points. Chapter 265, we should be able to get an extra reward. As always, the game update always comes unexpectedly. However, this is great news for players who have been looking forward to the battle event for a long time. Wow! The event is online? What? Wow! The newbies said that they finally don't have to plant wasteland potatoes? No. You still have to continue farming, because this battle event is still level restricted. Why, crying face? Why are you still chatting after the update? Hurry up and log in. Damn! Is it so sudden? I have to go to work later. Picking nose. What kind of work is going to work? Can going to work be more important than going to the new map to fight monsters? Self-employed people are fearless. Throwing and rolling and roaring wildly. JPG. In just a moment, A large number of people were evacuated from the originally lively forum, facing the envious and jealous eyes of others. Some players, who didn't have to go to work or school, immediately returned to the online line. Looking at the huge crowd of little players coming out of the slime nest, Xiaoming immediately showed a satisfied smile. Sure enough, players are the most active species in the world. No one else. Once the game releases a new event, they can always take the initiative to participate at the first time without being urged by others. Even if these people are too lazy to tidy up their desks in real life, they are surprisingly serious about playing games. A few hours later, under the guidance of the ruins map announced by the event, the active little players successfully arrived at their destination. Compared with the screenshots on the forum, the real objects of Gulba No. 1 Space Base are more shocking. Dense vines and tangled tree roots extend from the inside to the dense forest outside the ruins. The lush leaves wrap the entire building like a green blanket. Under the natural armament of nature, this abandoned ruins looks like a giant beast lurking in the mountains and forests. Although the scene design of the new map is impressive, it is not so attractive to people like Fried Kidney Flour, who have witnessed it once. Returning to the place of failure, the first thing they did was to go straight to the underground level of the base ruins. In addition to giving those slugs a taste of their own medicine, they also had to rescue their teammates. Looking at the dark entrance in front of them, the players took a deep breath and went in again, with the lessons learned from the past. This time when they entered the underground, they discarded useless bullets and replaced them with mini. In addition, they also pulled in mini helpers. The increase in the number of participants also gave them sufficient confidence for this action. How is it? Do you feel those monsters hiding into the dark waterway? Hey Gulong Dongqiang asked quietly. I can vaguely feel it, but there is still some distance. Stir-fried Big Kidney Flour paused and looked forward. 200 meters away. At 2 o'clock, there was one. The moment the voice fell, a rustling sound came from the deep and silent underground. From far to near, it was slowly creeping towards their direction. Here it comes. Hearing Yehua's reminder, the players in the dark took out their prepared weapons and ignition devices. Fire! Following the order to stir-fry kidneys, the players lit the fuse, accompanied by several dazzling flames. The swish flew towards the giant creature that was wriggling in the distance. The dark underground passage was suddenly illuminated by the orange flames, revealing its ugly face with sharp teeth and scorpions. Swish, boom! Caught off guard, the monster was hit by the flying, and the flames immediately climbed up its fat and sticky body. For a moment, it curled up like a squid tentacles roasted by charcoal fire. As the monster's body twisted, an unpleasant smell of burning also spread underground. Damn! It actually works. By the way, can this thing still be used after burning? Yes. Isn't it said that it is a rare medicinal material? It doesn't matter if we burn it like this. It should be usable. The event announcement didn't say that it can't be burned. The players were talking at once, without any sense of tension as they were in a battle. After all, most of the people here were not participating in the battle for the first time. Compared with the flustered days of the newbies, they were now more at ease. However, this relaxed atmosphere was soon interrupted by the stir-fried Big Kidney Flour. Shh! There seems to be movement in front. Hearing the reminder of the stir-fried Big Kidney Flour, the players noticed the sound approaching from a distance. As if startled by the explosion, the sound of splashing water came from the dark passage. For the stir-fried Big Kidney Flour, and the others, who had previously fought fiercely with the sharp-toothed centipede, such a sound was very familiar to them. Those guys are coming. Taking the water route? Putting away the previous carelessness, the players hurriedly loaded their ammunition to prepare for the next battle. On the other side, just 100 meters away from the battle site, Dapeng Zhanji, who had just finished his meal and came back online, vaguely heard the explosions coming from outside, and his eyes were filled with surprise for a moment. Oh my god! They have already broken in? They are so fast! Thinking of this, Dapeng Zhanji immediately jumped to the door of the room and pried open the gap to look out. I saw one after another sharp-toothed centipedes leaving the base camp and crawling towards the distant passage. After seeing that all the sharp-toothed centipedes guarding nearby had left, Dapeng had an idea and squeezed out from the gap at the entrance. Ever since he was brought back to the nest by these sharp-toothed centipedes, they have piled up various things at the entrance of the room where the eggs are stored to prevent their children from being stolen again. However, such obstacles are nothing to the soft-bodied slime. If it weren't for the sharp-toothed centipedes guarding outside the room, he would have escaped long ago. Just as Dapeng spread his wings and successfully escaped from the nursery, fierce fighting sounds came from the passage on the other side. Charge. Go to H, L. Demacia. With the explosions one after another, the battle line gradually advanced towards the center of the underground layer of the space base. Under the attack, these sharp-toothed centipedes had no power to resist at all. The burning of the flames made their skin as fragile as paper, which was a strong pain they had never felt before. Under the fierce bombardment of the players, this group of monsters had lost their previous fighting spirit and turned around to escape back to the nest. But how could the players let them go now? After all, these are all walking event rewards. After a fierce pursuit, the last sharp-toothed centipede that wanted to escape back to the nest finally died at the entrance of the passage. After scanning the loot with the panel, the players entered the heart of the sharp-toothed centipede's nest. Why is the monster's nest so disgusting every time? Can't we do something from the world of the living? Looking at the dark and humid environment in front of him, Bai Wuchang complained with some disdain. I want to be read and disagree. Why else? Of course, it is to meet the setting. If the slug doesn't live in this environment, can it live in a magnificent palace? Oh my god! You have finished fighting? It's fast enough. Hearing the exclamation behind them, the players looked together. Then, they found that Dapeng Zhanqi, who was supposed to be captured by the monsters, was standing behind them carelessly at this moment. Damn! Dapeng? How did you run out by yourself? We were still thinking about rescuing you. Dapeng Zhanqi was a little surprised to see his teammates suddenly. I came out when I heard the noise outside. Anyway, there was no guard around. What about those sharp-toothed centipedes? Hey Gu Long Dong Chong, we have dealt with them. But 2 of them escaped and fled in another direction. The others have already chased them. Dapeng understood after hearing this. Seeing the iron crowbar in Dapeng's hand, Bai Wuchang asked curiously, What are you doing? Oh, this. Dapeng Zhanqi shook the crowbar and explained, All the equipment on my body was lost. So I picked up a stick to protect myself after I came out. But I just walked around here and found that there may be more than one floor underground. It's just that the lower floor has been completely flooded. So I want to use this thing to try to pry open the door. Everyone. There is another floor below? I want to be read and couldn't help but exclaim, There is no mark on the activity map. Wei Wubuka was also a little surprised, not to mention the activity map. The model map we saw before was not shown. Where did you find it? It's over there. Dapeng spread his wings and raised the crowbar to point to the passage on the right. There was a door there, and the sign outside the door showed that it led to the lower level. This shows that there is still space below. Knowing that there might be another layer of space underground, the players immediately went to check. When they saw the sign outside the door, they couldn't help but get excited. I guess this should be a hidden map. Fried Kidney Flour thought, just like we found a secret room in the slime underground experimental base. Maybe there is also a character similar to Elpis in the hidden map here. It shouldn't be the case. Right? Bai Wuchang was a little skeptical. There is water below here. Isn't it afraid that the artificial intelligence will be short-circuited by water bubbles if it is placed here? Hey Gulong Dongqiang, in fact, it may not be artificial intelligence. Kidney Flour should mean that there may be other NPCs hidden in the hidden space underground. How could there be NPCs in such a place? Bai Wuchang couldn't help rolling his eyes. What kind of NPC could stay in the water for so long? Do you think he's a mermaid or a Trisolaran? Seeing that they were about to quarrel again, Dapeng Zhanqi immediately tried to smooth things over. These are just speculations at the moment. It is not certain whether there are NPCs underground. That's right. Fried Kidney Flour echoed. I just said it casually. You guys are too serious. Dapeng spreading wings. Compared to this, we didn't see any traces of sharp-toothed centipedes all the way from the top of the ruins. This means that the slug should have entered the ruins from other underground entrances, because the lower floor was severely flooded. They moved their nests to the damp, but not completely flooded underground floor. At this point, he paused and said, If we can follow that entrance, we can find the source of these sharp-toothed centipedes. In addition to the hidden space in the activity map, as the discoverer, we should be able to get an extra reward. Chapter 266 Chronos. As the last few sharp-toothed centipedes that escaped to the drainage system were killed by the players won the first battle in the new map. The whole battle lasted only an hour, and the players eliminated 73 sharp-toothed centipedes hiding underground and harvested 150 sharp-toothed centipede eggs. Except for a few unlucky guys who were injured because they failed to dodge when throwing. There were no casualties among the other participating players. After the great victory, the battlefield was cleaned up. A dozen trucks were parked in a row outside the ruins of Gulba No. 1 space base. These vehicles that were loaded with players when they came here have now been transformed into trucks carrying spoils. The players dragged the dead sharp-toothed centipedes out of the underground passage with a grunt, and then moved them to the car with a grunt. These are all valuable things, although most of these sharp-toothed centipedes were blown beyond recognition by the players. This does not prevent them from being used as medicinal materials. Now that the weather has warmed up, players need to send these sharp-toothed centipedes back to the base as soon as possible for dehydration and air drying. Otherwise the corpses will rot and their medicinal value will be destroyed. In addition to these adult sharp-toothed centipedes, players also loaded all the centipede eggs hidden in the underground nest into another car, just like the purple giant spider eggs at the beginning. These centipede eggs will also become seedlings for the future sharp-toothed centipede breeding farm. Seeing the eggplant purple insect eggs the size of pillows in front of him, Xiaoming couldn't help but sigh. These days, are the eggs of insect monsters all purple? The eggs of sharp-toothed centipedes are purple, and the eggs of purple giant spiders are also purple. It can be said that except for the size difference, the similarity between the two is really high. However, compared with the purple giant spider eggs, the slime body of Dapeng Zhanqi is even more touching. Both the color and size are very similar to the centipede eggs, and the soft and elastic touch of slime makes it no wonder that people take it as their own cubs and bring it back to the nest. Xiaoming was sighing here, and the panel of the summoner in front of him suddenly shook. Player Dapeng Zhanqi discovered the hidden space of Gulba number 1 space base. Xiaoming. What? There is a hidden space in the new base that is about to be unlocked? The discoverer is Dapeng, who was kidnapped by the sharp-toothed centipede? This news is really surprising. What did this guy do after being caught? Out of curiosity, Xiaoming clicked on the surveillance video sent by the summoner. This is completely different from the last time when the slime underground experimental base was opened. He asked players to actively look for Easter eggs in order to enrich the content of the event. This time Dapeng discovered the hidden space by chance. With a noisy sound in the screen, a group of sharp-toothed centipedes came out in droves. After that, an eggplant purple slime came out from the dark and narrow gap, looked around and left towards the passage in the corner. Dapeng Zhanqi's move was obviously to take advantage of the chaos to escape, but he never thought that this escape would actually allow him to discover a door leading to the lower space. Coincidentally, the player who attacked the underground floor at this time happened to meet Dapeng Zhanqi. After meeting his teammates, Dapeng led several people to explore the hidden space behind the door. The video is very short and ends here. Therefore, Xiaoming did not know what they encountered after going down, and what the hidden space looked like. However, Xiaoming was not in a hurry, because he knew that the players would come to report to him sooner or later. Congratulations to the player Dapeng Spreading Wings for discovering the hidden space of Gulba number 1 space base. Because the player chose team sharing, the achievement will be announced to the whole server in the form of group honor. The sudden message prompt made the players, who were still busy harvesting spoils, stop immediately. Huh? Damn! Wasn't Dapeng captured and locked up by the sharp-toothed centipede? How could he trigger the hidden space? And he even made a server-wide announcement. Oh my god! It turns out that being captured can trigger the hidden map. What? There is such a good thing? If I had known, I would have come here and let the monster take it away. Don't dream. Dapeng was captured alive because his skin color is exactly the same as these insect eggs. If it were you, you would have been dead long ago. Hack! The players who were cleaning the battlefield were talking here, while the Dapeng Spreading Wings team in the underground entered an unexpected space. Unlike what they had imagined before, there was no water behind the door that led to the underground. Unlike the dark and damp imagined, it was not only dry, but also very bright. Stir-fried kidneys inside as they walked. I didn't expect the upper floor to look so desolate, but the underground could still be kept so clean and tidy. This is simply not a painting style. Dalong, who was taking medicine on the side, agreed. The ruins of the Gulba period should be hundreds of years away from now. Right? I didn't expect that the power system here can still operate after so many years. This is incredible. Looking at the faint blue lights on the top and walls, Wei Wubuka said silently, these lights should have nothing to do with the power system. Right? It should be just some kind of fluorescent paint. Dalong was a little skeptical when he heard this. It's impossible. Right? What brand of fluorescent paint can emit such bright light? Nothing is impossible. Fried Kidney Flour said, don't forget that this is a game, and the background is still on a once-developed alien planet. It's not surprising to see anything beyond conventional cognition. The brick-moving boy did not join their topic, but suddenly said, I don't know where the people here have gone. This place is so well preserved. And it doesn't look like it has been destroyed by war. That's right. Dalong looked enlightened when he took medicine. We haven't seen any corpses along the way. Could they all hide in the frozen hibernation capsule like the scientists in the underground laboratory of prison number 9? Ping spread his wings. Maybe they evacuated in advance. It's because the war has not yet reached here that we can leave here. After all, war brings not only devastating blows, but also chaos of order. The lack of supplies, and the collapse of the regime will bring disaster to the people here. Therefore, if there were conditions to leave, normal people would choose to migrate to other planets before the war broke out. The aerospace base of the Golba government project in front of us is obviously the same. The front should be the center of this floor. Ping Zhanqi stopped to compare the map on the panel. After coming down, they were lucky to find the floor plan of this floor on the wall. And it was because of this that a group of people avoided wandering around like headless flies. According to the map markings, there will be a rocket launch pad beyond the central hall of this floor. Ping Zhanqi looked at the map while looking for the right way. Who are you? The moment they stepped into the central hall, a strange and cold voice suddenly sounded, which immediately scared all the players present. Who? In just a moment, the players all grabbed the weapons they carried with them and observed the surrounding environment nervously. However, no one was seen. Don't panic. It may be a hidden plot. Ping Zhanqi comforted his teammates and then asked loudly, Who are you? Me? The owner of the voice paused for a moment, as if thinking. It was because of his voice again that the players found the source of the sound. It was a radio installed in the corner of the wall. After a glance, the players quietly moved towards the direction of the broadcasting room. Please stop moving. The clear voice came from the radio again. You haven't answered my question yet. Who are you? Why did you break in here? After returning a look to his teammates that said, Leave it to me. Ping Zhanqi said calmly, We are slimes. From the Golden Sand City in the east. The reason we came here is because of a group of sharp-toothed centipedes. On the side, Fried Kidney Flour immediately agreed. Yes. We accidentally broke into this place when we were chased by those monsters. However, Fried Kidney Flour's emphasis did not attract the attention of the other party. And the cold tone on the radio rose slightly. Slime? What is that? Players. How can this be explained? Who would have thought that the plot NPC in this new base would not recognize slimes? This is really surprising. Ping Zhanqi, why don't we meet in person? So you know what a slime is. Don't worry. We have no ill intentions. As soon as the voice fell, everyone present was immediately worried. No one knew how the person behind the scenes would react to this proposal. Agree? Or refuse? The voice on the other end of the radio was silent for a moment, and then spoke. Yes. This answer surprised the players. I thought they would take some time to get the other party's consent. But after thinking carefully, since this is a new base that the game is about to unlock, the plot NPC here will not make it too difficult for the players. So, under the guidance of the other party, the players walked into the security door in the corner. After walking more than 100 meters along the dark tunnel, they saw several forks. Take the one in the middle. Hearing the prompt from the radio, the players immediately did it. Although the voice on the radio sounded cold, it was extremely curious. He had asked several questions along the way, such as what the sharp-toothed centipede was, and why they were being chased by the other party. In order to hide the reward of the task, the players had to patiently answer them one by one. That's right. I forgot to ask just now. What is Jinsha City? How come I have never heard of it? Hearing this, Mighty and Unyielding couldn't help but wonder, isn't this guy living on the same planet as us? How come he doesn't even know Jinsha City? Fried Kidney Flour, understand? This NPC should be an antique like Miss Elpis. Maybe Jinsha City didn't exist during the Gulba period. Mighty and Unyielding. Can't refute. So, Fried Kidney Flour explained to the voice on the radio one by one. However, after learning that Jinsha City is the most prosperous city in the east of the wasteland, and is currently governed by the Slime clan, the voice on the radio became more and more confused. What is the wasteland? Is it a newly formed star? The wasteland is the planet we are on now. Ping Zhanqi explained, maybe in your cognition. We should call it Gulba. Hearing this, the questioning voice on the radio stopped abruptly. Seeing this, the players looked at each other in bewilderment. Is this stimulated? After a while, the voice came again. So, is the war over? Yes. Who won? Not Gulba. What time is it now? It's been about 300 years since your time. Ping Zhanqi paused and said, We have almost answered your question. Now it's your turn to answer our question. You ask? The voice on the radio agreed. What should we call you? Call me Kronos. I am the manager here. Chapter 267, Gate of God. Manager? Could this Kronos be an intelligent robot like Elpis? After hearing the translation, the brick-carrying boy couldn't help but mutter in a low voice. We'll know if it's a robot later? Compared to this, Mighty Wubuchu paused. Have you noticed a strange phenomenon? What phenomenon? We just said Chinese. Right? Yeah. So why can this Kronos understand? What he just said was not Chinese. A word awakened the dreamer. For a while, the players noticed this overlooked detail. As Mighty Wubuchu said, what Kronos said just now was not Chinese, but a variant of the Wild Star language. If you have to classify it, it is a bit like the accent of Elpis. Players can understand the NPC's words because the game has given a translator. But why can this NPC understand what the players say? This does not conform to the previous settings. You should know that whether it is Sand City, the previous Western prison, or Zukum Star outside the Wasteland Star, these NPCs could not communicate smoothly with players at the beginning. Even if some of them may say some lines related to the release of tasks in Chinese, it is only a few sentences. Once it comes to Chinese that is not related to the task, they are confused. Therefore, in the case of a first meeting that is not related to the task, most NPCs will choose to communicate with slime players by gestures or drawings. As the contact time between the two sides increases, the players and NPCs will also grow tacit understanding. At this time, some NPCs will not need to borrow these external props to communicate with players. Sometimes, NPCs can know what players want without words. Even some NPCs will use Chinese to communicate with players in simple daily life. For example, Minamiya in the Slime Village. When they first entered the game, they could not speak a word of Chinese. But now they can joke with players in Chinese. This is also the charm of Wasteland World. It is not only the tribes and cities of slimes that are cultivated, but also NPCs. But now, this suspected new NPC Kronos actually skipped the cultivation stage and communicated smoothly with the players. And even the language used by both parties was not the same, which is puzzling. Maybe it's just a game bug. Ping Zhanqi thought for a while and said, maybe the official forgot this setting when designing the hidden plot of the event. So this situation occurred. But this is not a big deal. It is better to say that the official's omission makes our game experience better. Dalong Qiao agreed. You are right. At least you don't have to waste time gesturing there. As he said, he couldn't help but sigh. How nice it would be if such a bug could continue to be maintained in the future. The players were talking here, as if they had forgotten that they were still in the game. And there was an invisible NPC listening to all this on the radio above their heads. What are you talking about? What bug? What game? Suddenly hearing the NPC on the radio suddenly ask a question. The players all stopped. How could this NPC take the initiative to interrupt the players when they were chatting about topics unrelated to the task? This seems to have never happened before. Is there a program error? In doubt, Ping Zhanqi asked, can you understand what we are saying? Of course, I can understand. Haven't we been communicating all the time? At this point, Kronos seemed a little proud. Although I have never been exposed to your language system before, this is not a big problem. The language program I said here will automatically decipher your language and reorganize the meaning you want to express. Ping Zhanqi. The explanation is very good. But this is not what he wants to ask now. Just listen to the voice on the radio and continue to ask. Can you tell me what game you are playing now? Although the voice is still as cold as ever. For some reason the players actually heard a bit of the liveliness of a teenager from it. Thinking carefully, from the beginning of the communication to now, this Kronos has always behaved like a curious child, constantly asking them questions. But would such behavior be the behavior of an adult? Not to mention that the other party is the manager of such a huge space base. This is too unstable. For a moment, the players couldn't help but complain in their hearts. However, Kronos didn't seem to notice the strange behavior of these slimes, and just continued to say, by the way, what is the bug in the game? If there is a problem with the program, maybe I can help you. Without answering Kronos' words, Ping spread his wings and looked at the endless passage on the opposite side, and stopped. How long will it take to get there? Hearing this, Kronos replied, almost there. Go forward 10.9 meters and turn left. You will see a door. Got it. Perhaps because the topic was interrupted, Kronos no longer asked questions as persistently as before. The players arrived at the place the other party said without saying a word. Then, A flash of an arched alloy door appeared in front of everyone. Similar to the door of a bank vault. The arch in front of you is connected to a circular knob similar to a steering wheel. Even though it has been more than 3 centuries, including the parts on it, this door is still as new as if it just came out of the factory, without any rust or paint peeling. The brick-moving boy asked in confusion, "How do I open it? Turn the handle on it?" As soon as the voice fell, the ring handle in front of him actually rotated automatically, accompanied by a heavy metal collision sound. The alloy door in front of him slowly opened. Then, the most hidden secret of the aerospace base ruins was revealed to the players. This is a huge long metal instrument. Facing the player seems to be its connector, which also allows the players to clearly see its structure. The 2 ring-shaped passages at both ends stand vertically relative to each other, at least 3 stories high. At both ends of the ring-shaped connector are long metal passages. This passage extends to both sides of the underground tunnel, and there is no end in sight. Looking at the behemoth in front of him, the brick-moving boy opened his eyes wide. "What is this? A rocket launcher? Your rocket launcher looks like this?" Fried Kidney couldn't help but complain. "I can tell at a glance that you don't watch science fiction movies. This thing is obviously a particle accelerator." "Particle accelerator?" Dupeng looked at Fried Kidney in confusion, seeing that his teammates didn't seem to know much about this. Fried Kidney explained, "It is an equipment that artificially provides various high-energy particle beams and radiation. This thing sounds high-end, but it is actually widely used. There are also X-ray tubes and TVs. However, this one is obviously not of the same order of magnitude as the particle accelerators used in daily life. It is a serious scientific research device. I don't know what it is used for." Hearing this, the brick-moving boy couldn't help but admire. "I can't see." "Kidney, you actually know so much." "No way." Fried Kidney pretended to be modest. "You can also know it if you watch a few more science fiction movies. I didn't expect you to know about particle accelerators." The icy voice that had not been spoken for a long time sounded again. Unlike the previous situation, this time Kronos did not speak on the radio, but appeared directly in front of the players. Unlike highly human-like artificial intelligence such as Elpis, Kronos looks more like an old-fashioned camera. There is a camera similar to an artificial eye at the position of the lens cover, which makes it look a bit like WALL-E in the animated film. "WALL-E?" Kronos turned the roller under its body and drove towards the players. It moved the lens cover and made a motion of looking up and down. "So this is what a slime looks like. It looks like jelly candy when you get closer. Damn. It's actually a robot." Faced with the NPC that suddenly appeared, the players were shocked. After so many years, this robot still has electricity? There must be a self-sufficient power supply system in this underground. Hearing the exclamations of the players, Kronos moved the transmission roller under the block body and turned a circle in place with some complacency. Of course, Space Base No. 1 is equipped with an internal circulation power system that can be used for at least 500 years. In addition to the main power supply, there is also a backup power supply here, in order to prevent the backup power supply from being damaged in time. After all, as the manager of this base, I can't cut off the power at will. Changed from the aloofness of the initial meeting, the robot in front of him chattered non-stop. "There is no use having a backup power supply. This place is so deep. If there is underground water seepage, it will leak electricity," Mighty and Unyielding said, looking at the top of his head. "When we came here, there was a lot of water on the upper layer. But do you see any water seepage here?" Hearing Kronos' light question, Mighty and Unyielding was speechless. There is indeed no water seepage. This is also the most curious point after they came in. Are there any special waterproofing and drainage measures here? Hearing the questions raised by the players, Kronos proudly answered that's natural. The reason why water accumulated on the upper floor was purely because rainwater flowed back due to the damaged outer wall. After all, it was not the core area of the space base, so high-strength waterproof materials were not deliberately used during its construction. But it's different here. The highest strength composite nano-waterproof building materials are used here, and the total thickness of the wall reaches 10 meters. In addition to being rainproof, it can also withstand nuclear bombing and can be guaranteed to be intact for hundreds of years. Moreover, as long as the protection state is activated, this area can be completely isolated from the space above. Of course, the location of Space Base No. 1 itself was determined after rigorous investigation. Unless this planet is torn apart, let alone interstellar wars, even earthquakes and floods will not interfere with this place. After all, this is Golda's most important technological asset, and it is also the most important part of the God's Gate plan. Therefore, safety and concealment are the top priorities. God's Gate plan? The player who is good at capturing quickly grasps the key information in the other party's words. What is that? Chapter 268 Gulba's Past. This is a great plan. Kronos turned the camera slightly and spoke slowly. Once this project succeeds, it can directly affect the outcome of the war and bring supreme glory to Gulba. Hearing this, the players looked at each other. This God's Gate plan sounds like it is related to the war between several planets more than 300 years ago. Thinking of this, Doping asked, so this God's Gate is actually Gulba's secret weapon? Of course. Kronos proudly answered, I can tell you with certainty that once the God's Gate is opened, the meaningless struggle of the entire interstellar will stop. Brick-moving boy, what weapon is so powerful? Is it a nuclear bomb? Don't think of nuclear bombs when you mention secret weapons. Fried Kidney rolled his eyes. Nuclear bombs are not good enough in the interstellar. What can stop the war of the entire interstellar must be a dark matter weapon. Right? Facing the players' arguments, Kronos said nothing, neither affirmation nor denial. As if realizing something, Doping asked, so is the Gate of God really a dark matter weapon? Hearing his question, the robot in front of him chuckled. Dark matter weapon? Your imagination can be bolder. Gate of God is more powerful than dark matter weapons. Although the voice is still icy, the smugness in it can't be hidden. Weiwu Buka lost his patience and couldn't help but urge, stop keeping us in suspense. Tell us directly what the Gate of God plan is. As if pretending to be cool enough, the robot in front of him stopped playing dumb. It turned the rollers under it and moved to the railing beside the platform, looking at the spectacular particle accelerator opposite. It said, as you know, this planet. No. This interstellar space has once erupted in a huge war. Radiation, viruses, famine, all natural disasters that can destroy life have raged here. The turmoil caused by the war is greater than politicians expected. Just like the butterfly effect. No one thought that a small butterfly flapping its wings would eventually cause a tornado. Who would have thought that they just wanted to use force to intimidate the other party in order to make the other party make concessions in political negotiations? But they never thought that things would get bigger and bigger, and eventually become unresolved. Once the war machine is started, no one can stop it first. So it eventually turns into an irreversible destructive disaster. Since this galaxy can no longer change all this with its own power, so we can only place our hopes on higher dimensional civilizations. The God's Gate plan also came into being. Higher dimensional civilization? Hearing this, the players paused. So, the God's Gate plan is actually related to aliens? Damn! I originally thought that Desolate Planet World was a story about a group of slimes developing their tribe's territory and infrastructure on a backward wandering planet. But I never thought that it would now involve the past history of this planet, and even alien civilizations. Whoever watches this plot can't help but praise the planning dad for being awesome. Only the perspective of Fried Kidney Flour is unique. If you can't solve the troubles you have caused, you rely on alien civilization? Good man. Are you playing the interstellar version of the three-body problem? Gear? What is the interstellar version of the three-body problem? Kronos couldn't help asking. Fried Kidney Flour coughed lightly. This is not important. You continue. Kronos didn't insist on asking. Just continued, many years ago, scientists in Gulba had discovered that there are higher dimensional life in this world. Those lives have left many traces on Gulba Star. But the Gulba people have never been able to successfully trace the source of this life. It seems that it does not exist in this galaxy. And it seems that it does not exist in this universe. In order to connect with this advanced civilization, the Gulba government secretly established many research centers. This space base is just one of them. At that time, the Gulba government established these research centers simply for scientific research and exploration. Until the war broke out, these research centers changed from academic to strategic and practical. At that time, the major planets were evenly matched. In order to gain an overwhelming advantage in the war, a senior official of Gulba came up with a way to seek help from a higher dimensional civilization. However, at that time, none of these research centers in Gulba had achieved a connection with a higher dimensional civilization. So politicians placed their hopes on time travel. They believed that in the future, Gulba might have achieved close contact with a higher civilization. Theoretically, in order to travel through time and space, it is necessary to use a particle accelerator to find the Higgs boson in the colliding particles. You can think of it as a special graviton with a large mass. Its appearance can simultaneously produce Higgs singlets. Higgs singlets have the ability to jump into the fifth space, and can travel back and forth in time and space. If the experiment succeeds, they can go to the future. However, theory is theory, and reality is reality. The experiment did not succeed. The severity of the war also made it impossible for the government to continue waiting for such a fantastic plan to be completed. So the plan to win the war, with the help of a higher civilization, was shelved. After that, the GBA government was busy fighting with forces from several other planets, and had no time to care about the research progress of these secret research institutes. This also gave us researchers a lot of autonomy. One day, when we heard that a secret biological laboratory had developed an information sensor that was said to be able to connect and communicate with higher dimensional civilizations, the superiors who had not paid attention to Space Base No. 1 for a long time remembered this place. At that time, the war had reached a white-hot state. Not only GBA, but other planets could not stop this arms race for interstellar hegemony through internal means. For a time, the idea of the top leaders to suppress all this through dimensionality reduction by high-dimensional civilization once again emerged. Although the experiment of traveling through time and space failed, they can still try to use particle accelerators to separate the cosmic membrane. Who knows if they can open the space where the high-dimensional civilization is located. This is also the beginning of the God's Gate plan. Kronos' words were so powerful that the players were stunned. Brick-carrying boy, so did you succeed later? Is there any need to ask this? Stir-fried kidney flour disagreed. If it had been successful, the desolate planet would not be like this now. That's true. Brick-carrying boy nodded, and thought carefully. How could it be so easy to open a high-dimensional space? After hearing this, Kronos, who was originally calm, was like a cat whose tail was stepped on, and immediately refuted. No, the plan was almost successful. Even though his voice was still as cold as ever, his dissatisfaction could be clearly felt. This also made the players curious. Doping spread his wings. So why did the experiment fail? What happened? When asked this question, Kronos was like a deflated balloon, and immediately lowered the electronic eye of the camera lens. Traitor. There is a traitor among us. Hearing this answer, the players looked at each other. Good guy. It turns out that there are internal differences between them? This plot is interesting. Can you tell me more about it? Doping asked with wings spread out. There is nothing that cannot be said. Kronos turned his electronic eyes and looked at everyone. If what you said is true, the Gulba regime no longer exists. And now more than 300 years have passed since the war. Then these are just a past buried in the dust of history. So, in Kronos' narration, the players learned some unknown stories from more than 300 years ago. It turned out that not everyone in the original Gulba government supported the God's Gate plan. Some people believe that high-dimensional civilizations have no reason to help this galaxy, let alone help Gulba win. In the eyes of those people, this plan is pure fantasy. Some pessimists even think that Gulba should choose to negotiate peace or surrender early, because in their view, only by choosing to bow down first can hope be brought to the future of this planet. However, the radicals believe that negotiating peace is a manifestation of cowardice, and surrender is a shame for the planet. So even if they cannot win, they have to choose to continue to delay the war. The disagreements within the government are also the fundamental reason why this plan eventually failed. After a long war, many people hope to end such a turbulent life as soon as possible. The existence of the God's Gate plan is not just to end the war. In the eyes of some politicians in Gulba, this plan can also lead Gulba to become the overlord of this galaxy. But whether Gulba can become the overlord is not important for those who want to live a normal life. So, under the instigation of some people in the government, some people in the Institute defected with the most core research results of the God's Gate plan. So the plan failed in the end. After listening to Kronos' story, Fried Kidney Flour couldn't help but be curious. This means that if those people hadn't betrayed, the God's Gate plan could actually be successfully carried out? That's right. Kronos said, we have gone through several experiments before. The plan is feasible. Hearing this, the players couldn't help but mutter in their hearts. Could it be that the next task is to help this old antique from the Gulba period retrieve the most core secrets taken away by the betrayers? Continue to complete the God's Gate plan? Thinking about it, the players all glanced at their respective task panels. There are no prompts. Peng Zhanqi, in my opinion, we should go out and report to the clan leader first. Maybe then we can trigger the subsequent related tasks. Seeing that his teammates had no objection, Peng Zhanqi looked at Kronos. I am glad that you can tell us these things. I wonder if it is convenient for you to go with us. To be honest, This aerospace base site has now been included in the sphere of influence of the Slime Clan. As the former manager here, I think it is necessary for you to have further communication with our clan leader. When it comes to the issue of the ownership of the base, Kronos' reaction is calmer than the players imagined. Of course, this is what should be done. After getting the other party's affirmative answer, the players immediately breathed a sigh of relief. I thought this old antique robot would argue with them, but I didn't expect it to be so easy to talk to. Peng Zhanqi nodded. Okay. Let's set off without further delay. After coming in for so long, I guess everyone else must be waiting anxiously. Chapter 269 1.26 version update. Mission: Unlock Gulba Space Base Number 1. Completed. Reward: Slime Summoning Pool Number 3, Customizable Drop Location. Achievement: Expand Slime Nest, Intermediate. Unlock Slime Summoning Pool Modifier, Customizable Appearance and Size of Slime Summoning Pool. When Xiaoming received the message from the summoner, he was directing the players to clean up the ruins of the space base. At this time, all the sharp-toothed centipedes on the underground floor, including the centipede eggs, had been cleaned up by the players. The rest was some repair work. After handing over the cleaning and repair work, such as dust removal and repairing damaged buildings to the players, Xiaoming checked the news released by the summoner. Compared with the unlocking of the new base and the reward of Summoning Pool Number 3, the appearance of this last Slime Summoning Pool modifier was unexpected. According to the instructions, the function of this thing is to customize the appearance and size of the slime summoning pool. Although it seems like a useless skin function at first glance, it actually has a lot of uses. At least Xiaoming can really use this thing now. As the number of players in the game increases, the traffic pressure of logging in and out also increases. After all, there are only 2 summoning pools in the game, which is not enough, especially in the slime underground experimental base. The summoning pool there is only a little bigger than a bathtub, and a few more slimes can't get in at all. Previously, some players protested to the official that they had to queue up and even limit the number of people to log in and out. However, due to objective conditions, he could only pretend not to see it and continue to maintain this rule. But now, with the summoning pool modifier, he can completely make the area of the pool larger. In addition to the number 3 slime summoning pool rewarded this time, players have another safe save point for logging in and out. Isn't it much more convenient than before? Although some players will choose a place they are familiar with and directly choose to log off by going to sleep. This method cannot guarantee 100% safety, so when they can log in and out through the summoning pool, players basically choose to jump into the pool. After deleting the message, Xiaoming looked at the newly obtained task reward and was in a dilemma for a while. Where should the number 3 slime summoning pool be placed next? Jinsha City is the most prosperous and has the largest flow of people. Logically, it should be placed there. But this thing appeared with the unlocking of the new base, and it seems that there is nothing wrong with arranging it in the number 1 space base. After all, the new map has been unlocked, and players will definitely go to the new map to explore it next. It is convenient for people to log in and out of the line if the login point is arranged here. But after thinking carefully, it seems that a login point can also be arranged on the Zukum star. After all, the location is the farthest, and it is convenient for players to return to the Wasteland Star if a summoning pool is placed there. There are too many options, and Xiaoming didn't know how to choose for a while. Just when he was struggling with which map to place the number 3 summoning pool, the team of players who had previously discovered the hidden space of the new base appeared. Looking at the old camera-like robot following Peng Zhanqi, the players who were cleaning the base around him stopped their work. Oh my god! What is this? A new NPC? Oh my god! Another robot? Isn't the style of this new NPC a bit sloppy? It's indeed sloppy. Did the official take a slack in modeling? That's right. I thought the new NPC would be a beauty like Miss Elpis. What a pity. Although it's not a beauty, this robot looks pretty cute. Regarding the robot that suddenly appeared, the players chatted with each other. However, Peng Zhanqi and others who returned to the surface didn't care to chat with others, but hurriedly looked for the tribe leader to report the situation underground. After learning that there was a particle accelerator in the hidden space underground, and it could be used as usual, Xiaoming was so shocked that his eyes almost fell to the ground. However, compared with what the players reported next, the fact that there was a particle accelerator buried underground in the space base seemed insignificant. After listening to the history of the Gate of Gods plan and the Gulba number 1 space base, Xiaoming suddenly fell silent. He had previously speculated that high-dimensional life had contact with this planet during the Gulba period. and suspected that high-dimensional civilization had opened a door connecting the two worlds on this planet. But he never thought that the facts were far beyond his imagination. The contact with high-dimensional civilization was actually initiated by the Golba government. Moreover, they also made a special plan for it. Although the plan ultimately failed, the whole thing was still shocking. Not only because of the history of Golba itself, but also because the news reported by the players linked all the previous events together. There have been incidents of people running away from the Western Underground Biological Laboratory and the number 1 space base in the East. And these two institutions are related to the Golba government's God's Gate plan. And the failure of the God's Gate plan is also related to the traitors who fled with the core research results. This also explains why Dr. Dyke came to the Underground Biological Laboratory in Prison Number 9 to look for interdimensional information sensors. After all, the matter of interdimensional information sensors was considered confidential at the time, except for the insiders of the God's Gate project, such as the Gulbar government and the laboratory. No one knows the existence of this thing. But Dyke asked the prison and the slime clan for this thing as soon as he arrived. His purpose was so precise that it can be seen that the people or organizations behind him are actually related to the scientists who escaped the year. But what do these people want the cross-dimensional information sensor for? So many years have passed. Do they want to restart this plan? Thinking of this, Xiao Ming couldn't help but wrinkle his face. As soon as the Underground Biological Laboratory base of Prison Number 9 was unlocked, Dyke appeared with a smell. Now that Gulbar Number 1 space base has seen the light of day again, will the people behind Dyke show up again to ask for something? Chief? Looking at the silent slime chief opposite, Fried Kidney Flour couldn't help but say, "Are you okay?" Ahem, nothing. Xiao Ming straightened his face, and then sent the pre-edited information to the players' terminals. Hidden mission: the secret of Gulbar Number 1 space base, completed. Reward: 200 slime coins, 100 contribution points. Seeing the information prompt in front of them, the players were so happy that their teeth were not visible. After blowing a rainbow fart to Xiao Ming, the group left in a large crowd. Why are they so happy suddenly? Watching the players leave, Kronos, who had been silent on the side, suddenly asked, because they have realized their self-worth. Without answering the other party's question directly, Xiao Ming looked at the robot in front of him and said, "Let's talk about the problem between us now." Kronos turned his electronic eyes and said, "I know what you want to talk about. Patriarch, I can give up the administrator authority of Space Base Number 1. But at the same time, you have to ensure my personal safety." Personal safety? Xiao Ming couldn't help but find it interesting to hear a robot that didn't look like a human say this. You can't format me. You can't disassemble me. And you can't force me to shut down. Ignoring the interest in Xiao Ming's words, Kronos explained concisely, "I want to continue running. I also want to take a look at the world 300 years later. To be precise, 315 years. Xiao Ming corrected. "Don't worry. I'm not the kind of person who will kill the donkey after it has done its job. I can fulfill your wish. But in addition to being a manager, you have to do one more thing for me." "What is it?" Kronos tilted his body. "Work for me." Xiao Ming paused and said, "It's called work. But in fact you don't need to do anything. You just need to stay in this base and be a mascot. Of course, it would be better if I could issue some tasks to my people from time to time." "Tasks? What kind of tasks?" "As long as they don't violate morality and laws. It can be anything. For example, cleaning the base, such as repairing machinery and circuits. Of course, they need to be paid after the task is completed. But don't worry. I will pay for this reward. You just need to read out the task content to them." Such a weird request obviously made the old antique robot of the Gulba period in front of him a little incomprehensible. "Since they are your people, why don't you give orders in person? What's more, after the transfer of management rights, you are the master here." "It's because I'm too busy." Xiao Ming lied calmly. "The territory of the slime clan has now expanded to the west. I'm too busy now to take care of every place. So I need some helpers to assist me in my work. You can understand that I need an agent. And this person is naturally the most suitable for you who are most familiar with this place." "Okay." Kronos seemed to be able to accept Xiao Ming's words, and did not continue to ask. "If it's just this matter, I can promise you." Xiao Ming grinned, and the robot in front of him was easier to communicate than he thought. In this way, the next 1.26 version can launch new bases and new NPCs. Official website. Wildstar World. 1.26 version update. 1. The new base Gulba Number 1 space base is online. 2. The new NPC Kronos is added. 3. The new login point Zukum Star is added. After the 1.26 version update, players can switch the map to Zukum when logging in. Mia, from now on, you don't need to take a spaceship to return to the deserted planet. 4. Slime Underground Experimental Base. The login point has been expanded, and the summoning pool area has been enlarged. Elpis, you don't need to queue up or limit the number of people when logging in and out. 5. Setting Collection Update God's Gate Plan. Please log into the official website for details. 6. Optimize scene modeling and fix a few bugs. Base Gulba Number 1 Space Base. Background Introduction. More than 300 years ago, this was Gulba's space base. As time passed, this place was gradually forgotten, until the brave slime tribesmen hunted in the mountains and discovered this space base that had been abandoned for centuries. From then on, Gulba's dusty past will be gradually revealed. Chapter 270 I'm Really a Genius. The update announcement was released at the peak of offline time. So the forum, which was already very lively, became more and more like a pot of boiling water. For a while, topics about the new version emerged in the forum one after another. Sheep Village Fiangyang, damn. Updated. My fate is in my own hands. So sudden? Gotham Iron Man, ha ha ha. It's better to come early than to come at the right time. I just unlocked the Death OB game, and the map was updated. Finally, I don't have to peek at the screen offline. Grin.jpg. I want to be famous at Gotham Iron Man. Congratulations. Mighty and unyielding. Those who have been to the new map said that there is nothing fun here. It's just an abandoned space base. Although the area is quite large and the buildings are quite spectacular, there is no one inside. Stir-fried kidneys. Who said there is no one? Aren't robots human? Squinting smile. Mighty but not subdued. If you hadn't told me, I would have forgotten that there are robot NPCs picking nose. Brick-carrying boy. It doesn't matter if there are people or not. What's important is that there are sharp-toothed centipedes here. It's not impossible that it will become a monster spawning point in the future. Wusong fights the tiger. Doesn't anyone care that the official has finally expanded the login point of the biological laboratory? In the future, there is no need to queue up to log in and out. Bing Chong Yumi Wu, throwing flowers. Cheering and applauding. JPG, that's great. Wusong fights the tiger. In the past, when I was doing tasks in the Western Stronghold, I had to queue up to log in and out, and I was so tired of queuing. Fortunately, the official finally decided to be human. Pig nose inserts onion. You just have a longer queue time to log in and out. Is it as miserable as me? I am a permanent resident of Zukum. It's not easy to travel between the two planets, and you have to go back to the novice village to revive after death. It's so inconvenient. Fortunately, I am a professional life player. If it were those combat players who are guards on Zukum, the money they earn would not be enough to pay for the spaceship ticket. Captain, where is my Italian cannon? Brother Pig Nose is right. I am that unlucky combat player. Every time I die, I have to be exiled to the novice village. It's really unbearable. Xiao Wang Feidao, that's right. After resurrection, I have to pay for returning to Zukum. It's all bitter tears. Fortunately, the official finally noticed the inconvenience of us players who live in remote maps. We don't have to worry about death and offline in the future. I am your father. Does this mean that we don't need to take a spaceship to go to Zukum in the future? Xiao Wang Feidao, of course. Didn't you see the update announcement saying, new login point Zukum? In the future, if you want to go to Zukum, just switch maps before logging in. I am your father. Great. From now on, you can often go to the Maid Tavern in Zukum to see the beautiful orc ladies, sunglasses. Interstellar Pirate, what? There's a Maid Tavern on Zukum? I am your father. Of course there is. And it is full of orc maids. My fate is in my own hands. Orc maids. Rim is my wife. Long live the beast-eared girl. Just when the players were celebrating the arrival of the new version on the forum, Xiao Ming, who was on the desolate planet, was not idle. After all, the update announcement has been sent out, so it must be implemented truthfully. After installing the number 3 slime summoning pool on the roof of the slime embassy on the Zukum star through the summoner background, Xiao Ming used the modifier to expand the area of the original summoning pool in the western base several times. Although the surrounding environment cannot make this pool as large as the competition pool, it is much better than the original bathtub-sized water hole. After doing all this, Xiao Ming continued to deal with the affairs that had not been resolved during the day. Is this all right? Looking at the huge electronic eyes of the robot in front of him, Xiaoming asked in confusion. Before Kronos answered, a message popped up in front of him. You have obtained the administrator authority of Gulba No. 1 Space Base. From now on, you will have the right to open and close any facilities inside the base. Seeing this message, Xiaoming was slightly startled. Any facilities? Does it also include the particle accelerator? Out of curiosity, Xiaoming asked Kronos this question. Of course, respected administrator. Kronos turned his huge electronic eyes. If you want to open it, Xiaoming pondered for a moment. What are the consequences of turning on this machine? There will be no consequences. As if he noticed Xiaoming's caution, Kronos explained, the particle accelerator is just a physical mechanism device for microscopic quantization of particles, not a magical thing. Moreover, the Gate of God plan cannot be completed by just this machine. However, Kronos' answer did not make Xiaoming completely let down his guard, although he did hire the other party as an NPC for the new base of the game. But Xiaoming has always been skeptical about Kronos' identity as the manager of Gulba No. 1 Space Base. In his opinion, no matter how unreliable the Gulba government is, it is impossible for a robot to manage such a large air base. Even Elpis, known as the most advanced artificial intelligence in Gulba, is only a researcher in the underground biological laboratory, and he is responsible for auxiliary work. But Kronos, who looks like a modified version of the sweeping robot, has the management authority of Space Base No. 1, which is something he can't figure out. What puzzled him even more was that there was not a single human body in the entire space base. You know, when the players discovered the secret room of Elpis, they also found the remains of many scientists from the Gulba period. After all, it was indoors, and even if the body was rotten, there should be a skeleton left. Right? But there was nothing in the space base, and all the humans seemed to have evaporated from the face of the Earth. Could it be that all the people in the base had evacuated here? But since they had evacuated, there was no reason to leave Kronos, a robot, alone here. What on earth is going on? After thinking about it, Xiaoming decided to ask the person involved in person. There is something I have never figured out, and I hope you can answer my doubts. Kronos tilted his square head. What's the problem? Where are the other people in this space base? Why are you the only one left? This question obviously touched on Kronos' sad past. If artificial intelligence also has a heart. I saw its huge electronic eyes drooping slightly, as if thinking about how to answer, and as if it was trapped in a long-lost memory. After a long time, Kronos slowly spoke, I don't know either. Don't know? This answer did not satisfy Xiaoming. Aren't you the manager of the space base? How could you not know? Kronos looked up at Xiaoming. At that time, I was not the manager of the base. Hearing this, Xiaoming's previous doubts were immediately relieved. He said that no matter how unreliable the government of a planet is, it is impossible to hand over such an important place to a robot to manage. The reason why Kronos became the manager of the base must have something wrong in the middle. Thinking about it, Xiaoming asked, so what is going on? Everyone disappeared. Disappeared? This answer made Xiaoming feel more confused. What does it mean? Kronos did not explain immediately, but asked back, remember what I told you before about the God's Gate plan that almost succeeded that year? Xiaoming, I heard from the tribesmen that it was because someone inside the base betrayed. As he said, he paused slightly. Is there any connection between these two things? Of course there is a connection. If it weren't for those betrayers, the others wouldn't have disappeared. Although Kronos' voice was still mechanical and cold, Xiaoming inexplicably felt a hint of dissatisfaction and resentment from his voice. Seeing this, Xiaoming couldn't help but lower his voice. Can you tell me what happened back then? It's just a piece of history. There's nothing that can't be said. Then Kronos sighed and recounted the past events in a mechanical and cold voice. After countless experiments, the researchers finally saw the hope of using particle accelerators to separate the cosmic membrane. And the God's Gate plan was finally no longer just a fantasy. In order to achieve an overwhelming victory in the war, the superiors decided to officially open the God's Gate. But they never thought that the day before the plan started, the traitors fled with the core of the research. Hearing this, Xiaoming couldn't help but say, sorry to interrupt. What exactly is this core? An additional device. As long as it is loaded on the modified particle accelerator, the potential energy of the particles can be increased, thereby accelerating the speed of particle movement and increasing the probability of success of the experiment. Once the core is lost, this particle accelerator will become an ordinary physics research device. After the incident, The superior ordered everyone to recover the core at all costs. So everyone in the base went out, leaving me alone here. But unexpectedly, they never came back after they went out. Later, the war broke out. I received an urgent notice from the superior government to block the space base. / you must know what happened later. / After speaking, it moved its electronic eyes and looked at the slime in front of it. I guess you must have been curious about why I became the manager of the space base before. Unexpectedly, Kronos was so keenly aware of what he was thinking, which also surprised Xiaoming. Compared with the somewhat innocent Elpis, Kronos, who can see through people's hearts, may be the top artificial intelligence in Gulba? Although surprised, Xiaoming did not deny, I am indeed a little curious. Actually, it's nothing special. Kronos paused and said, it's because the previous manager has never come back. So the management authority of the base will automatically transfer to me. After listening to Kronos' story, Xiaoming felt a little complicated. I didn't expect the truth to be so simple. I thought I could learn the truth about the disappearance of the space-based personnel through Kronos, and I could understand the deeper secrets of the Gate of God plan. But I never thought that Kronos himself didn't know. But after thinking carefully, Kronos was just an executor of human orders like Elpis. How much secrets can an assistant know? Thinking of this, Xiaoming was relieved. The boat will naturally straighten out when it reaches the bridgehead. Even if you want to explore the secrets of this world, you can't rush. Compared with this, there are more important things to deal with at the moment. For example, the dozens of sharp-toothed centipedes that the players transported back to the novice village from the space base. In order to prevent the corpses from decaying, Xiaoming immediately used the package transmission function to send these sharp-toothed centipedes to the western base. After that, Elpis will be responsible for the subsequent air drying and ingredient extraction. As for the remaining centipede eggs, Xiaoming plans to find another place to cultivate them. And this breeding ground will also be used as a monster spawning point for players in the future, since the ruins of the Gulba No. 1 space base have become the base of the slime clan. This underground layer naturally cannot continue to serve as the nest of the sharp-toothed centipede. In this way, it has become urgent to find a new home for these centipede eggs. Previously, the players chased the two escaped sharp-toothed centipedes to a wetland 3 kilometers away from the space base, and then found a nest of sharp-toothed centipedes here. Compared with the sharp-toothed centipedes underground, the color of these in the wetland is lighter, and they are obviously much smaller in size. Obviously, these sharp-toothed centipedes are not the same population as the batch underground in the ruins. According to the information provided by the summoner, the sharp-toothed centipedes of two different populations will kill each other, especially the adult sharp-toothed centipede. It will kill the eggs of other populations to ensure that its own population can occupy the best survival resources for a long time. It is for this reason that even if the wetland environment is indeed suitable for the growth of these centipede eggs, he cannot put these centipede eggs there. The sharp-toothed centipede is a rare species. If they are really allowed to kill each other, how can the players spawn monsters? How can he make money by selling medicinal materials? The lake outside the slime nest is suitable for the environment. But this is a novice village after all. You can't put a dangerous high-level monster like the sharp-toothed centipede in the novice village. Right? What if there is a newbie who doesn't believe in evil and wants to challenge that thing? Won't it be the end of the cow? Even if the newbie can be obedient and don't mess around, it is hard to guarantee that these sharp-toothed centipedes will not actively attack the players. The wetland outside the space base is not good, and the lake in the novice village is not good. The only thing left is the pond 5 kilometers southeast of the novice village. If you remember correctly, the water there came from the same tributary as the lake in the novice village. The environment there was also cool and humid, suitable for the growth of the sharp-toothed centipede. Moreover, the distance to the monster spawning point is not too far. As for the wetland outside the space base ruins, just use it as the number 2 monster spawning point for the sharp-toothed centipede. After all, sustainable development must be guaranteed. You can't always grab the wool from one place. Compared with ordinary insects and mollusks, the growth period of the sharp-toothed centipede is relatively long. It takes 5 months from hatching to adulthood. The adult sharp-toothed centipede can continue to grow until its life ends. The maximum lifespan of the sharp-toothed centipede is only 5 years. It takes 1 year to grow to 1 meter, and 2 years to grow to 2 meters. Most of those encountered by players underground have grown to more than 3 meters, and some have even grown to more than 4 meters. The older the ginseng is, the more expensive it is, and the same is true for the sharp-toothed centipede, which is also a medicinal material. if players go there to fight monsters every few days. I am afraid that it will not take long before this creature will be completely extinct on the deserted planet. Therefore, whether it is a wetland or a pond, it can only be used as a breeding ground for sharp-toothed centipedes on weekdays. Only on a certain date will the breeding ground become a monster spawning point for players. Otherwise, open once a year, only open for 1 day each time. This will not pose a threat to the survival of the sharp-toothed centipede population. Thinking of this, Xiao Ming couldn't help but sigh. I am really a genius. Chapter 271 Dyke's Plan. West. Outside the slime biological experiment base. Looking at the pile of black giant soft-bodied insect corpses with sharp teeth in front of him, Dyke couldn't help but take a breath. What are these? These are sharp-toothed centipedes. Elpis directed the slimes to move the centipede corpses to the freezer while answering Dyke. They were sent by the chief of the golden slime. It is said that this is an extremely rare creature on the deserted planet, with anticoagulant, anesthesia, detoxification, and even anti-cancer effects. Elpis paused. In fact, if you ignore the size and its sharp teeth, this sharp-toothed centipede looks very similar to the Gibba black centipede. Maybe the sharp-toothed centipede is a variant of the Gibba black centipede. Unlike Elpis's enthusiasm, Dyke doesn't care what species the sharp-toothed centipede's predecessor was. When seeing the slimes carrying these huge and disgusting black slugs passing in front of him, Dyke was so disgusted that he almost vomited his breakfast. The smell is a bit bad. Right? Elpis looked at him. After all, these sharp-toothed centipedes have been dead for a while, and it is normal for them to emit a little smell. It's a pity that I can't smell it because I'm not human, and I can't empathize with you. Looking at the artificial intelligence in front of him, who said this without changing his expression, Dyke couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Are you showing off to me? Of course not. I'm just joking with you. After saying this, Elpis tilted his head. Isn't this funny? I think I'm quite humorous. Dyke. Ignoring Elpis's unfunny joke, Dyke covered his nose and asked, why did you move them to the freezer when they have a smell? Don't you want to dispose of them? It's because you want to dispose of them as soon as possible that you have to move them to the freezer. Elpis explained calmly, just as you said. They already have a smell. If they are not frozen, they will rot in a short time. These sharp-toothed centipedes are large and difficult to handle. There are too many of them sent. At present, we can only freeze some of them first, and then deal with them slowly. Dyke held his breath and fanned the choking smell in the air. He didn't know where the golden slime got so many slugs from. Isn't it said that this thing is a rare creature? There are too many. It is said that it was found in a space base in the east of the deserted planet. Elpis answered without raising his head. I heard that there is another nest in the wetland near the space base. However, the chief of the golden slime does not seem to intend to touch them at present. Space base? Hearing this, Dyke suddenly stopped complaining. Where is that space base? I don't know either. It didn't say. Seeing Dyke's slightly disappointed look, Elpis tilted his head in confusion. Do you want to go to that space base? No. Dyke quickly denied it, saying that he was just curious. Elpis did not delve into the truth of the other party's words, but just nodded slightly. If you are curious, you can ask the golden slime chieftain yourself when he comes. Dyke smiled and did not respond. Watching Elpis's back gradually going away, Dyke's brows gradually frowned. Before coming to the deserted planet, he had read relevant information. It is said that there are a total of 12 space bases on the deserted planet, all of which are relics of the Gibba government period. Among them, the space base numbered 1 is one of the most core institutions in the Gate of God plan, and hidden underground in the number 1 space base is a particle accelerator that is said to be the largest in the entire galaxy before the war. If this instrument is equipped with its auxiliary device core, it may open another dimension of space, that is, the realm of God. In recent years, the Seance has been looking for ways to contact God. They collected a lot of confidential information about the Gate of God plan during the Gibba period, trying to communicate with God and even want to open the door again. But in the end, they all failed. Later, after internal discussions, everyone agreed that the reason for the failure was the instrument itself. The instrument copy from the information cannot achieve the effect of the original version of the Gibba period. In order to succeed in the plan, the original instruments of the Gibba period must be found. But after more than 300 years, how can these things be found so easily? Even if there are, they are probably damaged in the war. Therefore, at the beginning, most people in the Seance thought that this was pure nonsense. It was not until the president led people to find the intact core that the attitude of these people changed. Later, The seance sent several groups of people to search for the instruments related to the God's Gate plan. And it was because of the news that he received the cross-dimensional information sensor that he went to the underground biological experiment base in the west of the deserted planet. Originally thought that this mission was a sure thing. But he never thought that a group of slimes that came out of nowhere would destroy the plan. And he himself suffered a lot because of this mission. Fortunately, the cross-dimensional information sensor is not the key to the God's Gate plan. And its importance cannot be compared with other instruments. It is precisely because of this that even if he failed to complete the mission after coming to the deserted planet for several months, the president did not blame him for it. Although he was not blamed, Dyke himself felt a little guilty. During this period, his life was too leisurely and comfortable, so that his body and mind were almost completely corroded by this peaceful daily life. If it weren't for the news that Elpis accidentally revealed today, he would have almost forgotten the original intention of coming here. Fortunately, it's not too late to wake up now. Regardless of whether the space base mentioned by Elpis is the #1 space base with a rumored particle accelerator, he has to report to his superiors. If he is lucky, this will be the historic beginning of successfully opening the Gate of God. And he can not only make up for his mistakes, but also be engraved in this great history. Slime Village. The farming activity has come to an end. Players participating in the planting activity lined up to go to the designated NPC to submit the task settlement reward. The place where the players sowed before has become a lush field. Improved rye, wasteland potatoes, rice and other crops are all over the novice village. In the meantime, some fields are also mixed with vegetable crops such as leeks and radishes. I remember that when the land reclamation activity was held at the end of last year, the players were full of sighs. After all, it is a big project from removing weeds to loosening the soil and fertilizing. Especially because of the cold weather. The soil was hardened, which made the loosening work, which was not easy to do, even more difficult. Fortunately, there are many hardcore players in the game. Later, some smart players invented advanced agricultural production tools, which reduced the burden on players. Later, a group of newcomers came to the game. With more people, everyone's work was shared a lot, and the farming task became relatively easier, even if the players got tired of fighting in the later stage of the event and quit. There were newbies who could take over in time. It was precisely because of this that the scene outside the slime village was completely new within a month of the opening of the farming activity. Looking at the ears of wheat in the distance, Xiaoming showed a satisfied smile on his face. It took more than a month like this, and they started to ear. You know, it takes 8 months from sowing to maturity for winter wheat on Earth. And even spring wheat takes about 3 months at the fastest. It can only be said that it is worthy of being a good variety produced by the summer lottery pool. And the growth rate is fast. Very good. Xiaoming swiped on the panel as he spoke. Then, the little player in front of him received a message prompting the settlement of the activity task. Group task, wheat planting 100 acres, completed. Reward, 10,000 slime coins. 5,000 contribution points. 50,000 activity points can be drawn. Damn! Sheep Village Fiangyang couldn't help but exclaimed. 10,000 sure coins. This can buy 2 scorpions in the game store. Pork stewed with vermicelli. Awesome. Don't be too happy. The farming boss poured cold water. This is a group task. And there won't be much left after averaging such a few slime coins among us. Although the sure coins given are a little less. We still have contribution points and activity points. Let's not talk about contribution points for now. The activity points are as much as 50,000. Pork stewed with vermicelli said, as if to comfort himself. Farming boss, 100 points for a single draw. 1,000 points for a 10 draw. It is equivalent to 50 10 draws. On average, each of us can only do 10 10 draws. This doesn't seem to be much. Damn! The official is too stingy. Shall official planner Ming. I'm just an NPC. I don't understand anything. Although they complained that the official rewards were too little. This did not hinder the players' enthusiasm for the event lottery. After calculating the rewards, several players ran to the side and started the popular lottery. As for whether they became the Emperor of Europe or the Emperor of Africa, Xiaoming did not know. After all, he had other more important things to deal with at the moment. In the distance, Jijuer saw him and hurried over to salute. Mr. Golden Slime, Boss Julian is here. Xiaoming, got it. I'll come right over. Chapter 272, is his price too low? Sorry. I kept you waiting. As soon as he entered the reception room, Xiaoming saw his old friend, who he hadn't seen for a long time, the interstellar merchant Julian. They haven't seen each other for more than a month since the other party came to Jinsha City on New Year's Day to give him a reward and a batch of recovery potions. Seeing Leisure, Julian immediately put down the cakes in his hand, stood up, and walked to Xiaoming to salute. "Long time no see, my beloved Golden Slime Tribe leader." Looking at Julian's radiant and joyful expression, Xiaoming couldn't help asking, "Has anything good happened recently? You seem to be in a good mood." Hearing this, Julian's smile on his face became more and more unstoppable. "And it can't be called a good thing. It's just a small fortune." Seeing the increasingly upward arc at the corners of Boss Hu's mouth, Xiaoming's smile gradually deepened. It doesn't look like he just made a small fortune. He knew the effect of the recovery potion very well. And Julian had bought so many goods before, so he must have made a lot of money. Knowing that he was seen through, Julian coughed lightly with some embarrassment. Small fortune was just an adjective, so he didn't need to care too much. But he did encounter a lot of good things recently. Hearing this, Xiaoming paused his action of chewing donuts. In addition to making money, what else in this world can make Julian call it a good thing? If there is, it is definitely not simple. Thinking about it, Xiaoming asked casually, "What kind of good thing is it? Tell me, and let me be happy for you." Hearing this, Julian's face suddenly glowed. "Isn't it all thanks to the recovery potions you sold to me?" The clan leader, the head of the logistics department of the 54th Division of the Space Corps, asked someone to contact me and asked me to supply them with these recovery potions for a long time. He even paid a deposit for 1 year in advance. Isn't this a great thing? Xiaoming. It turns out that it's because of making money. His judgment of Boss Hu was indeed correct. Of course. In addition to getting the order for the 54th Division, I also encountered another good thing. Perhaps he really encountered something great. Before Xiaoming asked, Julian blurted out the words. I actually met the deputy commander of their 54th Division. Looking at Julian's shining eyes, Xiaoming couldn't help but complain. What kind of a powerful character is this deputy commander of the 54th Division? He can actually make Julian look like this. Seeing that the slime leader in front of him was indifferent, Julian immediately explained, of course he is powerful. The entire space army has only 500 divisions, and each division has 10,000 people. And the deputy division commander is also in a position above one person and 10,000 people in the division. By the way, the higher the division number, the higher its level, and the stronger its strength. The division numbered 54 is also ranked among the top in the entire space army. Xiaoming nodded slightly. So that's it. This hierarchy system is a bit similar to the Desolate Star Prison. I think the Desolate Star Prison was built based on this system. But, are you so happy just to see the deputy commander of their division? Of course not. Julian said excitedly. He even invited me to dinner. Oh! Xiaoming immediately understood. What kind of feast did they have? Julian choked when he heard this. Cough. It wasn't a feast. It was just a normal lunch in the cafeteria near their division. At this point, he paused. This is not the point. The point is that he, the deputy commander of a division, actually invited me, a small interstellar businessman, to dinner. What does this show? This shows the opportunity. Maybe in the future my goods will not only supply the 54th Division, but may even supply the entire Space Corps. At this point, Julian's eyes suddenly lit up. By then, not only me, but also you, the clan leader. We could all make a fortune. After hearing Julian's words, Xiaoming's originally indifferent mood had some fluctuations. It is indeed worth being happy when thinking about it this way. But, can those purple giant spiders in the breeding farm of the Western Stronghold complete such a huge business volume? If it is true as Julian thought, they become the exclusive supplier of the Space Corps, and the current output is not enough. Even if these spiders are more diligent than old oxen, the silt they spit out is just a drop in the bucket for the huge order volume. Thinking of this, Xiaoming's joy, which was originally driven by Julian, suddenly dropped to a low point. Lord Patriarch, you don't look happy. Seeing that the golden slime looked calm, Julian couldn't help asking, isn't this a good thing? It's a good thing. But we can't supply such a large quantity here. Xiaoming sighed as he spoke. Because we don't have so many raw materials. Hearing this, Julian remembered that he knew nothing about the raw materials of the recovery potion. He knew that the main raw material of the previous anti-radiation potion was a kind of giant poisonous scorpion that grew on the native land of the barren planet. But this recovery potion, he was so busy marveling at its magical efficacy that he didn't remember to ask. Thinking about it, Julian immediately asked, Can you tell me what the raw materials are? I can help you find it. I'm afraid it's not easy. Xiaoming paused and said, because you have also seen this raw material. It is the silk spit out by the giant spiders growing near the iron mine. Now the spider nests near the iron mine have been completely cleaned up by us. There are no purple giant spiders on the asteroid. Can't you breed it yourself? Julian said, I remember that your people brought a bunch of spider eggs back to the deserted planet. To be honest, the batch of goods you got before was made of the silk spit out by the small spiders I raised with those eggs. But the quantity is far from enough. He did think about letting these spiders reproduce more to expand the population. But there was no way, because the players found that the number of spider eggs laid before was exactly the same as the number of dead spiders. And it was exactly the same as the number of spiders killed by the players on the asteroid. The number of insect eggs reproduced twice was the same. If it was a coincidence, it would be too coincidental. Moreover, the batch of spiders that died in the breeding farm before even completed the operation of growing up plus reproducing overnight. Such a strange phenomenon simply violates the biology of the Earth and even the galaxy. This also makes people wonder whether the eggs laid by these spiders may be their own reincarnation. If this is true, then the population of these spiders may not be able to expand through reproduction. Once the population cannot expand, then increasing the output of raw materials for medicines will become an impossible task. After listening to Xiaoming's explanation, Julian's face suddenly lost its joy. On the contrary, it turned into a sad face. What can I do? I have already promised the people of the 54th Division, and even signed a contract in order. Julian grabbed his head anxiously, and paced back and forth in the reception room. The originally carefully curly beard was now shaking like a dragonfly wings that became anxious because of the rainy day. It's not impossible to complete the cargo volume of just one division, but the entire Space Legion. I'm afraid there's no way. After getting Xiaoming's guarantee, Julian stopped anxiously. Although the big order he had been thinking about might be lost. Fortunately, the order of the 54th Division that had already been obtained could still be completed. This is a blessing in disguise. Wait. As if he suddenly thought of something, Julian asked Xiaoming with some trepidation. The raw materials for the recovery potion are limited. So the raw materials for the anti-radiation potion will not be insufficient. Right? Don't worry about this. Seeing Julian's nervous face, Xiaoming couldn't help laughing. The western golden scorpions used to make anti-radiation potions are everywhere in the western part of the wasteland. However, in order to prevent species extinction, my people have begun to raise and cultivate them in captivity. I believe that the production of anti-radiation potions will not be affected by the lack of raw materials. That's good. Julian was relieved immediately. Seeing Julian's lingering fear, Xiaoming thought for a while and said, in fact, I have something better than these two medicines. Upon hearing this, Julian raised his head suddenly. What is it? Sharp-toothed centipede. Julian. Julian? Julian. Sharp-toothed centipede? Chief, why didn't you tell me earlier that you have such a good thing? Looking at Julian's slightly excited face, Xiaoming coughed and signaled him to be patient. This thing was only recently discovered in the mountains. Hearing this, Julian couldn't help but reveal an envious look on his face. Such a rare and precious medicinal material is not easy to find. Indeed, we also found it accidentally. Xiaoming paused and said, since you know it, you should also know that it has anticoagulant, anesthesia, detoxification, anti-cancer and other effects. My experts have begun to process it for pharmaceuticals. Whether it is made into an anesthetic, anticoagulant or detoxifier, it will be a good business. But you also know that this thing is not easy to find, and the output is not large. So, before Xiaoming finished the second half of his sentence, the interstellar merchant on the opposite side blurted out, I can give you another point on the market purchase price. Xiaoming. Huh? What he wanted to say was that he should not take so many orders at once, like this recovery potion. Otherwise, there will be a more serious problem of raw material shortage. So how did the topic turn to price? Julian didn't know what the slime chief was thinking. He regarded Xiaoming's silence at this time as dissatisfaction with the purchase price. So he gritted his teeth, endured the pain and stretched out another finger, then add another point. 2 points. Then he added, 2 points are already not a small amount. Do you know how much this dried sharp-toothed centipede costs in the market? We have known each other for such a long time. You see? 3 points. Looking at the surprised eyes of the merchant opposite, Xiaoming said lightly, 1 price. No discount. By the way, due to the scarcity of raw materials, The order volume accepted each time cannot exceed 1,000 bottles. If you agree, let's sign the contract now. If you don't agree, then I agree. Of course I agree. Julian immediately took out his signature pen from the inner pocket of his lapel. Where is the contract? Let's sign it now. Seeing Julian's anxious look, afraid that he would regret it, Xiaoming couldn't help but remain silent. Is his price too low? Why does this guy look so anxious? Chapter 273. We must inform the clan leader immediately. Of course, Julian was anxious. This is a sharp-toothed centipede, not to mention on a deserted planet. Even if you look at the entire galaxy, this thing is a rare medicinal material. You should know that this thing is basically not found in ordinary medicinal material dealers. You can only occasionally encounter it on the black market. Of course, the price is also very expensive. The reason why the sharp-toothed centipede is expensive is not only because it is rare, but also because it is difficult to catch. The name of the sharp-toothed centipede tells you that its teeth are very sharp. The ring-shaped fangs make it look like a ruthless meat grinder. Just a light bite can tear the skin and flesh. In addition, they are social animals. Once one of them attacks, the rest will go out collectively. If you are unlucky, you will be dragged into the nest and torn into pieces. Although humans are not on the menu of sharp-toothed centipedes, this does not prevent them from attacking people. Therefore, no matter how valuable it is, ordinary people will not easily attack it. One is because they can't be found, and the other is because even if they are found, they won't be alive to catch them back. Compared with catching this thing, the risk of being a robber is much smaller. At least you won't be bitten into pieces by the other party when you rob the landlord. So on the barren planet, most people would rather be robbers than catch this thing to make money. It is precisely because there are few people willing to do this business that the price of the medicinal material, such as sharp-toothed centipede, has been rising steadily. In recent years, it has even reached a historical peak. Now that he has finally come across it, he must sign the contract immediately. Although so far, everything is just the one-sided words of the Golden Slime clan leader, and he has not seen the sharp-toothed centipede with his own eyes. But he doesn't think the other party will use this kind of thing to deceive him. After doing business together for so long, he still has a certain understanding of the temperament of the partner. When has the Golden Slime clan leader ever said something false? Most of the promises made by the other party have been fulfilled. And even if they have not been fulfilled, they are already on the way to fulfillment. In this case, what is he afraid of? As for the price offered by the other party, which is 3 points higher than the market purchase price, that's not a problem. After all, how could he, as smart as he is, not think of it? The price of this thing will rise in the future. Moreover, if the experts under the chief of the Golden Slime tribe can use the sharp-toothed centipede to develop an effective anti-cancer drug, will he still worry about not having a market? You know, those rich people are very afraid of death. At that time, the price can be set by him at will? Looking at Julian's narrowed eyes, Xiaoming is more and more sure that this guy is definitely holding back evil. However, the price has been set, and it seems too late to regret now. Forget it. It's a blessing to suffer a loss. When the slime clan becomes famous in this galaxy in the future, he will no longer need to let the middleman make a profit from the price difference. At this time, Xiaoming still doesn't know that his wish will soon come true. Although the way to become famous is not what he expected, it has indeed achieved the purpose of going out of the circle. Hot steamed buns, 5 slime coins each. Fried dumplings, wontons. Do you need anything? Tiame brand donuts. You will be sweetened to your heart after taking one bite. In the Sand City, 3 men in blue jumpsuits looked around with curiosity. The street in front of them was full of small stalls set up in tents, and the food sold in these stalls was something they had never seen in the Future Alliance. Although they hadn't tasted it themselves, they knew it must taste good just by smelling the aroma. However, compared to the food itself, what made them more concerned and surprised was that these stall owners were not humans, but a group of slimes. Although they couldn't understand what these slimes said, they observed their behavior along the way and found that it was exactly the same as that of humans. This is actually true. A white-haired boy with fair skin in the trio opened his mouth in surprise. Dyke really didn't lie. Are these slimes really not transformed from humans? The black-haired flat-headed man exclaimed. Look at their skillful cooking skills. They are almost catching up with the chef of Mibelin. The brown-skinned young man was the calmest of the three. Although he was also surprised by the scene he saw with his own eyes at first, he soon regained his composure. He just whispered a reminder. Compared to these foods, we should pay more attention to those rumors. Don't forget the purpose of our coming here. They came here on behalf of the seance to find Space Base Number 1. Not for tourism. Just a few days ago, the president received a message from Dyke, saying that the slimes found the space base in the Gulba period. And the serial number of that space base is the Space Base Number 1 they have been looking for. After learning the news, the president immediately sent them to the wasteland to find out if the situation is true. No matter what method is adopted, Space Base Number 1 must be taken back from the hands of these slimes. This is also the next task of the seance. After hearing this, the two who were originally noisy suddenly shut up. But the white-haired boy was obviously a little indignant, because in his opinion, they didn't need to be so cautious. After all, they are different from Dyke, the idiot who broke into the prison alone. This time, they came to the wasteland. They all carried weapons. He didn't believe that when facing the latest generation of high-energy electromagnetic laser cannons of the future alliance, those slimes would still have room to fight back, even if the other party has power armor. So what? Looking at that model, it is just an ordinary police equipment. How can it be compared with their alliance military products? One electromagnetic laser cannon will destroy even the power armor. Thinking of this, a hint of pride appeared on the boy's face. Hedge, the brown-skinned young man, saw the white-haired boy's expression inside. After all, it's not on our own territory, so it doesn't hurt to be careful. Moreover, since these slimes can manage such a prosperous city on such a chaotic planet and make it orderly, it can be seen that they are not simple. It's not good for you to underestimate the enemy. Dyke and the people in the desolate Star Prison have verified this for them. What's more, they didn't come here this time to plan to fight with the other party. If they can sit down and talk, it's better to talk. After all, using knives and guns is troublesome and expensive, and if you are not careful you may lose your life. So it is not worth it. I think these slimes should not know about the God's Gate plan, let alone the function of the machine. After all, according to Dyke, the slime chieftain did nothing with the interdimensional information sensor. It can be seen that even if it knows the secret of Space Base Number 1, it will not do anything. In this case, they can directly negotiate with the other party. Although Dyke had negotiated with the other party before, it was a pity that the negotiation failed in the end, and a conflict occurred. But he did not think it was the other party's fault. He also knew what kind of character Dyke was. Arrogant. I think his attitude must not be very good during the negotiation, because he angered the slimes. He was beaten. And then the following happened. If he was in charge, the ending would definitely be different. But it's useless to say these things now. What's more, now they have found something more important than the interdimensional information sensor. Of course, if the information provided by Dyke is true. The trio dressed in strange clothes swaggered in the snack street of Jinsha City, attracting passers-by to look at them. After all, people dressed like this are rare in Jinsha City. No, even in the entire deserted planet. Especially three young men with good looks and temperament. The handsome faces of different styles, coupled with full spirit and outstanding figures. Not to mention the young girls and elderly aunts. Even the young and strong men couldn't help but look at them a few more times. Of course, in addition to the outstanding looks of this group of people, more people focused on the silver suitcases in their hands. I don't know what material this suitcase is made of, although it looks like stainless steel. The boy in front of me is as relaxed as carrying a plastic bag. Although curious, no one dared to come forward to talk. After all, the temperament exuded by these people inexplicably made them feel that they are not easy to mess with. Most people on the deserted planet know how to protect themselves. Even though the public security in Jinsha City has become very good now, people have not changed this nature. Ignoring the curious looks of the people around him, the black-haired flat-headed man looked around and said, "Should we find a hotel to stay in first?" Hichi thought about it and nodded. Okay. They just arrived, so it's not easy for them to go directly to the door. They should find a place to stay first. Find out privately whether the number 1 space base exists and where it is, and then make other plans. Hearing this, the white-haired boy named Rank immediately showed a dissatisfied look. Can't we live on the spacecraft? Do we have to live in this broken place? Although this Jinsha City is known as the most prosperous city in the east of the wasteland, this prosperity is only for other cities on the wasteland. For them, this place is not even as good as the countryside of some planets in the future alliance. Living in such a place, how can the spoiled young master get used to it? Seeing that Rank was about to be petty, the black-haired flat-headed man heard it and comforted him. Just make do when you are away from home. Just think of it as going to a remote area to experience the local customs. Rank, Seeing the young master pursed his lips and said nothing more. Lei Ping gestured to Hichi. Let's go. Looking at the backs of the three men in blue gradually going away, the players in the stalls in the distance couldn't help whispering. Do you think these guys look familiar? Do they look familiar? Why don't I have any impression? I don't have any impression either. I really don't have any impression. Under normal circumstances, if I have seen such handsome guys, I will definitely have an impression. But my memory tells me that I have never seen them. Who is discussing whether they are handsome or not with you? I am your father, and couldn't help but roll his eyes. I mean their clothes. Don't you think they look familiar? Hearing this, the old perverts, who were discussing the looks of handsome guys, were stunned. It seems a little familiar. Right? I am your father, squinted thoughtfully, and always felt as if I had seen this outfit somewhere. I remember. It's the NPC named Dyke. Suddenly, a player slapped his head and said, I remember that he was wearing such an indigo jumpsuit when he appeared. As he said that, the players paused. This means these people are in the same group with Dyke. Thinking back to the unlucky NPC who worked hard with the prisoners in the Western Stronghold for several months. I am your father. I seem to have thought of something. Could they be here for that guy? We must inform the clan leader immediately. Chapter 274 Meeting. When Xiaoming received the report from the players, he was inviting the Hulian caravan to dinner. When he learned that three strangers dressed exactly like Dyke had come to Jinsha City, Xiaoming was a little puzzled. He had thought about the possibility that the organization behind Dyke would come to him. But the problem was that the time when these people appeared was too abrupt. If they came for Dyke, why didn't they show up when he was caught and made into a laborer? Later, when Xiaoming decided to release Dyke and let him return to his hometown, they didn't show up either. But it doesn't seem right to say that they came simply for the interdimensional information sensor. After all, the last time they asked him for such a thing through Boss Hu, they were rejected by him. If they really wanted to take this thing away, they should have taken action long ago. Why did they wait until now? It has been more than a month. The timing of their appearance is not too early or too late, which is really intriguing. Wait. Xiaoming paused. Could they be coming for the things under Space Base number 1? Think about it carefully. The last time he just unlocked the base of the underground biological experiment base. Dyke appeared and asked for the interdimensional information sensor in the base as soon as they met. The purpose is so precise that it is obvious that they are well prepared. And this time, it seems that it has only been a few days since the unlocking of Gulba Space Base number 1. And a group of people wearing the same uniform as Dyke came. Such a coincidence really makes people have to associate these two things together. Recalling what Chronos said before, Xiaoming couldn't help but guess. Could the organization behind Dyke be related to the Gate of God plan of the year? Maybe. These people are the descendants of the betrayers mentioned by Chronos. And their current series of actions seem to want to restart this plan. This is really a case of, I will go to the mountain if the mountain is not mine. Seeing that the patriarch said nothing, the little players who came to report couldn't help but whisper to each other. What's the situation? The patriarch didn't seem to react. Pork stewed with vermicelli can't help but guess. Is it possible that we made a wrong judgment? This incident can't be used as a key point to trigger the plot? No way. This shouldn't be. I am your father. His eyes widened in disbelief. Those guys look so eye-catching. If they are not NPCs that can trigger key plots, then why do you say the official makes their models so beautiful? But the slimes were talking about it. Hulian, who was eating skewers opposite, noticed the movement here and couldn't help but ask, Golden Slime Clan leader, what's wrong? Did something happen? Hearing the sound, Xiaoming came back to his senses and coughed. Nothing. It's just that there are some things in the clan that need to be dealt with suddenly. Hulian nodded sympathetically. And in that case, you can go and get busy. It's okay here. Excuse me. Jumping down from the table, Xiaoming immediately said to the players who reported the news, where are the three people you mentioned? Take me over to see. Finally hearing the long-awaited answer, the players' eyes sparkled. Yes, Chief. It seems that their judgment was correct. Those three people are the NPCs that can trigger the key plot. The players were overjoyed and hurriedly took Xiaoming to the hotel where the three people stayed. Chief, it's there. The leading man pointed to the hotel in the distance where people were coming and going and said, I saw the three of them walk in with my own eyes. Then he quietly asked another player, who was guarding the opposite side of the hotel. How about it? Those three people should not have come out? No. They have been staying inside. The player slapped his chubby body and promised, don't worry. Brother. I have been guarding here. I guarantee that not even a fly will fly out of the store. As soon as the voice fell, there was a cry of surprise from afar. Oh my god! Is that made of sugar? This is too magical. On the street diagonally opposite the hotel, 3 men of different ages wearing indigo jumpsuits were looking at a sugar painting stall with great interest. The one who just exclaimed was a handsome guy with a black crew cut. Xiao Ming. Players. We promised that not even a fly would fly out of the store. Seeing this, the little player who swore to keep a close eye on the people touched his non-existent nose awkwardly and smiled foolishly. Maybe he slipped out when I yawned just now. Without harping on the player's mistaken stalking, pork-stewed vermicelli asked quietly, Chief, should we follow him? Xiao Ming, no hurry. Let's see first. Not only did these people appear at the wrong time, but they also looked very strange. If they were heading for the Golba 1 space base, they should have gone straight to the destination. Why are they still leisurely shopping in Sand City? They don't look like they are here to do business, but rather like they are here for tourism. However, with such an eye-catching uniform and the identity of the suspected Dyke Alliance, Xiao Ming could not believe that they just came to the Golden Sand City of the desolate planet to have a look. After all, this group of people came from a developed planet like Future Star. What amazing things have they not seen? If they want to travel, they will not choose a wandering planet like Desolate Planet that serves as a prisoner exile. Even if Xiao Ming himself does not think that the current Golden Sand City is definitely worse than the cities on other planets. Although they have not yet reached the level of the Future Alliance in the field of science and technology. From the perspective of town security and residents' happiness, this place has indeed done what those planets can do. And even better than them in some places. This is what Julian told him. As an interstellar businessman who travels all over the country. What boss who said is still somewhat credible. In short, these people are very abnormal. He can be sure that these people are coming for the things underground in Space Base number 1. But for some reason, they don't seem to be in a hurry. Are they observing? Or are they testing? Either way, it's not a good sign. Compared to those who hide in the dark and wait for their chance. He prefers people like Dyke who are arrogant and don't take others seriously. After all, the latter are straightforward, while the former are obviously much more dangerous. Perhaps it is not a wise choice to continue hiding in the dark. It is better to catch the other party off guard. Hedge, did you feel a chilling sight? Lei Ping, who was turning the pointer in front of the sugar painting stall, suddenly paused when he heard the words, and then raised his head and looked around vigilantly. Then, he saw a group of slime standing motionless behind them. In just a moment, the expressions of the 3 people suddenly became tense. Even Hedge did not expect these slimes to come to the door so quickly. It has probably been less than 2 hours since they entered the city? The white-haired boy Rank stared at the group of slimes and reached his right hand to his waist bag. As long as the other party made any offensive moves, he would not hesitate to take out the high-energy electromagnetic laser cannon and kill the creature on the opposite side. However, the expected tense situation did not occur. A yellow slime walked out of the slime group, looked them up and down, and then said in fluent Wild Star language, "You know Dyke, right?" It was not a question, but an affirmative sentence. Through this outfit, the slimes must know their relationship with Dyke. This is what he wanted. The reason why they were dressed like this and swaggered around in Jinsha City was purely to attract the attention of these slimes. Of course, it would be even better if the slime leader could be lured out in one fell swoop. Obviously, his plan succeeded. Yes. Hachi nodded slightly. You are the leader of the slime clan. The Golden Slime. Right. I have heard of your name for a long time. Xiao Ming, I don't think you came here for Dyke. Right. The brown-skinned young man smiled and didn't respond. He just looked around the noisy environment. This is not a place to talk. Can we talk in a quiet place? Hearing this, Xiao Ming blinked. It seems that these people did it on purpose, just to lure him out in this way. But there is nothing wrong with this, since they can talk face to face. He doesn't have to spend effort to guess the other party's thoughts here. Okay. Xiao Ming gestured, then follow me. After bringing the 3 people to the city lord's mansion, seeing the players still following closely behind him, Xiao Ming paused and said, You did a good job. But I don't have anything for you to do here now. Next, you can go and do your own things. After speaking, he gave the players a reward, and then led the 3 people beside him into the mansion. Looking at the backs of the clan leader and the 3 NPCs gradually going away, the players' eyes were full of disappointment. What's the situation? Is this the end? I still want to see the follow-up plot. So this time, the plot can't be listened to by others? Gone! I am your father said angrily. Then what are we busy for so long? Maybe it's for the task reward? I saw pork stewed with vermicelli clicked on the task panel with satisfaction. Well, not bad. Just going there to report a message and lead the way can actually get 300 sure coins, which is much easier than farming. However, I am your father's attention is not on the task reward at all. I saw her stretching her non-existent neck, jumping on the spot anxiously, trying to see the scene inside the mansion through the window. However, she saw nothing. Damn! I really want to know what they are talking about. If you want to know, just follow them and take a look. Pork stewed with vermicelli said disapprovingly. Anyway, we are not human now. You can become whatever you want. You can disguise yourself as a pile of boogers stuck to the ceiling and sneak in quietly. I guess the tribe leader will not notice you for a while. I am your father, although your method sounds a bit disgusting. It seems to be useful. Of course. Pork stewed with vermicelli urged. Hurry up. If you don't follow them, you will never find them again. Chapter 275 That's it? One dares to say it. The other dares to do it. I'm your dad. Jumped on the spot, then rushed towards the wall in front of him. The moment he hit the wall, his round body suddenly turned into a thin flying pancake. Then he stuck to the wall with a sound of piaggi. Seeing this, the remaining players, who were also curious about the development of the plot, followed suit, watching the colorful flying pancakes, flying over his head one after another, and sticking to the wall of the city lord's mansion. Pork stewed vermicelli couldn't help but complain. Isn't it enough to just stick to the wall and deform? Why do you have to make such a big scene? I saw a pancake stuck on the wall, swaying a little, and a small bag bulged out. Then a muffled voice came from the wall. You know, P. So cool. Pork stewed vermicelli. Although, doesn't your head hurt like this? Without waiting for I am your father to answer, another pancake on the side immediately said, Brother, are you stupid? There is a pain shield in the game. Without continuing to worry about whether his head hurts, I am your father asked pork stewed with vermicelli. Are you coming? If not, we will leave. I can't. You guys go. I saw pork stewed with vermicelli below, with a small tentacle separated from its round body and waved, signaling them to leave quickly. Seeing that his partner didn't seem to want to join, I am your father no longer wasted time, and then crawled towards the open window above with his flat body, looking at the slime pancakes of different colors on the wall, which were crawling up with a grunt. Pork stewed with vermicelli couldn't help shaking his head and sighed. Why bother? Since the rewards have been obtained, why bother to stick to the rest of the plot? Anyway, there will definitely be movement on the official website at that time, if this plot is really that important. This is also the rule he has summed up after playing the game for so long. Once the plot triggered by the player is related to the main plot or the next event, the official will definitely release an update announcement of the relevant content within 2 days after the plot is triggered. If these 3 people are really important plot NPCs in the future new event, then the official website will definitely explain the background plot of the entire event clearly at the earliest tonight and at the latest tomorrow. If the official does not make any move, it proves that these 3 people are not important plot characters. Then, there is no need for him to waste time. Anyway, his good partner has already sneaked into the city lord's mansion with others. If he really sees any interesting and valuable plot, he will definitely run to the game group to tell it. And he just needs to wait slowly, not in a hurry. On the other side, the players also successfully sneaked into the city lord's mansion through the window. Rather than silently waiting for the official website to update, they prefer to explore the plot themselves. After all, this is more fulfilling. And when the official website is updated in the future, they can also brag on the forum that they got the first-hand information in advance. Of course, all this is based on the premise that the players can successfully eavesdrop in the reception room of the city lord's mansion, looking at the 3 young men opposite him, who were dressed uniformly but sitting in different postures. Xiaoming blinked his round little eyes. No wonder these people were targeted by players with such a special shape and such an eye-catching appearance. It is hard not to attract attention. However, when Xiaoming thought about the other party's previous actions, he felt that all this could be explained. Shaking off the irrelevant thoughts in his mind, Xiaoming spoke first. Can you tell me why you are here now? Hearing this, the brown-skinned handsome guy sitting in the middle put down his teacup first and sat upright. Please allow me to apologize to you on behalf of the Institute for Dyke's matter. Although we are colleagues, we don't quite agree with his arrogant way of doing things. It is understandable that you are angry. Research Institute? It seems that this is the identity of these people to the outside world. Xiao Ming did not respond, but said, "This is not a big deal. He has paid the price for his previous unreasonable behavior. As for you, just say what you have to say. I believe that you can't come here all the way just to say sorry." "Right. You are right." Hachi nodded. "We came to Sand City this time because of an important matter. And this matter needs your help." Compared to Dike, the attitude of this brown-skinned handsome guy named Hichi is obviously much more humble. When facing a polite person, Xiao Ming is naturally not stingy in showing his demeanor, even if the other party has bad intentions. Although he had guessed the other party's intentions, Xiao Ming had to pretend to be ignorant and asked in a gentle voice, "What's the matter?" Hachi slowly said, "We want to find a building that has been abandoned for more than 300 years in your territory. It is a space base built in the Gubar period. It may not have any use value for you, but for us, there are many important academic research materials hidden there. If possible, we hope to buy it after finding the ruins. Of course, as long as it is not excessive. You can name the price." "Oh!" Hearing this, Xiao Ming blinked. If slimes have eyebrows, his eyebrows would be raised to the sky at this moment. What is the brilliance of negotiation? This is it. The other party did not mention anything about the particle accelerator in his words, but only mentioned the abandoned building for more than 300 years and the space base in the Gaba period. If it were someone who didn't know about it, he would have agreed long ago. After all, in the eyes of outsiders, it was an abandoned building of little value. Such pre-war ruins are everywhere on the deserted planet. Some particularly large buildings have been preserved for hundreds of years due to the high cost of demolition, occupying the land in vain. If there is a sucker who can take over and give you a large sum of money for free, just selling a few abandoned buildings, why not do it? Unfortunately, Xiao Ming is not an uninformed outsider. Kronos has told him about the past of Space Base No. 1 and even the Gate of God plan. And he has seen the particle accelerator with his own eyes. Since he knows everything, he will not be led by the other party. What's more, it has become one of the bases of the game now. So it is even more impossible to sell it. The other party's wishful thinking can only be remade. Even though I knew deep down that it was impossible to agree to the other party's request, I still had to put in a bit of effort to show my support. After all, these people don't look as easy to deal with as Dike did back then. Although a head-on confrontation may not necessarily lead to a loss, it does carry some risks. It's better to choose a more roundabout way to deal with it. Since these people have come all the way to test and trick him, he can definitely use their own methods to trick them back. So that's it. Xiao Ming smiled harmlessly and said, "If it's just for this matter, I might be able to help. Because we did find a pre-war site recently. I just don't know if it's the space base you're looking for." Upon hearing this, Rank, who was originally in a lazy posture, sat up straight instantly. On the other side, a flat-headed man named Lei Ping stood up suddenly, put his hands on the coffee table, and looked at Xiao Ming with a sharp look. "Are you telling the truth?" Ahem. Seeing him behave rudely, Hichi immediately reminded him. Seeing this, Lei Ping sat down angrily. Hichi looked a little apologetic. He was really sorry. He was used to being casual. "Please don't mind." Xiao Ming smiled and said, "It's okay. You must be tired after traveling so far. Why don't you stay in my city lord's mansion today? I'll let my people take you to the ruins tomorrow. If it's the space base you're looking for, we'll talk about the price." The slime chief in front of them was easier to talk to than they expected. Not only did he not reject their acquisition request, he even took the initiative to arrange food and accommodation for them. And his attitude was very gentle. This was really surprising. Is this still the cruel devil in Dike's mouth? Could it be that Dike deliberately made up this to shirk the responsibility for the failure of the mission? Although they were muttering in their hearts, none of the three took the initiative to reject the other party's kindness. After all, they had heard about and witnessed the cooking skills of these slimes. In their opinion, almost all of these slimes are gourmets. Since the host offered to treat them, they naturally couldn't refuse. After all, compared to the roadside stalls that can be seen everywhere outside, the dishes in the city lord's mansion are supposed to be more delicious and special. Facts have proved that their thoughts are absolutely correct. There is a big metal pot on the big round table in front of them. The shape of the pot is a bit strange. The high-legged pillar, the round pancake-shaped pot, and in the center of the pot there is a truncated hollow column. It looks a bit like the chimney of a boiler factory. There is red soup in the pot, and a strange but unusually pleasant aroma comes to the face. And around this big pot are all kinds of food. There are vegetables, meat that can't be named, meatballs, and long strips of strange food. The strange ingredients and strange utensils instantly raised their expectations, although they were already hungry, because they didn't know this kind of food. Plus the reservedness of civilized people. None of the three people took the initiative. Looking at these strangers who didn't know how to start, Xiaoming immediately understood. This is our local specialty. Shabu shabu hot pot. The way to eat is also very simple. Just put these ingredients into the pot, cook them, and then take them out, and you can eat them. Of course, you can eat with these dips. After hearing Xiaoming's explanation, He Qi, who was sitting at the table, tried it. He picked up a piece of meat and put it into the red soup pot, dipped it in the sauce dish, and put it in his mouth. Then, his somewhat resolute and serious brows gradually relaxed. Delicious, as he said. He hurriedly picked up another piece of meat and put it into the boiling pot. The other two saw this and immediately had no worries, and then followed suit and started eating. Delicious. I have never eaten such delicious food, compared with He Qi, who spoke briefly and concisely. Lei Ping's praise was much more generous. I can eat such delicious food every day until I die. At this moment, the players who were hiding on the ceiling. I thought I could see some important plot. The result is just like this? I have been climbing the wall for so long in vain. However, compared with not being able to see the important plot, the temptation of food is obviously greater. Seeing the people below wolfing down their food, the players couldn't help but gulp. Damn! This smells so good. Chapter 276. I promise, you will sleep so soundly that you won't wake up even if there is an earthquake. Players can only leave with regret without seeing any valuable plot information. After all, it is cruel to your stomach to watch NPCs eat and drink delicious food on an empty stomach. Xiaoming couldn't help but twitch his skin when he noticed that the colorful translucent substances on the ceiling that were integrated with the murals with complex patterns were slowly moving outward. He knew that these players would not be obedient. He actually sneaked in this way to eavesdrop. This also made Xiaoming start to worry that the players would not really take the words he had just used to deceive the three people seriously. What if they went to the forum and shouted that the clan leader was going to sell the base or something? Facts have proved that Xiaoming's idea is correct. After leaving the city lord's mansion, the players who had quickly filled their stomachs remembered this important event that they had previously ignored. I am your father. Did the clan leader say before that he would take those three people to the ruins of space base number 1? Yes. Another little player patted his bulging belly and burped. He said that if it was the space base they were looking for, they would negotiate the price to sell it. Damn it! The clan leader actually wanted to sell their base? I am your father held his forehead with regret. He was so busy admiring the handsome guy's beauty that he ignored such important information. The clan leader would not really sell the base. Would he? Sheep Village Fiangyang said worriedly. I am your father. Not necessarily. Isn't it confirmed that our base is the space base they are looking for? Sheep Village Fiangyang. Since such a plot has appeared, then if nothing unexpected happens, the space base they are looking for is most likely our base. Even if I guess, the clan leader would not sell the base. Spinach Popeye said, if the official planner has a brain, he will not make up such a ridiculous plot. I guess there should be other reasons behind this. What reason? Sheep Village Fiangyang was puzzled. I saw that the tribe leader was having a good time eating hot pot with him. It looked like they were going to make a deal. You ask me, who should I ask? Spinach Popeye glanced at him. What will happen next depends on the planner. But we can tell this news to others. Maybe they can think of something. So after going offline, several people immediately posted what they overheard from the city lord's mansion on the forum. A stone stirs up 1,000 waves. The news that the slime tribe leader might sell the new base immediately caused an uproar on the forum. However, most players reacted positively to this matter. Wildstar Long Outyan, how could he sell the base? The tribe leader is obviously trying to trick them. The clothes of those three people are exactly the same as Dyke. It is obvious that they are not good people. Sooner or later, they will be sent to labor camps like Dyke. My fate is in my own hands. I agree. You are just blinded by their looks. Babaruya, I am not afraid of villains being bad. I am afraid of villains being handsome. The authorities are really stupid. Why do they make the villains so handsome? How can we bear to fight them in the future? Damn! Wu Song fights the tiger. It's okay. If you don't want to fight, let us do it. We are willing to do it. Squinting smile. Captain Levy 1.5 meters tall. It doesn't matter. When we beat those guys into pig heads, you will be willing to do it. Sunglasses. So, the post that was originally discussing the plot was instantly turned to the Pacific Ocean. The three people on the desolate planet didn't know that these seemingly harmless slimes were in another world at the moment, planning how to beat them next. At this time, they were still immersed in the unique food of the slime family. At first, their movements were still slow and orderly like civilized people. After eating for a while, these people completely let go and no longer cared about their own image. Looking at these people eating voraciously, Xiaoming couldn't help but twitch his mouth. In his impression, that place is the most prosperous and advanced place in this galaxy. Just a hot pot can make them like this. Which also makes Xiaoming wonder whether the outside world's hype about the future alliance is exaggerated. After a full meal, the three people who realized it later remembered how indecent their previous actions were. The brown-skinned young man Hachi coughed lightly and said, "Sorry. I made you laugh. We haven't eaten since noon, so we are a little hungry." As if to save face, the white-haired rebellious boy beside him quickly added that this hot pot is just SOSO. It's far inferior to the chef in our place. Looking at the shiny plates in front of him, Xiaoming smiled but said nothing. He didn't say who had just carried out the clean plate action. Xiaoming, who was considerate, decided not to expose him and give enough face to this guest who came from afar. After all, this was just a trivial matter. Not to mention that it was not time to tear each other apart. Thinking of this, he grinned and said, "I'm glad that you are satisfied. The guest room is ready. Everyone should rest early." Looking at the back of the golden slime jumping away, the three of them gradually put down their previous pretense. "This slime chief looks pretty good," Lei Ping said. Rank was so disrespectful. But he was not angry. Rank snorted and did not comment. "We should not judge things by appearances." Hachi put down the teacup. Not to mention Dyke's previous offense. "We designed to meet with the slime chief, but he was not angry and showed such hospitality. Don't you think it's strange?" Lei Ping paused when he heard it. "It seems to be true. What makes me most worried is the attitude of the other party." Hachi frowned. He looked too calm. After meeting, he did not ask about our identities, and did not even raise any doubts about what we said. It always feels abnormal. Hearing this, Lei Ping subconsciously answered, "Maybe Dyke said low in advance?" Hachi looked at him with a squint. "Do you think it's possible?" Lei Ping. "It seems impossible. In short, let's be careful next time." Hachi said seriously, "I always feel that this slime chief has other plans in secret." Rank yawned disapprovingly. "Are you done? I'm going to sleep after that." Hedge frowned slightly at Rank's self-willed behavior, and seemed to want to say something. But Lei Ping's yawn interrupted his speech instantly. "I'm sleepy too. If nothing else, I'll leave too," Lei Ping said sleepily as he walked out. Seeing his companions suddenly fall asleep one by one, Hachi's sensitive nerves were suddenly touched. It's not too late now. Why are they sleepy so early? Normally, these two will definitely make a fuss for a while. It's hot pot. There's something wrong with the food prepared by the golden slime. Realizing this, Hachi wanted to remind his companions to take their weapons and be on guard. But before he could speak, his clear consciousness was interrupted by a sudden sleepiness. "I feel so sleepy." Looking at the three men who fell one by one in the restaurant, Xiaoming, who was hiding in the dark, walked out. He guessed that these civilized people from the future alliance must not have seen the specialties of water margin. If they had seen it, they would know that they must be careful when eating in unfamiliar territory, because they would encounter black shops, and black shops must use knockout drugs to treat guests. After poking the three people lying on the ground and seeing that they had no reaction, Xiaoming immediately looked at the provider of the knockout drug beside him. "How long will it take for them to wake up?" Gotham Iron Man thought for a while and said, "I tried it on Unicorn before, and he slept for most of the day after taking a bottle. If it were these people, it would take at least a day. Right?" Hearing this, Xiaoming couldn't help but be secretly shocked. He is worthy of being the Gotham man who is known as the most cruel man in the whole server. Not only weapons, torture instruments and daily production tools, but also such a strong talent in medicine. For a moment, Xiaoming looked at Gotham and couldn't help but reveal a trace of admiration. This guy is probably a genius. Right? Fortunately, Gotham abides by the law in real life. Otherwise, according to the things he did in the game, he would have been on the social news several times. However, Xiaoming didn't know that this drug was not made by Gotham Iron Man himself, but he asked the caravan to buy it. It's just that Brother Gotham's usual behavior was too bold and jumpy, so the wise clan leader misunderstood him. Seeing the clan leader in front of him suddenly looking at him with a look of admiration and a little complicated, Gotham Iron Man was a little confused. What's the situation? Is the clan leader satisfied or dissatisfied? Is his dosage too small? The clan leader thinks a day is not long enough? There was a misunderstanding. And Brother Gotham immediately made up for it. It's okay. Clan leader. If you think it's not enough, you can wait for them to wake up, and then give them another bottle of medicine. I guarantee that they will sleep soundly, and won't wake up even if there is an earthquake. Xiaoming. You can. But it's not necessary. Fearing that the little player in front of him would say something shocking again, Xiaoming immediately interrupted and said, Your medicine is very good. I am not dissatisfied either. As he said, he immediately swiped on the summoner panel. The next second, a prompt for the task reward popped up on the task panel of Gotham Iron Man. Seeing this, Gotham was relieved. Fortunately, he spent a lot of money to ask a trader to get this from some caravans on Zukum Star. He didn't even want to use it himself. But he gave it to the NPC. If the clan leader is not satisfied, then his money will be wasted. Right? Looking at the satisfactory number on the reward, Brother Gotham was very happy. He saluted Xiaoming skillfully. It is my honor to serve you. After receiving the reward, Gotham Iron Man said goodbye to the Patriarch. Before leaving, he could not help but glance at the 3 NPCs on the ground with curiosity. Before going online, he also browsed the forum and saw the posts posted by I Am Your Father and others. Most players did not believe the news that the Patriarch might sell out the new base. Some even said that all this must be arranged by the Patriarch. And the Patriarch must have played a big game. He was a little sneerful at the idea of deifying NPCs. No matter how smart the NPC is, it is AI and program settings. How can it be as wise as Sugar Leon as they say? It was not until the Patriarch took the initiative to find him after going online to ask if there was any anesthetic or drug that could make people sleepy that Gotham changed his original idea. So what they said was true. The Patriarch actually wanted to take action against the 3 NPCs. And he seemed to have picked up the loopholes of others and triggered the subsequent plot. Realizing this, Gotham was ecstatic. It is true that it is better to arrive at the right time than to arrive early. If you are lucky, you can encounter everything. Chapter 277 Redefine Obedience to the Law. Earth. Official Forum. A post titled, Extra! The clan leader drugged the 3 new NPCs. Immediately topped the forum page and received a number of replies with 99 plus reds. I am your father. Sheep Village Boiling Sheep? Spinach Popeye? Oh my god. Is it true? Being questioned, Gotham Iron Man, the host of the post, immediately jumped out. Of course it is true. The clan leader bought the drug from me. Sunglasses, hands on hips. Spinach Popeye, did he buy the drug from you? I am your father, WTF. Sheep Village Boiling Sheep, WTF. Pork stewed with vermicelli at Gotham Iron Man. We have known each other for so long. Just tell the truth to your brothers. What do you do in real life? Gotham Iron Man, picking his nose, guess. Pork stewed with vermicelli, I am a child. Still guessing? Su Zhang's furious face. Desolate Star Dragon Alkian, ha ha. What did I say before? The clan leader must have other plans. I was right. My fate is my own. Brother Altian is indeed a prophet. 6. Thumbs up. Desolate Star Dragon Altian, sunglasses, grinning teeth. Babaluya, I was thinking that the villain was too handsome to kill. But the clan leader solved it himself, spreading hands helplessly. Sheep Village Fiangyang, the above. Why are you so calm? The clan leader actually bought the knockout drug from Gotham. Desolate Star Dragon Altian, isn't that normal? Looking at the entire game, only Gotham may have this thing. Right? Pork stewed with vermicelli. No. You all got the point wrong. Pork stewed with vermicelli. Isn't the point that this guy Gotham can actually make knockout drugs? Gotham Iron Man, who said I made the knockout drugs? I obviously paid for it. 100 slime coins per bottle. I want to be famous. Gotham boss is so rich. Why does he care about these 100 or 200? Pork stewed with vermicelli, pass it on. Gotham boss is so rich. He doesn't care about these 100 or 200. I am your father, pass it on. Gotham boss is rich. He will give us 100 or 200. Gotham Iron Man, I'll light a fire and blow you up. JPG. Pork stewed with vermicelli, Gotham. Tell us the truth. You are actually a gangster in real life. Right? Gotham Iron Man. Gotham Iron Man, get lost. Who told you that I am a gangster? I am a good citizen who abides by the law. Fakele, is it the kind of Law-abiding. That makes a homemade MK-44 machine gun? The soldier is 1.5 meters tall. No. It is obviously the kind of law-abiding that sells bags at a stall. My fate is determined by me, not by God. Redefine. Law-abiding. Doge. Wusong beats the tiger. Poof. Gotham Iron Man. Degree. Gotham Iron Man. I am angry. The price of explosives will increase from today. Wusong beats the tiger. My fate is in my own hands. Don't worry. Gotham Boss. It's already very expensive. Gotham Iron Man. Humph. Folding arms and looking up at the sky.jpg. Under the unanimous comments of a group of stupid netizens, this gossip post suddenly became a post to tease Gotham Boss. Netizens gradually forgot their original intention of clicking in. When players think about it later, the discussion about this matter is no longer as heated as before. The chief drugged 3 NPCs, who were suspected to be villains? Isn't this normal? After all, he had sent the colleagues of those 3 people to work with the criminals in the prison. He even hung upside down the robbers, who sneaked into Jinsha City and fed them to the lake catfish. With such a precedent, it seems that nothing the chief does is strange. At this time, Xiaoming didn't know that Brother Gotham had leaked this matter so quickly. After tying up the 3 unconscious people into hairy crabs and arranging several players to guard them, Xiaoming immediately went to the western stronghold. Under the work arrangement of Elpis, the players have dehydrated and dried all the sharp-toothed centipedes sent these days. In order to facilitate transportation and storage, the players deliberately cut open the abdomen of these sharp-toothed centipedes when drying them, and spread them into slices of meat. Under the dry climate conditions of the western desert, the sharp-toothed centipedes, which were originally 3 or 4 meters long, have shrunk to less than 1 meter long, as thin as dried fish slices, and their original huge and terrifying appearance can no longer be seen. The sharp-toothed centipedes had already begun to rot when they were delivered. Limited by the storage conditions of the laboratory, we can only use this method to process this batch of medicinal materials as soon as possible. Xiaoming looked at Elpis. You have done a good job in processing so many sharp-toothed centipedes in such a short time. Elpis seemed a little happy to hear the praise. She tilted her head slightly, and a look of suspected smile appeared on her face, which rarely made large expressions. You are too kind. The corners of Elpis' mouth were pulled into an arc. Although there was no opportunity to conduct other research this time, I have extracted many biological samples from those centipedes. I believe that as long as we give it more time, perhaps we can produce anticoagulants and anesthetics developed by ourselves. Xiaoming, just anesthetics and anticoagulants? Facing the sudden question from the slime chief, Elpis was stunned. Do you want to develop other medicines? He did not answer yes or no. Xiaoming only asked, doesn't this sharp-toothed centipede have the effects of detoxification, anti-lipid and anti-cancer? Can't we develop some drugs to treat hyperlipidemia or cancer? But Elpis shook his head. Although the sharp-toothed centipede does have the effects you said, it is impossible to extract and produce such drugs with the current equipment of the underground biological experimental base. You also know that we originally mainly studied the 2 projects of the impact of radiation on biological mutation, and how to make organisms survive in a high-radiation environment after the war. Although there are people like Lin Luo and her teacher who study other unrelated topics in their spare time, that is just their personal hobby. It has nothing to do with the projects of the experimental base itself. Although from the name, biopharmaceuticals and biological research have some similarities, they are still 2 completely different disciplines. Some professional equipment is required. Having said that, Elpis looked at the slime chieftain in front of him. After all, this is a biological research base, not a biopharmaceutical factory. Xiaoming understood immediately after hearing this. So it's not that they don't want to study, but because they can't study because of the lack of professional equipment. Thinking about it, Xiaoming asked, what kind of equipment do you need to study these drugs? Tell me. I'll try to get it. Elpis tilted his head when he heard this. Can the instruments from more than 300 years ago be obtained? Xiaoming was speechless. This is a bit difficult. But I can find a way to get you a product with similar or stronger functions in this era. Hearing this, Elpis did not refuse. He just wrote a series of instruments that seemed to be particularly professional in name on the paper. Xiaoming took the note and glanced at it. I have no idea what it is. But even so, the Golden Slime Clan leader put away the note without changing his expression and patted his round and elastic belly and said, don't worry. I will take care of the instruments. As for the rest of the research and development of pharmaceuticals, I will leave it to you. Unlike his usual performance, This time Elpis did not immediately agree, but made an extra request. In addition to professional instruments, I also need a lot of manpower. Elpis paused and said, the people I am talking about refer to professionals who are very familiar with biopharmaceuticals. Not the kind of workers who only do odd jobs on the production line of pharmaceutical factories. These are all necessary for the development of new drugs, and are not lazy suggestions I made to reduce the workload. As if afraid that Xiaoming would disagree, Elpis added another sentence. However, the slime chief in front of her was much more generous than she imagined. After hearing this, he not only did not raise any objections or questions, but agreed happily. He even asked eagerly, do you have any other requests? Elpis, not for the time being. Xiaoming expressed his understanding. I will find a way to satisfy all you said. If there is nothing else, I will take these things away first. As he said, he pointed to the dried sharp-toothed centipedes that had been tied into a bundle by the players not far away. Boss who is still waiting for this pile of goods in Jinsha City. Elpis nodded. I wish you a safe journey. After she finished speaking, she paused slightly, as if she had thought of something. A pair of beautiful violet eyes stared straight at the short and fat yellow slime in front of her. I forgot to ask. Where are you going? Jinsha City. Elpis tilted her head. The memory stored in the chip reminded her of what this Jinsha City was. It seemed to be Gulba, the most prosperous city in the eastern part of the deserted planet today. It is said that it is already the territory of the Slime clan. I remember that the black uniformed prison guards in prison number 9 once said that it would take at least 3 or 4 days to get to Jinsha City from here. But in her impression, the golden slime in front of her did not take that long to travel back and forth between the east and the west. Sometimes it left yesterday afternoon and appeared again today. She once thought that the other party might have delayed the trip due to something. But now it seems that the facts are not what she imagined. Xiaoming was stunned when he saw Elpis' deep purple eyes. He didn't know why, but when he looked into these artificial eyes, he always felt a sense of guilt. This feeling was like being spied on by the other party. Recalling the question Elpis asked him just now, Xiaoming suddenly realized something, and then laughed. It's getting late. I should leave. There are important friends waiting for me. After saying that, he didn't care about how Elpis reacted behind him, and jumped out of the underground experimental base. Looking at Xiaoming's gradually receding figure, Elpis raised his left hand, supported his chin with the back of his right hand, and stood there for a long time in a state of contemplation. Such a move also attracted many passing players to stop. What happened to the goddess piece today? I don't know. She became like this after talking to the tribe leader. What did the tribe leader say to her? You ask me. Who should I ask? I wasn't listening to their conversation. The players were talking here. And suddenly, Elpis, who was in a state of contemplation, turned his head. In just a moment, the players scattered like birds and beasts. Looking at the slimes fleeing in panic, Elpis tilted his head. What happened to them? Chapter 278. Maybe they were cheering for their leader. It was already late at night when they returned to Jinsha City. It was not good to disturb boss who's rest so late. So Xiaoming gave up the idea of delivering the goods immediately, and returned to the city lord's mansion. The knockout drug given by Brother Gotham was very powerful. He had been out for such a long time, and the 3 hairy crabs in the house were still sleeping like dead pigs. After seeing the player in charge of the guard task report that everything was normal, Xiaoming went back to sleep with peace of mind. When he woke up the next day, it was already 9 o'clock in the morning in the world of the deserted star. This time happened to be the peak time for players to go online in the game. As the largest and most prosperous base of the game, Jinsha City naturally occupies the majority of the player traffic. In addition to those casual players who love farming and fishing, most of the players in the life management profession of the whole server gathered here to contribute to the prosperity of Jinsha City. Among them, the snack restaurants opened by players are the most popular. Compared with the small market in the early days of the slime farm, the slime market that has now expanded to Jinsha City has truly achieved diversity in terms of food varieties. In addition to the common breakfast buns, steamed buns, dumplings, wontons, fried dough sticks, sugar cakes, and pancakes, now there are more snacks such as rice noodle rolls, glutinous rice cakes, sesame balls, rice dumplings, hot dry noodles, mixed noodles, tofu brain, etc. Even the residents of Jinsha City, which is known as the most prosperous city in the East, have never seen such a variety of breakfast varieties. Even every once in a while, many new snacks that have never been seen will appear in the market. It's a pity that most of the food sold by slimes is priced higher. Otherwise they will definitely eat it every day. Compared with local residents, the impact of the slime market on merchants who come to Jinsha City for business is obviously stronger. Any merchant who comes to Jinsha City for the first time will be shocked by the things sold in the slime market. As for the guests who come for the second or even third time, they will also stop and linger for the many new snack stalls in the market. Boss, this thing is so delicious. Look, there is a red filling in the middle. And this. The leaves are actually filled with meat and rye. Try this quickly. It's sticky and delicious. Although it's a bit sticky, it's very good. I saw a group of people from the Hulian caravan with red faces holding a variety of food. Since the last time they came to Jinsha City with the boss and saw the many delicacies in the slime market, they have been looking forward to having a big meal after returning to the deserted planet one day. It's a pity that they arrived late yesterday and didn't have the opportunity to go to the market so early this morning. They got up and went straight to their destination. But when they came to the slime market again, they didn't expect that it had changed a lot. Without the red and fancy decorations, the square was empty. Fortunately, after asking the local residents, they learned that the slime market had been moved to a vacant area in the north of the city. So it was not a wasted trip. Unlike what I saw on New Year's Day, the layout of the stalls in the slime market has become more standardized. And there are many more stalls that I have never seen before. As merchants who travel all over the country, their biggest advantage is to try new things. Therefore, a group of people naturally tried those foods that looked fresh and tasted good. It turns out that there is almost no bad food made by slime. After trying fried meat patties and steamed buns, a group of people couldn't stop and almost bought all the food in the market. Once upon a time, they thought that steamed buns, dumplings and wontons were the ceiling. But it turned out that everything was far more than that. The creativity of these slime masters is endless. Every time they thought that this was all, the other party could always come up with a lot of new things to slap them in the face. Seeing his men look like starving ghosts, Julian's beard couldn't help shaking. Although he also knew that slime's food was indeed very tempting. Weren't you guys too exaggerated? Due to his own upbringing, Julian felt that he needed to remind the employees around him. Pay attention to your eating manners. Also, don't buy too much. It's easy to waste if you can't finish it. I never thought that my kind reminder would be refuted by my subordinates without giving them face as soon as I said it. No, boss. We can eat as much delicious food as you buy. Julian, did he pay them too much recently? It seems that these people have become generous in spending money. In the past, they would never spend like this. Shaking his head and not thinking about it anymore, Julian looked up at the stall with a long line of people not far away. On the stall, a slime was skillfully scooping a bowl of fragrant meat sauce soup from the big pot opposite and then pouring it on the blue and white large bowl in front of the stove. Looking closely, the bottom of the bowl was covered with white, flat, wrist-wide noodles. What is that? It smells pretty good. The sharp-eyed subordinates glanced at the stall with a long line of people. Boss, why don't we buy a bowl and try it? The faint smell of spicy in the air made people salivate. Although he had just eaten a basket of fried dumplings and tofu pudding not long ago, Julian unconsciously wanted to try another bowl. Therefore, this time he did not preach to his subordinates, but nodded obediently. When the group lined up at the end of the line, they suddenly saw the golden slime jumping not far away. Seeing the people in Julian's caravan, Xiao Ming was stunned. Good guy. No wonder I couldn't find anyone early in the morning. It turned out that they all came to the market. Looking at the caravan people buying a lot of food in large and small bags, Xiao Ming suddenly had a wonderful idea. Maybe in the future, he can hold a food festival like Zbo Barbecue in Jinsha City to attract foreign tourists to come in and consume. However, this plan may have to wait for a long time to be realized. After all, except for interstellar merchants like Julian, who would come to a place like the deserted planet for tourism. Thinking of this, Xiao Ming sighed with some regret. The road to developing the tourism industry is long and far. Julian didn't notice the subtle emotional changes of the slime in front of him. When he saw Lai Shi, Julian immediately stepped forward and greeted him. Good morning, respected Golden Slime Leader. Good morning. Boss Hu. Have you finished yesterday's work? Yeah. Almost done. After vaguely changing the subject, Xiao Ming looked at Julian. Boss Hu didn't have breakfast either. That's great. Let's have breakfast together. Julian opened his mouth and subconsciously wanted to deny that he didn't have breakfast. But then he thought of the fragrant noodles at the end of the team and finally chose to remain silent. Seeing the clan leader and a group of NPCs appearing in the team, the chef Wang was much faster in scooping noodles and pouring the noodles. When it was Xiaoming's turn, Master Wang's spoon for pouring meat sauce suddenly dug and poured a thick layer of topping into his bowl of noodles. This also made the little players queuing around shout that it was unfair. "Old Wang, you are biased. You gave the clan leader so much meat sauce." "Yes, Old Wang. We are all watching. TSK. The world is going downhill. Even Master Wang has started to improve the favorability of the clan leader." Faced with the players' protests, Master Wang turned a deaf ear and replied calmly, "I'm not a fool. Why don't I improve the favorability when the NPC is delivered to my door? There are so many stalls in this market. Who knows which one the clan leader will go to next time?" As he said that, he immediately turned his head and grinned at Xiaoming and said attentively, "Clan leader, if you don't have enough food, you can always come over to add more." This remark immediately caused protests from the players. You treat us equally. No matter what. You have to give me another spoonful." Looking at the slimes around them, who suddenly became restless, the people of the Hulian caravan were a little confused. What's wrong with these slimes? Maybe they are cheering for their leader. I can't see that the prestige of the Golden Slime clan leader in the clan is so high. Just eating breakfast can cause such a sensation. Isn't it true? Not only these slimes, but it is said that the people in Jinsha City also admire the Golden Slime chieftain very much. Hearing the discussion of his subordinates, Hulian also followed up with a very tactful compliment. The residents of Jinsha City can live and work in peace and happiness like today thanks to the good governance of the Golden Slime chieftain, Xiaoming, who was holding a big bowl of noodles. I didn't expect that the behavior of players brushing his favorability and causing dissatisfaction among other players would be interpreted like this by this group of people. But after thinking carefully, such misunderstandings don't seem to be bad. So Xiaoming did not refute, but just changed the subject inconspicuously. "My subordinates sent the processed sharp-toothed centipedes this morning. After eating later, Boss Hu, do you want to go with me to order the goods?" Hearing this, Hulian, who was about to eat noodles, paused suddenly. He saw him suddenly pick up the bowl in front of him. "No need to wait. Let's go now." Seeing that Boss Hu was about to eat while walking, Xiaoming immediately dissuaded him. "Don't worry. The goods won't run away. We don't need a moment." After a lot of persuasion, Boss Hu's excitement was finally suppressed. However, because he was thinking about those sharp-toothed centipedes, Hulian didn't have the heart to taste the food carefully. After eating a bowl of noodles in a hurry, he was eager to pull Xiaoming to see the goods. This also made Xiaoming sigh. Boss Hu usually looks gentle, but I didn't expect that he has such an impatient side. Just when he was about to take Hulian to check the goods, the players who were on guard duty suddenly ran over in a hurry. "Chief, those 3 people are awake." "Xiaoming, it's neither too early nor too late. But it's stuck at this time. After all, those 3 people are more important." Xiaoming had to apologize and let his subordinates take Hulian to the warehouse to check the goods. Fortunately, Boss Hu never cares about such small details. He just waved his hand and told him to go and said that he could do it alone. Xiaoming was relieved that his partner was so worry-free. It would be great if the next 3 people he faced were as easy to talk to as Boss Hu. Thinking of this, Xiaoming pushed open the door. He saw that the 3 people inside had already sat up from the ground. Although their eyes were open, their eyes were still a little dazed. Obviously, although they were awake, the side effects of the sleeping drug were still there. Looking at the slightly dull eyes of the 3 people, Xiaoming couldn't help but start to worry. Are they stupid? If he was stupid, how could he interrogate him? Fortunately, this unconscious state did not last long. He saw Hachi's eyelids tremble slightly, and his pair of chocolate-colored eyes gradually focused. When he saw the yellow slime opposite him and his companions tied up, a trace of anger flashed across his usually calm and gentle face. "What do you want to do?" Seeing that the other party seemed to have regained consciousness, Xiaoming was relieved. It's good that he is not stupid. Shouldn't I ask you this question? He looked at the young man in front of him with a fixed gaze. You came here to find the space base, not to collect the so-called scientific research materials, right? Chapter 279, We Must Get Space Base Number 1. What are you talking about? Hachi's expression became more and more angry. Of course we are here for scientific research data. Let us go! He twisted his body and tried his best to break free from the rope. At this time, the other 2 gradually regained consciousness. Seeing this scene, They began to struggle and curse. Xiaoming thought that this question could shock the other party and make the other party reveal their flaws. But obviously, he underestimated the other party's psychological quality. This brown-skinned young man named Hichi has acted like an innocent victim since he woke up. It seems that his real purpose is to find scientific research data, and everything is his unwarranted suspicion. This guy is not easy to deal with. Xiaoming narrowed his eyes. It seems that we have to think of other ways. Seeing the golden slime standing opposite without saying a word, Hichi was surprisingly calm under his angry skin. As a graduate of the Alpha Star National Military Academy, he has already studied interrogation professionally. Naturally, he would not panic and lose his composure because of 1 or 2 questions from the slime in front of him. He knew that they were suspected by the other party when he found that there was something wrong with the food before he fell into a coma. However, there should be no substantial evidence for this suspicion. If the other party really knew something, it should have asked its men to take them down when the two sides first met. But the other party did not. Not only did it not take action immediately, but it also treated them to a big meal. Although it was later proved that this operation was to make them relax their vigilance. It can also be seen from this that the other party did not want to have a direct conflict. Maybe it was afraid of them. Or maybe the other party wanted to get something from them. And the other party's question just now revealed this. The golden slime wanted to know the real purpose of their coming here. Now that they have lost their freedom and their weapons have been taken away, they can't confront these guys head-on in such a disadvantageous situation. Of course, this does not mean that he has to tell all the facts. After all, this is related to the important secrets of the seance. If he leaked the secret here, even if he could escape in the future, those people in the organization who had always been against them would catch him and make a serious record. And he would also be collectively judged by the elders of the entire seance. He definitely couldn't do such a stupid thing of betraying the organization. In this case, he could only pretend to be stupid to the end. After all, even if they pretended to be stupid and didn't admit it, this guy couldn't do anything. And if the other party still wanted to get the inside information they wanted from them, then it would definitely not do anything to them. Thinking of this, Hichi then quietly winked at the 2 companions beside him, indicating that they should not say anything later. However, the tacit understanding between these 2 guys and Hichi didn't seem to be very good. Seeing him blinking frequently, Lei Ping was a little confused. Is his eye uncomfortable? And the young master rank, who had a bad temper, was even more unromantic. He asked without any expression, "Is your eye cramp?" Hichi. Hack. He had forgotten that these 2 guys' strengths were all in fighting and eating, and they didn't have any brains at all. Hearing the movement of the 3 people, Xiaoming looked up and then saw Hichi's unhappy face. He immediately understood his intention. He wanted to secretly collude with his companions. Unfortunately, his 2 accomplices did not seem to understand his intention. Realizing this, Xiaoming's previously tense heartstrings relaxed a little. It seems that this group of people are not all ironclad. This Hichi looks like a smart person, but the 2 people beside him are obviously not. Rather than choosing to confront a cunning fox, it is better to choose an easy-to-coax idiot. Thinking of this, Xiaoming immediately walked out of the door and whispered a few words to the guarding players. Then, the bored little players ran into the house happily and lifted up Hichi, who was tied up. "Let me go!" Not only Hichi himself, but also the other 2 were shocked by this move. "Rank, what do you want to do?" "Lei Ping, let Hichi go. Come to me if you have anything." Looking at the 2 people in front of him, who were very excited, Xiaoming shook his small round hand slightly, signaling them to stay calm. Don't worry about his safety. He is in a safe place now, and I don't want to do anything to him. The reason why I sent him away is because I want to talk to you 2 alone. However, these words obviously did not make them relax. Although they didn't shout as loudly as before, the vigilance in their eyes deepened. "What do you want to say to us?" Rank's hands behind his back gradually clenched into tight fists, and his body gradually pressed down into a state of preparation for attack with a sense of oppression. Although he couldn't move freely now and didn't have any weapons on him, he still showed his attitude with practical actions. Xiaoming glanced at the bad-tempered white-haired rebellious boy lightly, and then focused his attention on the most innocent-looking flat-headed young man among the 3. Seeing this, Lei Ping subconsciously leaned back. "Why are you looking at me like this? I won't say anything." The other party's resistance did not make Xiaoming feel difficult. On the contrary, he had already thought of a solution. "Don't worry. You've been sleeping for a whole day, so you must be hungry. Let's eat something first, and then talk while we eat." Looking at the harmless smile of the yellow slime opposite, Rank felt that there was something strange here. In addition, he was tricked last night, so he declined the invitation to dinner from the slime. So he refused directly. No, we're not hungry. As soon as he finished speaking, he heard a sudden sound from the quiet house. Gurgle. The next moment, Rank's fair cheeks flushed red. I was farting. As if to save face, he made up for himself. However, this new reason obviously did not save him much face. Not only did it not save him, but it made him lose face even more. On the side, Lei Ping looked at Rank with red cheeks and opened his mouth, hesitating to say, just now, it seemed that my stomach was rumbling. Rank. In just a moment, the white-haired boy's face became even redder. Considering the awkward and stubborn self-esteem of a boy of this age, Xiao Ming directly skipped Rank and looked directly at Lei Ping. Since you are hungry, let's eat something. Don't worry. The food this time is absolutely clean. Although they said they would not eat. When Xiao Ming really brought the various snacks made by the players, the two of them obviously swallowed their saliva. Lei Ping was very carefree. After regaining his freedom, he immediately reached out to the hot food opposite. Before Rank could stop him, he had already swallowed the food. Seeing that Lei Ping had no problem eating, Rank hesitated for a while and stopped trying to take advantage of the situation, but chose to follow his stomach truthfully. Food and music are the easiest to make people happy and relax their vigilance. Seeing the two people eating so happily, Xiao Ming asked casually, "What is the name of your organization?" Lei Ping, who was slurping noodles, said vaguely without raising his head, "Nyang Jiang Shi Shen Gui Hui." Xiao Ming frowned and wanted to let him swallow it before answering again. But considering that this might make his vigilance return, he had to give up. But at this moment, it's a seance. You idiot. Rank on the side looked at him with some contempt. And he was so busy eating that he couldn't even speak clearly. Xiao Ming was a little surprised. Good guy. He didn't even plan to ask again. But the other party actually said it himself? However, judging from the name of the seance, their organization seems to want God to come. So, they plan to restart the Gate of God plan in the Gulba period? Thinking about it, Xiao Ming immediately asked another question. You are here for the particle accelerator under the number 1 space base. Right? Rank picked up the napkin on the table and wiped his mouth. Very calmly. If not for that, what else could it be for? Xiao Ming was a little confused. What did the other party's attitude suddenly become so cooperative? Compared with Lei Ping, he originally thought that the white-haired boy was the least likely to reveal the truth. As if he had noticed his gaze, Rank met his eyes calmly, his chin slightly raised, his expression defiant. If you just want to ask these, then it's okay to tell you. Although Hachi repeatedly asked us to keep it secret before the action. It seems that keeping it secret is meaningless now. Hearing this, Xiao Ming was immediately alert. What do you mean? I saw that Rank's eyebrows and eyes were full of the arrogance and high spirits of a young man. Previously, we only received news that the ruins of the space base in the Gulba period were found on the territory of the Slime clan in the east of the wasteland. But this news cannot prove that the ruins of this space base are the number 1 space base we are looking for. So the Descent Society sent us here for investigation. But I didn't expect that the mission would be unsuccessful. And we were actually tricked by you. At this point, a trace of haze flashed across the boy's delicate face. But soon, a proud smile appeared on his face again. Fortunately, all the suffering was not in vain. Since you just mentioned the particle accelerator, it means that the space base ruins you found is the Gulba 1 space base we are looking for. Xiao Ming. So they didn't know it before. And he was tricked by the other party? He has always been the one to trick others. But this time he was tricked by others. This feeling is really a bit unpleasant. Whatever you want to do, give up. Because whether you agree or not, we are determined to get space base number 1. Facing the boy's slightly raised chin, Xiao Ming narrowed his eyes. Not being led by the other party, he asked back, do you want to restart the Gate of God plan? No. It's the goddess plan. Rank corrected. The goddess was born for this purpose. Without time to delve into the details of the goddess plan, Xiao Ming caught the other party's previous words. You just said that you are determined to get space base number 1. If I don't agree, what are you going to do? Hearing this question, a trace of contempt flashed in the eyes of the rebellious boy in front of him. What do you think we will do? In the face of absolute power, everything will turn into dust in the interstellar. Although the other party did not elaborate, Xiao Ming clearly heard the threatening words from it. If it were an ordinary person, he would have been scared to death. However, he is not a human now. And his people are not either. Players are all creatures who have grown up with fear. To them, threats are nothing. And failure is nothing. They will challenge high difficulty dungeons again and again, until they clear it. Even if this high difficulty dungeon is actually HL level difficult. Chapter 280 The Descending Plan. Rank didn't know what Xiao Ming was thinking. Seeing that the slime chief on the opposite side didn't say a word, he mistakenly thought that his intimidation had worked. For a moment, he felt very proud. Just a casual threat made this guy retreat. It seems that this golden slime is nothing more than that. Deke was really exaggerating. But think about it carefully. Since the other party knows Deke, they must know their origins. Although the Descending Society has no direct relationship with the Future Alliance officials. In the eyes of outsiders, since they come from the Future Alliance, they must have 1,000 connections with the government there. And he wanted the other party to think so. As one of the strongest forces in this galaxy and the Space Corps, these slimes are definitely unwilling to offend the Future Alliance. After all, compared with the Future Alliance, the exiled planet in front of them is too backward. If they really fight, it will definitely be easily crushed by the Future Alliance. No matter how arrogant this golden slime is, it can only be slaughtered obediently in front of the cutting-edge weapons of the Future Alliance. Thinking of this, the contempt on Rank's face became more and more undisguised. He raised his chin and asked condescendingly, Golden Slime. Chief. Right? Can you take us to Space Base number 1 now? Facing the somewhat rude attitude of the white-haired boy, Xiao Ming was unexpectedly calm. Perhaps he had experienced too much. And now, he would not get angry at a provocation. Because he knew that it would be wiser to convert anger into motivation, and let reason find a counterattack strategy, than to let the anger control the brain. Thinking of this, Xiao Ming smiled and said, What's the hurry? We haven't made some things clear yet. What else? A trace of unhappiness flashed across Rank's face. Logically speaking, the words have been said to this extent. If the other party is a smart person, the smart slime should know the time, and take them to Space Base number 1. As a result, it is still stalling for time here. Of course it is your God-descending plan. The yellow slime in front of him grinned and said, From your description, this seems to be a great plan that surpasses the God's Gate. Can you tell me about it? Let me know your grand ambitions. Rank. Is this obviously a trick? Does he look like someone as easy to deceive as Lei Ping? Although he is not willing to answer. Since they are still under the control of the other party, he can only go along with it for the time being. Anyway, the words have been said to this point. And there seems to be nothing that cannot be said about the plan itself. And no specific details have been revealed anyway. You are right. The God-descending plan is indeed a great existence that surpasses the God's Gate plan. Rank said proudly, after all, the God's Gate only wants to open up a channel between the world where the gods are in this world. And the purpose of the God-descending plan is to allow the gods to descend to this world. Xiao Ming, forgive my limited understanding. Is there any difference between the two? Of course there is a difference. The difference between the two is like that between the Future Alliance and the Space Legion. A world of difference. Like a fan who was criticized for his beloved idol. Rank subconsciously refuted excitedly. Unfortunately, Xiao Ming was a little confused by his metaphor. He swallowed the provocative remark silently and raised his hand to signal, You continue. Fortunately, Rank was not so angry about his sudden interruption that he didn't want to talk. And just kept talking. Just opening the passage between the two worlds is not enough for God to descend. Because whether God descends or not depends not only on God's own will, but also on the rules of this world. Rules? Constraints? Xiao Ming was puzzled. What rules? What constraints? It could be sound. Or it could be part of the body. In short, God cannot come here through the passage of the world with his whole body. Rank raised his eyebrows proudly as he spoke. It was precisely because of this that the elders who participated in the Gate of God plan left Gulba and formed a seance. Oh! So the reason why those betrayers left was not just because the Gulba government was in a slump in the war, but because they knew the drawbacks of the Gate of God plan from the beginning. So they chose to run away and start a new business? Retracting his thoughts, Xiao Ming said, From what you said, it seems that you have found a way to make God come completely? This question seems to be a bit sensitive. This time, Rank did not answer him, but urged impatiently, I have said everything I should say. When will you take us to Space Base number 1? Xiao Ming did not respond, but still insisted on asking, I want to know what will happen to this world if the God coming plan succeeds. What else can it be? Of course, it will be taken over by God. Rank rolled his eyes, and looked like you are stupid. Ignoring his impolite attitude, Xiaoming asked again, what are the benefits of being taken over by God? Why do you do this? Why do you have so many questions? Rank was obviously impatient with the questions. Are you the reincarnation of Yanxi? Yanxi reincarnation? What the H.L. is that? Seeing that Xiaoming didn't understand, Rank's lips showed a malicious smile. Yanxi is the AI in the handheld terminal launched by the Leha group of the Future Alliance. This stupid artificial intelligence always likes to ask people why, which is annoying. And you are exactly the same as it now. Xiaoming. Good guy. This is a roundabout way to curse. But it doesn't matter. He doesn't care anyway. After all, this kind of curse is simply child's play compared to the national curse he had seen on Earth before. Seeing that the golden slime was not as angry as he expected, Rank was a little disappointed. Rank's little emotion did not affect Xiaoming. Although he asked stumblingly, he also asked some valuable information from the boy in front of him. Previously, he thought that the so-called God Descending plan was the God's Gate plan with a new vest. But now, after listening to the other party's explanation, he realized that it was not a restart of the original plan, but an upgrade of the original plan. Looking at the boy's appearance, this God-descending society seemed to have really mastered some way to make the gods come completely. It's just that they may not be able to implement their plans yet, because they lack some key tools. This is why they came to Space Base Number 1. Their plan requires the use of key instruments in the Gulba God Gate plan, such as particle accelerators, although it is still unknown what this god he is talking about is, and what it looks like. His intuition tells him that this thing should not be a good thing, especially when he witnessed the strange insects accompanying the purple giant spider escape into the space that seemed to be another world twice. He lost his favor for that world. After all, the white-haired boy said that after the God-descending plan is successful, the gods will take over this world. Xiaoming couldn't imagine what kind of scene this was. The insects looked so strange. Maybe the gods inside also looked like monsters in Cthulhu novels. How could the world be beautiful if it was taken over by such gods? Thank God it didn't turn into a disaster horror movie. Just when Xiaoming was silently complaining in his heart, he saw the panel of the summoner suddenly shook. Then a series of messages popped up. Mission: stop the God Descending plan. Reward: 1 million points. A rare slime evolution ball. And a number 4 slime summoning pool, customizable drop location. Summoner 3.0 version upgrade. 3.0 version function overview. 1. The portal function and the item package transfer function will be unified into the teleportation function. In addition to retaining the original functions, the tribe member teleportation has also been added. Using this function, the administrator can batch teleport the summoned slime tribe members to any place outside the base. 3.0 version. Up to 100 people can be teleported at a time. Ignoring the second half of the update message, Xiaoming stared at the task content in front for a long time. Then a big question mark appeared in his round head. Although when Rank provoked him before, he did have a dark idea of destroying this guy and the seance for a moment. But that was just an impulsive fantasy and was not put into action. But now the summoner has suddenly issued him such a task. So he has to act even if he doesn't want to. How to say it? This really confirms the joke of the H.L. level copy. Although the rewards given by the summoner this time are very generous. Even he is a little tempted. But he is tempted. But he can't ignore some realistic problems. The first thing to bear the brunt is the current situation where the technological strength of the two sides is too different. Although Xiaoming is confident in the combat effectiveness of his players, the gap in external conditions cannot make up for the gap between the two. He doesn't know much about the weapons of the Future Alliance. But judging from the things confiscated from these three people, the technological content is definitely not low. Some can even be called black technology. This time the opponent is completely different from the player's previous fight against the deserted Star Thieves. Their quality and professionalism are not comparable to a group of robbers who rob and loot. And he is not sure how many people there are in this seance, and how strong the armed forces are. If the other party has a large number of professional troops, well, with such a huge disparity in strength between the two sides, he certainly couldn't just let the players rush forward as they did before. That is like hitting a rock with an egg. And it is just a meaningless sacrifice. Since we can't win by force, we can only use our wits. And to use our wits, we need to collect more intelligence. I don't know which expert once said that future wars are all intelligence wars and information wars. Now thinking back, the expert who said this is really a god. Only by knowing yourself and the enemy can you win every battle. And this saying is still applicable today. Even in L-level copy, you can find the secret to pass it as long as you are willing. Apart from anything else. If you can find out the combat power of the seance and know their next plan, their chances of winning will be a few points higher. If you can successfully do these, perhaps the difficulty of executing this task will be reduced a lot. Chapter 281 1.27 version update. Rank was very depressed. In the face of his sarcasm, the chief of the Golden Slime has always been indifferent. Even when he asked to go to Space Base Number 1, the other party chose to ignore it directly. This made him wonder whether his previous threat had worked or not. If it didn't work, the other party had been asking about the seance intentionally or unintentionally since he showed his cards and seemed to care about it. But if it worked, he didn't see any awe of them from the face of the Golden Slime. Could it be that the slime's face couldn't make rich and subtle expressions? So he had a misunderstanding? If you think about it carefully, 90% of the slime's body is made up of liquid and gel. They don't have muscles and blood vessels, nerves and skin. They don't have delicate facial features like humans. So it seems understandable that the expression is a little paralyzed. Maybe the Golden Slime was already scared to death. But due to the limitation of physical condition, it could not show its true thoughts. The more Rank thought about it, the more he felt that this was the truth. And the slight unhappiness in his heart gradually dissipated. That's right. Except for those muscle-headed battle maniacs in the Space Corps. No one in this galaxy would have the courage to ignore the future alliance. No matter how powerful these slimes are. They are limited to poor and backward exile places, like the desolate planet. But once they are allowed to face the future alliance, they will only tremble in fear. Wait. It won't be long before the Golden Slime will obediently invite them to Space Base Number 1 and hand it over to them. Thinking of this, Rank's face once again showed an arrogant look. On the other side, Xiaoming silently deleted the message prompt on the panel and noticed the expression of the white-haired boy opposite him. He couldn't help but glance at him a few more times. What's wrong with him suddenly? Not knowing the other party's self-confidence and second-year thinking. Since he had made up his mind to find out the other party's details, Xiaoming decided to continue to trick the boy in front of him. Thank you for your previous answer. Through your description, I have deeply understood how narrow my cognition is. At the same time, I also deeply realized how great the God Descent plan is. Although I still can't fully understand your intention, I think what you do must have a very profound meaning for this universe. Faced with Xiaoming's sudden flattery, the white-haired boy in front of him was obviously a little confused. However, this arrogant and vain boy did not think deeply about the deep reason for the other party's sudden change of attitude, but was flattered by these good words. He was stunned for a moment, then coughed lightly. And it was good that you could understand. After saying this, he raised his chin slightly and said coquettishly, since you understand this, why don't you take us to Space Base Number 1? However, before he finished speaking, the Golden Slime opposite suddenly said, I wonder if I have the honor to join your great cause and become one of you. Rank. Hearing these shocking words, Lei Ping, who was feasting on food, could not help but withdraw from the world of food. You want to join the seance? Facing the other party's surprised eyes, Xiaoming lied calmly, can't I? It's not impossible. Lei Ping put down the tableware in his hand, scratched his head in some entanglement, and didn't know how to respond for a while. To be honest, he didn't know how things had developed to this point. Obviously, Rank was still angry at the slime leader before. How come the other party proposed to join the seance in a blink of an eye? This is too sudden, isn't it? Rank also felt it was sudden. But at this time, he was more depressed. Obviously, he was the one who had the upper hand. But for some reason, he felt that he was being led by the nose by the other party. Although it was a good thing for the other party to have such awareness as a non-human species, he always felt a little uncomfortable. This feeling is like you have made full preparations to give the enemy a blow. But the other party not only does not care, but also runs over excitedly to say that he has changed his mind and wants to join them. It is indeed a good thing. But it is really unpleasant. Especially since the other party had made such rude actions to them before. How can it be lightly covered up just because it wants to join them? Therefore, without waiting for Lei Ping to speak, the vengeful Rank immediately expressed his opposition. Of course not. Rank crossed his arms and snorted. Can you join our seance just because you want to? You have the nerve to talk about this without making any actual contribution to the organization. Hearing this, Xiaoming immediately understood the intention behind the young man's words. This is to make him submit a letter of surrender. It's just acting anyway. And it doesn't cost money to say some good words. Thinking of this, Xiaoming said, I understand. For the great cause of the seance, I am willing to contribute the number 1 space base. Rank sneered. Whether you are willing to contribute or not, the Seance Society of Space Base number 1 is determined to obtain it. You might as well think about what value you can provide to us. Xiaoming. I didn't expect this kid to be so difficult to deal with. He didn't buy it. But since the conversation has come to this point, he doesn't mind painting a bigger pie. Thinking about it, Xiaoming immediately said, My slime clan is willing to assist the Seance Society with the power of the whole clan to complete the seance plan. This time, the answer seemed to finally satisfy the other party. Rank finally did not show the same sneer as before. Although his expression was still arrogant, his attitude was slightly softer than before. Words are not enough. It's useless to just say nice things. You have to take some practical actions. Oh! Originally, he just wanted to test the other party. But he didn't expect that this guy not only did not refuse, but also really climbed down the stairs. Thinking about it, Xiaoming asked calmly, What do you need me to do? Rank held up 2 fingers. 2 things. Release our companions, and then take us to space base number 1. Second, these are already 2 things. Xiaoming couldn't help but argue. Rank, that's 3 things. As if to cover up his fault, Rank coughed and said seriously, From now on, you and your people will work for our seance. And you must obey our orders no matter what you do. So you want a group of free errand boys. Hearing this, Xiaoming immediately had some calculations in his mind. Coming from the Future Alliance, with the highest technological level in this galaxy, what kind of talents does the seance want? As a result, the other party actually proposed to let a group of slimes work for them. It seems that this seance is nothing more than that. Suddenly, Xiaoming seemed to have grasped the soft spot of these people hidden under the mask of arrogant civilized people. Realizing something, he immediately grinned and said, No problem. After speaking, he pretended to apologize and said, I'm really sorry before. Because of Deke, I thought you were bad people. So I made such a rude move. Now that the misunderstanding has been resolved, I solemnly apologize to you all. This act of admitting his mistake greatly soothed Rank's wounded self-esteem. And for a while, he changed Xiaoming's opinion. Seeing that the golden slime was so sensible, he reluctantly made a suggestion to the association to recruit it and its slime tribesmen. Although the Seance Society has gathered elite talents from several major planets of the Future Alliance, those people are far from enough to realize the plan. If there can be a group of useful tools. Oh no! Tool slimes. I think the president and others will definitely not object. Maybe as a recommender, he will be credited with a great contribution, and thus be transformed from an ordinary believer to a servant of the gods. Rank was making a small calculation in his mind, and Xiaoming on the other side was also making a small calculation in his mind. Previously, he had overglorified the Seance Society. After the test just now, he found that these people did not seem to be as strong as he imagined. Maybe they have nothing to do with the Future Alliance government. Otherwise, the Future Alliance should have reacted when Dike was captured by them. Thinking of this, Xiaoming was a little annoyed. He had a preconceived notion that this plan of descending gods was also something their government did privately, like the plan of the Gate of God. As a result, he actually overlooked such an important detail. But it is not too late to find out the truth now. At least he can boldly give it a try. Official website. WildStar World. 1.27 version update. 1. The new event of the Descending God plan is officially launched. 2. The new faction of the Descending God meeting is added. 3. The new event NPCs Ichi, Lei Ping, and Rank are added. 4. The setting set is updated the Descending God plan. Please log in to the official website, setting set for the above details. 5. Optimize the scene modeling and fix a small number of bugs. New event Descending God plan. Background introduction. More than 300 years ago, the Golba government secretly carried out a secret plan called the Gate of God. The purpose of the God's Gate project is to break through the barrier between this world and the world where the gods live, so as to establish a channel for the gods to enter this world. However, this plan was eventually aborted for various reasons. Some participants of the God's Gate project left the planet before the defeat of the Golba government. They took away most of the relevant information about the God's Gate project and formed an organization called the Seance Society. The purpose of this organization is to complete the Seance plan, that is, to make the gods successfully descend to this world. The Seance plan is a perfect and upgraded version of the God's Gate project, because of the constraints of the rules of this world. The gods cannot pass through the God's Gate in their entirety. The seance plan seems to have solved this problem. However, they still need some instruments to help complete this plan. The first one to bear the brunt is the particle accelerator, under the number 1 space base. Golden slime. No one can tell whether there are gods in this world. Even if there are they really gods? Will their arrival really not cause harm to this world? I can't draw conclusions on these questions. I only know that these people in the Seance Society threatened us to give up our base for their own selfish interests. In order to protect the base of the Slime Clan, and to prevent the so-called gods from descending, we need to unite. Chapter 282. There is no option to start over in reverse gear. The sudden update of the official website turned the eagerly awaited players into groundhogs, howling with excitement. Wusong beats the tiger. Damn! Updated. Lemon tart. Aha! Wasteland Dragon Outyan. Oh my god! I just logged off and saw that the official has made a big move. Rem is my wife. 6. Big IQ girl. Although, how do you play this event? The official only gave an introduction to the background of the event, and did not mention the specific rules and how to participate. Forgive my limited understanding. To stop the God of Destiny plan, do you have to destroy that particle accelerator? Hometown Lily blooms, although I don't know how to play. But I think it shouldn't be. That particle accelerator is also something in our base after all. And there is no need to make such a big fuss just to destroy it. Big IQ girl. Scratching head. JPG, that's true. Babaruya, by the way. Did any big guy understand the event announcement? Mighty and unyielding. Isn't this easy to understand? At the end of the event background introduction, didn't the tribe leader say that he would protect the base of the Slime Clan and prevent the gods from coming? Obviously. This is the task of this event. Babaruya, oh. Big IQ girl, I see. Mighty and unyielding. You think the problem is too complicated. Although the playing team did not list the event tasks as clearly as before, you could understand the intention by just connecting the context. Pink spreading wings. That's right. Since the God Descending plan was created by the God Descending Society, our task should be to stop the actions of the God Descending Society. And at the same time, we must defend the number 1 space base from being taken away by the God Descending Society. I am your father, so this time it is a combat event again? Pork stewed with vermicelli, obviously. Yes. I am your father. Hey. It's a combat event again. Can't the official come up with some activities suitable for professional life players? By Wu Chang, who said it hasn't been done before. Didn't they organize some farming activities and New Year's Eve stall activities before? I am your father. How long ago was that? I mean recently. By Wu Chang, you should be content. Even if the official didn't organize any activities. Didn't you still farm and sell things as usual? We combat players have cleared all the monsters near the base. If we want to hunt, we have to go to the deep mountains and forests. Is it easy for us? Stir-fried kidneys. I agree with what Lao Bai said. It's still us combat players who are miserable. The last time we fought was when we fought against the sharp-toothed centipede when we unlocked the new base. At first, we all thought that it would become a new monster spawning point. But we were told that it was a rare medicinal material and had to be protected and cultivated artificially. It's really unbelievable. Gotham Iron Man, be content. You have fought these slugs after all. When the sharp-toothed centipede came out, I was still offline OB. When I was released, you had already finished fighting. It's really hard to eat shit while it's still hot. Stir-fried kidney, grin. Lemon egg tart, by the way. No one is discussing the new NPCs. They are so good looking. Wusong fights the tiger. They are all villains. What's there to discuss? Besides, won't they all be beaten by us when the time comes? Sheep Village Fiangyang, agree. And I have seen it before. Pork stewed with vermicelli, seen it +1. I am your father, seen it +2. Gotham Iron Man, picking nose, it's like no one has never seen it before. The sleeping pills that the clan leader gave them before were all taken from me. Stir-fried kidneys, TSK. You are not right. I want to be red, TSK. You are not right. Gotham Iron Man, TSK. You are a bit stupid. I am your father. It's a pity that he is so handsome, but he is not from the friendly camp. Big IQ girl, it's a pity. At first, I thought they could become the permanent NPCs of our base. Qingfeng Mingyu, compared with those NPCs, I am a little interested in the new forces that appeared this time. Qingfeng Mingyu, since the purpose of the seance is to let the gods descend to this world. Does this prove that the background setting of this world actually is God's? Ultraman of Light. I think the official has already laid the groundwork for this long time ago. Don't forget the original version of the game. When we met Minamiya and the farmhands of the slime farm. What did they call us? Qi Feng Mingyu. It's the messenger of God. Qi Feng Mingyu. It turns out that the official has already laid the line since then. I thought it was just the bad taste of the planner. Ultraman of Light. I didn't think about it at first. It wasn't until the later giant spider nest event that we found a strange bug in the nest of those spiders. It was then that I began to suspect that the background of this game might not just be the interstellar setting we see. Lu Guang's words reminded some players of the battle scene at that time. I remember that the strange bug looked like a beetle and a sea scallop, and it was covered with thin and long tentacles. Although the head and face could not be seen clearly, it made people's sanity value drop wildly. Of course, compared with the weird and ugly appearance of this monster. What is more surprising is its characteristics. This thing is not afraid of fire. From the closed beta of the game to now, all the monsters encountered by players are basically not afraid of fire, unless its own attack method is related to fire, such as the Dababu dragon on the planet Zukum. But this is also a rare case. Compared with the characteristic of not being afraid of fire, its suspected ability to tear and shuttle through space is more amazing. This monster once opened a hole in the rock wall in front of a crowd of people, and the other side of the hole was red, like magma. It was obviously not the same space as where they were. Thinking of this, a player asked, could the tentacle monster be related to the god mentioned in the seance? This statement was terrifying when it was thought about carefully. In just a moment, a series of "wow" appeared under the discussion post. Wu Song beats the tiger. No way. That thing is a god? It looks too ugly. Right? Ultraman of Light. It may not be a god, but it may come from the same space as the god. Wu Song beats the tiger. Does this mean that the gods look similar to this thing? Players. That would be even scarier. Hey Gu Long Dong Chong. No wonder they want us to stop the plan to summon the gods. If the so-called gods in the seance all look like this, it would be a true horror movie. I want to be read. I thought our main purpose was to transform backward planets, build infrastructure, and develop the economy. But I didn't expect the official to arrange a script for us to save the world. This is really unexpected. Bai Wuchang, isn't this good? This time we are finally not fighting bandits and monsters, but fighting against the gods of another world. How exciting! Pork stewed with vermicelli, although. But, didn't you say that you want to stop the plan of the seance? Since you want to stop the gods from coming, we shouldn't meet them. Right? Bai Wuchang, it's hard to say. What if it fails? Do you think the official will arrange a drama of gods invading the future galaxy? Gotham Iron Man, picking his nose, who knows? You can ask the official planner. Pork stewed with vermicelli, I don't think so. After all, if it really invades, we will be GG. Bai Wuchang, what are you afraid of? The death penalty is just 2 days of offline OB. At this time, Xiaoming, who was silently peeping at the screen on the forum, couldn't help but twitch his face when he saw this. Offline OB. This guy is really bold. If the situation he described really happens, it will be a question whether this game can continue to exist. No one knows whether it is not only the game, but also whether the world can still function normally. Thinking of this, Xiaoming felt that he needed to provide these players with a layer of insurance. Official website. Bulletin board. New Goddess Plan. Activity description. During the event, the core members of the Goddess Society will come to Space Base Number 1. Players need to defend the base and stop all actions of the Goddess Society. If the mission fails, the game will adjust the difficulty coefficient, and the server needs to be shut down for this purpose. The server will be shut down, and the time for the second closed beta to go online is uncertain. Damn it! No way! Seeing this latest news, the players who had previously shown a relaxed attitude towards the new event immediately cursed the dog planner, shutting down the server when the event mission fails. This is too dog. Looking at the players jumping up and down on the forum, Xiaoming couldn't help shaking his head. Do you think it's a dog now? Wait until the world is destroyed and the game is shut down forever. That's called a dog. In order to avoid this situation, it is necessary to sound a warning to the players so that they don't take it seriously. After all, Desolate Star World is not an ordinary game. There is no option to start over. Ignoring the curses of the players on the forum, Xiaoming closed the official website. The task has been arranged, and it depends on the players next. In order to gain the trust of the 3 people, he surrendered. and then took the initiative to return the weapons he had collected to them. Although reluctant, this was also done to lead out the mastermind behind the seance. As the saying goes, to capture the thief first, capture the king. Only catching these three minions can't solve the future troubles. Only by letting them go, and letting them notify the top leaders of the organization to make the next action instructions. He can act according to the situation, and arrange for the players to catch them all. Fortunately, because of his initiative to return the weapons, the other party's vigilance against him has become much less. They seem to really believe that the slime chief is willing to lead the entire tribe to join the seance. Thinking of this, Xiaoming narrowed his eyes thoughtfully. Come to think of it, the three people should be at Space Base number 1 now. Right? Perhaps it won't be long before he can meet their president. Chapter 283. You're not going to be a poor guy. Are you? That should be the Ghoul Bar number 1 Space Base. Following the direction of Lei Ping's finger, the group stopped. Rank took a look and said, this place doesn't look that broken. Although it is an abandoned building, it is obvious that it has been tidied up in advance. The weeds have been cleared, and the broken windows and walls have been repaired to a certain extent. This has provided a lot of convenience for their subsequent work. Looking at the magnificent abandoned building standing in the lush mountains and forests not far away, Hedge took out a silver-white disc in the shape of a pocket watch from the pocket on the chest of his jacket. Unscrew the twist cap, and a transparent round lens popped out from it. Put the lens in front of the right eye and squint at the building complex for a while. And then, you can see a huge number 1 written in Ghoul Bar on the outer wall of the building in the center. It's here. According to the information, the deepest part of the number 1 space base is buried with what is said to be the largest particle accelerator in the entire galaxy at that time. If we can verify that the machine can still be used normally, then our mission this time is completed. Taking back the lens, Hachi said calmly, it seems that the slime chieftain did not lie to us. Of course, that guy dare not lie to us. Rank was full of confidence. If he had any brain problems, he would know that he could not go against the future alliance. Not to mention that he now wants to join the seance. As he said that, he looked meaningfully at the slime team, following them not far away. Didn't you see that it also sent its men to escort all the way? It is obvious that it wants to please us to make up for its previous rude behavior. Hearing this, Hachi frowned slightly. Speaking of this, there is one thing I can't figure out. Why did this golden slime suddenly change so much? It pretended to be kind before, and then arrested them quietly. But later it said it was a misunderstanding, and even wanted to join their seance. This attitude change is too fast. What is even more puzzling is the attitude of the two colleagues. They actually accepted it. They even reported the matter to the president and his friends. And the president and his friends did not object. Don't you find it strange? What's so strange about this? Rank said disapprovingly. Anyone who has learned about the descended plan can understand the greatness of this plan. Besides, didn't we get in this way in the first place? That's right. On the side, Lei Ping, who was holding a large bag of fried dough twists and chewing them, also nodded in agreement. Hachi, this is really irrefutable. From understanding to shock, then to recognition, and then to joining. After all, not only them, almost all members of the Descendant Society join the society in this way. Since they also agree with this plan, they are like-minded comrades. It seems that there is nothing wrong with letting these slimes join. What's more, we still need them at present. Lei Ping swallowed the dough twists, paused and said, this is the original words of the president. Hachi, since the president has no objection, then it is obviously meaningless for him to say these good and bad words here. Without further dwelling on this topic, Hedge walked towards the building in front of him. Seeing this, the two hurriedly followed. In the distance, watching the backs of the 3 NPCs entering the base, the players couldn't help whispering, brick-carrying boy, didn't we say to stop all actions of the seance? Is it really okay to let them in like this? What's the hurry? Fried Kidneys wiped the barrel of the gun. Kronos had said before that the particle accelerator lacked an important component. Without that thing, they couldn't use it when they entered. It's the core. Peng Zhanqi added. Yes, it's the core. Fried Kidneys said again. Besides, even if the seance really wants to do something big, it's impossible to send only these 3 young men. Hearing this, the brick-carrying boys suddenly realized, that's right. Since it's a combat activity, there must be a boss. Right? When the sharp-toothed centipede went online, the planner also prepared a nest for them. It doesn't make sense that there are only 3 hostile forces in this activity. With so few people, how can they fight? Wouldn't it be enough to just tie them up? Obviously, These three people are just the instigators. Dapping Zanki looked at the three people who had disappeared at the gate in the distance and said, their role is to lead out the seance behind them. And what we need to do is to catch them all in one fell swoop when they act collectively. Hearing this, the brick-moving boy looked at Dapping Zanki with admiration. Great. Big man. The official planner didn't make it so clear in the event announcement. And you were able to accurately analyze the ultimate purpose of this event so quickly. Dapping Zanki was a little embarrassed to hear the flattery unexpectedly. And I didn't speculate it from the event announcement. It was because the task assigned to us by the Patriarch made me associated. Not long after the 1.27 version was launched, they were found by the Patriarch. At first, no one thought that the task assigned to them by the other party was to escort the 3 NPCs to Space Base Number 1. This is completely opposite to the attitude of the Patriarch, who strongly opposed the seance in the event announcement. Out of curiosity, Dapping Zanki couldn't help asking one more question at the time. As a result, the clan leader told him to do his job without worrying about other things for the time being. Such an attitude also made him more cautious. Perhaps, the clan leader was playing a long game to catch a big fish. Just like the scout of the Black Panther bandit group was deliberately sent back to persuade their boss to come to Jinsha City to give up his head. Although the situation this time is not exactly the same as the last time. The ending should be similar. Thinking of this, Daping Zanki looked at the gate of the base in the distance with burning eyes. I hope those guys can come and give up their heads quickly. He can't wait to do a big fight. At this time, the three people who entered the underground of Space Base Number 1 did not know that they and the entire seance had been targeted by a group of slimes. They took the map drawn by Xiaoming and followed the map, and soon came to the deepest layer of the ruins. Looking at the particle accelerator built hundreds of years ago, the three people were all shocked by its magnificent appearance. This is incredible. Touching the almost brand new surface of the instrument, Hachi was speechless. After so many years, I didn't expect that this machine is still preserved so well. Just looking at the appearance, who would have thought that this thing was made more than 300 years ago? Lei Ping on the side nodded in agreement. It seems that someone has been inspecting and maintaining it. After sighing for a moment, Hachi came back to his senses and said, Okay, let's get started. As soon as he finished speaking, Rank opened the silver briefcase he carried with him and took out 3 black glasses from it. After each of them put on 1 pair of glasses, they began to check the machine along this huge circular tunnel. This tunnel is very long, and they spent nearly 2 days in it to roughly check all the areas. After confirming that there was no problem with the instrument and it could be put into use normally, Hachi immediately used the high-orbit satellite exclusive to the seance to send an encrypted message to the president, who was attending the seminar on Omega Star. After completing the report, the 3 of them packed up and dragged their tired bodies out of the underground. This can be said to be the most boring clan leader mission that the Daping team has ever taken on. The 3 people have been in for 2 days and have not come out. If they were not sure that there was no other way to leave here underground, the players would have thought that the 3 had run away, just when their patience was about to run out. Finally, 3 familiar figures appeared at the entrance of the base. Put down the cards in their hands. The players all breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, they came out. If they didn't show up again, they would want to follow them to find someone. The next task went very smoothly. Escort the 3 back to the city. Then report the situation to the clan leader and submit the task. Because they didn't let us follow, we didn't know what they did inside. As he said, the brick-moving boy looked at the clan leader nervously. Is it okay? Xiaoming, it's okay. When he knocked them out before, he had already checked the items carried by the 3 people. He didn't find anything that looked like the core. From this, it seems that the 3 of them are just a vanguard team that came to inquire about the situation. And the really important things are not with them. In this case, he doesn't have to worry about the 3 of them causing trouble in the space base. If he guessed correctly, they went there most likely to repair the machine. Judging from their appearance when they came back, the machine should be fine. Now that the field inspection has been completed, it is time to report to the superiors. After sending the task rewards to the players' game panels, Xiaoming instructed, keep an eye on them these days. Report to me at any time if there is any situation. Yes. After several players left, Xiaoming immediately opened his personal panel. After accumulating for this period of time, he now has 50,000 points. This is what he has left after spending a large part of it to draw slime evolution balls. With the increase in the number of players in the game, and the expansion of the territory of the base, his points wallet is no longer as tight as when he first entered the game. The days when every point had to be split in half are gone. Today, Xiaoming has become much more casual when drawing the reward pool. Not long ago, he had collected enough evolution balls to allow all the players in the game who have not yet evolved to evolve. By then, all 500 players in the game will have superpowers. However, this is far from enough. After all, the evolution direction of players is uncontrollable. Not everyone can be a European emperor. There will always be some unlucky people who will draw useless skills and cannot be used in battle. Therefore, he has to make other plans. The first thing to do is to expand the equipment. Not ordinary guns and ammunition, but more advanced equipment. For example, the Dolphin aircraft he drew in the special reward pool last time with 10,000 points. This aircraft produced by the summoner is said to be able to be used for reconnaissance raids. It can not only block all radar signals, but also carries 16 high magnetic SH/LS that can accurately hit the target. It's a pity that players can't copy this thing yet. Therefore, Xiaoming has been reluctant to take out this aircraft, and just parked it in the weapons warehouse of Jinsha City to collect dust. However, it is not possible to say blindly, especially now that we have encountered the Seance. Although the Seance seems to have no connection with the official Future Alliance, it does not mean that they have no goods. What if the other party really makes something like a high magnetic cannonball or antimatter weapon? How can he fight? So he can only hope for this special reward pool. Not to mention being able to draw another identical one. At least he can draw something with similar power. Right? Looking at the lottery button in front of him, Xiaoming was a little nervous. Last time, he got a hit with 10,000 points. So this time with 50,000 points. He shouldn't be a loser. Right? Chapter 284 so cool? Facts have proved that Xiaoming's luck is indeed not bad. Throwing 10,000 points into the reward pool, a familiar colorful light flashed, and a familiar warning pop-up window popped up in front of him again. The prize is too large. Please move to an open area to draw. Seeing this message prompt, Xiaoming was so happy that his teeth were not visible. Here it comes. Without hesitation, Xiaoming immediately walked out of the house to find an open area to receive it. However, there are many people in Jinsha City, which is not as open as the wild. Not finding a suitable place, Xiaoming finally decided to go to the sparsely populated western desert to receive the reward. Turning on the teleportation function, Xiaoming stepped into the western stronghold hundreds of kilometers away from Jinsha City. After the farming activity ended, some players who entered the 1.24 version did not choose to continue to stay in the eastern map, suitable for novices and veteran players, but chose to go to the more harsh environment in the west. After all, there are pharmaceutical industries and military industries of the Slime clan there. Technology is the primary productive force, compared to selling snacks and handicrafts in Sand City. The latter obviously has a greater development prospect. After all, the former can only earn small money from players and some city residents, while the latter can earn foreign exchange from other planets. Not to mention the military industry. Just the medicines developed by Elpis in these versions. Boss who will grab a large number every time he comes. It can be seen that biopharmaceuticals are the son of the next version. As for the military industry, it is probably too early. It is estimated that it will take more than a dozen versions to catch up with the level of other planets in this world. So these players, who studied more than a dozen versions on the official forum, and finally entered the game immediately ran to the western stronghold to show their skills after completing the novice farming task. It is precisely because of the addition of this group of newcomers that the originally lonely and desolate western stronghold has become more and more popular. Looking at the little players jumping and walking on the sand not far away, Xiaoming couldn't help but smile. Compared with the early stage of the game, these players are obviously more autonomous. They no longer mechanically look for NPCs to do tasks as before, but prefer to find things to do by themselves. Just like in the real world, they now treat the Wasteland planet as a real world and manage it seriously. It can be said that the Wasteland planet is the second home of their spiritual world. This is a good phenomenon, because once the players value this place, they will spontaneously maintain it and build it better. In the distance, a little player who had just collected spider silk from the breeding farm and was about to return to the laboratory to hand it in saw Xiaoming standing motionless outside the base, and then ran over. Great, wise and handsome patriarch. Do you have any tasks for me to do? Xiaoming, no. He just wanted to find an open place to draw a prize. Unexpectedly, it caused the player to misunderstand and made him blow a rainbow fart in vain. The little player was obviously disappointed that he failed to trigger the patriarch's task, But even so, he did not forget to salute Xiaoming. And then he jumped into the underground biological laboratory with the bundled spider silk. After watching the little player leave, Xiaoming then moved to the sand dunes opposite the base. There was a piece of open land nearby, just enough for him to complete the previous lottery. The location is suitable. Do you want to continue the lottery? Yes. Press the confirmation button, and the familiar colorful light flashes. Then a huge black object appeared on the sand opposite. The moment he saw the color and size, Xiaoming knew that what he drew was not the dolphin flying machine. Although he was a little disappointed, he was more curious. What on earth is this? Compared with the dolphin flying machine, the black object in front of him is obviously much larger. Both the length and height are not much different from civil airliners. The all-black paint is glowing with a faint blue-purple streamer, making it look mysterious and cool. But compared with the color and size, what is more eye-catching is its shape. It does not have a streamlined body like the dolphin flying machine, nor does it have wings like ordinary airplanes. Whether on Earth or in this future galaxy, it has no resemblance to any flying vehicle Xiaoming has ever seen. If you have to describe its appearance, it looks a bit like a conch, an upside-down conch. If we further subdivide the types of conchs, fragrant snails, cat's eye snails, or black bell snails. Anyway, it's not a particularly sharp one. So what is this thing? UFO? Or spaceship? If it is a flying vehicle, then this shape is too abstract. In doubt, Xiaoming suddenly jumped off the sand dune, stretched out his soft slime tentacles, and touched the big black conch in front of him. And then the panel immediately popped up relevant information: Black Bell Snail, Anti-Power Suspension Spacecraft, a high-end space vehicle produced by the Summoner, suitable for long-distance flights, can be used for interstellar passenger and cargo transportation. The spacecraft adopts a fully automatic driving design and is equipped with comet, meteor and asteroid detection devices. It can automatically design the safest route according to changes in the surrounding environment and minimize all risks that may be encountered during the journey. The anti-power suspension flight mode ensures the stability of long-distance flights while also ensuring the comfort of passengers. The conch-shaped appearance is unique and beautiful, and the spiral-shaped interior is spacious and tidy. Each floor has safety seats designed for slime passengers to ensure that passengers will not be bumped during long interstellar flights. The bottom floor of the spacecraft also has a toilet, bathroom, and a small canteen. Let passengers have a warm flight experience like home during the journey. After reading all the introductions, Xiaoming was stunned. Wow! This is actually a spacecraft that combines passenger and transportation. What's more awesome is that it is fully automatic and can even avoid collisions with asteroid belts. I thought the last Dolphin aircraft was already awesome, but I didn't expect that the Black Bell Snail anti-power suspension spacecraft drawn this time was not bad. Although it is not the expected combat weapon, this result is not bad. This also makes Xiaoming more and more looking forward to what awesome things will be drawn next. Thinking of this, Xiaoming threw another 10,000 points into the special reward pool. However, this time, the light disappeared and the summoner did not pop up a warning window like before. There was only a cardboard box more than 1 meter long on the sand in front of him. When he opened it, he found that there were 2 high magnetic SH/LS inside. Xiaoming did not expect such a result. It was lucky, but not completely lucky. However, from the point of view of being able to replenish spare SH/LS for the Dolphin aircraft, this round of lottery was not a loss. Thinking of this, Xiaoming immediately went to the next round of lottery. Unlike the previous 2 situations, this time there was neither aircraft nor SH/LS, and there was only a flat round white object in front of him. It was not big, only about the width of 2 human palms. At first glance, it looked like a sweeping robot and a household scale. However, this flat round white object had neither scale nor display screen. Xiaoming looked around the thing for a long time and only found a round button of the same color on its side, curiously touching the small protrusion. The next moment the panel popped up the relevant introduction. Retractable nanoprotective barrier. The nanoprotective shield produced by the summoner can block all external electromagnetic radiation and withstand the explosion of at least 70 quadrillion tons of TNT. The highest level can cover the entire surface of the atmosphere of the barren planet. Friendly reminder, the energy generated by the explosion of 477 million tons of TNT is equivalent to a magnitude 9.0 earthquake on the Richter scale. The explosion of 77 quadrillion tons of TNT can blow away the Earth's atmosphere. Hack! So awesome? At this time, Xiaoming was so shocked that he couldn't say anything more. It can only be said that the special lottery pool is worthy of being a special lottery pool. Counting the one a long time ago, he has drawn a total of 4 times so far, excluding the high magnetic artillery LS used for replenishment. The remaining 3 draws are so awesome. Such good luck makes him wonder if he is the reincarnation of the European Emperor. Or maybe, the things in the special reward pool are not useless. It's just that he was scared by the poo of the middle and high-level reward pool before. So he had this illusion of wow. I'm so lucky today. Thinking of this, Xiaoming couldn't help but sigh. Is this what the saying, expensive has its reason, means? After 3 consecutive draws, Xiaoming confidently put all the remaining 20,000 points into the lottery pool. Bless you. God bless me. Let me be lucky again. My requirements are not high. I don't need antimatter weapons. Such a destructive Thanos-level weapon. I will be satisfied if I can give a few Gauss guns. After muttering to the lottery pool for a while, the light finally dissipated. However, there was nothing this time. Not to mention the Gauss gun. Even the box containing the high magnetic LS did not appear. What happened? Xiaoming looked around and found that besides the Black Belt Conch anti-powered floating spacecraft in front of him, there was an oblate retractable nanoprotective barrier and a box containing high magnetic LS. Other than that, it was all sand. Where is my prize? That's 20,000 points. Is it just going to go down the drain? At this moment, Xiaoming could no longer remain calm as usual, realizing that his points might have been wasted. He couldn't help but step forward and shake the lucky draw interface of the summoner. It's a pity that this thing is a holographic projection screen and can't be touched at all. After a slight deviation, he rolled down the dune. Xiaoming's head was a little confused after this roll. Just when he got up from the sand in a daze, he suddenly felt 2 round and hard things under his body. Subconsciously, he reached over. Then, he touched 2 golden gadgets that looked a bit like bees. Golden Bee. High-speed unmanned reconnaissance aircraft. A reconnaissance drone produced by Summoner. The advantages are that the camera is high definition and small and convenient, which is easy to hide. The disadvantages are that the battery life is weak and needs to be charged frequently, and the flight altitude is subject to certain restrictions. Seeing this, Xiaoming understood. These 2 little things are the prizes he drew. The reason why I didn't notice it just now is that it is too small. And secondly, its color is too close to the sand. You can't see it at all if you don't look carefully. After silently complaining, he carefully looked at the little thing in front of him. But how to use this drone? As if sensing his thoughts, the 2 golden bees in front of him suddenly moved, and red dots suddenly lit up in their eyes, and then flew out of his hand. Golden Bee detected. High-speed unmanned reconnaissance aircraft has been activated. Do you want to bind the summoner? Xiaoming was a little surprised. Can this thing also bind to the summoner? After establishing a connection with the summoner, the shooting data can be uploaded and shared synchronously. Without hesitation, Xiaoming immediately chose to bind. Binding successful. The administrator can use his mind to mobilize the drone to fly and control it to track and shoot. Seeing this description, Xiaoming's eyes suddenly widened. Oh my! Mind control? So cool. Chapter 285. It seems that he is not only a madman, but also a genius who is ignored. Look! What is that? Noticing the movement on the sand dunes, the little players, who were carrying spider silk on the truck in the distance, stopped their work. Damn! When did such a big stone appear in that place? Hey! It really is. There was no such stone when I went online in the morning. Is this the so-called meteorite from the sky? What kind of meteorite? That thing is obviously a conch. What's the look in your eyes? Conch? Not to mention, it looks like a conch when you look closely. No. What kind of conch can grow so big? And this is a desert. The players talked about the black guy who suddenly appeared on the sand in the distance. But soon, their attention was attracted by a mud ball covered with sand. Is that a player? It shouldn't be. There is no ID displayed on the panel. The soldier, who is 1.5 meters tall, suddenly paused and widened his eyes. It's the tribe leader. For a moment, the latecomers realized the true identity of the mud ball in front of them. Damn! It's the chief? How did he get himself into this state? So the big black conch was actually made by the chief? After so many versions, today's players are no longer surprised by the Golden Slime Chief's occasional use of some strange props. In their view, these are just like the crop seeds and guns and ammunition that the chief brought in the early versions, all of which are automatically unlocked when the game develops to a certain level. It's like leveling up in a game. The later the game is, the more powerful the props that players can unlock will become. What's more, the chief had brought a dolphin-shaped aircraft before. With this precedent, it seems that there is nothing incomprehensible about another big black conch now. Wong Tai Sin, what exactly is that conch? Building? Or aircraft? Wu Song fights the tiger. It can't be an aircraft. Right? How can an aircraft look like a conch? Bubble Man, didn't the clan leader get a dolphin-shaped aircraft before? Wu Song beats the tiger. Let's put it in perspective. The design of the dolphin shape can be said to be because the streamlined body can reduce resistance. But why is it designed as a conch sh? Wu Song beats the tiger. Besides, the dolphin is said to be an aircraft. But we haven't seen it fly. That's because the clan leader is stingy. Wang Daxian said, in order to save fuel. The clan leader directly asked people to ship the aircraft by truck. At this time, Xiao Ming, who was labeled as stingy by the players, had no idea about this. After climbing out of the sand pit, looking at his dirty body, Xiao Ming sighed helplessly. Forget it. I'd better wait until I get back to take a shower. Compared to this, there are more important things to solve right now. With a face that said, I'm back from fooling around. Xiao Ming walked into the base with a thick face under the gaze of all the players. The entire underground biological laboratory has become extremely busy due to the recent new orders for anti-radiation and recovery potions from Boss Hu. From raw material extraction to production and packaging, today's players can easily complete a series of biopharmaceutical factory processes. The production of anti-radiation potions and recovery potions has been fully entrusted to the players. And the NPCs are also busy. Since the workaholic Ms. Elpis received the task of developing a series of new drugs for sharp-toothed centipedes, she has been busy with this aspect. Unfortunately, due to the lack of relevant instruments, her research and development process is still in a semi-stagnant state. You can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. So Xiao Ming is not in a hurry. After all, Boss Hu has promised himself that he will help with the instruments. If nothing goes wrong, he should be able to bring it over when he comes to pick up the goods next time. I believe that with the help of the latest technology, Elpis's pharmaceutical research will become much smoother. As for Dyke, this guy used to be lazy in the underground laboratory every day. Xiao Ming really couldn't stand his idle look. So he kicked him into the production line and let him and the players shine for the slime's biopharmaceutical business. The only one who was relatively free was Kronos, who had just been brought to the West not long ago, because the number 1 space base needed to be renovated. And the other party also wanted to come out and see the world more than 300 years later. Xiao Ming sent it here after the base was unlocked, as they are both old antiques from the Golba period. I believe Kronos and Elpis should be able to get along well. Right? As it turned out, Xiao Ming's idea was correct. In fact, the development of things far exceeded his expectations. Oh! Beautiful and elegant Elpis. I saw a camera-shaped robot shaking its square head and circling around the blonde beauty in front of it. The weather is very good today. I wonder if I have the honor to invite you to take a walk on the beach outside with me. Although he spoke the Golba language similar to the language of the wild star, Xiao Ming inexplicably heard a taste of translation from Kronos' mouth. Seeing this scene in front of him, Xiao Ming suddenly felt that he came at the wrong time. It seems to have disturbed the two of them. Oh no! It's the world of the second machine. Kronos not only gets along well with Elpis, its electronic eyes are almost glued to Elpis. Just when Xiao Ming was hesitating whether to come later, he saw Elpis speak in a nonchalant way. First of all, this is a desert, not a beach. Secondly, there seems to be no necessary connection between the good weather and your invitation to take a walk. And I am very busy now, and have no time to take a walk. Sorry. After saying that, she raised her long legs and walked straight around the robot beside her legs and walked towards the laboratory. Looking at Kronos' motionless back, Xiao Ming couldn't help but feel a little pity. It's a bit miserable. Encountering such a steely straight woman, Kronos' road to courtship is probably not easy. Considering the next action, Xiao Ming felt that he needed to comfort the injured heart of the little robot in front of him. Oh no! It's the CPU. Walking forward silently, Xiao Ming thought for a while and said, Don't be too sad. She just speaks more directly. Maybe when she is done with her work this time, you will have a chance to ask her out. However, the words of comfort that Xiao Ming racked his brains to come up with did not get any response from the other party. This made him feel a little confused. What's going on? Could this antique robot be so sad that it short-circuited? Just as he was thinking this, he saw the robot in front of him tilt its head. Its electronic eyes slightly turned. And then it sighed. It's so cool. Xiaoming. What? How can there be such a cold beauty in this world? It's so charming. Xiaoming. There's so much to complain about. Although Elpis looks like a human, she is actually artificial intelligence. Since she is a robot, isn't it normal to be cold? It's better to say that robots, like you who are full of emotions, are rare species. Although he wanted to complain about Kronos' love brain filter, if he really has such a thing as a brain. Xiaoming finally held back. Seeing Kronos looking at Elpis back reluctantly, he said, Kronos, I have something important to tell you. What is it? It's about an organization called Seance. Their founder seems to be related to Gulba's God's Gate plan. Hearing this, the robot in front of him retracted its electronic eyes that had been looking around for a long time. Seeing that its attention was finally focused, Xiaoming continued, if my guess is correct, the traitor you mentioned before is likely to be a member of this organization. Kronos' huge electronic eyes stared at Xiaoming without error. Are you telling me this to tell me that even if they betrayed Gulba, they did not give up the God's Gate plan? No. That's not what I want to say. Xiaoming paused and said, they came up with a plan that is even crazier than the God's Gate. At this point, Xiaoming no longer kept it a secret, and just told all the news he knew about the God-descending plan. This is too crazy. After learning all this, Kronos was no longer as calm as before. It was seen turning around anxiously. They actually wanted to let God replace this world. Even planned for so long? Don't worry. Xiaoming comforted him, although the plan of the Seance Society is crazy. They only sent 3 minions this time. They found me, and threatened me to let them give them Space Base number 1. In order to find out who is the real leader of their organization. I let them into the base. The 3 of them did not seem to have any doubts about this. Now, my men are always watching them. Once the Seance Society contacts them, I will know it at the first time. Kronos lowered his electronic eyes and thought, they have a clear purpose. They want to find Space Base number 1 as soon as they come. Which means they have the core in their hands. I remember. The core was stolen by Thimai and his assistant. Thimai? Suddenly hearing a strange name, Xiaoming couldn't help asking, is it the scientist who worked at Space Base number 1 back then? Yes. Kronos nodded. He is a quantum physicist. He was also a core researcher of the Gate of God project at Space Base number 1 back then. But this guy has a weird and extreme personality. Except for his research team. No one else in the base can stand him. Perhaps it was because he couldn't get along with others that his personality became increasingly strange. He was talking in a mysterious way. It was a vicious cycle. As he spoke, Kronos sighed. Sometimes I couldn't help thinking. Maybe it was because he didn't get along with others that he betrayed others. Xiaoming, I don't think so. According to the boy named Rank, the founder of the Seance left because he felt that the Gate of God plan had major flaws. It couldn't let God completely descend to this world. In order to let God descend to this world, they chose to leave and start a new one. In addition, the war situation in Gulba was not optimistic at the time. So leaving early was the best plan. He found the flaws in the plan? Hearing Xiaoming's explanation, Kronos' reaction was calmer than expected. It seems that he is not only a madman, but also a genius who is ignored. Kronos paused and said, I roughly know who the founder of the seance you are talking about is. Chapter 286. Who else should I look for if not it? Who is it? Subconsciously, Xiaoming guessed the possible candidate. Is it Faimi? The one you mentioned who has a weird temper and stole the core? Faimi? Kronos shook his big square head. No, it's not him. Although he is smart, he is far from being a genius. Who is that? Tiano Brahm. Kronos paused and said, he is an astrophysicist and also Faimi's mentor during college. Of course, he also participated in the God's Gate project. It's just that he is not working at Space Base number 1, but working in another secret laboratory. Although they are not in the same institution, there is a lot of cooperation between the two parties. The calculation of some of the data needed by the space base is responsible for providing the results by Tiano's team. Tiano Brahm is a genius. The parallel unified theory of planetary anchor points and cosmic dimensions he proposed also shocked the scientific community at that time. But the good times didn't last long. He got sick and his mind was sometimes clear and sometimes confused. Under normal circumstances, he should have left his post and retired. But at that time, Gulba was in a wartime state. Even children under the age of 15 had to go to the military academy to learn how to use weapons, how to fly spacecraft, and how to go to the battlefield. Naturally, Scientists like Tiano, who were sick, but not completely crazy, had to continue working. Xiaoming. Good man. This Cuba government is really inhumane. They even didn't let patients go. The capitalists would call him a vampire. Kronos, as Tiano's sober time became shorter and shorter, and his madness time became longer and longer. The upper management also felt that it was an unwise decision to let him stay in the laboratory. After all, for them, the laboratory did not need a crazy old man. They only needed a genius scientist who could calculate the data they needed. So, Tiano left. Hearing this, Xiaoming suddenly thought of an important question that he had previously overlooked. So you mean that the founder of the seance was actually a crazy old man? How is this possible? Who would follow a madman to start a business? Even if this madman was a genius scientist before he went crazy, it is impossible for anyone to do this. After all, this Tiano is not Jesus, who can attract so many loyal believers. Although questioned by Xiaoming, Kronos was still very calm, although you may find it incredible. But after my rigorous analysis, the probability that Tiano Brum is the founder of the seance is as high as 97%. Xiaoming. So how did you get such a precise number? And where did the remaining 3% go? Although he wanted to complain, Xiaoming continued to listen to Kronos' explanation with the attitude that since he had heard this, he might as well listen to the end of the words. Before he got sick, Tiano had personally helped Space Base No. 1 to calculate the experimental data of the Gate of God. I remember that there was a time when the calculated data was very different from the previous ones. At that time, everyone thought he had calculated it wrong. After all, even genius scientists will make mistakes due to fatigue. So after discovering the abnormality in the measured data, they asked others to recalculate, and no one took the data seriously. And Tiano also became ill not long after the error in the calculation. After getting sick, Tiano often became mentally confused, and it was common for him to forget things and people's names. It was not until one time that the sudden illness seriously affected the work that the upper management realized the seriousness of the problem. Not long after, Tiano was ordered to leave the laboratory completely. Less than 2 months after Tiano left, the upper management decided to officially open the Gate of God. But at that time, Tiano's student Fimi and his assistant stole the core, which led to the failure of the Gate of God plan. Kronos paused, and the huge electronic eye moved, staring at the slime in front of him and said, "Don't you think all this is too coincidental?" "It is indeed a coincidence. But," Xiaoming changed the subject, "but what you said can't prove that the birth of the seance must be related to Tiano. Could it be that Fimi discovered the flaws in the God's Gate plan, so he stole the core and set up his own company?" Of course not. Fimi was responsible for the execution and auxiliary links in the God's Gate plan. He was not responsible for the most critical core research and development and data calculation proofreading. Therefore, even if the plan itself had flaws, he would not have discovered it. And this does not conform to Fimi's character. Kronos said slowly, "After all, if Fimi really had such courage, he would not have been excluded and bullied by other people in the base." After speaking, the robot in front of him turned his electronic eyes. Compared with Fimi, didn't you think that Tiano was playing dumb? Kronos' words were like a thunder that exploded in Xiaoming's ears in an instant. Tiano was playing dumb? Such an inference was really unexpected. Why did he play dumb for no reason? Is it interesting to pretend to have Alzheimer's disease? Subconsciously, Xiaoming was about to ask. But at this moment, he suddenly paused. Tiano started to get sick not long after the calculation error. Later, he left the laboratory because of his serious illness. Then the upper management decided to officially open the Gate of God. Tiano's student Fimi and his assistant stole the core, causing the Gate of God plan to fail. For a while, the previously ignored details gradually connected together. Maybe Tiano was not sick from the beginning, or maybe the calculation was not a mistake, but a fact. And Tiano may have discovered something from that calculation, and thus concluded that there were major flaws in the Gate of God plan. So he pretended to be crazy and stupid in order to get out of the research institution and Gulba in this way. Suddenly, a complete plot chain was extracted. I heard that Tiano disappeared not long after leaving the original laboratory. He has no children. His parents and wife died many years ago, and a caregiver is responsible for taking care of him. No one knows where he went. Thanks to the information you just provided, I was able to recall such a long-lost memory. Otherwise, I would not have thought of this genius scientist who was sick and forgotten. Kronos said slowly. Tiano discovered through data calculations that the Gate of God plan may have major flaws, but he could not convince the upper level to stop. so his best choice was to leave. But I have said it before. Gulba was in a state of war at the time. And even children had to learn how to go to the battlefield. Not to mention scientists like Tiano. In this way, his pretending to be crazy may be the best way to get out of here. After all, no matter how radical the Gulba government is, it will not let a lunatic with an unclear mind go to the battlefield. Xiaoming, from your tone, you don't seem to dislike him. After all, Kronos was indignant when he mentioned those traitors before. But when he mentioned Tiano Brahm, who was said to be a genius astrophysicist, there was not much disgust in his words. Although strictly speaking, Tiano is not a member of Space Base No. 1. Even if he really betrayed the Gulba government, he is not a traitor in Kronos' words. I really don't dislike him. On the contrary, I admire him very much. Kronos said, he is really smart. Our artificial intelligence is the highest crystallization of human wisdom. It can be said that our existence itself is a miracle. Each artificial intelligence is equivalent to a supercomputer. But Tiano Brahm has a computing speed that is not inferior to artificial intelligence. This makes me admire him very much. You know, humans who can make artificial intelligence admire are definitely not ordinary people. Xiaoming nodded slightly. You are right. But there is still one thing I can't figure out. According to Rank, the flaw of the God's Gate plan is that God is bound by the rules of this world, and cannot come to this world in a complete way. And the God descending plan seems to make up for its flaws. From a certain point of view, the difference between them is the initial version and the upgraded version. And there is not much difference in essence. But according to what you just described, Tiano doesn't seem to want God to come, in order to obstruct the completion of the God's Gate plan. He even pretended to be crazy and stupid, and asked his students to steal things. Is such a person really the founder of the God-descending society? Just because he found the flaws of the plan. He wanted to stop the plan from happening. This reason is untenable. After all, this flaw doesn't seem to be a fatal flaw. This time, Kronos didn't answer him immediately, but fell into silence for a rare time. After a long time, it slightly raised its square head, and its electronic eyes rotated. This is also something I can't figure out. So I didn't say 100% just now, but only said it was 97% likely. Xiaoming. So the remaining 3% is deducted here. Kronos, of course. This may be a mistake in my speculation. Tiano may not be the founder of the seance. He may just be a poor old man who got sick and disappeared. But according to my speculation, the possibility of the above situation is less than 50%. Even if Tiano is not the founder, he should be related to this organization. Xiaoming didn't respond. To be honest, he still has reservations about Kronos' speculation. But excluding these factors, the things the other party said made up for his lack of information. At least, he now knows two more names. Themai, who stole the core, and Tiano Brahm, a genius scientist who seemed to be playing crazy. It doesn't matter which of them is the real founder of the seance. After all, more than 300 years have passed. The next president of the seance is the one he needs to focus on. And he went to Kronos for this person. He needs a helper. Although the robot in front of him doesn't seem to be very reliable. He has no choice now. Who makes it the only living antique that has survived from that era in the Gulba No. 1 space base. From the fact that the seance plan still needs to use the particle accelerator of the No. 1 space base. This plan should be similar to the Gate of God in terms of actual operation. And Kronos may be the one who knows the Gate of God plan best among them. In this case, who else should he go to? Chapter 287. Do you think this is a distress signal from the deserted people? Do you want me to be an undercover? After explaining his real intention, the square-headed robot in front of him was a little surprised. Although I can indeed help in practical operations, do you think they will let me intervene? To be honest, Kronos did not think much of Xiaoming's idea. Since the other party came prepared, they would never allow their plan to go wrong. At the critical moment, would the people of the seance let him, an outsider, participate in this plan? He thought it was unlikely. Don't worry. They will definitely do it. Xiaoming was very confident about this matter. After all, these people wanted to accept slimes like him, and the players, who knew nothing about the God's Gate plan. Not to mention the old antique robots of the Gulba period like Kronos, who knew the God's Gate plan well. From the previous test, he saw that this organization did not seem to be as powerful as he expected. Even their means of threatening people were only verbal. And they did not use real weapons. He had done so many offensive things to the members of their organization. But they just kept silent like a turtle. From this, it seems that this seance society does not want to make a big deal. Then let's make a bold guess. In the future alliance, they may be an underground organization that cannot see the light. Otherwise, Rank and the other three could come here openly in the name of the official future alliance. There is no need to be so sneaky like now. It is true if you think about it carefully. The Seance Society actually wants to let God come and replace this world. If such a bold idea is known by the head of the future alliance, won't he be labeled a rebel? This is not the wartime society more than 300 years ago. Peace has lasted for so long in this galaxy. Even if the Space Corps and the future alliance compete with each other, it is impossible for them to really fight under the current situation. Therefore, this era does not need the so-called God to suppress the chaos. Even the original Gulba government promoted the Gate of God plan just for its own selfish interests. On the surface, they want to use the Gate of God to end the meaningless war in the interstellar. But in fact, they hope to communicate with God, obtain more advanced technology and power from God's revelation, and thus occupy a strong dominant position in this galaxy with overwhelming advantage. Thinking of this, Xiao Ming suddenly thought of an important possibility. Perhaps there is no flaw in the Gate of God plan at all. The so-called flaw mentioned by Rank may be tacitly accepted by the Gulba government. If God is bound by the rules of this world and cannot fully enter this world, then it will not cause devastating damage to this world. After all, in the descriptions of countless myths, the power of God is extremely terrifying. Sometimes a sneeze can set off a tsunami and a tornado. If they are really allowed to enter this world, can humans still survive? Even Xiao Ming can understand this truth. He does not believe that the top leaders of Gulba at the time would not have thought of it. Perhaps it is precisely because of this that the so-called Gate of God plan. There is no flaw at all. Everything was done intentionally by the top leaders. The purpose is to stop the gods from entering this world. They need the power of the gods and their revelations. But they don't need the gods themselves. If this is true, then what Rank said, that the founder of the Seance Society left Gulba because he discovered the flaws in the Gate of God plan, so he left and set up a new sect, is likely to be false. Apart from the fact that the defeat of Gulba, which is already unfavorable, seems a little reliable, the real reason for the other party's departure may be that the Gulba government does not intend to let the gods completely descend into this world. It is precisely because the official practice is contrary to what the other party really wants, that he left and founded the Seance Society. Thinking of this, Xiao Ming couldn't help but feel cold all over. Previously, he had been thinking about an important question. Why did the Seance Society want the gods to descend and replace this world? What good would it be for them to be replaced by gods in this world? He had asked Rank this question before. But the other party interrupted him impatiently at that time and did not answer at all. Whether they can't answer or don't want to answer, or even they don't know how to answer, Xiao Ming doesn't know. However, from his poor understanding of the other world, and the behavior of the summoner assigning him a task to stop the plan of this group of people, the truth is definitely not a good thing. To be honest, he is also very curious. How can such an organization still stick to this goal, and try every means to complete it in the changes of the times for more than 300 years? So many years have passed, and the seance has not completed the seance plan. Won't the members of the organization wake up and run away? It seems that those people are not only antisocial elements, but also pyramid scheme leaders. I don't know how they boasted about the seance plan, and they can make those believers work for themselves for so many years. Shaking off the irrelevant thoughts that suddenly popped up in his mind, Xiao Ming thought, maybe everything will be revealed when the top leaders of the seance are arrested. About 400,000 kilometers away from the deserted planet in space, a silver-gray T-89 baleen whale-type spacecraft is moving towards the deserted planet at a speed of 10,000 kilometers per hour. In the cabin of the VIP room, a gray-haired old man was sitting on a sofa chair looking at the microcomputer in his hand. His name is Thor, and he is the president of the Seance Society. He is responsible for managing the affairs of the organization and assigning tasks to the members of the organization. According to the report sent by Hedge not long ago, they have confirmed that the power system under the number 1 space base is normal and the particle accelerator is well preserved. This also means that the key to the launch of the seance plan has been prepared. Who would have thought that the plan that the organization has prepared for so many years would be completed during his term of office one day? Originally, he thought that he would be like the previous presidents, guarding this illusory goal until his death. But fate gave him a ray of hope at this time. He has been a member for more than 50 years, and it can be said that he has witnessed how the Seance Society has come to this point today. After so many years, with the departure of the old man, the core backbone of the society is getting fewer and fewer, although there are new members joining. The current situation of the Seance Society is completely different from the heyday of the past. Apart from other things, the number of loyal believers is also very different from that of the past. After all, in the eyes of those people, they don't even know whether there are gods in this world. How can they believe the authenticity of the Seance plan? Although the new blood who joined the society can recite the core goals of the organization verbally, there are very few who really treat it as a lifelong career like the old people. The reason why they insist on staying in the society is the subsidy of 1,000 alliance coins per month and other benefits issued from time to time in the society. There are very few young people like Hedge and Rank who are not moved by money and only want to complete the great cause of the organization in the society. This is why he gave such an important exploration task to them this time. Facts have proved that he did not choose the wrong person. It has only been a few days since they came to the barren planet, and they have already handed in a satisfactory answer sheet. Not only did they find the key remains of the Gulbar God Gate project, but they also attracted a large number of believers. Although those believers are not human, it is said that their thoughts and behaviors are not much different from those of humans. In this case, what else can he find fault with? Thinking of the old man stroking the old box on his right hand, a trace of excited tears flashed in his deeply wrinkled eyes. It is a supreme honor for him to be able to fulfill the long-cherished wish of the first president and achieve the ultimate mission of the seance in his lifetime. He died without regrets. The officials standing by looked at the old president, who suddenly became energetic and turned their heads away at the same time. This old man started again. If it weren't for the money, who would be willing to accompany him up to go crazy? The seance plan activity has been online for 2 or 3 days, and the game is still calm. This also puzzled the players. So is this a fight or not? Is this not actually a combat activity this time? Did they misunderstand? For a while, the official forum of Wild Star World began to have a heated discussion about what exactly this event was about. Brick-carrying boy, by the way, will the so-called seance come? I've been waiting for it for so long that the flowers have withered. By Wu Chang, that's right. I haven't even had the energy to hunt these 2 days. Just worried that I will miss the event. I want to be read. Life professional players are fearless. Squinting smile. I am your father, +1. Big-eyed cute girl, +2. Gotham Iron Man, +10,086. By Wu Chang, the person above. What kind of life professional player are you? Which life professional player sells arms? Gotham Iron Man, picking his nose, don't slander me. I only sell tools. Stir-fried kidney flour, squinting smile, tools that can kill people? I want to be read, squinting smile, not only that. There are monsters. Gotham Iron Man, picking nose, picking nose, picking nose, while players were complaining about the slow pace of the official work and laughing at each other. The intelligence agencies on Earth were not idle either. Since the 1.27 version was launched, they have been working overtime and holding meetings for several days. This is completely different from the previous version. This time, the updated activities of Wild Star World did not clearly propose specific tasks such as farming and infrastructure construction or defending and attacking cities, but led to a brand new organization, the Seance Society. No one can tell whether there are gods in this world. Even if there are they really gods? Will their coming really not cause harm to this world? I can't draw conclusions on these questions. I only know that these people in the Seance Society threatened us to give up our base for their own selfish interests, in order to protect the base of the slime family, and to prevent the so-called gods from coming. We need to unite. The above are all the words said by the NPC called Golden Slime in the game. If brought into the perspective of the game, these words seem to have no problem. But now they can be sure that this game comes from an alien civilization. Then these words have to make people think more. What exactly does the behind-the-scenes planner of this game want to convey? You say. Academician Qian Defang, who was sitting at the table, suddenly spoke. Will this so-called God be another alien civilization independent of the Wild Star World and the future galaxy? Because they are higher than the civilization level they are in, they are called gods? Just like the 3-body aliens in the 3-body problem, who are more advanced than the Earth. Xiao Zhan couldn't help asking. The 3-body problem. Bong Qian felt that he was a little behind the times. What is that? A very popular science fiction novel, which was adapted into a TV series this year. Xiao Zhan paused and said, You haven't seen it? Bong Qian. No. Since joining this special investigation team, he has been busy every day. Sometimes he doesn't even have the chance to go home. So how can he have time to watch TV series? Qian Defang. It's almost like what Xiao Zhan said. Information technology expert Li Yuanyang thought. If it is true as Mr. Chin said, the so-called God actually refers to another alien civilization, then this God-descending plan is actually to fight against the invasion of alien civilizations? After speaking, he seemed to suddenly think of something. Do you think this is a distress signal from the Wild Star people? Chapter 288. These people are so damn lucky. A distress signal? Hearing this, the investigation team was a little surprised. Fong Qian was a little confused for a moment. How could it be a distress signal? Xiao Dong, a young man who has a certain exposure to various science fiction films and TV works, reacted. You mean? The deserted people are using this game to tell us about the difficulties they have encountered? Are they seeking our help? Li Yuanliang nodded. It is very likely that this is right, since it was discovered that the game, Desolate Star World, may have come from an extraterrestrial civilization. The investigation team used the name, Desolate Star, to refer to the developers behind the game. At first, everyone was a little confused about the real intention of the deserted civilization to take the initiative to contact the Earth civilization. Do the deserted people want to make friends with the Earth? Or do they want to study and analyze the Earth civilization? However, these speculations were eventually denied one by one. It was not until this event that he saw a hint of it. Li Yuanliang said, just like the example of three-body given by Mr. Qian just now. Perhaps the deserted planet civilization has encountered an unsolvable dilemma like the three-body civilization. So they contacted the Earth civilization and let us enter the game they made, and solve this problem as a slime living in the deserted planet world in the game. This is not right. Weapon manufacturing expert Su Qinjin raised an objection. Judging from the technological level of the deserted planet in the game, they seem to be far from the technology currently shown in this game. If this is really the deserted planet people asking us for help through the game, how can they connect with the Earth with their technological level? Hearing this, Professor Li Yuanliang, who was still happy about discovering new clues, choked suddenly. Indeed, although the background of the game is in an alien galaxy, the deserted planet where the players are located is a very backward planet. It seems that due to the legacy of the interstellar war more than 300 years ago, the deserted planet is more like a planet of semi-colonial and semi-feudal society than the so-called wandering planet, an exile place. Whether it is the division of the East and West parts on the planet, or the appearance of the East and West NPCs in the game, the shadows of the two major forces of the future alliance and the Space Legion can be seen everywhere. This also makes this planet look more like two countries on a peninsula that were divided by the 38th parallel after World War II, but have not yet completely become independent. Although the ideologies of the East and West are different, they are both controlled by the upper class. As time goes by, the two major forces gradually withdraw from the wasteland, and this place has changed from a semi-colony to a place of exile for criminals. All the ugliness rejected by the advanced civilized society has been dumped in this garbage dump called the wasteland. Even if this planet, once called Gulba, was prosperous in the past, it is only a thing of the past. There is no unified regime, no good order, and no sufficient resources. In addition to being abandoned by the two major forces, this planet can only continue to degenerate after the war, gradually becoming a poor and hopeless planet. Today's wasteland has not even taken off the hat of poverty. So how can it have the mind to make games? Therefore, it is impossible for the backward wasteland to have enough technology to establish such a connection with the Earth. Since there is no connection, asking for help from the Earth through the game is nonsense. Could it be? This is just a game activity, and there is actually no other meaning, and everything is just our overthinking? Seeing the discussion deadlocked, Chen Peng, the material scientist who spoke the least in the team, couldn't help but smooth things over and said, as Lao Su said just now, the current technological strength of the barren planet seems unable to establish a connection with us. What's more, there is currently insufficient evidence to prove that the world shown in the game must be the original appearance of the extraterrestrial civilization that we have contact with. Xiaochen is right, Qian Defan said, but what Xiaoli said is not completely unreasonable. Although there is not enough evidence to prove that the barren planet world in the game is the world where the extraterrestrial civilization that we have contact with exists, there is no evidence to prove that there is no relationship between the two. Perhaps, the barren planet we see in the game is actually a product of artistic processing. The real barren planet is actually not as backward as we think. Xiao Zhang agreed with what he said. Dean Qian is right. Perhaps just like the setting of Three Body, the world in the game is actually a secondary creation and design based on the real Three Body world. They not only retain some characteristics of the real Three Body world, but also artificially add some settings that can make it easier for Earthlings to understand. Hearing this, Fong Qian became more and more confused. So what exactly does the behind-the-scenes planner of Wild Planet World want to express this time? If the people of Wild Planet really ask us for help, should we help or not? Hearing Fong Qian's series of questions, the scientific leaders present stopped discussing. I haven't figured out the answers to the 2 questions you raised yet. Qian Defong looked at the others and said, What about you? Do you have any other ideas? No. Seeing that the others shook their heads, Fong Qian touched his forehead helplessly. So our discussion in the past 2 days is meaningless? That can't be said. Dean Qian smiled. At least we can be sure that the extraterrestrial civilization that is in contact with us will never live in a backward place like the wild planet in the game. Maybe the other party is the Future Alliance? Or maybe it's the Space Legion that has not yet officially appeared? Who knows? Maybe all the troubles will be solved as we continue to play. The same scene is also being played out in other countries on Earth at this moment. It is no secret that China was the first to contact extraterrestrial civilizations and intelligence agencies around the world. However, what makes them more anxious than the fact that China was the first to contact extraterrestrial civilizations is that they cannot apply for the closed beta test qualification of the game. It is reported that the game currently has a total of 500 closed beta test quotas. And all of these 500 quotas are Chinese without exception. This also makes these foreign senior officials anxious, once again being criticized by the president for his poor work. The corners of the mouth of Abel, the director of the U.S. intelligence agency, were once again scorched with bubbles. Last summer, they discovered that strange website and discovered that China had had the 5th kind of contact with extraterrestrial civilizations. The U.S. has never been willing to lag behind in such matters. However, until now, they have not been able to enter the game, whether filling out forms or learning Chinese, or asking Asians to apply on their behalf. They tried various methods, but still could not be selected. Watching China's long-term contact with extraterrestrial civilizations, not only the president, but also his heart was sizzling like a steak grilled in a frying pan. What's wrong with these aliens? So they are also racially discriminating and only choose China to contact. Right? Obviously. In the past nearly 100 years, those crashed UFOs like to land in their country. Why has it changed now? That website is like a seamless iron plate. No matter how many means their technicians use, they can't hack into its firewall. Even if they make an attack, the other party will soon give them a heavy blow. The last time the power network system of the entire intelligence building was paralyzed was a warning. The technology of these aliens is stronger than what they have encountered and understood before, and has even reached the level of black technology. No, even miracles. And now, the extraterrestrial civilization with miracles has once again made a move that seems to be throwing an olive branch to China. How can they not be jealous? This is like a gold mine in front of you, but you can only watch your neighbor go into mine while you can't go in no matter what. It's so exciting. Apart from anything else, the God's Gate plan described in the introduction of this event can break through the barrier to the world where the gods are. And the God's Descendant plan made by the God's Descendant Society is said to be able to successfully descend to this world. Although they don't know what the gods in the game refer to. It doesn't matter. What's important is that those alien civilizations can actually break the barrier between the 2 worlds. What a great and incredible technology. If this can be mastered by their country, it is hard to imagine how unbeatable the United States will be in this world in the future. If they can enter the game, they may have a chance to find out more about this technology. The more Abel thought about it, the more anxious he became. For a moment, he, who has always been well educated, couldn't help but blurt out, "Shit! These people are so damn lucky." Western Desert, Slime Underground Biological Laboratory. The originally empty warehouse was filled with neatly arranged boxes of medicines. It won't be long before these things will be taken away by Boss, who and transported to other planets outside the barren planet. And they can also make a lot of foreign exchange with these medicines. Walking out of the base, Xiaoming controlled 2 golden bees. The unmanned reconnaissance aircraft circled in the air. Every move of the players was in full view. This thing is more useful than he thought. On the side, Kronos couldn't help but be curious. Where did you get this thing? It is somewhat similar to the Beetle drone we developed back then. It's just that we couldn't make it this size back then. Xiaoming didn't answer directly, but just grinned. I naturally have my channels. Kronos was not angry about his suspenseful behavior, but couldn't help but sigh. I didn't expect that so many years have passed. The research and development of unmanned reconnaissance aircraft has progressed to this level. No remote control or console is needed. Just the mind can control it. This is too amazing. Hearing this, Xiaoming couldn't help but ask curiously, can't your technology do this back then? Of course. Kronos. The human brain is more sophisticated than a chip. It's not so easy to operate an instrument with the mind. Xiaoming was surprised to hear such an answer. In his opinion, the Godscape plan that Gulba had come up with to open the channel between the two worlds was much more technically difficult than the reconnaissance aircraft controlled by the mind. This also made him more and more curious. Where did the props in the special reward pool of the summoner come from? Originally, he thought it was from the Future Alliance. But it seemed not to be from Dyke's reaction. Later, he suspected that it was an antique from the Gulba period. But Kronos' answer just now dispelled this possibility. Just when Xiaoming was confused, a message suddenly popped up on the panel of the summoner in front of him. Clicking it, it turned out to be sent by a player. It's finally here. Who's finally here? Kronos didn't react at first. The president of the Seance Society. After cutting off the message, Xiaoming looked at Kronos and said, "It's great! Let's go together!" Chapter 289, It will definitely stop him. Official website. Forum. Brick-carrying boy, come online quickly. The guys from the Seance have arrived in Jinsha City. Sheep Village Fiangyang. What? By Wuchang? Damn! They came so soon? I'm still working overtime. Stir-fried kidneys. Damn! I'm still eating. Brick-carrying boy, don't eat. There will be no heads if you go too late. I'm online first. After notifying others on the forum, the brick-carrying boy put on his helmet and went online again. Not long ago, when he was digging a rabbit nest in the woods, he happened to see a silver-gray shadow flashing in the sky in the distance. Looking closely, it's an aircraft. As the reputation of slime gradually expanded from the wasteland planet to other planets outside the wasteland planet, more and more interstellar merchants, like Julian, went to Jinsha City to look for business opportunities. Therefore, players will also see various aircraft flying outside the city from time to time. In the past, he would not have paid much attention to these foreign aircraft. But the timing of the appearance of this aircraft was just too coincidental. And it happened to coincide with the launch of the Descendant Plan activity. At this time, he must be more careful? Facts have proved that his attention was indeed correct. Because not long after the aircraft appeared, he saw the three NPCs hurriedly leaving the city. After returning from Space Base Number 1, they stayed in the city every day to eat, drink and play, as if they were traveling. But today, they went out of the city in an unusual way. You don't need to think about why. It must be someone from the Descendant. And it is very likely that they are high level. Seeing that the boss is about to appear, how can he sit still? So he quickly sent a message to report to the clan leader, and then hurriedly went offline to the forum to ask for help. Back online, the brick-moving boy immediately picked up his weapons and equipment to find other online combat players. And a group of people headed out of the city. Just as the players were excitedly preparing to fight, Xiaoming on the other side also walked out of the portal with Kronos. At this time, the surrounding scenery had changed from the yellow sand desert in the west to the dense forest unique to the east. Although it was not the first time to witness such a magical scene, Kronos couldn't help but sigh, this is too magical. How did you manage to cross hundreds of kilometers in an instant? I naturally have my own way. You can understand it as black technology. Jokingly, Xiaoming lightly opened the matter, and then walked out of the city according to the location given by the player on the panel. As soon as he stepped out of the city gate, he heard a familiar call. Patriarch. On the opposite side, a group of players with various guns and cannons were looking at him with shining eyes. Patriarch. We are ready. What instructions do you have? Seeing that the players were ready to rush up and fight as soon as he gave the order, Xiaoming couldn't help but twitch his mouth. This is too active. People haven't entered the city yet. Although I was surprised at the players' ability to act, I realized it was understandable after thinking about it carefully. After all, they have been looking forward to this wave of combat activities for several days. It's a pity that it's not the time to act yet. After all, they don't even know how many people are coming. So it's not appropriate to rush over with such a fierce momentum. What if those people bring some powerful high-tech weapons? One high magnetic cannon L will collapse half of the wall of Jinsha City. How can we play with the homemade guns and cannons made by the players? Even if the other party does not carry high-tech weapons, it is not appropriate. After all, the people have not yet got off the spaceship. What if they rush to fight and kill rashly? What if they scare the other party and turn around and ride the spaceship back? Although Xiao Ming's ultimate goal is to complete the KPI given by the summoner to stop the descent plan, he must also take into account the entertainment of the game. Otherwise, the players will have to blame the planner afterwards. Of course, more importantly, he has to figure out what the so-called core is, and how the so-called descent plan is completed. And all of this needs to be answered by these people in the descent meeting. He had asked Rank and others before, but these people were tight-lipped and refused to say. So he had to change his strategy. To catch a thief, first catch the leader. If the target is changed to their immediate superior, perhaps everything will be a breakthrough. Before he gets the answer to the question, he can't let the players take action against these people. The secrets hidden in this world are far more complicated than he imagined. He did this not only to satisfy his personal curiosity, but also to avoid being blinded when encountering similar situations in the future. The players waited for a long time, but didn't hear the tribe leader give a battle order. They were a little disappointed. But the disappointment only lasted for a short while. Because the next second, these little players, who have always been good at imagination and self-consolation, attributed all this to the needs of the plot. Now the boss group has just appeared. According to the normal routine, they have to go through a plot before the battle can be triggered. Anyway, they have been waiting for 2 days, so it doesn't matter if it takes a while. Thinking of this, a group of people immediately lined up behind Xiao Ming with their weapons, as if they were waiting for the activity plot to go online. Looking at the huge group of slimes behind him that seemed to be going to fight, Kronos couldn't help but ask quietly, is it really okay for them to be like this? With these slimes looking so fierce, the people from the seance will definitely misunderstand them when they see them later. Don't worry. Xiao Ming gave Kronos a reassuring look, and then said to the players behind him, I don't have anything for you to do here for the time being. If you really have nothing to do, take your weapons and wait at space base number 1. Remember, keep a low profile and make less noise. Hearing the sudden order from the slime chief, the players were stunned for a moment, and suddenly realized it. Oh my goodness. It turns out that there is no mission. But they went to the wrong place. The chief's words clearly implied that the event location was at space base number 1. If that was the case, how could they trigger the battle plot by coming here to block people? Realizing this, the players immediately saluted Xiao Ming. Yes, Chief. In just a moment, these active little players left with joy. They came and went in a hurry. Faced with these wind-like slimes, Kronos suddenly felt confused. What did you say to them just now? Nothing. Xiao Ming said, I just assigned them other tasks. Compared to this, the people we are waiting for seem to have arrived. As soon as the voice fell, a silver-gray T-89 Baleen whale-type spacecraft was seen hovering over the specially built aircraft helipad outside Jinsha City in the distance, seemingly preparing to land. In addition to the old President Thor, there were only his assistant and 4 affairs officers who came to the deserted planet this time. Although they were affairs officers, they were actually more like Thor's bodyguards, responsible for maintaining his safety when traveling. Although there were only 6 people, this was already the highest level lineup of the seance. After all, in today's seance, the number of members who truly regard the seance plan that the previous generations of presidents regard as the highest cause of life can be counted on 5 fingers. The vast majority of members, their parents, grandparents, and even great-grandparents are members of the seance. So they also joined here as they inherited their ancestors' business. At the beginning of joining the organization, they also had great ambitions to complete the ultimate mission of the organization. But as time passed, the plan still stagnated, and the enthusiasm of these people gradually faded. In their view, the seance was nothing more than a historical scam. This organization seemed to have no need to exist. If it weren't for the fact that members received a certain amount of subsidies every month, they would have wanted to leave long ago. It was precisely because Thor saw the true thoughts of these people that he didn't bring even one member to the deserted planet this time. In his view, these ignorant and weak-willed people are not worthy of completing this great plan. Only loyal believers can witness this great and miraculous historical moment with their own eyes. With excitement, the old man walked down from the spaceship, looking at the primitive urban construction in front of him, which was different from the high-tech modern style of the future alliance. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Finally, he waited for this day. Seeing the president, Rank, who was walking in the front, was about to speak, but Hedge, who was beside him, took the lead and supported the old man. President, you have worked hard all the way. Seeing his skilled movements, Rank couldn't help but roll his eyes secretly. This guy really knows how to please the president. However, Thor waved his hand to indicate that he didn't need help, and then turned the black bracelet on his right hand. Then a long stick stretched out from under the bracelet, turning into a cane. What's the situation now? Hedge, everything is ready. Just waiting for you to start the core. Very good. Thor's face once again showed a satisfied smile. Without further ado, let's set off quickly. However, before Hedge responded, a voice suddenly came from a distance. Everyone, please stay. Looking up, I saw a yellow slime jumping towards them, and a camera-shaped robot slowly followed behind it. Slime can talk? Seeing this scene, Thor and the officers behind him were stunned. Although they had heard that there was a group of slimes that could speak human language living on the deserted planet, they were still surprised when they actually saw it with their own eyes. Unexpectedly, the golden slime would appear at this time. Hechi's expression froze for a moment, and then he had to bite the bullet and introduce the other party's origin to the president. In a few words, the golden slime and the robot that appeared out of nowhere had already arrived in front of him. After a calm glance at the vigorous old man who led the group, Xiaoming smiled and said, "Seeing your extraordinary demeanor, you must be the president of the seance. Right?" Unexpectedly, the other party guessed his identity at a glance, and Thor was slightly stunned. I am the Lord of Jinsha City, the Golden Slime." After a brief self-introduction, Xiaoming smiled and said, "I heard that you were coming a long time ago. We have prepared meals for you in the city. Why don't you go into the city to rest first, and then we will go to Space Base number 1 later? After such a long journey, you must be hungry, right?" Hechi frowned when he heard this. No need. The president just said that he would set off directly. Okay. Before Hechi finished speaking, the old president beside him took over the conversation. "You said that I am really hungry. Hechi? Weren't you in a hurry to go there just now? Why are you not in a hurry now?" The old president coughed. "Anyway, we have arrived at the deserted planet, so we don't need a little time. Besides, not only me, but they are also hungry." Looking at the assistants and officers behind him, Hechi was silent and finally defeated. On the way into the city, the golden slime kept circling around Thor, talking to him from time to time. But after a few words, the old president was amused and laughed. Seeing this scene, Hechi's brows were more and more furrowed. Rank was immediately amused when he saw this. "Are you stupid? I didn't expect that there would be someone in this world who would please the president more than you. To be precise, it's not a person. It's a slime." Lei Ping, who was standing by, was watching the fun. Hechi didn't care about the two people's sarcasm, and just glanced at them. "Do you think I'm worried about this? Then why are you looking so gloomy?" Rank obviously didn't believe his words. In his opinion, Hechi was simply annoyed because the golden slime had taken the president's attention away. This guy has always been proactive in doing things. Even this time, he came to the deserted planet to inquire about the situation. He took the initiative to ask for it. He worked so hard. But before he had time to sell good things to the president, he was robbed of the limelight by the slime that came out halfway. How could he not be angry? Hechi didn't pay attention to his companion's misunderstanding of him, and only said in a deep voice, "I just think that the time when the golden slime appeared is too coincidental. We didn't tell him that the president came to the deserted planet at all. How did he know?" Rank didn't care. "What's the big deal? We didn't sneak out of the city. Maybe it saw it. And didn't that guy just say that the president has an extraordinary demeanor? What's so strange about being able to recognize it?" Hedge. "Sometimes, I really want to pry open this guy's brain to see if there is something missing in the structure inside. How can he think the problem is so simple?" Don't argue with fools. Since he knows the characteristics of these two guys too well, Hedge doesn't intend to argue with them. In fact, he had doubts about the sudden change in the attitude of the golden slime before. He didn't believe that the other party really wanted to join the seance. But who could have thought that his two fast-talking companions actually reported the matter to the president and obtained his consent? Although the president agreed to the slime's joining, it did not mean that he was completely relieved. Now seeing the other party's actions, his suspicion that had not disappeared came out again for a while. Looking at the tall and short backs in the distance, Hedge frowned. What the hell is it thinking? However, until entering the city, the president finished his meal in the city lord's mansion, and nothing happened. It seemed that the other party was really thinking about them, and just simply invited them for a meal. After tasting the rich meal of the slime family, the happy president even took the initiative to give a gift to the golden slime to express his welcome to it, and the slime family to join the seance. This is the latest version of the microcomputer developed by Omega Star and produced by Beta Star. Its shape looks like an ordinary diamond ring. But once the ring is rotated, the imaging device installed on the top will automatically project a translucent holographic screen. The user can complete any operation on the holographic screen. Although this thing is not rare in the future alliance, it is also very valuable. The president gave it away in just one meal, which is really too generous. Just when Ichi felt the pain of the president's behavior, Xiaoming on the opposite side was a little surprised. He didn't expect that the president of this seance would be such a good-natured old man. He didn't spend much effort to please the other party. But the other party had already taken the initiative to give gifts to show friendship. This made him a little reluctant. After all, his kindness was just to lure the other party into a trap. Maybe he can be gentler at that time. After all, the old man is old and can't stand the tossing. Back to the point. Xiaoming was still very happy to receive the gift. It's not that he hasn't seen smart bracelets similar to watches before, but this is the first time he has seen a mini ring-shaped computer like this. Although it seems that he can't use it with his current body shape, it doesn't prevent him from putting the gift into the event lottery pool as a new equipment. Even if they become slimes, these players still love human high-tech products. Even if they can't use them, they can still be used to show off. But before that, he has to accompany the group of people in front of him to finish this scene. After eating and drinking, under Hichi's insistence and urging, the old president reluctantly left the table and prepared to take a car with his men to space base number 1 under Xiaoming's arrangement. After all, food and wine can be tasted at any time. But the plan of descending gods has been delayed for 300 years. It is his luck to accurately find the highest relics of the past Gaba civilization on this abandoned planet. And he naturally cannot live up to this luck. Looking at the camera head robot opposite, the old president, who was already excited, felt more excited. Just now during the meal, he had heard about the origin of this robot named Kronos. After learning that the robot in front of him, which was produced in the Gaba period, had participated in the Gate of God plan, the old president's wrinkled eyes suddenly bloomed with unparalleled spirit, and he kept chasing Kronos and asking questions. The president of the Seance Society was so enthusiastic that Kronos was confused. After all, in his imagination, the Seance Society that could come up with such a crazy plan to let God replace the world must not be a good bird. But the president in front of him looked like an ordinary old man with a strong curiosity, and it was really difficult to connect him with the executor of the evil plan. However, since the other party was determined to carry out that terrible plan, it would definitely stop him. Chapter 290. Perhaps he still has a superhero script to fight against the invasion of alien civilization. While the group of people from the seance went to space base number 1, Xiaoming also edited a task message of staying on standby through the background and sent it to the players. After receiving the notice, the brick-moving boy was a little confused. Why do we have to stay on standby? We have been waiting for most of the day. How long do we have to wait? It's hard to say. After all, the plot of this game is not as fast as that of ordinary games. Stir-fried Big Kidney Flour touched his empty stomach and said in a sad tone, "You kid urged me so hard before, so I went online without eating. But I haven't started fighting until now." The brick-moving boy was a little embarrassed, but he still tried to save face and said, "Isn't it the same to eat now? I still have a few pieces of dry food here. Why don't you eat some first?" Stir-fried Big Kidney Flour. Can eating in the game be the same as eating in the real world? Even if you eat, your body in the real world is still hungry. Forget it. Not wanting to argue with this idiot, Fried Kidney said, "It's still early now. Why don't I go offline and have a meal first? And come back after eating?" "Okay." The brick-carrying boy responded readily. "Go ahead. I'll watch over you." With his teammates to help take care of his body and equipment, Fried Kidney went offline safely. At this time, he didn't know what he would miss because of this meal. In the eastern forest outside the slime village, a group of people were slowly moving along the well-built mountain road. Because the nearby highway was still under construction, everyone had to get off the car and walk on foot. As soon as he got off the car, Hichi followed the old president closely and quietly separated Xiaoming from the other party. Seeing this guy's vigilant look, Xiaoming couldn't help but blink. Although he didn't know why the other party made this move, he was really too sensitive. At this moment, many players were ambushing in the nearby forest. Once he gives the order, these players will rush over and catch the gang off guard. But looking at the members of the seance in front of him, who can be counted on 10 fingers, Xiaoming suddenly feels that it seems unnecessary to make such a big scene. I always have an ominous premonition. Chi looked around, and suddenly slowed down his pace, and lowered his voice to Rank at the end of the team. Seeing his mysterious look, Rank couldn't help but curl his lips. Come on. It's still an ominous premonition. Do you really think you are the legendary oracle? Can you predict the future? Lei Ping on the side did not tease Rank this time, but nodded in agreement. In fact, I also have a weird feeling. Hearing this, Rank's pupils widened in disbelief. No way. Why are you like this too? I'm serious. Lei Ping rubbed the head of the irritable boy as if soothing him. Since entering the mountain, I always feel that there seems to be something in the woods secretly spying on us. Rank was stunned. What is it? A beast? I don't know. I just have this feeling. Lei Ping's handsome eyebrows slightly tightened, and there seemed to be more than one such gaze, which made me feel a little uncomfortable. Rank. Why didn't he feel it at all? So he's the only one who is the slowest. Right? Thinking of this, Rank couldn't help but pout. Ignoring Gu's awkward mood, Lei Ping looked at Hedge, and his tone became serious for the first time. Maybe your previous suspicions were right. That golden slime didn't really want to join us. It might have other purposes. So what if it has other purposes? It's not like we can't beat it. Hearing this, Rank didn't care about being upset, and looked fearless and confident. Our weapons are much stronger than their antiques. If we really have to fight, they will admit defeat and beg for mercy. What's there to be afraid of? Looking at Rank's extremely confident look, Hedge couldn't help but hold his forehead. Can you not always be so simple and crude when thinking about problems? Not everything can be solved by force. Moreover, he didn't think these slimes would admit defeat and beg for mercy. Don't forget that the golden slime had drugged and kidnapped people when they first met. Such unexpected bandit behavior is not as weak and harmless as their appearance. Even if they do have high-tech weapons from the future alliance in their hands, they lack combat experience, and may not necessarily have the upper hand against these slimes that are as slippery as lake catfish. In front, President Thor seemed to have noticed the movements of the three people, and stopped to look over. What are you guys doing there? Why don't you catch up? Yes. Retracting his thoughts, Hedge and the other two exchanged glances, and then followed the team in a deep voice. Those guys are gone. What should we do? Should we stop them? Looking at the figure gradually going away on the mountain road through the scope, Dalong asked his companions. The Patriarch hasn't issued a task yet. Why stop him? Mighty and Indomitable said as he picked up the equipment and said, Let's go. Let's follow. What should he do then? The brick-carrying boy asked, looking at a slime lying unconscious on the ground. The few people were silent. Almost forgot. Yahua went offline to eat, and he hasn't come back yet. Should we take him with us? The brick-carrying boy asked. This is a serious question. It's inconvenient to track him if we take him with us, but it feels disloyal if we don't. After all, they are brothers, and they have helped him before, when the players were struggling with each other. Weiwubuki said, Don't take him with you. Just let him stay here. At most, I will leave him a message and send him a location later, and he will naturally catch up when he comes online. Seeing that several people were indifferent, he urged anxiously, Don't waste time. If you don't hurry up, the NPCs will run away. The brick-carrying boy was still a little hesitant. I promised to help him watch his things. What if the things are lost if we just leave them alone? Not to mention the equipment. The body in the wilderness without anyone guarding it is very likely to be taken away by animals living nearby. Although it may not be life-threatening, it is indeed a troublesome thing. At this moment, Weiwubuki picked up a few branches from the ground and piled them on the stir-fried kidneys, followed by fallen leaves. But in a moment, the slime in front of him was completely buried. This way there is no danger. Looking at the small pile of earth in front of him, Weiwubuki patted the dust on his body, picked up the weapons and equipment on the ground, and hurriedly, everyone was leaving. Under the guidance of the golden slime and Kronos, the group soon arrived at their destination. Looking at the ruins of the space base in front of him, the old president couldn't help but feel excited and complicated emotions. He stretched out his hand and tremblingly touched the door plate in front of him. Finally found it. Unlike the excited old president, Hachi on the side did not feel the joy of the great cause coming to an end, but felt that everything was going smoothly and a little weird. It was so wrong. Those eyes have been staring at them all the way. Why haven't they taken action yet? Is it not the right time yet? Or is it just his misunderstanding? Subconsciously, he looked at the golden slime, who was smiling harmlessly at the feet of the president. However, once the seeds of doubt are planted, all that is left is endless suspicion. He couldn't have misunderstood. The other party must have been prepared. But it's not the right time yet. Thinking about it, Hachi's expression became more and more solemn. This Gubar ruins, which was originally extremely important to them, suddenly seemed to have turned into a monster that could devour people, making people feel terrified. Be careful. They may have set an ambush inside. After whispering to his two companions, he quietly reached into his coat pocket. There was a laser pen inside. As long as the switch at the end of the pen is pressed, its tip can shoot out a laser beam. This beam can cut a steel plate 10 centimeters thick, and it is even easier to cut the body of a creature, although it is not as destructive as high magnetic artillery SH/LS at first glance. This thing is still better in terms of weapon safety. Not to mention that this thing has the advantages of being easy to carry and not conspicuous. After all, who would have thought that a seemingly ordinary signature pen would be a terrible weapon? On the side, Rank and Lei Ping also held the suitcases in their hands tightly. The atmosphere suddenly became serious and tense. Even if nothing happened now, it seemed that an unusual breath could be smelled. Old Thor did not notice the strange emotional changes in the three young people. He pushed the door open without hesitation and walked straight in. Seeing this, Xiao Ming and Kronos followed him in. Before entering the underground, Xiao Ming sent the second task information he had edited in advance to the players' terminals. Patriarch's task: sneak into the second underground floor of Space Base Number 1. Task requirements: do not alarm the enemy NPC. After arriving, please quietly hide and wait for the next instruction from the Patriarch. At this moment, the players who were ambushing near Space Base Number 1 received message prompts one after another. Why is it lurking again? It's like a spy movie. Seeing the task information, Bai Wuchang couldn't help but complain. Maybe it's to reveal the plot that hasn't been explained yet. Crossing the message interface, Duping spread his wings and said, although the event introduction explains the seance and the seance plan, the content is still a bit general. As for what the god they are talking about, and what the other world where the god is located looks like, the official did not mention it in the event announcement. Obviously, the official just wants to put this part of the content here to tell the story. With the expansion of the stronghold map, the world line of the desolate planet has also extended from the initial single plot line of fighting monsters, farming, building infrastructure, and expanding territory to a deeper exploration of this world. For example, there may not only be one world in the future galaxy where the wasteland planet is located in the game. Above it, there is also the world of God. It is not a single universe, but a multiverse setting, which is far beyond the imagination of these T0 players who entered the game early. This means that Wasteland World is not only a cute slime alien farming infrastructure diary. It may also hold a superhero's script of slime fighting against the invasion of alien civilization. Thinking of this, Duping Zhanqi couldn't help but get excited. If the official main storyline is really arranged as he thought, it would be much more fun than simply fighting monsters and expanding territory on the wasteland planet. Looking at the NPCs that have disappeared from everyone's sight in the distance, Duping Zhanqi picked up his equipment and said, "Let's go and complete the task first."